Please cancel our arranged marriage. The words hit the room harder than a lag spike in a final boss fight. Song Hwalin, the top-tier beauty of the continent, just dumped our main character in front of his entire family. And the best part? Our guy doesn't even look mad. He looks like he just found out his DoorDash is 5 minutes away. Because a few days ago, he wasn't this loser. He was the martial god. But to understand how the world's strongest warrior ended up getting ratioed by his own fiancée, we need to go back to the beginning. We start at the Alliance Leader Hall, where Tian Heijin is sitting on the throne watching the snow fall. He's checking in on his subordinates, asking about their kids, but his brain is starting to lag. He can't remember if the kid is a boy or a girl. He plays it off as getting old, but the vibe is definitely shifting. He asks his advisor what kind of person he is, and the advisor hits him with the ultimate glaze. You are the greatest person in Jianggu. Cue the flashback. This man spent his 20s speedrunning the martial arts world, dismantling demonic cults like he was cleaning a room. They called him the iron-blooded leader and the symbol of righteousness. Basically, he was the server admin of the entire continent. But once the guards leave, the mask falls off. His chest starts burning like he just swallowed a lit cigarette. Something is wrong. Very wrong. His internal energy is draining faster than a crypto bro's life savings. The world's strongest man drops to the floor. No epic final battle, no glory, just a silent heart attack in an empty room. He wakes up staring at a ceiling, smelling medicinal herbs. He thinks he just fainted, but when he checks his internal mana, his dantian is as empty as a Reddit thread about grass touching. A couple of strangers are hovering over him. Our guy looks at them and asks the most dangerous question possible. Who are you? Bad move. The woman hits him with a slap so fast it breaks the sound barrier. Turns out, that's his mom. And he's an unfilial brat who's been acting out. He catches a glimpse of himself in the mirror and realizes he's been reincarnated into a body that's way too young and way too pretty. He passes out again from the shock, waking up at sunset realizing this isn't a dream. He's 70 years of experience trapped in a 20-year-old wrapper. A servant walks in with tea and starts roasting him immediately. In his past life, our guy was the pinnacle of responsibility. Now, this old servant is calling him a disgrace to the family. He's exhausted, and he's only been awake for 10 minutes. Another guy peeks in. This is Guangtou. He's heard the rumors that Li Dan is faking memory loss. He starts making fun of Li Dan for getting his ass handed to him by a woman. Li Dan tries to ask who he is, but Guangtou isn't buying the act. Oh yeah? Do you remember the money you owe me? Li Dan checks his pockets, finds 2 coins, and hands them over. Guangtou's jaw hits the floor. Apparently, the real Li Dan never pays back his debts. The realization hits. This body is a complete dumpster fire. He asks for the lore on why he's injured. The story is pathetic. He went to see some girl, got rejected, talked trash, got beat up by her, got drunk, and fell into a pond. That girl? Song Hwalin. And the plot twist? She's his fiancée. Guangtou says being engaged to Li Dan is her fatal weakness. Li Dan's hand starts itching. He's realizing that his new life's reputation is lower than a crypto scam. The list of sins keeps going. Gambling, running away, avoiding training. He asks Guangtou for the final verdict, and the servant doesn't miss. You are trash. Our MC just smiles. From martial god to trash? Challenge accepted. So the new identity is Bai Li Dan, 20 years old, 5 years of trash tier cultivation, and 1 loyal servant who acts as a professional hater. Li Dan asks if there are any rumors about the martial god dying. Guangtou says the only rumor in town is that Li Dan lost his mind after getting clapped by Miss Song. Li Dan reminisces about the beauties he dated in his past life. They all loved the title of martial god, but no one loved the man. He tells Guangtou to forget the girls and bring him a sword. Guangtou finds one in a warehouse, covered in dust. Li Dan holds it, and the vibe in the room instantly changes. In his past life, he failed to reach the mental sword realm, a state where you can cut things with your mind. Now he's going to use this second life to finish the grind. Guangtou is terrified, thinking Li Dan is going to use the sword to go back and harass his fiancée. Suddenly, his mom shows up, demanding to know why he has a weapon. Li Dan tells her he's going to train seriously. She thinks he's lying, but he promises he'll never use the blade to harm his fiancée or bully the weak. The look in his eyes is so intense, it actually stuns her into silence. A few days pass. Li Dan starts meditating, using a high-level mind art to purify his internal energy. He's turning 5 years of garbage ki into 5 years of pure power. But the grind is interrupted when Guangtou bursts in screaming about a big problem. Clan leader Song, the fiancé's father, is at the front gate. and he brought Hualin with him. Guangtou is having a panic attack, begging Li Dan not to make a scene. Li Dan steps out and sees Hualin for the first time. She's actually stunning, but she looks at Li Dan the way I look at a pop-up ad on a shady streaming site. He offers a respectful apology for his past behavior, which confuses everyone because the trash Li Dan doesn't do respect. And that's when she drops the nuke. Cancel the marriage. The room goes colder than a Discord mod's heart. She says she has the right to choose her own husband, and she's clearly not choosing a guy who falls into ponds when he's sad. Li Dan just stands there with a toothpick in his mouth, looking like he's wondering if he can finally get back to his training now that the trash is taking itself out. The air in the room is so thick you could cut it with a dull training sword. Song Hualin finally drops the hammer. She apologizes, but the vibe is clear. She is not marrying a guy who basically made being a disappointment his entire personality. Li Dan's parents look like they just watched their family legacy get deleted in real time. Grandmaster Song is losing it. He's offended on behalf of the Bai family, which is a wild role reversal, calling out his own daughter for being disrespectful and making decisions without him. Hualin just takes the verbal beating. She's done with this arrangement. Lord Bai tries to be the bigger man, telling everyone to calm down and that Hualin probably has her reasons. And then, our guy speaks up. He agrees. Everyone in the room just experienced a collective brain short-circuit. Guangtou is in the back looking like his soul is leaving his body. This was not on the script. Li Dan looks at Hualin's father and tells him not to take it to heart. Internally, Heijin is realizing that while the original Li Dan was a walking L, he actually had some decent people in his corner. He clarifies that he isn't agreeing because he's hurt or throwing a tantrum. Lord Bai is genuinely confused. He's spent years watching his son chase this girl like a lost puppy. Li Dan just looks him in the eye and says he wants to be engaged to a woman he chooses. Hualin is stunned. She expected a scene, maybe some crying, not this level of I don't care. The parents are speechless. The silence is louder than the shouting was. Lord Bai finally lets out a sigh of relief. If this is what both kids want, he's not going to force it. Grandmaster Song is the only one still screaming. He's basically the only person who still wants this wedding to happen, but the decision is made. The Song family starts making their exit. Hualin walks past him, and you can see the gears turning. Something feels wrong to her. She stops and asks him why he really changed his mind. Li Dan just gives her a tiny smirk and tells her that her punch from the other day hurt too much. He watches them walk away. The simp era is officially over. Now his dad is looking at him with the "who are you and what did you do with my son" face. Li Dan doubles down. He says he has no plans for romance because he's actually got things to do. His mother is not buying it. She asks why he went to see Hualin in the first place if he didn't want the engagement. Li Dan just apologizes. He can't exactly tell her that a 70-year-old god hijacked her son's body mid-hangover. His dad asks the big question, what is it he wants to do so badly? Training, he says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. His mom looks like she's checking for a fever. He stays calm. He's serious. She's genuinely shaken. Seeing her son act like a functional human being is more terrifying than him being a drunk. Lord Bai, being the absolute king he is, decides this calls for a celebratory drink with his wife. He's just happy his son is speaking in full sentences and not asking for gambling money. He drags Lady Bai away while she's still processing. Li Dan watches them go. Heijin hasn't felt this kind of familial warmth in decades. He realizes that love is a dangerous variable. It makes a man soft. It makes him hesitate. But for now, he's got a body that needs work. He starts running, and immediately remembers that Li Dan's body is absolute garbage. He ran about 3 miles without using chi, and he's already seeing stars. He stumbles through the door, drenched in sweat, and he stops dead. Hualin is standing in his yard. She immediately goes on the defensive, telling him not to misunderstand why she's there. Her father sent her back to apologize properly. Li Dan is just like, cool, apology accepted, bye. She's not leaving. She brings up the day he got drunk and almost died. She tells him to stop acting so proud of his face, because it'll get wrinkled eventually anyway. Li Dan realizes the original owner of this body must have said some truly top-tier cringe things to her. He just apologizes again. For everything. Hualin goes on a whole monologue about how she wants to be known for her skills, not her looks, and that's why she won't date anyone. Li Dan is just standing there waiting for her to finish so he can go back to his workout. Then she drops the, "Oh, and the biggest reason is because I just dislike you." She stares at him, trying to see if that hit a nerve. She's checking if he's just acting tough because his pride was hurt. He gives her a look that says, "Are we still talking about this?" He smiles. Not a simp smile, but a "you're just a kid" smile. He thinks back to being 20 in his past life. The pride, the drama, the wasted energy. He tells her very clearly, he is not changing his mind. The engagement stays cancelled. She's speechless. He walks right past her. I won't be a hindrance in your life anymore. Hualin is left standing there looking like she's the one who just got dumped. She watches him walk away. The vibe is officially shifted. She can't figure him out. Lidan's focus isn't on her. It's on the memory of blood. He remembers his original youth. It wasn't about girls or prestige. It was white snow and red blood. He lived too hard. He never had a normal life. But he's not here to be normal. He's here to be a god. He finds a quiet spot in the snow. He draws the rusty sword. His feet plant into the ground. The air starts to hum. Soul-chasing Asura sword arts. The ultimate technique of his past life. The blade moves like a blur. He remembers tearing through the hearts of the syndicate leaders, cutting the head off the Blood Heaven cult leader, becoming the best in the world. The snow explodes around him. He finishes the form, his breath steaming in the cold. The ground around him is literally shattered from the sheer force of his movement. The impact echoes through the entire forest, an avalanche of power in a level 1 body. He stands in the center of the crater he just made. Using martial arts is easier than I thought, he mutters. He realizes Lidan's body isn't actually trash. It was just never used properly. He's actually got massive potential, which just makes the original Lidan even more of a waste. Next day, peace and quiet. Hualin is out by the lake with one of her servants. The servant is gossiping about how Lidan is actually training. Hualin corrects her. He's not training to look good for her. The servant can't believe it. That guy? Training for himself? Hualin remembers that look in his eyes. It was real. The servant reminds her that there's a meeting today for the local young elites. Hualin's face says everything you need to know about how she feels about networking events. Young Master Yang from the Yang Syndicate has been spamming invites. She tries to shut down the conversation, but the servant keeps going. Hualin cuts her off. She'll go, just to get it over with. But she's not happy about it. Apology preparations start. The lake is calm, but the storm is coming. Transition to the city. Lidan is sitting in a tea house, looking out the window. He came out to see if anyone is talking about the Alliance leader's death. Nothing. Total silence. He wants to go to the Alliance himself and ask his old subordinate, Gal Sariang, what the hell is going on. But he's stuck in a body that can barely run 3 miles. Then, he spots someone. Hualin and the young elites walk into the same tea house. One of the guys spots him, and his mood immediately sours. This is young Master Yang. He walks over with that I'm the main character swagger. Leiden just sighs. Another day. Another person who has a problem with this body. Yang sits down and mocks Leiden for learning martial arts. To beat me up? Leiden just smirks. It's a very dangerous smirk. Who trains martial arts to beat up people? He asks. You train to kill the person you want to kill. He gives Yang a look. For a split second, Yang sees a literal god staring back at him. He flinches. Lidan just takes a calm sip of his tea. Yang is rattled. He doesn't understand why he just felt genuine fear from a loser like Lidan. He tries to recover by calling Lidan a debt-loving. Lidan's ears perk up. Debt? He's going to have a talk with Guangtou later. Hualin steps in and tries to de-escalate. Yang leans in, asking Hualin if Lidan is bothering her. Not at all, she says without even looking at him. Lidan decides he's had enough of the kids' table. He gets up to leave. Yang yells at him not to glare at people. Lidan doesn't even turn around. He walks past Hualin. The gap between them feels wider than ever. Hualin watches him go. She knows something is fundamentally different. She's starting to get obsessed with the why. Sunset over the Bai estate. Guangtou is sweeping the yard. Lidan walks in and asks why he's working so late. Leader Yang is coming for dinner. Lidan asks who that is. Guangtou gives him the "Are you actually serious" face. Lidan plays the memory loss card again. Guangtou just accepts it. At this point, it's easier than explaining reality. He explains that the Yang Syndicate is the biggest group in the region. The Bai clan used to be number 1. Now they're number 3. Lidan is genuinely shocked. What happened? Guangtou stares at him. The silence is deafening. Is it because of me? Lidan asks. Yes. Guangtou doesn't sugarcoat it. Lidan's gambling and partying drained the family vaults. He realizes why young Master Yang was acting so smug. He owns Lidan. The family had to fire most of their martial artists. The servants are mostly gone too. The clan is basically 1 bad month away from bankruptcy. Guangtou calls him a loach, which is a very polite way of saying bottom feeder. Lidan takes it on the chin. He asks if the servants' salaries are being delayed too. Guangtou says no. Lord Bai always makes sure the staff is paid first. Lidan realizes he hasn't just been a loser. He's been eating away at the future of every person in this house. Guangtou goes back to sweeping. The man they owe money to is arriving any minute. Lidan is left standing there, processing the guilt. Then, a young servant girl, Song Hee, walks by. She mentions that young Master Yang hit Guangtou earlier. Lidan's eyes go cold. He hit him? Why? Apparently Yang threw trash in the yard and beat Guangtou for not cleaning it fast enough. Lidan is vibrating with anger now. He beat someone else's servant? The girl starts crying. She explains that Lidan was actually there when it happened. She's terrified to tell him the rest. Was I present? You were laughing, she says. You watched him get beaten and you laughed with Yang. Lidan's expression goes completely blank. Heijin is disgusted. He's been in this body for days, but this is the first time he truly hates the man he replaced. But the girl isn't done. She says Guangtou told her that Lidan is changing for the better. She doesn't believe it, but she believes Guangtou. She bows and leaves. Lidan watches her walk away. He looks at Guangtou, who is still sweeping like nothing happened. This man was humiliated and beaten while his master laughed, and he's still here, still loyal, still sweeping the floor. Lidan's grip on his toothpick tightens. He realizes he owes this man more than just money. Suddenly, the gate opens. The syndicate leader is here. A dozen boots hit the pavement at once. Yang Jizhe walks in with his son and a small army. He doesn't look like a guest. He looks like a debt collector who's tired of waiting. The moon is up. The lanterns are lit, and the atmosphere is officially terrible. Syndicate leader Yang walks in with a grin that says, I own your house, and I'm probably going to eat your dinner. Lord Bai is out here being the perfect host, but our guy Lidan is watching from the sidelines, taking notes on the disrespect. Coming this late for dinner isn't just a scheduling error, it's a power move. It's saying, I'll show up when I want because you're too broke to complain. Young Master Yang, the one we're going to call Spit Boy in about 5 minutes, looks around like he's checking out a garage sale. Lidan is staring a hole through the back of his head. He remembers what the servant girl said. This guy beat Guangtou for looking at him wrong. Yang Jizhe starts name-dropping. He mentions Grandmaster Peng. He's bragging about a new business deal and acting like he's doing the Bai family a favor by just being in their presence. Lord Bai has to stand there and take it. The man is literally apologizing for being disrespected. Yang laughs in his face. It's the kind of laugh that makes you want to reach through the screen and help Lidan with the training arc. They head inside to discuss details, which is code for, I'm going to threaten you while I drink your tea. Lidan hangs back. He's not in the mood for a formal dinner with a snake. But the snake's son isn't finished yet. Zhigang stops and calls him debt lover again. Lidan is currently doing a mental exercise to not rip this guy's arm off. He's thinking about his family, thinking about the debt. He looks over at Guangtou, who is currently trembling, and seeing his only loyal friend that's scared, that counts as a system error for our guy's patience. Lidan tells him to just eat and leave. He's trying to be the bigger person. Zhigang calls him a beggar, and then brings up the number. 20,000 yangs. Lidan tells him to turn it down a notch. He doesn't owe Zhigang personally, so the attitude is unnecessary. Zhigang thinks this confidence is hilarious. He's got that classic side character who thinks he's the villain grin. Lidan admits it. He knows he's not the glorious successor right now. He even admits he used to be a complete asshole. He walks away. He's done. The guards are confused. Usually, Lidan would be crying or begging by now. 20,000 yangs is enough to sink a medium-sized sect. It's a mountain of money. Lidan is wondering what kind of gacha game addiction his past self had to blow that much cash. Then, things go from annoying to, we are definitely fighting today. Higang grabs a young servant girl. Lidan stops walking. The temperature in the courtyard just dropped 20 degrees. Guangtou rushes in to help the kid. He's a good man, even if he's currently a low-level mob. Zhigang is offended that a lowly servant touched him. He grabs Guangtou by the collar. Guangtou immediately drops to his knees. He's apologizing for existing because he knows his master can't protect him. Zhigang loves this. He's high on his own supply. He recognizes Guangtou from the trash incident the girl mentioned earlier. He forces Guangtou's head toward the ground. And then, he spits. Right in front of him. The other guards are watching. The little girl is crying. It's peak villain behavior. He looks at the spit and asks what that filthy thing is. Guangtou is just staring at the ground, paralyzed. Zhigang screams at him to answer. It's spit, Guangtou whispers. Zhigang smiles. He says the ground needs to be clean for the important guests. Guangtou is ready to use his hands to clean it just to make the nightmare stop. He reaches out, panicking. Zhigang stomps on his hand. The sound of it is probably enough to make the viewer click the like button just to see Lidan respond. He's literally grinding his foot into Guangtou's fingers. He says since it came out of the mouth, he's got a better idea for how to clean it. He wants Guangtou to use his mouth. The Bai family guards are standing there looking like they want to quit their jobs. They're ashamed. Jigong is looking around like he's expecting a round of applause. The little girl Song Hee tries to step in. She says she'll do it instead. Guangtou unloads on her. He's not being mean, he's trying to save her from being the next target. He tells her to go inside. Run. Lidan is shaking. Heijin's pride as a sovereign is currently clashing with Lidan's weak physical limits. Guangtou looks up at the girl one last time. And then he looks at Lidan. Lidan tells her to hurry and go. Right, our guy says. We should clean up something dirty. Guangtou's heart just stopped. He knows that tone. The little girl is frozen in fear. Jigang is still smirking. He thinks he's won. One of the Bai family guards sighs. He thinks Lidan is just going to let it happen. Guangtou leans down. He's actually going to do it. The man is crying. This is the moment where you realize why Lidan chose to stay in this body. Jigang is watching, enjoying every second of the humiliation. He's centimeters away. Then, the atmosphere changes. Lidan speaks. Why would you clean that up, Guangtou? Guangtou looks up, confused and terrified. The one who spat should clean it up, Lidan says. He's actually smiling now. It's the scariest smile in the series so far. Guangtou and Song Hee are looking at him like he's a stranger. Lidan addresses him by name. Yang Jigang. Clean up that filthy thing. Jigang's face just rebooted. You clean it up with that mouth of yours. And there it is. The point of no return. The silence in the courtyard is so loud you could hear a flea sneeze. Guangtou looks like he's seen a ghost. He can't believe Lidan just signed their death warrants. Lidan is just standing there with that "I wish you would" energy. The little girl is just happy the nightmare might be over. But the adults know better. Lidan repeats it. He's not stuttering. Jigang is vibrating with rage. His ego just took a crit hit. With that mouth of yours, Lidan repeats. He's really leaning into the disrespect. Jigang unloads. He mentions Lidan getting beaten up by Hualin. He thinks Lidan has finally lost the last of his mind. Lidan ignores him and asks Guangtou if he's okay. He asks him again, why would you clean this up? Guangtou is just whispering young master over and over. He's experiencing a level of stress that should probably be studied by science. Lidan gives him a look. A real look. It's the look of a man who has led armies. Guangtou just bows. He doesn't understand, but he's compelled to listen. Lidan turns to the Bai family guards. He tells them to just watch. Seo Yung, the squad leader, is hesitant, but he sees something in Lidan's eyes that wasn't there yesterday. He salutes. Jigang laughs. What can someone like you do? Lidan offers an out. An official apology, and he'll pretend this never happened. Because if Jigang cleans it with his filthy mouth, the ground will only get dirtier. That's a 10-10 burn. Jigang asks what happens if he doesn't want to. You'll get beaten up. Deadpan. No exclamation marks, just facts. Jigang steps forward. The fight is on. He calls Lidan a penniless beggar. He swings. It's a wild, arrogant punch. Lidan's eyes track it like it's moving through molasses. He shifts his weight. The punch misses by an inch, and the counterattack catches Jigang right in the jaw. The impact splits the air. Jigang stumbles back, clutching his face. He's not just mad now. He's using internal energy. Seo Yung realizes the kid is playing for keeps. He tries to move in. Lidan dodges another strike. He realizes Jigang is actually dangerous. If he gets hit once, this weak body is going to fold. But getting hit is a choice. And Lidan isn't making it. He smiles. This is the first time since he died that he's felt the rush of a real fight. The guards are watching in absolute silence. They've never seen Lidan move like this. Jigang unloads a combo, his hands glowing with chi. The wind from the strikes is tearing up the paving stones. Lidan finds the gap and lands a palm strike right to the chest. Jigang is gasping for air. He's losing his grip. Lidan moves like a ghost. He's behind him before Jigang can even blink. A flurry of strikes. Fast. Precise. Lidan mentions that the girl and Guangtou will be scarred because of this joke. He hits him again and again. He's teaching a lesson, not just winning a fight. He throws Jigang into the air. The kid is basically a ragdoll at this point. Everyone's faces are priceless. They're witnessing a glitch in the matrix. Jigang hits the ground hard. Lidan stands over him, looking like he didn't even break a sweat. The young syndicate guards rush to pick up their young master. Lidan looks at them. He asks if they didn't see what Jigang did. Is that something a human would do? Jigang is coughing up blood. He's screaming for them to kill Lidan. It's a direct order. The syndicate guards have to move now. Seo Yung is sweating. If the syndicate guards attack, the Bai family is finished. Jigang grabs one of his guards, screaming like a toddler. The guard is conflicted. Killing the heir of the Bai family is a one-way ticket to a war. But he draws his sword anyway. Seo Yung steps in. He tells the guard to ignore the order. He's standing his ground. The two squads are facing off. It's a standoff that could end the clan tonight. The swords are out. The syndicate guard realizes Seo Young is right. They can't kill a successor over spit. Jagang is losing his mind. He pushes his own guard away and draws a concealed blade. Seo Young screams, "No!" Jagang lunges. He's going for the kill. Lidan's hand moves like a viper. He catches the wrist. The sound of the bone snapping is probably the most satisfying thing you'll hear all week. Jigang lets out a scream that can be heard in the next province. Lidan doesn't stop there. He delivers a knee to the ribs, and an uppercut that sends Jagang's teeth on a vacation. Jagang is on the ground, literally broken. Lidan looks down at him. One final strike. The kid is out. Permanently out of the conversation. The courtyard is dead silent again. Lidan lets out a long breath. He tells the guards to call a physician. He's being helpful now that the threat is neutralized. Guangtou rushes over, panicking. He thinks Lidan has gone insane. He's trying to drag Lidan away before the syndicate leader comes out. Lidan tells him no. If he leaves now, all the anger will be directed at Guangtou. He's staying. He's owning this. Then, the doors open. Yang Jizhe and Lord B walk out. Jizhe looks at his broken son on the floor. Lidan looks at Guangtou and makes a joke about being buried together. Guangtou doesn't think it's funny. And honestly, neither does the loan shark currently staring them down. The sun has officially set on the Yang Syndicate's patience. Jizhe walks out and sees his son looking like a human pretzel on the floor. Jagang tries to play the victim, crying that Leiden tried to kill him. Jizhe looks at Leiden. Leiden looks at the moon. Guangtou is basically vibrating at a frequency only dogs can hear. Jizhe asks if it's true. Seo Young starts to explain, but he's sweating through his uniform. Jizhe doesn't wait for an answer. He delivers a backhand so fast it practically breaks the sound barrier. He's not hitting Lidan though. He's beating his own guards for letting this happen. Our guy is just watching this domestic dispute like it's a mid-tier Netflix show. The guard is folded. Total collateral damage. Jiz keeps swinging. He's more embarrassed that his son lost than he is worried that he's hurt. He turns to Lord Bai and asks how he's going to take responsibility. Lord Bai has been the quiet scholar for 2 chapters. Lidan is ready to step in, probably thinking he'll have to save his dad. But Lord Bai surprises everyone. He looks at the broken Jigang, looks at the crying servant girl, and his expression goes cold. He unloads. He asks Jizhe how he dares to act like a victim after his son bullied a maid and a servant. Lidan's eyes go wide. He realizes his father isn't actually a pushover. Lord Bai says Jizhe is the one who should be taking responsibility. Jizhe looks like he's about to have a stroke. Nobody talks to the syndicate leader like that. Lord Bai lists the charges: internal energy used on a non-martial artist and pulling a sword on an unarmed opponent. In the Murim world, that's a certified coward move. The Bai family guards are finally standing tall. The vibe has shifted. Lord Bai says he'll forgive Jizhe this once, just to save him the embarrassment of this going public. Jizhe is absolutely fuming. Because Lord Bai is right, if the rest of the world hears the Yang Syndicate got their pride handed to them by a trash heir, they're cooked. He realizes he's lost the narrative. He asks Lord Bai what he's trying to do. Lord Bai stares him down. Lidan is genuinely impressed. This man is a king. Hejian thought his new dad was timid. Hejian was wrong. Jizhe realizes he can't win a fistfight or a PR battle right now, so he goes for the wallet. He demands the debt be paid immediately. Lord Bai just says sure. The guests are leaving, but Jizhe is making a mental list of everyone he's going to kill later. They exit. The immediate threat is over, but the financial one is just getting started. The courtyard clears out. Lord Bai turns to Lidan. Why did you do it? Lidan doesn't give a heroic speech. He just says the guy humiliated the family and ordered something subhuman. Guangtou and Song He catch that word. Family. Lord Bai looks at his son for a long time. He tells squad leader Seo to follow him. Lidan is left standing there. He's processing the fact that he actually cares what happens to these people. Guangtou and Song He are still in shock. Lidan gives them a small smile. He asks if they're surprised. He tells them not to be scared of bad like that. They aren't worth the energy. Then he drops the big promise. He and the rest of the brothers in this house will protect them. Guangtou looks like his brain just hit a 404 error, but the guards nod. They're in. The little girl starts crying again, but this time it's the good kind. Lidan watches them go. Guangtou asks him if he's not scared. Lidan just smirks. Why would I be? Guangtou points out the obvious. The Yang Syndicate is the strongest group in the region. Lidan explains the politics. The syndicate martial artists don't love their master. They're just employees. Guangtou isn't convinced. They still have more guys, master. Lidan tells him that wars aren't won by numbers. and wars don't happen easily. Guangtou asks how Jizhe can just sit still after his son got pulverized. Li Dan breaks it down. Jizhe is a calculator. He only moves when he knows he wins. He didn't care about his son's pain. He cared about the insult. He's a selfish man, and selfish men are predictable. Li Dan tells Guangtou to go rest. Guangtou stops him. Thank you for what you did. Li Dan smirks. Right. Don't forget it for the rest of your life. Classic MC behavior. Ruin a touching moment with a joke. But internally, Li Dan knows Jizhe isn't finished. He's going to look for a way to get revenge without getting his hands dirty. That's the most dangerous kind of enemy. Li Dan decides he needs to move first. Meanwhile, inside, Lord B is having a breakdown. Lady B is opening a box. It's a family heirloom. Something passed down through generations. She says Jizhe is a petty man who won't stop until he gets paid. If she sells this necklace, the debt is gone. Lord B is horrified. He won't let her do it. She tells him it's just an item. He points out it's her late mother-in-law's memento. It's her most cherished possession. She smiles. You and Li Dan are the ones I cherish most. Lord Bai is speechless. She says she believes Li Dan has finally gotten himself together. They have to protect their son, not a piece of jewelry. Lord Bai asks if she really believes in him. Even after he deceived us? He's still our son, she says. This is the heart of the Bai family. It's why the original Li Dan was such a waste. They embrace. It's a slow, heavy moment. And Li Dan is standing outside the door, listening. He was going to apologize, but he heard everything. Hejin, the martial god, spent 70 years being lonely at the top. He starts to think maybe he didn't reincarnate for himself. Maybe he's here for this couple. He wonders if a man with his bad temper and love for revenge can actually be the person they need. The moon is full. The decision is made. Next morning, a carriage is rattling down a mountain road. Guangtou is having a full-blown panic attack. Li Dan is calmly reading a book. He just announced they're heading to the Yang Syndicate. To solve this problem, Guangtou's face says, please let me off this ride. He asks why Li Dan is taking him along. Li Dan offers him a choice, the good answer or the bad answer. Guangtou asks for the bad one first. Li Dan gives him a look. Because it's all your fault. Guangtou dies inside. He asks for the good one. Because the only person I can trust is you. The deadpan delivery is perfect. Guangtou says he feels sorry for Li Dan's narrow circle of friends if he's the top tier. He asks if Li Dan has a plan. I'll think about it as we go. Li Dan suggests that if Guangtou gets hit on the head, he might become as positive as him. Guangtou isn't laughing. Li Dan notices he's making more jokes than usual. Maybe it's the young body, or maybe it's a middle finger to his stiff past life. Cut to the Yang Syndicate. Jigang is bandaged up like a mummy. He's begging his father to wipe out the whole Bai family. Jizhe says he's already called the Bloodhound. That is not a name you want associated with your house. Jigang is shocked. He knows what that means. Jizhe wants them to pay the ultimate price for messing with him. Back in the carriage. Li Dan is reading the family sword manual. Guangtou starts whispering. He's scared the horsemen will hear them. Li Dan points out that whispering makes it 10 times more suspicious. Li Dan laughs. He calls the family technique nothing special. Guangtou is losing it. The best sword technique in the world is the white moon! He's back and forth, panicking. Li Dan is just enjoying the chaos. He evaluates the manual. It's slightly above average. He's only learning it so he can hide his god-tier skills. Guangtou says seeing Li Dan read anything is unfamiliar. The only reading you did before was bar menus and courtesan lists. Li Dan takes the roast like a champ. He asks Guangtou if he wants to learn martial arts. Guangtou hesitates. Li Dan notices, how can someone like me learn martial arts? Li Dan gives him a real look. If punks like Jegang can learn, why can't he? Guangtou says it's because those guys have good masters and families. Li Dan puts his hand on the book. What is important in becoming a Jianghu person is neither family nor a master. Guangtou is listening now. Is it talent? Physique? Will? Effort? Is it effort? There's something even more important than that. Guangtou leans in. Relationship. Relationship? A relationship with Jianghu. Guangtou is dumbfounded. He thinks Li Dan is just avoiding the question again. Li Dan is serious though. He remembers the friends and rivals of his past life. File that relationship detail away. It's going to matter. Night falls. They pull up to an inn. Li Dan asks for one room. Guangtou says he'll sleep in the carriage. Li Dan won't have it. It's cold. We can share. Guangtou thinks that's blasphemous. A master and a servant in the same room? Li Dan shuts him down. Let's have a drink first. You want a drink with me? Guangtou looks like his entire worldview is being dismantled panel by panel. Li Dan sits down. Guangtou is hesitant. He says this is the first time. Sitting at the same table. Drinking together. Sleeping in the same room. Li Dan thinks about what an idiot the original owner of this body was. He pours a drink. Guangtou panics. He wants to pour for Li Dan first. Li Dan just hands him the jar. "You're older than me. You take it first." He pours it. Guangtou is overwhelmed. He says he'll never forget this for the rest of his life. Li Dan just tells him not to worry about it. Guangtou's eyes go wide. He says he understands it now. Li Dan pauses. "You brought me along to kill me, right?" Li Dan literally spits his drink out. "That's why you're being so nice!" "Am I right?" Li Dan is coughing, trying to regain his composure. Guangtou is convinced. "They say you always feed the cow delicious food the day before you kill it." Back at the inn, the vibe is still a bit weird. Guangtou is staring at Li Dan like he's trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces missing. He finally asks the big question. How did Li Dan beat that syndicate brat so easily? Li Dan just takes a casual sip of his drink. He says he's been training, obviously. Guangtou points out it's only been 10 days. He's not a math genius, but the numbers aren't mathing. Li Dan just shrugs it off. "I must be a late bloomer." Guangtou unloads his drink like he's trying to wash away the confusion. He's not asking for much. He just wants to know that Li Dan isn't going to suddenly reset to trash mode tomorrow. Li Dan gives him a look that is actually genuine. But Guangtou is desperate. He needs a verbal promise. Li Dan mocks the idea of promises made with the mouth. In the Murim, words are cheap, but he sees how much it matters to the only guy who didn't quit on him when things were bad. Hejin looks at this kid and sees real loyalty, not the kind you buy, the kind you earn by being a human being. He gives him the promise. "All right, I won't change back." Guangtou lets out a breath he's been holding for like 5 chapters. Li Dan then drops a mini reveal. He's been hiding his skills the whole time. Guangtou's face is basically a meme at this point. Why? Li Dan explains the survival rule of the Jianggu. Always keep at least 30% of your power hidden. Guangtou asks if he was acting like a bum on purpose. Li Dan lies through his teeth, saying Hualin's beating just woke him up. It's a convenient lie, and honestly, the only one Guangtou would actually believe. "Have another drink." Guangtou jokes that if Li Dan keeps being this nice, he's going to pick up some bad habits. Li Dan gives him that cool older brother smile and says he doesn't mind. Guangtou is blushing. It's a complete main character moment. He reaches for the bottle, and Li Dan pours it for him. This is probably the highest point of Guangtou's entire life. Li Dan realizes he's actually feeling a bit tipsy. The martial god who used to drink demons under the table is feeling it after 3 cups. This body is a work in progress. Next day. Dongping. They're walking through the forest, and Li Dan says it's time to find out what the syndicate is planning. He needs an inside man. Guangtou gets that sinking feeling again. Li Dan asks if he can leave the scouting to him. Guangtou knows this is a Mission Impossible type beat. Li Dan starts listing the risks. Torture. Soldering irons. Saws. He's describing it like he's reading a grocery list. Guangtou just smiles through the pain. He says if he gets caught, he's snitching immediately. He's telling them exactly where Li Dan is. Li Dan looks him in the eye. "Make sure you do that." Guangtou thought he was joking, but Li Dan calls it wise loyalty. Li Dan doesn't want the die for your master trope. He's seen enough people die for nothing in his past life. Guangtou is confused. Usually, snitching is called betrayal. Li Dan explains that staying alive to serve another day is the smarter play. Guangtou gets fired up. He's ready to do his part. Do what you see fit. Guangtou heads off, looking more like a protagonist than he has any right to. They split up. Li Dan waits. Guangtou stops and looks back. He asks if Li Dan is going to quietly follow and protect him from the shadows. Because that's what happens in the stories, right? Li Dan just smirks. Think whatever makes you feel comfortable. Guangtou realizes he's actually on his own. He walks away, demanding a drink when he gets back. Li Dan watches him disappear into the distance. I believe it. He knows their bond is stronger than a simple suicide mission. He needs Guangtou to grow too. Li Dan turns back. The plan is in motion. 4 days later. Li Dan is sitting by a window in town. He's wondering if Guangtou is currently being turned into a human pincushion, or if he's already underground in the literal sense. Then, he hears a noise. A guy in a straw hat and gray robes walks in. He tries to act all mysterious, and says it must be fate that they met. Li Dan just smiles. He's not falling for it. Did you have fun? The straw hat comes off. It's Guangtou. He looks like he's aged 10 years. He was terrified the whole time, but he got the intel. The Yang Syndicate is recruiting high-tier vagabonds through a guy called Bloodhound. Li Dan's eyes go sharp. Hired muscle is never a good sign. It's worse. They're spreading rumors that Li Dan beat up Jigang because Li Dan was trying to assault a woman. Li Dan admits it's a smart move. People will believe it because he was a piece of crap for 20 years. Guangtou is offended on his master's behalf. He knows Lidan wasn't that bad. Lidan asks how he found out without getting caught. Guangtou has a secret weapon. One of the syndicate maids joined his side. Lidan looks at him, impressed. He realizes the trash master and trash servant duo actually has a very specific set of skills. Guangtou knows how the downtrodden feel. He speaks their language. They share a laugh. It's a classic W for the team. Guangtou adds that Zhigang killed a maid recently, so the staff there hates the Yang family. Lidan reflects on how luck is a skill. Guangtou is accidentally a genius spy. Guangtou apologizes for not infiltrating further, but he was too scared. Lidan shuts that down. He's already done more than enough. And Lidan also confirmed something new about himself. Guangtou leans in. Something new? Lidan strikes a pose. I discovered that my face works well on women. The silence that follows is the loudest thing in the room. Guangtou ignores the cringe and suggests they head back to tell the patriarch. Lidan's smile vanishes. No, we aren't going back. His gaze goes cold. We have to finish this. Cut to the syndicate. Zhigang is screaming for someone to come to his room. He's cornered a maid. She's crying, telling him she has someone she's supposed to marry. Zhigang gives her a choice that is pure villain behavior. He offers to kill her fiancé right in front of her, serving me, or his life. Make your decision. The girl is trembling. This guy is a walking L. He thinks he's being smooth. She starts to reach for her clothes, giving up. Suddenly, a flash of light tears through the room. The girl freezes. Zhigang's eyes go wide. A masked figure walks into the room. It's Lidan, rocking the full nightshade aesthetic. He tells the girl not to be scared. He tells her that not all men are like this crazy dog. He stands between her and the syndicate trash. There's no need to treat all dogs in the world as crazy. Zhigang is screaming, demanding to know who he is. Lidan taps her pressure points so she won't have to see what's about to happen. He catches her as she falls. He tells her to forget today and live happily with her fiancé. Zhigang realizes he knows that voice. Don't tell me. Bye. He doesn't get to finish the name. Blood splatters across the room. Zhigang is begging now. The strong rule the weak logic doesn't feel so fun when you're the weak one. Lidan reminds him how many people begged him. What did you do? Zhigang is terrified. He realizes his plot armor just expired. One clean strike. Done. The trash of the Yangs is officially retired. Elsewhere, Vice Leader Zheng Yu is trying to talk some sense into young Jizhe. He's worried that attacking the Bai family will cause public outrage. Jizhe is not listening. He's obsessed with his son's humiliation. Zheng Yu points out that Zhigang started the fight with a killing move. He's calling out Jizhe's orthodox sect facade. Jizhe tells him to stop talking. He's done pretending to be reasonable. Zheng Yu realizes he's serving a monster. Then, the real threat enters the room. Bloodhound. He's a mercenary with no loyalty, and he's tired of the delay. He tells Jizhe to give an answer now or his vagabonds are walking. Jizhe folds. The attack on the Bai family is a go. Jizhe explains the real plan. This isn't just about his son. It's a hostile takeover. He wants to absorb the Bai family's influence and double his power. Zheng Yu tries one last time. He says the people trust Lord Bai. Jizhe's eyes turn predatory. Trust doesn't exist. There is only the strong and the weak. Zheng Yu realizes the syndicate he helped build is a cancer. He makes his choice. If Jizhe attacks, he can no longer serve. Jizhe tells him to get lost before he kills him. The look of shock on Zheng Yu's face is painful. 20 years of service, thrown away over a disagreement. He realizes he's been a tool, not a partner. He walks out, realizing he needs to leave before he's disposed of. Inside, Jizhe calls him a useless bastard. He gives orders. Nobody from the Bai family leaves alive. We will eliminate even the dogs they raise. Zheng Yu is standing outside, hearing everything. He's sickened. Suddenly, he senses someone. He draws his blade. Who are you? The masked Lidan is standing on the roof. He asks Zheng Yu if he really wants to end his life protecting birds like that. Zheng Yu realizes the guy in front of him is a master. Lidan tells him to wait there if he doesn't want his life to end in vain, because this will be the turning point of your life. Zheng Yu is left speechless. The martial god is recruiting, and the Yang Syndicate has no idea what's coming for them. Door slides open. Our guy just walks into the lion's den like he owns the place. He doesn't waste time with a long introduction. He just tells them he is the son of the family they are currently trying to wipe out. Yang Jizhe's brain is currently 404ing. The voice is the giveaway. He recognizes it. The Bai family trash? Lidan just pulls the mask down. No more secrets. He is fuming. He can't wrap his head around how a local gambler got past his entire security detail. Enter Bloodhound. This guy looks like he has more piercings than brain cells. He doesn't care about the drama. He just sees a 5,000 tael bounty standing in front of him. He's actually laughing about it. Jiz gives the order. Take him out. The mercenary is enjoying this way too much. He pulls out a mace that looks like it belongs in a different genre. Li Dan is unimpressed. He just asks if this is the famous Bloodhound. The mercenary is flattered. Big mistake. Li Dan lets him know that knowing his name just makes it easier to write the obituary. The fight starts at 100 miles an hour. The impact of the mace shreds the hallway. The floorboards are basically kindling now. Li Dan is analyzing the situation mid-air. He knows he only has about 5 years' worth of chi in this body. He's dodging by inches. One hit from that mace, and it is game over. He knows his current body is slow, but stats don't matter when you have a century of combat data. He's not fighting with his muscles. He's fighting with a script he already wrote. And honestly, he is actually having a good time. It has been a long time since he felt the adrenaline of a fight where he could actually die. He leans into the speed. He remembers now. The problem with being the martial god was that everything was boring. When you're the strongest, there are no surprises. Life was just one long, peaceful, monotonous nightmare. Not anymore. Bloodhound sees the opening, or thinks he does. He swings with everything he has. Leiden doesn't dodge. He counters. First movement of the soul-chasing Asura. One flash. One clean line. The mercenary is dead before he can even wonder why he can't feel his arms. Jizhi is watching his 5,000 tael investment bleed out on the floor. He looks down and realizes he's bleeding too. He drops to his knees. The terror has finally caught up. Li Dan is looking at him with the eyes of a man who has ended empires. Jizhi is still trying to figure out where the trash went. Li Dan picks up the mercenary's mace. Jizhi sees the weapon and panics. He thinks Li Dan is going to frame the Bloodhound for the murder. Li Dan just laughs. It's a good plan, but he has a better one. Jizhi tries the final move of every coward, the bribe. He opens his safe. Gold, silver, scrolls. 30,000 taels. That is more than enough to clear the Bai family debt. He thinks this is a negotiation. He thinks he's buying his life. Leiden starts walking toward him. He quotes Jizhi's own philosophy back to him. The strong survive. The weak die. Li Dan leans in. You are the weak today. Jizhi's face is a portrait of pure regret. The mace comes down. The syndicate is under new management. Li Dan calls out to the person outside the door. Zheng Yu walks in. He's a man of war, but even he is stunned. Two of the most dangerous men in the region are now just floor decorations. Zheng Yu looks at Li Dan. He realizes he didn't just meet a talented kid, he met a monster. Li Dan addresses him directly. Congratulations, General Manager. You just got a promotion. The next morning, Li Dan is back in town, wearing a straw hat like he just finished a morning stroll. He finds Guangtou waiting. The servant has been sitting there all night, staring at the door. Li Dan walks in, and Guangtou looks like he's seeing a ghost. He's literally on the verge of tears. Li Dan gives him a rare, genuine smile. He's hungry. He wants to eat. Guangtou is so relieved he's vibrating. He orders the entire menu, the most expensive stuff they have. Meat, soup, side dishes, a celebration for a man who shouldn't be alive. Guangtou mentions the rumors. The whole city is talking about it. The Bloodhound killed his boss and ran off with the gold. Guangtou is trying to convince himself it was just a crazy coincidence. He looks at Li Dan. He wants the lie. Li Dan doesn't give it to him. I told you I was going to kill them. Guangtou nearly chokes on his drink. He asks if Li Dan stole the wealth too. Li Dan corrects him. It's not stealing. It's a late fee. They tried to kill his family. 30,000 taels is a discount. Guangtou holds up his hands. He doesn't want to know anymore. Knowing too much in this world is a death sentence. Li Dan smiles. At least the kid is learning. Li Dan reflects on why he stopped at 30,000. Greed is how people get caught. He has the money. He has a puppet in charge. Guangtou has one more question. The son. Yang Zhigang. Li Dan confirms it. He's gone too. Li Dan sees the look on Guangtou's face. Guangtou thinks about how young the kid was. Li Dan's tone goes cold. Age doesn't matter. If you try to kill my family, you die. It's basic math. He looks at Guangtou. He realizes that even after everything, the servant is still too kind for this world. He calls his name. Guangtou straightens up. Li Dan tells him he's going to teach him martial arts, not the showy stuff. Real combat. Guangtou is floored. He can't believe it. He thinks he's too old. 25 is a retirement age for learning the basics in the Murim world. Li Dan doesn't care. He's the teacher. Age is just a variable he can fix. He warns him, though. This decision changes everything. There is no going back to being just a servant. Guangtou doesn't hesitate. He's in. Li Dan asks why. Guangtou looks at him and says it's because Li Dan changed. He wants to be someone who can stand beside the new Li Dan, not just follow him. Then he asks the question that has been bothering him since chapter 1. Why is Leiden being so nice to him? Leiden was a monster for years. Guangtou explains. 10 years ago he was dying of a fever. He was unconscious, fading out. When he woke up, Leiden was there. 10-year-old Li Dan was putting a cold towel on his forehead, looking genuinely worried. That one moment of kindness bought Li Dan 10 years of loyalty. Li Dan Had thinks it's foolish, but he realizes that for some people, one small gesture is an unforgettable experience. He looks at Guangtou and smiles. The training starts now, the Southern C7 techniques. And one more thing, Guangtou isn't a servant anymore. He's a subordinate. Guangtou stands up. He drops to one knee and gives the formal salute of the Jianggu. He's doing it a bit awkwardly, but the intent is there. Li Dan accepts it. He tells himself he isn't taking a disciple. He's just sharpening a tool. But his face says otherwise. Back at the Bai estate, the sun is setting on a very different clan. Lord Bai is still processing the news. The syndicate leadership is dead. He thinks it's a miracle from heaven, but he's still worried about the money. He wants to pay the debt to the new leader. He's an honorable man, even to his enemies. Li Dan watches him. He calls him father for the first time. His mother starts to tear up. Lord Bai tells him to go rest. The immediate threat is over. The house is quiet. Li Dan stands in the courtyard alone. He reflects on his past life. He never had a father. He realizes that this life, with all its mess and debt, doesn't feel too bad. And somewhere in the distance, the new syndicate leader is waiting for his next order. The Bai family is safe, for now. But the martial arts world never stays quiet, and Li Dan just put a massive target on his back. Back at the estate, Li Dan drops a heavy purple bag on the table. Seo Yung, the swordsman squad leader, looks like he's seeing a UFO. 3,000 taels. Cash. He asks how Li Dan saved this much. Li Dan claims it's his marriage savings. In reality, he just took a small cut from the 32,000 he liberated from the syndicate. He's lowballing the amount so the squad leader doesn't start asking where the rest of the mountain of gold is. Seo Yung is confused. Li Dan tells him to use it to rebuild the squad. New gear, new recruits, the whole 9 yards. Seo Yung gets all main character about it, asking if Li Dan thinks they only stay for the money. Li Dan shuts that down instantly. Loyalty is cool, but loyalty doesn't pay the rent for the soldiers' families. The squad leader takes a moment to process some actual logic. He tells Li Dan to give it to the patriarch instead. Li Dan knows exactly what he's doing here. Seo Yung is the type of guy who would refuse the patriarch's money because he wants to repay the debt first. He's too loyal for his own good. So Li Dan is bypassing the bureaucracy and putting the cash directly into the hands of the guy who needs it. He tells him straight up, if the swordsman squad falls, the family falls. The squad leader tries to argue that the patriarch is the center of the family. Classic Murim boomer logic. Li Dan just smiles. He's seen this honorable warrior archetype 1,000 times in his past life. He hits him with the ultimate counter-argument. The squad is the power that keeps the patriarch at the center. Basically, let me help you help my dad. Seo Yung finally caves. He takes the bag, promises to only use it for the squad. Li Dan gives him the formal salute. The squad leader is clearly moved. As Li Dan leaves, Seo Yung calls out his name. Li Dan stops. A simple thanks. That's all it takes to lock in the loyalty of a high-level warrior. Unlike Guangtou, you don't need to explain everything to this guy. Results will speak for themselves. Time skip. A few days later, the energy in the Bai estate is completely different. The squad is actually training. They're yelling. They're energetic. The news that the trash heir paid their late salaries has spread. People aren't whispering about his gambling anymore. They're lining up for recruitment. But Li Dan has a bottleneck. Even with his god-tier heavenly martial circulation, his body is a slow processor. He needs to unclog his conception and governing vessels. And for that, he needs an elixir. He's sitting on 29,000 taels. Is it enough? In this economy? Next stop, Jinan. The mountains are pretty, but the business is ugly. The Jinan black market branch. He walks in, looking for the good stuff. Shelves full of jars, probably mostly snake oil. The manager looks like he hasn't seen a dentist in 50 years. Li Dan says he wants an elixir. Pill or herb, doesn't matter. The manager gets thoughtful. He quotes the black market motto, if it's not here, it doesn't exist. Li Dan knows if he can't find it here, he's stuck in level 1 hell for months. The old man grins. They haven't had one in months, but one just arrived 2 days ago. Leiden leans in. The Millennium Herb. Leiden's eyes go wide. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. 10 to 15 years worth of chi in one salad. The price? 44,000 taels. Leiden takes a mental L. He's 15,000 short. The manager starts the high-pressure sales pitch. It'll sell fast. Leiden gets up to leave, saying he'll be back. The old man asks why he even wants to be stronger. Leiden hits him with the deadpan. I want to show my filial piety to my parents. The manager stares at him. Then he absolutely loses it, laughing his head off like it's a comedy special. He says it's the most ridiculous thing he's heard in decades. Leiden just keeps the straight face. The old man points out that filial piety and black market elixirs don't usually go together. Leiden doesn't blink. He knows the guy is right. In his past life, he was the same way. He was obsessed with power. He ignored everyone, and by the time he became the strongest man in the world, the person he wanted to show that strength to was gone, standing in front of a tombstone in the rain. That's the price of being the martial god. He doesn't want to miss the opportunity twice. The manager stops laughing. He gives Leiden 10 days. Leiden is surprised. The old man says every elixir has a rightful owner. Prove me right. 10 days to find 15,000 taels. 3 days pass. Leiden is back at the estate, staring at the walls. He could squeeze the Yang Syndicate, but he's already bled them for 30,000. If he asks for more, Zheng Yu will start thinking he's just a leech. He needs Zheng Yu to be a loyal subordinate, not a disgruntled employee. Guangtou shows up. He notices Leiden is worried. Leiden thinks, wow, he's getting sharp. Then Guangtou asks if Leiden is depressed because he wants to see Lady Song again. Leiden just stares. The sharpness was a temporary glitch. Different location. The Murim Alliance Khufu branch. Leiden shows up looking completely different. He spent 1,000 taels on a high-end skin mask. He just found out the real truth about the 20,000 tael debt. Turns out, the original Leiden didn't just gamble it away. He got himself kidnapped by a criminal named Guo Dushu. Guangtou is sweeping the floor and explaining the lore. Leiden is physically pained by how dumb his previous self was. The great warrior Gong, the branch leader, supposedly saved Leiden's life. Leiden's BS detector is screaming. The Bai Patriarch gave 15,000 to the criminal to let Leiden go, and 5,000 to Gong as a thank you. Leiden realizes Gong and the criminal were definitely in on it together. It was a 20,000 tael scam. The final blow to the family bank account. Guo Dushu is still out there somewhere. Leiden has found his source of income. Back to the present. Disguised Leiden at the gate. The guard asks where he's from. Heavenly Blade Sect. The guard nearly trips over himself. He runs inside to tell the boss. The Heavenly Blade Sect is top tier, one of the big 5. Leiden knows these factions like the back of his hand because he spent 70 years keeping them in line. He chose this sect for a very specific reason. The leader, Ma Fengji, is a disaster. He has 10 wives and dozens of kids. He literally cannot tell his own children apart. Leiden walks in. He notes that the security is trash. He just wore expensive clothes and dropped a big name, and they let him in. If I were an assassin, this guy would be dead 5 times already. The sliding doors open. Meet Gong Zong. He looks like a professional suck-up. Leiden keeps the act up, stone-faced. Gong asks for his name. Ma Ying Chong. Claims the sect leader is his uncle. Gong is bowing so low he's basically checking the floor for dust. Leiden chose a real name but a kid who lives in seclusion. Perfection. Gong offers a seat. Tea is poured. Leiden says he has a mission. His family is pursuing someone who held a hostage in this city. He mentions the intervention. Gong's smile falters for a microsecond. He brings up the name, Guo Dushu. Gong asks why the Heavenly Blade Sect cares about a small-time crook. He committed a great sin. Leiden's voice is ice cold. He watches Gong's reaction. The guy is definitely sweating. Leiden says it's an internal matter. The ultimate Murim, none of your business. But he adds that the elders are watching. Gong is practically vibrating now. Leiden plays the ambitious nephew card. He wants to catch the guy first, to prove he's better than his siblings. He leans in. He mentions Gong's career. Doesn't he want a promotion to the HQ? Gong is hooked. Help me find him, and I'll put in a word at the HQ for you. Gong looks like he just saw a cheat code for his life. The support of the Heavenly Blade Sect? That's a golden ticket. He asks if Leiden is serious. Gong's eyes are full of pure greed. Leiden promises in the name of the sect. However, you have to find him fast. The window of opportunity is closing. Gong stares at him. Leiden just drinks his tea. He gets up to leave. Gong panics. He tells him to wait. Just a short while. He says he can help. Gong runs to a back room. Leiden watches him go. Gong pulls out a scroll. It's a wanted poster for Guo Dushu. Leiden asks where he is. Gong doesn't even hesitate to sell out his partner, Jinan. Gong says the guy is a gambling addict who would sell his own kid for a stake. He tells Lidan to check the gambling dens. Lidan promises him the vice leader position at HQ if this works. Gong's smile is disgusting. He's bowing and scraping. Lidan tells him to keep this a secret. Of course. Lidan asks about the bounty. Gong says it's 5,000 taels. Lidan pauses. 20,000 taels. Huh? That's great. Gong is confused. It's 5,000. Lidan turns around. The energy in the room shifts instantly. Lidan gaslights him with the power of 1,000 suns. I think I was mistaken. It's definitely 20,000. He tells Gong to bring the money to Jinan in 3 days. He walks out, leaving Gong standing there wondering how he just lost 15,000 taels in a conversation. Our guy is collecting his refund. And the criminal? He has no idea the martial god is currently looking for his gambling den. The timer for the elixir is ticking, 7 days left, and the Bai family is about to get very, very rich. Jinan. The mountains are quiet. Perfect place for a business meeting or a murder. Branch leader Gongzong arrives, huffing and puffing. He's dressed like he's trying to impress royalty, which makes it funnier when you see how much he's sweating. He's nervous. He should be. He spots our guy sitting on a rock, arms crossed, looking like the final boss. Duan doesn't even stand up. Gongzong stops dead when he sees the package. Guo Dushu's head is just resting there on a stone. Duan asks why he's so surprised. This was the deal, right? Gongzong forced a laugh. He's trying to stay professional while staring at his former business partner's face. Duan doesn't care about small talk. He wants the bag. The 20,000 tael refund is handed over. Gongzong tries to play the proud mentor role, congratulating the young master on his success. Duan takes the bag and notes that Gongzong is surprisingly meticulous about the count. Duan tells him to get ready for that HQ promotion. The old man's face lights up. He thinks he just bought his way into the big leagues. Then the vibe shifts. Duan mentions that before Guo Dushu died, he had some things to say. Specifically, that he and Gongzong were in a partnership to rob the Bai family. Gongzong's soul basically leaves his body for a second. He starts cursing the dead man for running his mouth. Duan just smiles. It's that scary, calm smile that means someone is about to stop breathing. He says he actually likes materialistic people because they're easy to predict. Gongzong thinks he's being forgiven. He's thanking Duan for his understanding. Duan leans in. He's curious. Guo Dushu is still staring up from the rock, silent for once. Gongzong decides that if he keeps lying, he'll lose the Heavenly Blade sect's trust, so he admits it. He says the kid, Bai Lidan, was complete scum, claims they were just teaching him manners by taking his family's fortune. Duan starts laughing. It's a genuine, loud laugh that echoes through the trees. He says his questions are answered. He reaches for the edge of his face. Gongzong is confused. The skin mask comes off. Imagine being Gongzong right now. You just called a guy scum to his face, and now you realize he's been the one holding the leash the whole time. Lidan looks him in the eye. I thought I had committed a mortal sin? Gongzong is stuttering. He can't understand how the trash learned to fight like this. Lidan points out that if they wanted to teach him manners, they could have just beaten him up. Taking the money was just greed. Gongzong snaps. The greed takes over, and he demands the money back. Lidan reminds him that this money belongs to the Bai family. It's a closed loop. Gongzong draws his blade. He's going for the kill. There's a flash of white light. Lidan doesn't even look like he's trying. One clean movement. Blood hits the snow. Lidan's eyes are cold. Gongzong hits the ground, clutching his throat. He's dying in the dirt, staring at the guy he thought was a joke. Lidan delivers the final verdict. The Murim Alliance didn't give him power to rob the people. He was supposed to protect them. He failed the only job that mattered. Gongzong is gone. Lidan walks away, leaving 2 heads behind and taking one very heavy bag of gold, back at the black market. The elder looks at the money like it's a miracle. He admits he didn't actually think Lidan could get the cash in time. Lidan just gives him a tired smile. Honestly, same. The elder goes to fetch the goods. 44,000 taels. That is enough money for a normal person to live like a king for 3 generations. To a regular person, spending this on a plant is insane. But to someone in the Murim, it's not a plant. It's 15 years of your life you don't have to spend grinding. The box is placed on the table. Lidan looks at it. This is the moment of truth. The Millennium Herb. It looks like a dried-up root, but it's glowing with internal energy. Condition is perfect. The elder tells him he's a very lucky man. Lidan thanks him for holding it. The elder watches him leave, realizing that Lidan has a specific kind of destiny energy. Lidan pulls his hat low and disappears into the crowd. The elder whispers to himself. An elixir does pick its owner. Lidan heads deep into the mountains. He finds a secluded cave. This isn't something you do at home. This is do not disturb territory. He sits down, focusing his mind. He opens the box one last time. If a normal person eats this, they just live a long time without getting a cold. If a master eats it, they get 10 years of chi. But Lidan has the heavenly martial circulation. He's going to squeeze every single drop of potential out of this thing. He takes a bite. The energy hits him like a freight train. Heat starts radiating from his core. His vessels are being forced open. It's painful, but it's the good kind of pain. The kind where you can feel yourself becoming a god again. Steam starts rising off his skin. The cave is dead silent. Birds fly away from the mountain, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. A burst of light erupts from the cave. Lidan opens his eyes. The trash is officially dead. The monster is back. The transformation is complete. Lidan swallows the last of the energy. His body is vibrating with power. He checks his internal flow. It's smooth. No more bottlenecks. The blue aura surrounding him is intense. He releases a small burst of chi, and the cave practically groans under the pressure. He's sitting in a crater of his own making. His hair is whipping around even though there's no wind. He takes a deep breath. He looks at his hands. They look the same, but the density of the energy inside them is on a different level. He clenches his fist. He's satisfied. For now. He stands up and walks out of the cave. 15 years of chi added to his base 5, 20 years total. He draws his blade to test the new output. He swings. The air literally screams. The discharge is 3 times stronger than before. He's moving so fast his image is blurring. This is the result of only 15 years? Actually, it's about the quality, not the quantity. Pure, refined chi is worth 10 times the regular stuff. He finishes his forms and sheathes the blade. Dust settles around him. He looks at the horizon. He's standing on a branch looking over the valley. He hasn't had this much fun in a long time. But it's a different kind of fun. In his past life, every step forward was covered in blood. He hopes this time, the path is different. He hopes he actually finds what he was looking for at the end of it. The wind whistles through the trees. Sky is clear. Back at the Bai estate. Lidan pushes the gate open. "Why are you so late?" Guangtou is there looking like he's about to have a heart attack. He says he's lost years off his life worrying. Lidan sees his puffy eyes. The kid actually didn't sleep. Lidan gives him a soft look. Tells him he doesn't need to worry. Guangtou isn't having it. "How can I not?" He asks if Lidan caught that back. Lidan just says he always settles his debts. Then he shifts gears. He asks if Guangtou has been practicing the mind art. Guangtou is caught off guard. "Right now?" Lidan deadpans. "Why not?" He tells him to get to work. Guangtou closes his eyes and focuses. Lidan stands behind him, watching his flow. He taps Guangtou on the back, adjusting his energy. Lidan is surprised. The kid actually worked pretty hard while Lidan was gone. "Enough. You did well." Guangtou's face lights up like a Christmas tree. He's genuinely touched. It's his first real compliment. Lidan tells him not to give meaning to every little thing, but he's smiling. Lidan remembers his old life. Flashback to Baek Pyo standing in the snow. He was a sentimental guy too. Most people close to the martial god were like that. Lidan the god looks at the screen. Guangtou snaps him out of it. He says something about Lidan has changed. Lidan wonders if the kid noticed the change in his chi path. Is he that sharp? Or is it just because they've been together so long? He asks what seems different. Guangtou thinks about it for a long time. He says Lidan has become calmer. Then the IQ drops back to normal. Guangtou asks if Lidan found a girl. Lidan's brain just stops. What? Guangtou is convinced. He's asking if they slept together. Lidan tells him to stop spouting nonsense and get his blade. Training is the only cure for stupidity. Guangtou runs to get his sword. He's excited to show off. Courtyard. Sunset. Lidan watches his subordinate's form. He's correcting the stance, moving Guangtou's arms. It's a quiet moment of teaching. He's showing him how to hold the blade properly. Guangtou is focused. He's actually trying. Lidan looks at him and realizes this is what he missed in his first life. Real connection. Later that night. The house is still. Lidan is meditating in his room, eyes closed. Peace. Guangtou bursts in again. "Young master! Something big has happened!" He's shouting. His face is pale. Lidan just sighs. Guangtou says the entire Jianggu is turned upside down. Lidan asks what it is. Guangtou is annoyed by Lidan's bland reaction. He tells him to be surprised at least. Lidan tells him he was surprised. Guangtou delivers the news. The Murim Alliance leader has passed away. Lidan looks out the window at the mountains. He's thinking to himself, you can't imagine, image of his own body lying on the floor in his past life. How surprised I was. I didn't know I would die like that either. Guangtou wonders what kind of person the leader was. Lidan gives a sad, small smile. He thinks the leader must have been disappointed. About dying as the alliance leader, I mean. Guangtou is confused. Why? He says it's the happiest position in the world. He'd find it unfair to die. Li Dan's eyes go distant. Happy? Was I really happy? Flashback to the god standing between his top warriors. Everyone was afraid of him. He was an unapproachable existence. He had loyal subordinates who would die for him. An army at his back. But there was an invisible wall between them. He never had a deep conversation with anyone. Not even his closest advisor. No one could tell him the truth. He was the loneliest man in the world. Li Dan looks at Guangtou. He asks the kid to go get a drink. An elder of Jianggu has passed away. We should have a drink to express our condolences. Li Dan smiles. Well, now I have you. He tells Guangtou to buy the first round to commemorate him becoming a man of Jianggu. Guangtou grumbles about having no choice. They walk out together, laughing. The god is dead. Li Dan is alive. But the power vacuum just opened, and the vultures are already circling. Half the world is mourning. The other half is sharpening their swords. Next time we see who tries to sit on that empty throne. The sky is clear, but the vibes are absolutely rancid. We're at the Murim Alliance HQ, the capital of the martial arts world. Gal Sariang, the former advisor to the martial god, is looking out the window. He's still in denial. He can't wrap his head around the fact that his boss, the man who was basically a living nuke, is just gone. But the world doesn't stop for grief. The election for the next leader is being shoved down his throat. Silence. He's surrounded by vultures. Meet Zuo Tilong, leader of the Bright Moon Group. He's pouring tea like he's already won the lobby. This guy used to swear his life to the martial god when he was alive. Now, he's nominating a new leader without even checking in with the advisor first. He's already bought out the core organizations, the law enforcement hall, the administrative hall, everyone. Even the council of elders is in his pocket. This wasn't a snap decision. He's been prepping this patch for a long time. Sariang looks at him and realizes something dark. There is no doubt in his mind now. The leader was assassinated. Tilong is playing it cool, telling him the alliance needs to resume normal operations. Sariang just tells him he'll think about it. He's looking at Tilong's eyes. The mask is slipping. Tilong basically threatens him. If he keeps stalling, they'll just vote without him. Sariang doesn't answer. He watches him leave, realizing he's the only one left in this building with a soul. 2 of the 3 major groups have already flipped. He's effectively powerless in the building he helped run for decades. He whispers the title. Alliance leader. His boss. You shouldn't have passed away like that. Back in the city, the real alliance leader is currently incognito. Li Dan is pouring tea in a crowded tavern. He's listening to the gossip of the common martial artists. One guy says Tian Hejin deserves respect as a martial artist, even if he was a mid-tier leader. Li Dan is actually touched for a second. Then a boomer starts talking about Hejin's fight with the battle demon. Claims the stories are all nonsense. Li Dan's ears perk up. The old man says he knows the truth because he was there. Li Dan just smirks behind his cup. Complete cap. Nobody survived that fight except him. The old man describes the battle demon as a 2.7-meter tall titan with fists like boulders. Li Dan's eyes go flat. In reality, the battle demon was a 1.5-meter tall guy with a small build. He was delicate, but he was a monster. One of the few people who actually forced Hejin to go all out. He was insanely strong. The old man keeps bluffing, describing Hejin's divine skills. Claims he ascended into the sky to avoid the demon's fist. Li Dan remembers the actual moment. The majestic Azure Dragon move was actually him just raining down desperate sword chi to stay alive. The crowd is eating it up, calling him the sword god. Li Dan just drinks his tea. Majestic? He remembers rolling around in the mud, bleeding out, barely driving his sword into the demon's heart. The sword god title felt pretty useless when he was vomiting blood in the rain. Then the conversation turns toxic. One guy brings up the rumor that Hejin made an illegal fortune. Li Dan's face is a picture of pure confusion. They're saying since he was that strong, he must have been corrupt. Given his position, it would be easy, right? The strongest leader in history must have been the greediest. They're debating how much he pocketed. 10 million? 100 million? Li Dan can tolerate the gossip about his fights. But this? Illegal wealth? The irony is killing him. He spent his whole life making sure the people were fed, and now they think he was a billionaire in disguise. He pays his tab and walks out. He takes a deep breath. His eyes are full of a very specific kind of exhaustion. I thought I had sacrificed everything in my life for Jianggu. He pulls his hat down. He walks through the street, a ghost in his own kingdom. He realizes he didn't know these people at all, and they definitely didn't know him. Back at the B estate, Guangtou is training. He's actually putting in the work. His form is decent. He's sweatier than a guy trying to defuse a bomb with 5 seconds left. Li Dan watches from the shadows. He wonders if Guangtou has any idea how lucky he is. Lidan gives him a small smile. In this world, people would kill for the kind of teaching Lidan is giving him for free. The martial god himself is his personal coach. He's learning the Southern C7 movements like it's a tutorial level. Lidan walks out. You've mastered quite a bit, huh? Guangtou jumps. He was way too immersed. Lidan drops some wisdom. Even with the same art, the person using it makes the difference. The most important thing in martial arts is always people. Guangtou nods. He's listening like it's the word of God. Which, technically, it is. Lidan pulls out a new sword. Guangtou looks like he just won the lottery. He tells him to unsheath it. The steel rings. It's a good blade. Not a legendary artifact, but miles better than the training junk he's been using. Lidan watches him. Guangtou says it feels different because Lidan bought it for him. Lidan teases him. He's just saying that because he's never held a real sword before. Guangtou gets serious. He asks if Lidan is all right. He's looking at him with genuine concern. Lidan is confused. Guangtou starts backing away slowly. He says people only do things they normally wouldn't right before they die. Lidan laughs. If he dies, he'll leave a will so they can be buried together. Guangtou screams and runs off. Lidan's smile fades into something softer. In his past life, only a few people could even look him in the eye. He was a silhouette on top of a mountain of swords. He asks himself again. Was that happiness? He thought power was his pride. He thought being the strongest was the only way to prove himself. But looking at the army he used to lead, they weren't his friends. They were his subjects. He chose that way of life for no reason. He watches Guangtou's retreating back. How nice would it have been to just be this informal with his men back then? The regret is real, but it's mixed with a new hope. Guangtou shouts back that he'll become an expert with this blade. Lidan closes his eyes. I'm leaving. Work hard. Next morning. Patriarch Song is at the estate. Lidan meets him in the hallway. He's just finished meeting Lidan's father. The vibe is awkward. Breaking an engagement with the Song family is like unsubscribing from life. But Patriarch Song is surprisingly chill. He says it's okay to get lost when you're young. Claims it helps you overcome the wandering that comes later. Lidan is grateful. He envies the friendship between his dad and this man. It's a connection he never had. Song tells him not to worry about what Hualin said. Girls are whimsical. Lidan shuts that down instantly. He tells him Hualin was right to break it off. He's not begging for a second chance. He says marriage should be left to the people actually involved. The patriarch is stunned. The trash heir just gave him a lecture on autonomy. He tells Lidan he won't give up on him yet. Guangtou bows as the patriarch leaves. He's sweating. Lidan sighs. Guangtou asks why he had to be so stubborn. Lidan asks him if he really wants him to get along with Lady Song. Guangtou thinks it's a given. She's pretty, smart, rich, and talented. What else do you want? You must have saved Jianggu in your past life to get a fiancé like that. Lidan takes a mental pause. He did save Jianggu. But there's no love there. Guangtou is confused by the look on his face. We don't love each other, right? Silence. Was I wrong? No. Guangtou admits that Lidan has really grown up. He actually sounded like an adult for a second. Lidan gives him a look like he's about to fire him. Anyway, why was he looking for him? Patriarch Bai is calling. Lidan enters the room. His parents are there. They look worried. Patriarch Song said it's impossible to break off the engagement. They're laughing about how persistent he is. But then the mood shifts. The Shandong Chamber of Commerce wants to form the Shandong Union. Lidan's eyes narrow. It's not just Shandong. Other regions are uniting too. They're moving before a new alliance leader can be appointed. Lidan's inner monologue kicks in. In his past life, he strictly prohibited Murim factions from clustering together. He knew power attracts chaos, but the second he died, the rules went out the window. His father plans to support whatever Patriarch Song decides. Lidan knows he needs to investigate. Merchants only move for profit, especially when they're partnering with fighters. He thanks his father for letting him know. His parents look at him with pride. Lidan leaves. He's thinking about his relationship with them. It's getting deeper. At first, he forced himself to accept them as parents. Now, his feelings are taking the lead. He feels like they really are his family. Even his mother from his past life would understand. He walks through the courtyard. He stops. Song Hualin is standing there. She's surprised he didn't notice her. She says she wouldn't have come if she didn't need a favor. Lidan is skeptical. She asks him to persuade his father to reject her father's offer. She wants to stop the Shandong Union. Lidan asks if her father will even listen. She doesn't know. But Patriarch Bai's word carries weight with him. Lidan asks the big question. Why is she trying to stop her own family from getting more power? She says leading a union doesn't suit her father. Lidan asks if she's underestimating him. She says it's better than overestimating him. Lidan is impressed. Move carefully amidst the changes. If you overestimate yourself, you'll be swept away. She's worried. She explains the world Hejin left behind. The martial god ran the alliance with pure prowess. He protected the peace. But in the dark, desire was being suppressed. Murim people aren't rabbits. They are wolves and tigers. They've been hiding their true nature for decades because they knew Hejin would delete them if they showed it. They've been waiting. The chains are breaking. Lidan's eyes go wide. They only wanted me dead? The world Lidan built wasn't a utopia. It was a prison. And now that the warden is gone, the inmates are taking over. Hualin isn't just a fiancée. She's the only person who sees the storm coming. Next time, we see if Lidan can stop the wolves before they tear the empire apart. Another day in the Central Plains, and our guy is waking up with a heavy head. He is replaying the conversation with Hualin over and over. But it is not just the politics keeping him up. He had a dream. The first one in a long time. He was back at the Murim Alliance table, the head of the snake. He looks at the faces of the people he used to lead. The elders, the masters, the people he thought were his brothers in arms. He realizes something that chills him more than any frost technique. In the dream, their eyes weren't full of respect. They were waiting for him to drop dead. Back to reality. A quiet lake, a peaceful pavilion, and a very stressed Lidan. Hualin is looking at him, and she looks like she just lost her best friend. She apologizes for asking him for a favor that seems impossible. Lidan stops her right there. He does not think it is impossible. He just thinks her plan to beg her father to stop is a bad strat. If the patriarch stops just because his daughter asked, he will always have that what if in the back of his head. Worse, it could ruin the friendship between their two families. And nobody wants a messy breakup between two allied clans. Hualin agrees. She wants a clean break, not a family feud. So Lidan gives her the win condition. We need a concrete reason for him to refuse. Then he asks her a very simple question. Have you actually tried looking for it? Not just feelings or vibes. A hard, cold reason to say no. She goes quiet. The answer is a very obvious no. Lidan cracks a small smile. Typical genius behavior. Overcomplicating the simple stuff. He drops some alpha. He heard from his manager that the Shandong Chamber of Commerce tried to pull a major business move a few months ago, then suddenly ghosted the entire industry. Hualin is confused. She has never heard of this. Lidan thinks this failed business is the key to the whole trap. We find out why that deal died, and we find the dirt on the union. But we are on a clock. The patriarch is making his choice soon. Lidan suggests the fast-track option, an information merchant. Hualin's face says it all. She knows they are expensive. Lidan leaves it up to her. Spend the cash, save the clan. Cut to later that night. Two figures in straw hats walking through the market like they're in a low-budget ninja movie. Lidan is impressed. This girl pulled 2,000 taels out of her pocket in 4 hours. She is shaking like a leaf though. Lidan remembers the information merchants from his past life. Gal Saryang used to handle this stuff for him. He realizes that for a sheltered genius like Hualin, this is basically the dark web. They arrive at the Heavenly Net Union branch. Hualin admits she is terrified. Lidan just sighs. Don't show it. You'll just make the price go up. She locks in instantly. Okay, game face on. Lidan's just enjoying the show at this point. They head inside. Through the curtains, into the room where secrets are sold. The merchant looks like every middle manager you've ever hated. Lidan keeps it professional. We're here to buy. The merchant scans them. He can smell the rich kid energy on Hualin from a mile away. He narrows his eyes, but Lidan isn't blinking. What information do you want? Hualin asks about the Shandong Chamber of Commerce. The merchant drops the price. 1,500 taels. Lidan knows the market. That price is way too high for a merchant guild, unless that guild is currently on fire. Hualin doesn't haggle. She just drops the bag. The merchant's eyes turn into dollar signs. Here is the tea. A few months ago, the Shandong Chamber teamed up with the Yang Syndicate. Lidan's ears perk up. That was before he sent the syndicate to the Shadow Realm, back when Yang Jiji was still the boss. Moving a merchant group into a new region is basically an act of war. They used the syndicate as their muscle to bully the locals. And it worked, until it didn't. They started a regional war with the Shai family in Hebei. But then, the Yang syndicate leader died. And the new guy, Zheng Yu, basically told the merchants to screw off. Lidan realizes he accidentally bankrupted a major trade guild by killing one guy. The Shai family is now coming for revenge, and the Shandong Chamber is desperate. The merchant is done. That is all the info he has. They leave the office. Lidan thinks about the price. 1,500 taels is a steal for this. The Shandong Union isn't a power move, it's an exit strategy. They are trying to use the Song family as a shield to hide from the Shai family's hit squads. Hualin gets it. She realizes her father was about to lead a group of people who were just using him as bait. She looks down. The world is a much scarier place than she thought. She realizes that without Ledan, her family was cooked. She needs to tell her father immediately. She stops. Thanks. Ledan doesn't take the credit. You bought it. Your money, your win. She looks at him like she's seeing him for the first time. The trash is officially gone. They walk their separate ways into the night. Next morning at the Song estate, Guangtou is doing his morning rounds and drops the news. Patriarch Song and Hualin are here. Ledan knows what's coming. The patriarch is all smiles. He heard the truth about the union. Ledan pulls the "I just tagged along" card. Hualin looks at him like, really? The patriarch isn't buying it. He grabs Ledan's hands. Ledan is taken aback. A grandmaster's hands are rough, but they are surprisingly warm. Guangtou is in the corner, being a total wingman. He's disappointed they didn't go for drinks after the mission. Ledan just gives him that look. Anyway, let's spar. Guangtou is terrified. He tries to deflect. Go spend time with Lady Song instead. Leiden isn't joking. Get your blade. We're using real steel today. Guangtou's soul leaves his body. Wait, shouldn't we use wood? Leiden drops the coldest line of the chapter. Wood is fine, if you never plan on leaving these walls. Silence. The reality of the world is setting in for the kid. He goes to get the blade. He's nervous. They stand in the center of the courtyard. Guangtou's hand is shaking so hard the sword is basically a vibrator. Ledan watches him. Guangtou admits he's scared. Good, Ledan says. Pointing a blade at a person should be scary, but fear isn't a reason to quit. It's a reason to focus. Ledan moves. Guangtou is worried about hurting his master. Ledan just smirks. Come at me like I'm your real enemy. Guangtou takes a breath, and he launches. The impact splits the air. He's actually fast. Steel meets steel, and the shock travels through both of them. Guangtou is gritting his teeth. Eyes open! Leiden shouts. Guangtou resets. Another swing. Leiden parries effortlessly, but he's pushing the kid. He wants him to feel the pressure. The blades clash again. The sound is deafening. Leiden's eyes are cold. He's not being a master right now. He's being a wall. If you close your eyes, you die! Guangtou screams a yes and goes back in. Clang. The blades lock. Guangtou is giving it everything. He's never worked this hard in his life. Suddenly, Ledan's energy shifts. The pressure becomes unbearable. The point of the sword stops an inch from Guangtou's nose. The kid is frozen. Remember this feeling, Ledan says. This is a real fight. Guangtou can barely breathe. He collapses, huffing, puffing, heart beating out of his chest. Ledan sits down next to him. He tells him it's okay to stop if he's too scared. He's giving him an out. Guangtou looks at his hands. He looks at the sword Ledan gave him. I want to learn until the end. He was scared, yeah, but he was happy. He felt alive. Ledan smiles. That is the correct answer. Then don't give up on me. Suddenly, the first drops of rain start falling. Spring rain. Ledan looks at the sky. The seasons are turning. He didn't care about the snow, but this rain, it makes him feel like anything is possible. Cut to a few days later. Everything is peaceful until Guangtou bursts through the door like the house is on fire. The Murim Alliance made their announcement. Ledan's heart sinks. The Heavenly Blade sect master is the new leader. Ledan's face goes from chill to demon in 2 seconds. Ma Fengji, the same guy who tried to scam his family earlier. The man is a snake, greedy, cruel, and incompetent. Ledan remembers his own time as the leader. He cannot believe this trash is his successor. He narrows his eyes. Are you sure you heard that right? Guangtou says it's the only thing people are talking about. Ledan thinks of Gal Saryang. There is no way his old advisor would let this happen, unless something is very, very wrong. And Ledan is about to find out what. The world just lost its mind. A known criminal just became the president of martial arts, and Ledan's only friend from his past life is either dead, compromised, or a traitor. This isn't a peaceful retirement anymore. This is war. Wuhan. The city is bustling, but Ledan is currently sitting in a corner, nursing a cup of tea and listening to the worst podcast ever. The local NPCs are discussing the new alliance leader, Ma Fengji. Apparently, Ma just killed the Dark Shadow Palace leader. Ledan's eyes narrow. The gossip mill is saying Ledan, the former leader, actually took the credit for Ma's work back in the day. Our guy has heard a lot of lies since he woke up, but this is some next-level propaganda. He remembers that day vividly. He went through absolute hell to take down the Shadow Palace. Ma Fengji only showed up after the boss was already dead to clean up the low-level grunts. The man was a professional coat-tail rider. Lidan remembers Ma standing there, looking terrified during the war against the unorthodox path. He avoided every real fight just to keep his own sect's numbers high. Lidan had Ma's sect living in total silence because they were so ashamed of their cowardice. And now? Now Ma is a hero, and Lidan is the fraud. The audacity. Lidan realizes someone is deliberately rewriting history, someone with a lot of influence. He flashes back to a conversation with Gal Seryong. Gal told him that being the strongest fighter doesn't mean you rule the world. The strongest is just the guy best at hitting things. What actually dominates Jianggu is authority. Lidan didn't want to hear it then. But looking at the state of the world now, Gal was 100% right. And the worst part? Lidan isn't even the strongest fighter anymore. He's a level 20 smurf in a level 99 zone. He leaves the tea house and starts walking, his feet taking him somewhere familiar without him even realizing it. He ends up at an old tavern outside the city, the Wind Tavern. This was his secret spot. The place he'd go when being the martial god got too heavy. He never liked drinking, but he loved the vibe. He'd sit here with his escort Baek Pyo. Lidan would offer him a drink, and Baek Pyo would refuse every single time. Pure professional energy. The most loyal man Lidan ever knew. He decides to step inside, just for the nostalgia. "Welcome!" Lidan stops dead. It's him, Baek Pyo. The owner changed? Baek Pyo smiles. He just took over the place today. Lidan is his very first customer. The universe is really playing with our guy's emotions today. Lidan tells him to sit anywhere. He goes straight to his favorite table by the window. Baek Pyo notes that it's a good choice. It was his former master's favorite spot too. Lidan cracks a smile. He drinks his tea, and for a second, things feel normal. He looks at Baek Pyo. He wants to tell him, "Hey, it's me. Your boss. I'm just 50 years younger and in a different body." He knows Baek Pyo would believe him. He knows Baek Pyo would follow him into the fire again. But Tian Hejin is dead. And dead men shouldn't mess with the living. He stays quiet. "I am Lidan now. It's a cozy place," he tells himself. Then the door opens. Lidan's heart nearly does a backflip. Gal Seryong walks in. He's here to congratulate Baek Pyo on the new business. Lidan keeps his head down, hiding behind his hat. The two old friends head outside for some air. Lidan watches them through the window. The two most powerful men in his old life, standing in a dusty yard. Gal Seryong asks if that person used to come here. He remembers Lidan talking about how great the atmosphere was. Lidan invited him to come along so many times. Gal Seryong looks regretful. "Why was I always so busy?" It's a heavy moment. Inside, Lidan is gripping his cup so hard it's a miracle it hasn't turned to dust. He regrets it too. He should have lived more casually with them. Gal Seryong asks Baek Pyo if he has any intention of staying with the Alliance. Baek Pyo says no. The new leader isn't worth his life. Gal Seryong just nods. "I should be the one to say that." He tells Baek Pyo he's done all he could. Then the bomb drops. The Bright Moon Group and the Iron Horse Group betrayed them. Lidan freezes. Those were his inner circle. If anyone else said it, he'd think it was a joke. But this is coming from the source. Lidan looks at the memories of those leaders. Gal Seryong tries to be diplomatic, says they stayed loyal as long as Lidan was alive. Lidan isn't buying it. Betraying his subordinates the second he died is still betrayal, especially appointing a bastard like Ma Fengji. Baek Pyo asks what Gal Seryong is going to do. "I'll hold on a little longer." He knows people want him to disappear. He expects a demotion. But he's staying until the end. Baek Pyo asks the obvious, "Why don't you just leave?" The answer is simple. Because it is his home. Lidan realizes Gal Seryong is protecting the Alliance not because of Ma, but because it's the only thing left of Lidan's work. Lidan heads home at sunset, walking through his front gate with a heavy soul. He realized that running back into the past right now changes nothing. Guangtou greets him. He takes one look at Lidan's face and notes that he looks like crap. Lidan admits it was a bad trip. Guangtou smiles. "You finally look like a normal human now." He says Lidan always acted like he was invincible, and it actually looked kind of inhuman. Lidan pauses. He realizes this is the kid's way of comforting him. He tells Guangtou to keep training hard so Lidan doesn't have to worry about the future. Lidan makes a choice. He is done caring about the Murim Alliance. The betrayal, the new leader, his own death, it's all in the rearview. Step 1 of the new plan. Develop the Bai family. If the world is going to hell, he needs a power base to protect himself and his new parents. The storm is coming, and he's going to be the one holding the umbrella. Next morning, Lidan calls a family meeting. "I want my own swordsman squad." Lord Bai asks if he even knows what that entails. Leading a squad is more than just swinging a sword. He warns Li Dan that the family can only provide food and housing. Li Dan says that's plenty. The plan is to start with 20 people and scale up. Lord Bai sighs. He gives the okay. But he tells Li Dan to talk to the manager, Seo Young, for advice first. Li Dan is genuinely thankful. Lady Bai asks if he can handle it. She looks at him with pride. Li Dan realizes he finally has the trust of his parents. The trash son is officially dead. Long live the young master. He walks out into the hall, already planning the recruitment drive. Guang To catches up to him. I'm in the squad, right? Nope. Guang To's heart shatters. Li Dan says he has better plans for him. But really, it's because the kid still has a long way to go. Guang To begs for a spot later if he gets stronger. Depends on your performance. Guang To asks why Li Dan is doing all this. I'm going to make the Bai family the best in the Central Plains. He wants to make it so powerful that no one ever dares to attack them. The squad is just the tutorial level. Guang To is stunned. Li Dan isn't just talking to the kid. He's declaring war on the status quo of the entire continent. He notices Guang To staring at him. You think I'm joking? No. You'll definitely do it. Guang To is all in. I'll help you with everything I've got. Li Dan appreciates the loyalty. It's a good start. The recruitment day arrives. And holy crap, about 100 people showed up. The positive rumors about the Bai family are spreading fast. They start the physical trials. One by one, they show their moves. They narrow it down to 40 candidates for the interview. Li Dan asks the classic question, why do you want to join? Most of them give the generic I want to be famous speech. He hears everything, from people wanting money to people wanting to please their dads. But Li Dan isn't listening to their words. He's looking for sincerity. He addresses the final group. You've heard the rumors about me. Forget them all. From now on, judge me by what you see. It's a main character speech if I've ever heard one. The recruits are locked in. Li Dan used to lead the biggest army in history, but he never met low-level warriors face-to-face like this. His heart is actually pounding. He's nervous about leading these noobs. He sees the hope in their eyes. He realizes he's basically building a legacy from scratch. It's a meeting he'll never forget. Time to pick a captain. He calls out a name. Guan Hui. A guy steps forward. Li Dan's been watching him. He's 23, former military instructor, solid basics. But it was his interview answer that won Li Dan over. I want to succeed as a martial artist. Li Dan asked him if joining a trash family like the Bai clan could lead to success. Guan Hui didn't blink. He said he noticed Li Dan had changed, and he wanted to learn the secret of that change. He's got ambition and a brain. You're the group leader. Guan Hui bows. He's ready to work. Li Dan looks at his new squad. The foundation is set. Li Dan's got his squad, but he just found out his two most elite units from his past life, the Bright Moon and Iron Horse groups, are the ones who betrayed him. Why would the people he trusted most turn into snakes the second he died? And now that Li Dan is building a new army, how long until the Alliance realizes the martial god isn't as dead as they thought? The storm isn't just coming, it's already here. The sun is hitting the mountains, and the recruits are hitting the floor. This is day one of the new regime, and these guys look like they've just finished a 48-hour stream with no snacks. They are completely gassed, but Li Dan is standing there looking like he hasn't even broken a sweat. Guan Hui is staring at his master's hands. He's wondering if Li Dan is even human. Our guy is just taking a breather, and Guan Hui finally cracks and asks where this infinite stamina is coming from. Li Dan drops the most boring secret in martial arts, 6 hours of running and rolling every morning. Guan Hui's face is basically a meme right now. 6 hours of cardio? On top of the actual sword training? Li Dan locks in. He's not being a jerk, he's giving him the veteran truth. If you want to be a top-tier player, you have to put in the hours. There has to be a time where you become obsessed with the grind. He finishes his form and lets out a long breath. He reminds Guan Hui about his goal to succeed. Put equivalent time and effort into it. Guan Hui is having a literal main character realization. Li Dan walks off, leaving him with the wisdom. The more you put in, the less likely you are to fail. Basic math. Guan Hui bows so low his head almost hits the tiles. He's fully radicalized now. Li Dan walks away, and for a second, he actually looks proud of his work. Then we see Guang To in the background looking like a jilted ex-girlfriend. He's whining because Li Dan never gave him the obsession speech. Li Dan just asks if he's jealous. Guang To pulls the I'm a man card, which we all know means he's definitely jealous. Li Dan gives him a little pat on the ego. Guang To brightens up instantly. Don't worry, he's not as funny as you. Our guy is a savage. He's basically telling his longest servant that his only unique skill is being a clown, but it's tactical. He knows the rivalry between Guanhui and Guangtou will keep them both sharp. Later that day, the vibe shifts to the administrative nightmare. Li Dan is meeting with General Manager Zhang. Zhang asks the question every parent asks their kid with a new hobby. Are you wasting my money? Li Dan's response is top-tier honesty. Probably. I have never managed money properly in my life. He realizes that feeding 20 grown men is way harder than just killing them. He actually apologizes to Zhang. He finally understands the work the old man put in behind the scenes while the Bai family was crashing. Zhang is stunned. He coughs to hide the fact that he's actually moved by the respect. He brings up a previous request. Li Dan needed a real manager. Zhang has a name. A promising young guy. Li Dan is all ears. Next day, we're out in the sticks. Li Dan and Guangtou are trekking into the mountains of Zhocheng. Guangtou is still complaining. He's worried that while he's walking, Guanhui is training and getting the level advantage. He thinks he's going to get kicked out. Li Dan just laughs at him. He thinks to himself that Guanhui won't catch up that easily, mainly because the techniques Li Dan is teaching Guangtou are legendary tier. Ordinary warriors are playing a different game entirely. Guangtou just wants a little reassurance, but Li Dan likes to keep him guessing. They arrive at a house that looks like it belongs in a worst of Zillow thread. Guangtou is skeptical. This guy is going to manage our money from this shack? Li Dan doesn't care about the house. He cares about the man. Is anyone home? The door creaks open, and out walks a man who looks like he hasn't seen a razor or a shower since the last dynasty. Guangtou whispers that the person is just as shabby as the house. Li Dan asks if he's Master Kong. The man is humble. I'm just a guy. Li Dan mentions Manager Zhang. The man's eyes sharpen for a microsecond. He lets them in. The inside is packed with books. This guy isn't a hobo. He's a scholar. Kong asks what Li Dan's relationship is with Zhang. He's my master, Kong says. Li Dan says Zhang is doing fine. Kong gets to the point. Why are you here? Li Dan drops the job offer. I need a general manager. Kong is silent. He asks if Zhang told Li Dan why he's living in a shack in the woods. Li Dan plays it cool. Everyone has circumstances. Kong looks him in the eye. I killed someone, the one who hired me. Guangtou is ready to leave. Kong tells them to have a safe trip back. He's disqualified himself. Li Dan doesn't move. He just looks at the guy. He doesn't care about Kong's past. I am not so weak that I would die from being hit by an abacus. Li Dan basically just told a murderer to his face, you can try, but you'll fail. Absolute boss move. Cut back to the Bai estate. Zhang is waiting. Kong walks in, looking significantly cleaner, but still rocking that intense energy. He looks at his old master. Li Dan is just standing there like he didn't just hire a known killer. Kong bows. Master, it's been a long time. Zhang is all smiles. The prodigal disciple is home, but Zhang pulls the concerned grandpa act. He tells Kong that Li Dan is lacking, so Kong needs to be careful. Then Kong asks Li Dan to buy him a drink. Li Dan smiles. Let me check my schedule first. Zhang humphs. He knows Li Dan is playing hard to get. Li Dan realizes this is just Kong's way of saying thank you for the second chance. The team is coming together. Time for a status report. Li Dan drops a heavy bag of 3,000 taels on the table. This has to feed 20 men and cover Kong's salary. Li Dan asks if it's enough. Kong's reply is perfect. Didn't you call me because the situation was difficult? Our guy is impressed. The management problem is solved. I'll leave it in your hands. He looks at his setup. 20 guys and 1 manager. It's nothing compared to the armies he used to lead. But it's the first step. Time skip. 2 months of the grind. The recruits are no longer looking like a bunch of uncoordinated noobs. Guanhui has turned into a beast of a leader. The squad respects him because he works harder than anyone else. The movements are synchronized. The atmosphere is prime. But training only takes you so far. You need XP. Kong brings in the first job. An escorting mission. The Taizo Trading Company got screwed by another agency, and they're desperate. They need a delivery in 10 days. Li Dan checks the scroll. The price is high. 2,000 taels. For a 10-day trip, that is insane money. Li Dan knows the market. If they're paying that much, the cargo is either illegal or highly targeted. Kong warns him it could be dangerous. Li Dan doesn't even blink. Let's do it. It's time for practical training. They head to the Taizhou headquarters. The carts are getting loaded. Everyone is working. Kong is supervising like a hawk. The merchant is nervous. He keeps telling Li Dan to be careful. Li Dan gives him the customer service smile. The merchant looks at Li Dan's small squad and clearly regrets his life choices. I'll leave it in your hands, he says, sounding like he's already mourning his goods. Li Dan doesn't mind the doubt. He knows they look like a bunch of amateurs. But that just makes the payoff better. The wheels are turning. They're moving through a narrow canyon. 3 days in. Guangtou is yawning. He's bored. Li Dan tells him that boring is good. In this business, boring means you aren't dying. Guang To complains about sleeping on the dirt. Li Dan stops. Because you said that. Suspicious guys have shown up. Guang To freezes. His eyes go wide. Blocking the path is a massive group of masked men. They aren't hiding. This is a full-blown raid. The leader tells them to hand over the items and leave if they want to keep their lives. Li Dan scans the force. This isn't a random group of thieves. They're organized. The recruits are sweating. This is their first time seeing a real sword pointed at them. Li Dan's voice cuts through the panic. Form the formation! The squad snaps into place. 2 months of muscle memory kicks in. The raider leader is unimpressed. You're asking for death! Attack! The raiders charge. Li Dan moves. White flashes fill the canyon. 4 guys drop before they even realize the fight started. Li Dan starts Barkine orders. Guan to the left. Guang To to the right. One of the raiders tries to ambush Li Dan. Clang. Li Dan parries and resets. He decides not to use his high-tier Asura arts. He's going to use the B family's White Moon style. He wants the recruits to see that their family style is actually viable. He slices through a raider's guard. Blood sprays the stone. Li Dan is a blur of blue and steel. He isn't just fighting, he's teaching. The raiders are starting to realize they didn't walk into an easy payday. They're staring at the bodies on the ground. The raider leader's eye is twitching. How can this be? Li Dan looks at him with those cold veteran eyes. One final strike. The leader drops. Leiden stands over the bodies, his robe barely even dusty. The sword squad just got their first win, and Leiden did it using their trash family style. But look at that leader's equipment. Those aren't bandit rags. These guys were professionals. Who sent an elite strike force to intercept a shabby trading company? And what exactly is inside those crates that's worth a massacre? The ambush is in full swing, and Guan Hui is currently finding out that practical training usually involves getting stabbed. Leiden drops in like he's joining a lobby late and immediately starts clearing the map. He's moving through these guys like they're standing still. 1 swing, 1 kill. He isn't even looking at them anymore. Guan Hui is staring at him like he's seen a ghost. Our guy just drifts into the next pack, performing a 360-degree sweep that leaves nothing but red mist. Done. Casual. Guan Hui is having a crisis. He knew the boss was good, but he didn't know he was endgame boss good. The rest of the squad is just as stunned. Li Dan cleans his blade with a flick and turns his attention back to the group. He spots Guang To, who is currently locked in a desperate struggle with a raider. Li Dan doesn't jump in. He just watches. He knows the kid can win this if he just stops panicking. The raider goes for the overhead. Guang To sees the opening and slides his blade right through the guy's chest. First blood. He's huffing and puffing, looking at the carnage he just caused. 4 men are down around him. Li Dan is actually impressed. Guang To is shaking so hard his sword is vibrating, but he survived. Guan Hui starts barking orders to treat the wounded. The mission is officially over. Guan Hui is checking on a teammate, carrying the injured like a true captain. Guang To is still in a daze. Li Dan walks up to him. He sees the look in the kid's eyes. The "I just ended a life" look. Li Dan tells him to look around. Behind him, his comrades are alive. If he hadn't killed those 4, those guys in blue would be the ones on the floor. Li Dan knows this feeling better than anyone. Being a person of the Jianghu isn't about being cool. It's about being willing to get your hands dirty for your brothers. Anyone can carry a sword. Only a real warrior can carry the weight of what they do with it. He flashes back to his old friends, the same weight he used to share. He asks Guang To if he really wants this life. The kid is terrified, but he looks Li Dan in the eye. "Yes, I do!" That's the answer Li Dan wanted. "You fought well today." 2 words. Guang To looks like he's about to cry. The validation hits harder than any sword strike. The squad is looking at their leader with new eyes. Li Dan doesn't let the moment get too sappy. He tells everyone to look at each other. They saved each other. They finished the fight with 0 casualties. "I am proud of you all." Guan Hui looks like he's ready to run through a brick wall for this man. The recruits are beaming. The squad leader is officially the GOAT. They head home. First mission, S-rank success. Li Dan is back at the estate looking satisfied. A few days later, he drops a massive bag of 8,000 taels in front of Master Kong. Kong's jaw hits the floor. The job was only worth 2,000. Li Dan explains that the raiders had a government bounty on their heads. He tells Kong to use it as seed money for the squad. Kong stops. He asks why Leiden trusts him with this much cash. Is it because of his old master? Leiden smiles. That was the reason the first time. But now? It's because it's my fate. He tells Kong he doesn't believe his fate includes a manager who would run away. It's basically the ultimate trust me bro. Kong is dead silent. He bows. He understands. Then Kong drops a little challenge. Next time, I will make you say you trust me. He's not just an employee anymore. He's invested. Li Dan's eyes widen slightly. He likes this energy. I will look forward to it. The management team is finally locked in. Step 1. Build the army. Step 2. Don't go broke. So far, so good. Meanwhile, back at the dumpster fire known as the Murim Alliance, Gal Saryang is going through documents, looking like he needs a vacation or a new boss. Enter Sima Tian, the current alliance advisor. He's gloating. He reminds Gal that in the past, he had to wait 6 hours just to see him. He asks if Gal remembers how long the meeting actually lasted. Sima Tian has been holding this grudge for years. Gal Saryang says nothing. Exactly 7.5 minutes. Gal apologizes. He was busy managing an entire continent back then. Sima Tian isn't here for an apology. He's here for a power trip. He asks Gal why he's even staying. Is he looking for revenge? Gal pulls the ultimate humble servant act. He says he's lived here his whole life and just wants to do the work. Sima Tian loves this. He tells Gal to serve him earnestly. Gal bows. Sima Tian walks off laughing. As soon as the door closes, the smile disappears. Sima Tian is a clown, and he knows it. Gal Saryang looks at the closed door with pure contempt. He hates this place now. He wants to leave this tiny room immediately. He's gripping his desk so hard his knuckles are white. But he can't leave. Not yet. Not until he avenges the martial god. He's the only one left who still gives a damn. And he will wait forever if he has to. Cut back to the real world. The Dongping Chamber of Commerce. The guards are on edge. They look like they're expecting a war. Li Dan and the squad walk in. The head guard stops them. Who are you? Li Dan keeps it simple. Sword Squad of the Bai family. We're here because your boss asked for help. The guard is surprised. He goes to inform the leader. He's moving fast. Guan Hui whispers that the security is way too tight for a normal job. Li Dan knows what that means. High risk, high pay. The mission: escort Bo Lu, who just received a death threat against his whole family. If he doesn't stop his current contract, he's a dead man. Bo Lu walks out, looking like he hasn't slept in weeks. Li Dan greets him politely. He asks about the people interfering. Bo Lu drops the name, the Zhu Obeying Union. Li Dan hasn't heard of them. Bo Lu explains they're a group of back-alley gangsters who make their living extorting businesses. They're cruel, they have numbers, and some of them actually know how to use a sword. Let's go. Li Dan doesn't need to hear anymore. They hit the road. Bo Lu asks if it's true they took down the Beast Squad. When Li Dan says yes, Bo Lu is relieved. He thought the Beast Squad was top tier. Li Dan tells him they were just thieves. Stop! Li Dan's eyes narrow. He looks out from the carriage. The squad halts. The path is blocked by a literal army in black. Guang To is sweating. Li Dan just scans them. There have to be at least 200 of them. They've completely surrounded the carriage. Bo Lu peeks out and immediately starts having a panic attack. We're so dead, he whispers. The recruits are looking at Li Dan, waiting for the signal. Bo Lu panics. He tells Li Dan he's canceling the commission. He'd rather lose the money than watch everyone die. A man walks forward from the black crowd. This is Shu Liang. He calls Bo Lu a wise man for being so stubborn. Bo Lu begs him to let them go. He'll sign whatever paper they want. Shu Liang isn't satisfied. How can I trust you? He thinks Bo Lu will just finish the contract at night. Bo Lu offers a memorandum. Shu Liang laughs. What good is a piece of paper? He has a better idea. How about cutting off one of your hands? Since Bo Lu used that hand to sign the contract, it seems fair. Bo Lu is frozen in horror. Shu Liang laughs it off. Joking! I'm joking. But he warns him. Next time it won't end with a hand. He tells his men to clear the way. Then he spots Li Dan. Are you his escort? He tells Li Dan that playing hero with a sword will get him killed. Quickly get lost! I'm sparing your life today! The gang starts snickering. Bo Lu is grabbing Li Dan's sleeve, begging him to leave. Li Dan stays rooted. If you hire us, you should trust us. Bo Lu is confused. Li Dan looks at the gangster leader with eyes that could freeze fire. Do we look like people who move just because you tell us to? He tells the squad to look carefully. He's going to show them how a real Jianggu person deals with trash. Guang To snaps to attention. The squad forms up. Shu Liang's face goes purple. He orders the attack. 200 men charge. Li Dan doesn't flinch. He just centers himself. He's ready to show this mob why he was once the peak of the world. He moves. A purple aura starts radiating from his body. Shu Liang freezes. He's never seen energy like this. The recruits are staring. A hand hits the floor. Blood everywhere. Li Dan just keeps walking forward. The tutorial is officially over. Li Dan just entered demon mode in front of a 200-man army, the walk of a man who knows exactly how this ends. Shu Liang is staring at a ghost, and he knows it. He screams for his men to do something, anything, to stop the monster in front of him. Too late. Our guy's eyes have already locked on to the target. He doesn't even use a sword for the first one, just a palm to the face. The air screams as he pivots, dodging a blade by a literal hair. A single flash of steel and the first line of defense is deleted. He steps over the bodies like they are just inconvenient furniture. 4 more try to synchronize their attack. Points for effort, 0 for execution. He moves like water. 4 swings, 4 misses, and 1 very confused grunt realizing he is about to meet his ancestors. Steel cuts through the air, and the grunt's life ends before he can finish his swing. Li Dan is not even breathing hard. This is just cardio for him. Look at the floor. That is what happens when you bring 200 people to a fight against the peak of martial arts. Shu Liang has officially lost his mind. He's screaming at the survivors to keep throwing their lives away. But even the grunts can read the room now. Li Dan gives him the look. "You're talking a lot for someone who is about to be a memory" look. Shu Liang tries to backpedal. Suddenly he's very interested in a peaceful resolution. He offers to leave. He says they will go back and forget this ever happened. Li Dan's response is silent and definitive. 1 strike. Fast. Efficient. Final. The boss hits the dirt, and the union's leadership goes with him. The merchant and the squad are just standing there, buffering. Li Dan wipes his blade. He's already thinking about the next task on his to-do list. He turns his gaze to the remaining 150 men. 1 sword hits the ground. The first man begs for his life. And then it's a chorus. The sound of 100 sabers hitting the dirt is the most honest thing these guys have done all day. They aren't warriors anymore. They are just people who want to see tomorrow. Guanhui is watching this and realizing his boss isn't just a prodigy. The merchant is wondering if he accidentally hired a god. Li Dan stands in the center of the surrender, completely unmoved by the worship or the fear. He tells them this is what the martial world actually is. Might makes right. And today, he is the only right in the canyon. The squad snaps to attention. They just got a masterclass in efficiency. "Let's go." He says it like he just finished grocery shopping. The merchant asks where they are going next. Li Dan smiles. "Weren't you on your way to sign a contract?" "Right. The actual job." The sky is clear, but the political forecast is starting to look messy. Back at the Bai family estate, the squad is bonding. Nothing builds team spirit like watching your boss solo an entire guild. Guanhui comes in with the status report. He's beaming. Every recruit wants to be like the squad leader now. The morning training sessions are packed. Li Dan is actually teaching them now. 3 more missions, all successful. The injuries are real, but the sense of belonging is stronger. They finally understand the fundamental truth of the Jianghu. If you are weak, you are the first target. And the Bai Sword Squad does not plan on being targets anymore. Inside the manor, Master Kong, the general manager, is running the numbers. They expected 1,200 taels. They made 4,500. Kong suggests doubling the recruitment for next year. 80 swordsmen instead of 40. Li Dan shuts it down. 40 is the limit. Kong smiles. Li Dan asks him what is so funny. Kong is just glad his young master isn't a greedy idiot. He's seen too many powerful men ruin themselves by expanding too fast. He was testing Li Dan, and our guy passed with flying colors. Li Dan returns the compliment. He needs a manager who isn't trying to gamble with the family's future. Kong's eyes get serious for a second. He remembers the greedy elders from the Murim Alliance. Men who wanted everything and deserved nothing. Li Dan watches him. He knows that look. 1 step at a time. That is how you build an empire that actually lasts. Forward motion is the only thing that matters. Kong nods. He's fully bought in. He promises to keep that philosophy in mind. He leaves, and Li Dan is left with his thoughts. The pieces are moving. The squad is growing. The money is flowing, and his relationships are solidifying. Night falls over the estate. A secret meeting at the lake pavilion. Very cinematic. Li Dan asks what is so urgent that they had to meet like this. Zheng Yu, the syndicate boss, looks stressed. The Heavenly Blade sect has sent someone. Ma Tingshu, the son of the alliance leader, is in Shandong, and he's calling a meeting of all the local sect leaders. This is not a social call. Zheng Yu knows that whatever Ma Tingshu is planning, it's going to be bad for anyone with a spine. Li Dan listens. The name Ma Tingshu is a red flag. The Shandong branch leader of the alliance actually refused to gather the sects. Li Dan is surprised. A man of integrity in the current alliance? Rare. He remembers Gong Zong, the last official he dealt with. Not everyone is a total rat, apparently. Ma Tingxiu pressured the syndicate to hold a banquet instead. Zheng Yu wants to know how to handle it. Li Dan thinks. Refusing is dangerous, but complying is a trap. He decides it's better to keep the threat close where he can watch it. Tell him you will do it. Li Dan's face is stone. Zheng Yu accepts the order immediately. The syndicate is now the stage for the next play. Li Dan tells him not to come in person next time. Just send a trusted proxy. If you trust him, I will trust him too. Zheng Yu is genuinely touched. That kind of trust is lethal in the Jianggu. He bows and leaves. Li Dan stares into the night. The snakes are starting to crawl out of the grass. Ma Tingxiu, one of the 22 children of the current hero Ma Fengji. Imagine having 21 siblings and all of them are trying to kill you for the throne. Tingxiu is the smart one. The genius who got sidelined because his mom wasn't a noble. He's ambitious, he's talented, and he's currently looking for a way to climb back into the race. His skills are top tier. But in a world of pedigree, talent doesn't always matter. Li Dan processes the intel. He knows exactly why a guy like this is in town. He wants to gather the next generation of Shandong to build his own power base, including the Bai family's genius heir. But there's another name on the guest list. Song Hualin. Like father, like son. Ma Fengji is a known lecher, and his son likely isn't any better. Li Dan realizes Hualin is the real target. She's a trophy. There isn't enough time to play a long political game. He needs a more direct solution to keep her away from that banquet. He decides to resort to that plan. The Song family estate. A messenger is running. Inside the main hall, Hualin's maid tells her that young Master Bai is here to see her. Hualin is stunned. He didn't come to see her father? Under the trees. She runs out to meet him, her heart doing things she doesn't want to admit. She's out of breath. Li Dan is just standing there, looking like a main character. She asks what he wants. His face is colder than usual. He asks her to take a walk. They walk along the river. Very romantic, if you ignore the murder energy radiating off our guy. She mentions his recent wins with the Sword Squad. We were lucky. The biggest lie he's told all week. She's not buying it. She knows luck doesn't wipe out the Beast Squad. Li Dan stays silent. She finally asks the question that's been eating her. Did he pretend to be trash just to break their engagement? Li Dan sighs. No. He tells her he didn't pretend to be incompetent. He was incompetent. She asks if he really just changed because she beat him in that duel. He gives her a half smile. She doesn't believe a word of it. Whatever. She's frustrated because the man she knew is gone and this new version is a mystery she can't solve. She closes her eyes, trying to keep her composure. She asks why he's really here. I would like to request a spar. Li Dan's eyes are sharp. What? She asks for a reason. To pay back for what happened that day. She stares at him. She sees the determination in his gaze. Fine. If he wants a spar, they will do it officially. With real swords. That's exactly what I have in mind. The tension is thick enough to cut. Clouds passing. The training ground is set. Hualin is ready. She's the genius of the family, and she's not planning on losing twice. Li Dan looks completely relaxed. Too relaxed. Her maid is worried. She's seen Li Dan's aura. They face off. She draws her sword. Be careful. He draws his. The air changes instantly. She takes a breath. She moves. Steel meets steel. She swings. He parries. She's fast, but he's already where her blade is going to be. They dance across the tiles. The speed is insane. Li Dan thinks her skills are incredible. Sharp. Light. But he's not here to praise her. She pushes harder, her eyes wide with effort. The maid realizes Hualin isn't winning. She's just being managed. Hualin prepares her signature move. The impact shakes the ground. She's shocked. Every move she makes is getting countered perfectly. How is he blocking everything? Li Dan sees it. The flaw. He moves in close. She tries to retreat, but she's already trapped. The maid screams. Li Dan's sword hilt strikes, a brutal blow to the shoulder. She gasps, her balance gone. He doesn't stop. He hits her again. And again. This isn't a spar anymore. It's a beatdown. A final strike to the face sends her flying. She hits the ground hard. Young miss! The maid runs to her. Hualin is a mess. Bruised, swollen, and coughing. The maid screams at Li Dan. Are you out of your mind? Li Dan's voice is ice. It was a fair duel. Should I have taken it easy because she's a woman? The maid is crying. He could have at least stopped when she was down. It's revenge for beating me up last time. Hualin tells the maid to stop. She admits she lost. But she's staring at him, wondering about that last movement. Li Dan sees the realization in her eyes. He targeted her most important movement. He crippled her form. She will have to stay in bed for at least 10 days. Her face is so swollen she won't be able to leave the house. He stares down at her. And that means she will definitely not be able to attend Ma Tingxiu's banquet. Mission accomplished. He just saved her by beating the hell out of her. The Yang Syndicate headquarters. Quiet on the outside. But inside, a legendary heist is currently in the planning phase. Zheng Yu is dropping the lore on Ma Tingshu's security habits. The man is apparently too paranoid for banks, so he keeps his loot in a custom-built wall safe in his bedroom. Li Dan asks the most important question. It is a high-tech abacus password system. 3 wrong tries and the whole thing locks down like a modern iPhone. Plus, if you try to use a hammer, the whole neighborhood hears about it. Li Dan drops his intentions. He isn't just looking for some spare change. He plans to rob the Alliance leader's son of everything he owns while the man is busy eating dinner. And since this is happening on Zheng Yu's turf, the syndicate leader is going to be the first person the Alliance blames. Zheng Yu does not even blink. He tells Li Dan to go for it. He is already preparing his alibi by staying in the public eye during the entire banquet. Also, the previous owner was apparently a fan of escape rooms, because there is a secret passage leading directly to the bedroom. The convenience is almost suspicious, but Li Dan is not one to turn down a shortcut. Plan confirmed. Now for the execution. The banquet hall is lit up. The architecture is expensive, the mood is festive, and the hidden agendas are everywhere. Ma Tingshu stands up, raising his cup like he is running for Murim president. Music, dancers, high-quality food. He is putting on a masterclass in how to buy the loyalty of 20-somethings. The crowd is eating it up. Literally. Li Dan watches from the sidelines. He sees the game for what it is. He sits alone, nursing a drink, looking like the guy who got dumped and hasn't moved on. From Ma's perspective, Li Dan is just a useful idiot who looks good in public. The other young masters are laughing, relaxing, and dropping their guard. This is the psychological trick. Make them feel like brothers before you start asking for favors. Ma is doing rounds, pouring drinks and acting like the most relatable guy in the room. Human nature is predictable. People get anxious when they see others getting closer to the source of power. Most of the kids here think they are making friends. Our guy knows that in this world, getting to know you usually means calculating your trade-in value. Ma finally makes his way over to Li Dan. The fake politeness is thick enough to choke on. Ma mentions Song Hualin. He notes she is missing because Li Dan apparently beat her up. He asks for the reason. He is wearing the smile of a guy who already knows the answer and wants to see if you will lie to him. Li Dan realizes Ma had his eyes on Hualin from the start. The man is thorough. He probably sent someone to verify her bruises. Li Dan puts on a show. A long, weary sigh. He decides to lean into the jealous ex-persona. He explains the arranged marriage and how she was the one who wanted to end it. He asks Ma if it makes sense for a girl to just do whatever she wants with a family contract. Ma just listens, looking like he is judging the drama. Li Dan claims he went to argue with her, got some liquid courage in him, and things got physical. Ma buys it. A petty man getting revenge because his pride was hurt by a woman. He laughs and calls Li Dan a real man. Li Dan plays along, acting ashamed of the flattery. A condescending pat on the shoulder. Ma moves on, convinced that Li Dan is too small-minded to be a threat. Then, the main event. Ma brings out a case. The room goes quiet. Li Dan's eyes go wide. He recognizes that aura, the sword in the box. Ma draws it, and the steel hums with a familiar energy. The heavenly sword. Also known as the wave sword. The crowd is in awe. The Alliance leader's personal blade. In his past life, Li Dan used 5 legendary swords. The wave, the dark heaven, the snow, the Hell King, and the heavenly sword. Seeing it here, in the hands of this politician's son, is like seeing someone use a Ferrari to deliver groceries. Our guy is internally losing it. Ma claims his father gave it to him personally. Ma Fengji gave away a legendary artifact like this? That changes things. It means Ma Tingshu is not just acting on his own to get attention. The big boss sent him here for a reason. And whatever that reason is, it involves the next generation of Shandong. Li Dan's focus shifts. The heist just got a massive upgrade in priority. Ma Tingshu suggests regular meetings to keep the friendship going. The other heirs are nodding along, desperate to be part of the inner circle. They agree immediately. The smirk on Ma's face says everything. Mission accomplished. A cheers to the new alliance. While they are celebrating their own recruitment into a cult of personality, Li Dan slips away. He passes Warrior Shi, the bodyguard. One final look. The time for acting is over. Behind the scenes. Warrior Shi enters the bedroom, carrying the sword back to the safe. He enters the code. Click. He puts the blade back in its place, acting like he is the only one in the room. Then the safe door swings open on its own. Shai turns around, and for the first time today, he sees something terrifying. A shadow in the room. Shai reaches for a weapon, but he is moving in slow motion compared to our guy. One strike. The impact is silent and absolute. The guard hits the floor like a sack of bricks. Li Dan stands over him. He did not even have to draw his own blade. A surprise attack from the dark is the most efficient way to handle a brute like this. Now, to see what is inside the cookie jar. He looks at the hoard. Ma Tingxiu was apparently saving up for a small country. Li Dan starts packing. He looks at the sword one last time. He promises to put Ma's money to much better use. Outside, the banquet continues. The music is still playing, blissfully unaware that the host just got his retirement fund liquidated. Li Dan is back at his table, drinking like he never left. The heirs are still laughing. Ma Tingxiu is still gloating. Then the doors fly open. Zheng Yu walks in with an official-looking advisor, a whisper in the ear. Ma's face goes from future king to just found a cockroach in my soup in 3 seconds. Li Dan watches. He knew the news would travel fast. Ma calls an abrupt end to the banquet. No more drinks, no more brotherhood. Everyone out. The guests are confused. They watch the Alliance heirs rush toward the back of the building. Li Dan takes one last sip. The official banquet is over, but for him, the celebration is just beginning. He leaves the estate under the cover of the morning fog. Meanwhile, back at the Song family, the mother is hysterical. She wants to know why Li Dan would do such a thing to her daughter. Hualin is silent, her face a map of bruises. Song Yujing, the patriarch, confronts Li Dan. Li Dan gives the formal excuse. He says he gave it his all because Hualin was strong. Yujing stares at him. He is looking for the lie. Li Dan admits he wanted to make sure she was not noticed by Ma Tingxiu. Instead of getting angry, the old man starts laughing. Li Dan is genuinely confused. Yujing is actually impressed. He notes that Hualin is a genius, yet Li Dan beat her one-sidedly. He is praising the man who just gave his daughter a black eye. The mother is still fuming, but the patriarch has made his decision. In his eyes, if you get hurt during a spar, that is just part of being a martial artist. The mother insists on a punishment. Yujing agrees. He tells Li Dan to leave it to him. Are you ready to be punished? The punishment? He has to hang out with Hualin every day until she gets better. Li Dan's face says it all. This is not a punishment for him. This is a sentence for Hualin. He accepts, because saying no to the patriarch would be a death wish. The old man drags him off for a drink. Li Dan realizes the patriarch is trying to build a bridge between their families now that he knows Li Dan isn't a joke. Later that night, a secluded cave in the mountains. Li Dan draws the stolen heavenly sword. He tests the weight. The balance is still perfect. The steel rings with the memory of 100 battles. He wonders when the last time he held this blade was. Actually, it was never his favorite. It was a gift from a previous leader, and he only used it because it was a treasure. But right now, with his inner chi still being mid-tier, he needs every advantage he can get. He turns his attention to the bag of loot. Time for the unboxing. 82,000 taels in bills. That is, buy your own mountain money. And then he finds a small, ornate box. He opens it carefully. His eyes light up. The divine 9-leaf herb. This makes the millennium herb look like a common weed. This is at least 15 to 20 years worth of pure chi in one plant. No point in waiting. He eats the whole thing like a salad. The energy hits him like a freight train. His meridians are screaming. He drops into a meditative state. Pure energy begins to circulate through his body. The purple aura starts to flare, brighter than ever before. The impact of the energy release literally shakes the cavern walls. Sunrise over the peaks. Li Dan opens his eyes. The dust is still settling. A long exhale. He feels lighter, stronger. His internal density has completely shifted. His inner chi has jumped from 24 years to 44 years. He just skipped a decade of training in one night. Back at the syndicate, Ma Tingxiu slams his fist onto the table. He is vibrating with rage. He still has zero clues on who did it. The white-mustached advisor reports that Zheng Yu is searching for clues. Ma suspects Zheng Yu at first, but remembers the man was right in front of him the whole time. The advisor notes that nobody in the syndicate has the power to one-shot warrior Shi. Ma turns his suspicious gaze on the old man. The advisor tells him to watch his tone. Some things should not be said out loud. He gives a sharp look. In that case, Ma's bodyguard, still looking rough, insists it was a man. The advisor mocks him. Is he just saying that because he is too proud to admit a woman beat him? The guard is ready to throw hands with the old man. The advisor doesn't back down. He is just stating the facts. The guard repeats himself. It was a man, and he was really strong. He isn't making excuses. He is giving a warning. The opponent was a monster. Ma Tingxiu clenches his jaw. He starts wondering if his own brothers sent an assassin to sabotage him. While they fight among themselves, our guy just became the most dangerous man in Shandong. Back at the Bai family estate, the steel of a legend is being handled. Li Dan looks at the stolen wave sword with the eyes of a man who just got his favorite skin back. He's not a professional blacksmith, but he knows enough to perform a complete reskin. He strips the jewels, changes the sheath, and replaces the handle. He gives it a test swing. The air hums differently now. He's removed the shine and the prestige. To anyone else, it looks like a standard high-quality blade. But Li Dan doesn't need it to look expensive. He needs it to be sharp, and he needs it to be unrecognized. He's officially ready to take this thing out for a spin. The math is looking good. 1 legendary sword, 10 years of chi from a salad, and he looks like a man who just checked his bank account and realized he's the 1%. Add 8 more years from the premium elixirs he bought with Ma Tingxiu's own money. Pure efficiency. Meanwhile, over at the Song family manor, Hualin is staring into a mirror. Her face is a map of the lesson Li Dan gave her during their spar. Her maid is freaking out, wondering how she can possibly be laughing right now. The maid is ready to file a complaint with the Murim HR department, but Hualin shuts her down. She has zero intention of blaming Li Dan. She looks at her reflection and realizes something profound. The maid doesn't get it. She just sees bruises and a lost reputation. Hualin sees a wake-up call. She's been training since she could walk, but she's never felt the pressure of a real fight until our guy decided to treat her like an actual opponent. It wasn't a spar. It was a glimpse at a level of martial arts she didn't know existed. Oddly enough, lying on that floor being dismantled gave her the first bit of relief she's felt in years. The genius weight is finally off her shoulders. The maid is buffering. She literally cannot understand why being beaten up is a W. Hualin can't explain it either. She just steps out into the wind, taking a deep breath and realizing the world is much bigger than she thought. Transition to the lore dump. Guan Tou reports on Ma Tingxiu's real estate portfolio. Ma bought some prime land on the outskirts of Jinan for an academy. Li Dan's eyes narrow. He knows that low price usually means high body count. The price wasn't just low, it was absurd. The previous landowner wasn't selling, not at first. Then his youngest daughter died in a tragic accident. Then his house mysteriously caught fire. The month after that, his eldest son fell off a horse and got crippled. His elderly mother passed away after dinner. His manager got stabbed by a drunkard. Funny how tragedies follow a schedule when a powerful man wants your yard. Li Dan clenches his fist. He's seen this play before across 70 years. He asks if Ma Tingxiu signed the contract personally. Nope. It was Hwaseon Node, the old fox we saw earlier. The old man did all the heavy lifting to earn some social credit with the Alliance heir. Guan Tou is devastated. He asks how people can be this heartless. Li Dan gives him the cold truth. That's because they aren't people. The recruit begs Li Dan to teach them a lesson. He knows he's too weak to do it himself, so he puts his faith in his master. Sure. Li Dan says it with the tone of a man who just accepted a side quest he was going to do anyway. Night falls in a bamboo forest. Hwaseon Node is walking, feeling pretty good about his career choices. He thinks he's secured a powerful future by being a monster for Ma Tingxiu. Suddenly, his danger sensor goes off. A streak of light cuts through the air. The forest itself seems to split. Bamboo falls like toothpicks in a storm. And out of the dust, the hooded reaper appears. Li Dan is back in his assassin gear, looking like a nightmare in a mask. The old fox tries to act tough, mocking Li Dan for following him. Li Dan doesn't talk. He moves. Node reaches for his fan, realizing this isn't a rookie. Steel meets wood and chi. The old man is fast, but he's fighting a literal god in a human suit. Li Dan parries and counters in one fluid motion. The old fox's eyes widen as his defense is shattered. A kick to the chest sends him flying. Blood hits the bamboo. The fox is leaking. He tries to regain his footing, throwing everything he has. Li Dan weaves through the strikes like he's playing on 0.5x speed. A network of sword chi traps the old man. Everything around them is getting shredded. Node is gasping. He's never seen a style like this. He lunges for one final desperate attack. The forest explodes. Dust and leaves fill the clearing. The old man tries to run through the smoke. Li Dan is already there, walking through the fog like a horror movie villain. Node screams, "Who are you?" Li Dan levels his blade. "The one who will kill you." The old fox realizes he isn't just fighting an assassin, he's fighting his inevitable end. The forest literally caves in under the pressure. Node is thrown back, his internal organs probably doing a puzzle. He tries to use the dust to escape, opening his fan for a final hidden weapon strike. A barrage of needles or chi blasts. It doesn't matter. Li Dan slides through the barrage. The sheer force of his movement clears the forest. He comes down from above. Node tries to block, but the wave sword doesn't care about his feelings. A spray of blood. The old fox is losing his grip on reality. Li Dan's blade finds its mark. One arm. Deleted. The old man begs for a wait. Li Dan doesn't wait. He knows the weight usually precedes a hidden poison dart. Li Dan calls it out. The old fox really thought he'd fall for NPC tier tricks. A strike to the gut. Node is sobbing now, offering anything for his life. The old man offers 5 times the gold, 10 times if Li Dan kills his boss. Li Dan just stares at him. The old fox is desperate to know who Li Dan works for. My employer is already dead. The chill in the air deepens. You killed him. The old fox's brain finally starts putting the pieces together. Li Dan stabs him through the shoulder. The blood is a reminder of every life this man snuffed out. Li Dan flashes back to Guantou telling him about the dead daughter in the burned house. This is revenge for the child you killed. Another strike. Li Dan is dismantling this man piece by piece. The old fox is coughing up more blood than he has left. Flashback to the crippled son and the poisoned mother. This is revenge for the family you erased. Node screams in agony. Li Dan asks if prosperity was worth all those lives. The coldness in his eyes is absolute. He didn't just want money. He wanted a legacy built on skeletons. The old man tries to promise he will live properly now. A brutal palm strike to the throat. Node hits the ground, thanking him for his grace because he thinks he's being spared. Li Dan sighs. I definitely warned you. The old man is confused. Li Dan tells him it never ends well for people like him. So, live quietly. Li Dan stands over him and drops his hood. The dying man looks up. He recognizes the face of a ghost. Tian Hejin. Li Dan channels the boundless technique. He confirms it. He remembers what he told this rat decades ago. The purple aura consumes everything. A column of pure energy erases the clearing. The impact can be felt for miles. Li Dan stands in the crater adjusting his mask. Go to hell. He walks away, hoping those who died in Ma's tragedies have better lives in the next cycle. Back at the Yang Syndicate HQ, Zheng Yu confirms they aren't even on the suspect list for the heist. The Alliance considers them country bumpkins. They literally think no one in Shandong has the skill to rob them. Their arrogance is our guy's biggest asset right now. Zheng Yu notes that Ma Tingshu was trying to move in on the Chamber of Commerce. They tried to use the Song family, but failed. The Alliance needed the power. Ma Tingshu just needed the money. Li Dan gets a look on his face that usually means someone's wallet is about to get lighter. Looks like I will be able to earn even more money. Zheng Yu is confused. He thinks they already hit the jackpot. Li Dan just laughs. He's not thinking about gold. He's thinking about control. Zheng Yu promises to keep an eye on the Chamber of Commerce. Thanks. Li Dan looks at his subordinate. He realizes Zheng Yu isn't just showing goodwill anymore. He's showing genuine loyalty. Even when things were looking lethal, this man didn't flinch. Li Dan decides it's time to upgrade his status. He asks Zheng Yu about his dream for the syndicate. Zheng Yu says he just wants it to grow. Have you ever had a bigger dream? The syndicate leader pauses. Li Dan asks the ultimate question. Do you trust me? Zheng Yu is honest. He doesn't know. However, you are someone I want to trust at least once. Li Dan's smirk tells you everything. The underworld of Shandong is about to get a new king, and the Murim Alliance won't even see the crown until it's on his head. Ma Tingshu's room looks like a hurricane hit it. Furniture smashed, drawers emptied, and his fixer, Hwaseon Node, has pulled a vanishing act along with all his luggage. Warrior Shi approaches with the final nail in the coffin. It is the ornament from the heavenly sword. The implication hits Ma Tingshu like a truck. He thinks his most trusted advisor cleaned out his safe and dipped. Shai looks skeptical, wondering why a high-status martial artist would throw away his entire career for a few thousand taels. Ma isn't listening to logic right now. To him, the evidence is clear. Node was the only one with the access and the skill. He orders Shi to find the old man and keep the whole mess quiet. If word gets back to the main family that he got robbed by his own guy, his chances at the succession are cooked. The paranoia is setting in. He'd rather it be anyone else, but the facts don't care about his feelings. Resolution through violence is the only plan he has left. Cut back to the Bai family estate. Li Dan confirms that planting that ornament was a 500 IQ play. He's smiling, because the chaos is unfolding exactly as scripted. Zheng Yu downplays his role, but Li Dan knows a good subordinate when he sees one. He stops the small talk. It is time for the loyalty test. Will you follow me, or will you remain a syndicate leader? Zheng Yu looks down. He calls himself ordinary, maybe even below average. He remembers being discarded by the previous syndicate leaders like a useless dog. Li Dan was the one who picked him up and put a crown on his head. He asks if Li Dan is really okay with someone like him. The silence hangs in the air for a second. Absolutely. Our guy doesn't do ordinary. He does loyal. Zheng Yu has one last question. What is the endgame? What does the trash young master actually want? Li Dan thinks about it. The Mind Sword realm. A peak he never quite reached. the thorn in his throat from his previous life, revenge on the ones who assassinated him, building the Bai family into the world's best, taking his true allies like Gal Saryang and Bayek Pyo to the top with him. There are 1,000 things on the list. But what should he tell the guy standing in front of him? He looks Zheng Yu in the eye. I want to be happy. He says it with a faint smile, almost like it's a joke he's telling himself. Zheng Yu is stunned. Li Dan wants to be happy, and he wants his circle to be happy too. It sounds simple, but in this world it's the hardest goal of all. If he achieves everything else, isn't happiness the logical conclusion? Zheng Yu bursts out laughing. He apologizes, saying it was the most unexpected answer he could have received. He expected some speech about world unification or absolute power. Sorry to disappoint you. As a guy who already conquered the world once, Li Dan knows that being the boss is mostly just paperwork and people trying to kill you. Happiness is a much higher difficulty setting. Zheng Yu stops laughing. He gets it now. He makes his choice. He drops to his knees. I greet my lord. He swears a blood oath of faithfulness until death. Li Dan looks down at him, satisfied. He's officially secured a loyal general. Your family now. He helps him up. Assist me, as I'm lacking in many aspects. The irony of the strongest man alive saying he's lacking is not lost on anyone. Switching scenes to the Shandong Chamber of Commerce. The general manager, Bai Zhang, is stressed. He's warning the boss, Gao Sungeng, not to bring a tiger in to chase away a wolf. The boss looks like he hasn't slept since the original Li Dan was still a simp. He doesn't care about tigers or wolves. He's currently being bitten to death by a wolf, so why not invite the tiger? Gao Zhengeng is the chamber leader, and he's out of options. The Hebei chamber and the Shi family are out for blood. They need 100,000 taels, and they need it yesterday. The solution? Borrowing from the night traders. Bai Zhang's face goes pale. Imagine borrowing money from people who make the IRS look like a charity. Night traders are the secret bank of the underworld. Borrowing is easy. Paying it back is the part where people tend to disappear. Their interest rates are basically your firstborn son plus 20%, and if you miss a payment, they send their butchers. These guys don't just hold a grudge, they make it a family heirloom. Forbidden weapons, secret techniques, stuff that the orthodox sects are too polite to use. Gao orders the 100K loan anyway. He's desperate. Bai Zhang knows this is a death sentence, but Gao thinks adding a poisonous snake to the tiger-wolf fight won't make things any worse. He is very wrong. Next day, Li Dan is greeted by a familiar fake smile. Ma Tingshu shows up, acting like his life isn't currently a dumpster fire. He's laughing, trying to maintain the young master persona. Li Dan plays along, welcoming his brother. Ma asks why Li Dan is here. Our guy is just stopping by. Li Dan notes that Ma seems to be in a great mood, probably because he thinks he's about to get that 100K taels from the chamber. Li Dan invites him in, but Ma has other plans. He wants to go out. Didn't you promise that you would show me your fiancé? Li Dan's eye twitches. Ma notes that her injuries should have healed by now. He wants to see Shandong's best beauty. He's standing there like he's entitled to a tour of a museum. Ma Tingshu is really pushing his luck. Li Dan stares at the back of his head. He should be worried about his missing fixer and his empty safe. Instead, he's still thinking about Song Hualin. Li Dan realizes it's not just lust. Ma wants to take her away specifically because she belongs to Li Dan. It's a power move. Ma gives a patronizing pat on the shoulder, telling Li Dan that Hualin would love a visit. Li Dan puts on a fake grin. I understand. Let's go. But behind that smile, our guy is thinking about how many ways he can end this man. However, he won't have to wait long for the universe to do its job. Warrior Shi rushes in. He's got urgent news. Ma's face drops instantly. He asks Li Dan for a moment of privacy. Li Dan walks away, but his ears stay behind. The news has spread. The 100,000 taels that the chamber promised Ma? Robbed in transit last night. Ma's brain just hit the 404 error page. He starts screaming, asking what those bastards were doing. Li Dan is just leaning against a wall, smirking. The chamber is in emergency mode. Shai looks stressed. Here is the secret, that 100K taels? It's currently sitting in Li Dan's pocket. Flashback to last night. Li Dan as the masked assassin. He hit them fast, took the cash, and most importantly, he stole all the debt notes from the night traders. No evidence. Shai says there's no doubt. It was Huasian Node. That crazy old geezer? Ma is vibrating with rage now. Shai suggests asking the main family for support. Li Dan listens closely. Ma shuts that down immediately. This whole situation in Shandong is a test for the succession. If he calls Daddy for help, he's basically admitting he failed. He has to fix this himself. Li Dan's smile widens. Everything is confirmed. It's a battle royale between the Ma siblings. Just keep being greedy. Li Dan loves it when the trash takes itself out. Ma is reaching his breaking point. Only then will Li Dan's plan succeed. She tells Ma he needs to go back today. If the chamber doesn't get that money to Jinan in a few days, the academy contract is terminated. Damn! Ma runs back to Li Dan, claiming he has urgent work. Our guy gives him the most patronizing take-care look in history. Night falls again. Warrior Shai is drinking his problems away. He slams the cup down. He's reflecting on his life choices. Ma Tingshu told him to go get the money. We can't stop construction, so you go get it. Ma doesn't care how. She asks how he's supposed to just manifest 100k taels. Ma goes full toxic boss mode. He tells She to stop being pathetic. Either steal it or threaten them. Just do it. She is realizing he isn't a general. He's just a high-level thug for a brat. He yells for more alcohol. He thinks back. He chose Ma because Ma had the least competition. He figured if Ma succeeded, he'd be the second in command of the whole alliance. He did all the dirty work he shouldn't have done. The realization that he backed the wrong horse is hitting hard. Suddenly, his instincts scream. Something is coming. The air around him explodes. He barely dodges. He hits the floor, hand out. Under the starlight. Cut to the Night Traders HQ. Ya Tian is tapping his fingers on the table. An informant told them where to find the guy who stole their 100k taels, but the informant is anonymous. Chu Te, the masked butcher, asks for orders. Ya Tian thinks it over. It's suspicious, but 100k is 100k. They're going to check it out. Back in the woods. Warrior Shi is gasping. He's on his knees. The dread is visible on his face. Why am I not dead yet? He holds his head. He needs to get out of here. The woods feel like they're closing in. He stops. Who are you? The Night Traders have arrived. Shai tries to use his status. Do you know who I am? The Night Trader knows exactly who he is, the man bold enough to steal their money. Shai is confused. He realizes the trap. They think he was working with Node to rob them. He tries to explain it's a misunderstanding. The Night Traders don't do misunderstandings. They do collections. You have nothing to say? Then let's take a look at your pocket. Shai's eyes go wide. He's unarmed, surrounded, and the scariest debt collectors in the world think he's their primary target. Somewhere nearby, Li Dan is probably eating popcorn. The real show is just starting. We start with the worst job interview in history. Warrior Shai is currently being told he's about to get a full-body search. The Night Traders aren't asking nicely. They've got bills to collect. Shai realizes there is no talking his way out of this. He reaches into his robes to prove his innocence. He pulls out a stack of papers, and his entire soul leaves his body. It's the money, the exact amount stolen from the safe. He tries the "I'm being framed" defense, which has a 0% success rate in the underworld. The Night Traders offer him a trip to see their elder. Shai knows that's just a fancy way of saying, you're going to be tortured for 3 days. He takes a look at the odds, and decides that violence is the only way out. He lunges. The air screams as he closes the gap. But the Night Traders aren't just local thugs. The first wave of guards gets torn apart, but their leader isn't even sweating. He unloads a volley of hidden weapons that move faster than the eye can follow. She tries to deflect, using his sword like a shield. But these aren't normal needles. They hit with the force of actual arrows. She pushes through the pain, ignoring the sting. Then the first needle connects with his shoulder. He coughs up blood instantly. Something is wrong. He yells at them for playing dirty, but his vision is already starting to vibrate. His legs go weak. Poison. Of course it's poison. They didn't come here to duel him. They came to liquidate an asset. The Night Trader leader fires a final shot. It catches Shi right in the chest. He lets out one last scream, swings his blade in a desperate circle, and then the lights go out. He dies wondering how his life turned into a comedy of errors. The Night Traders stand over him and call him a thief one last time. They don't even give him the dignity of a proper death. Shai's final thought is that he's dying because of some idiots. He's not wrong. He's just wrong about which idiots. Up in the trees, our guy is watching the credits roll. Ma Tingshu's 2 biggest shields are gone. The board is clear. And the best part? The Night Traders think they solved their problem. Cut to the Night Traders HQ. The boss is having a complete meltdown. The guards explain that they found Shai's identity plaque. The boss asks how they could be stupid enough to kill a high-ranking sect heir. The guard says it was self-defense, but the boss knows that the Heavenly Blade sect doesn't care about context. They disposed of the body, but the anxiety is already setting in. The boss rubs his temples. He realizes the person who told them where to find Shai used them. If she had the money, it means the person who stole it was the same person who called the tip in. He starts connecting the dots. Whoever this shadow is, they just forced the Night Traders into a war with a major sect. Meanwhile, back at a much more peaceful lake, Li Dan is getting a report from Zheng Yu. Ma Tingxiu is pressuring the syndicate to help him find his missing cash. Lidan smiles. Ma is desperate. And a desperate man is the easiest to lead into a trap. He's surprised by Lidan's calm. Lidan asks him if he wants to just slap the guy a few times and destroy him. Lidan's face here is pure menace. Zheng Yu looks like he just saw a ghost. He takes a second to process. Then he admits he wants to step all over the guy. That's the energy we need. Lidan tells him not to worry. Ma Tingxiu is already walking toward the cliff. The next day, Zheng Yu meets with Ma. He plays the "I'm a new leader and my guys are hard to control" card. Ma is not having it. He needs results. So Zheng Yu offers a compromise. He has a warrior who can help. Enter Ge Biao. Ma looks him over. He sees a scruffy mercenary. He sees a low-tier tool he can use. Lidan gives him the most fake, polite smile in the Central Plains. The trap is officially set. Ma gives his new warrior a room. Lidan follows the servant, acting completely humble. He looks around. He's being put in the same room where Hwaseon Node used to live. The irony is not lost on him. Then he senses someone. A woman is walking through the courtyard. Lidan stops. He looks at her eyes. They aren't normal. He recognizes that look. Those are the eyes of a child raised as a weapon. No emotions, no soul, just a directive to kill. He wonders who she belongs to. He introduces himself as Ge Biao. She walks right past him. Total silence. Lidan calls out to her, playing the part of the annoyed mercenary. He asks for her name. She doesn't even slow down. She just keeps walking into the darkness. Lidan watches her gait. She's skilled, high level, maybe even on par with the guy the night traders just deleted. The question is, why is someone like her following an idiot like Ma Tingxiu? The next night, she's standing by the water again. Lidan approaches her. He's been doing some homework with Zheng Yu. He realized she isn't here to protect Ma, she's here to observe him. There's a big difference between an escort and a monitor. Lidan finds this interesting. He stands next to her, looking at the same view. He points out that it's weird to treat someone like they don't exist. Not at all, she says. First words. Lidan smiles. He drops some fake philosophy about living a quiet life alone. She gives him a side eye. He asks for her name again. Are names that important? She asks. He tells her that people are more important than names. But you still need something to be called by. He can't just call her hey or oi. She doesn't bite. She tells him she is just herself. The servant interrupts. Ma Tingxiu is looking for his new warrior. Lidan takes his leave with a smile. He walks away, and her eyes follow him for a split second longer than they should. Lidan enters Ma's chambers. The vibe is tense. Ma offers him a drink. The alcohol flows. Ma says Zheng Yu praised him a lot. Lidan plays the "I'm still lacking humble warrior" trope. Then he cuts to the chase. What's on Ma's mind? Ma sighs. He needs money. He mentions the support he already got from the syndicate. Lidan acts surprised. Internal monologue. I already know about the 10,000 taels. I'm the one who's going to take it back. Ma says that isn't nearly enough. He sets the cup down hard. He needs 100,000 taels. Lidan's eyes go wide. Pardon? He pretends to be shocked by the amount. And Ma needs it in 5 days. He asks Lidan if he has a way. Lidan puts on his thinking face. I have an idea. Ma leans in. He's hooked. Lidan asks if he's heard of the night traders. Ma knows them. He knows they're vicious. Lidan warns him that they use forbidden techniques and never let go of a grudge. Ma asks if he should borrow from them. Lidan says it's the only way to get that much cash that fast. Ma is hesitant. He wonders if they even have that much liquidity. And even if they do, why would they lend it to him? He has no collateral. Lidan's smile here is the definition of evil mastermind. How can you say you have no collateral? Ma is confused. Lidan reminds him that he is the heir to the Heavenly Blade sect. His name alone is the best collateral in the world. Ma starts to blush. He loves being reminded of his status. He's happy to be praised, like a kid getting a sticker. Lidan keeps the pressure on. Use yourself as collateral. Ma thinks about it. Lidan pretends to back off, saying he shouldn't have said anything. Ma stops him. No, it's a good option. He asks if Lidan can get in touch with them. Lidan says he'll handle everything. He's literally going to walk Ma Tingxiu right into the hands of the people he just framed. And he has no intention of stopping until everything is burned to the ground. Welcome to the Night Traders HQ. The vibe is basically a high-security prison, where the guards haven't slept in 3 days. They're all on edge because they just killed a high-profile sect heir. Everyone's hand is on their hilt. One sneeze and this whole courtyard becomes a blender. Ya Tian, the leader, steps out and gives the most stressed-out welcome in history. Ma Tingxiu is trying to look composed, but he's sweating through his expensive robes. Ya Tian asks what business they have here, and Li Dan can see Ma is vibrating with anxiety. Ma left his escorts behind so nobody would know he's broke, but seeing this many guards makes him regret every life choice. Ya Tian is thinking the same thing. Did these guys come here to start a war because we killed Shai Kun? Li Dan decides to end the suspense. He looks Ya Tian dead in the eye, and says they're just here to borrow some pocket change. Why the face? Isn't lending money your whole brand? Ya Tian's soul nearly leaves his body from the sheer relief. He asks how much they need, and Li Dan drops the number. 100,000 taels. Ya Tian freezes. He's trying to figure out if this is a loan or a very expensive stop talking about the murder fee. Then Li Dan uses sound transmission. He talks directly into Ya Tian's brain. Lend us the money, and we'll pretend you didn't just delete a Heavenly Blade sect member. Ya Tian is horrified. This isn't a loan, it's a robbery with extra steps. Li Dan tells him that if the news of Shi Kun's death gets out, Ya Tian is cooked. You killed a young master's close associate. You think the Heavenly Blade sect cares about your lowly status when they're burning this place down? But hey, my guy Ma is feeling generous. He's giving you an out. Ya Tian looks at Ma Tingshu. Ma is just standing there looking confused. But Ya Tian sees a mastermind. He thinks Ma revealed Shi Kun's location just to trap the night traders into giving him a free loan. He's crediting Ma Tingxiu with Li Dan's IQ, which is like comparing a calculator to a supercomputer. Ya Tian decides that these prestigious families are way more evil than any underworld syndicate. He folds immediately. All right, we'll lend it. Ma Tingshu lights up. He thinks he's a natural-born negotiator. Li Dan tells them they have until tomorrow. Ya Tian bows like his life depends on it. The deal is done. Later, in the carriage, Ma is laughing his head off. He's praising Li Dan for making the night traders bow down while giving him money. He says he trusts Li Dan with the whole operation. Li Dan's internal monologue is just, trust? No, you're just scared they'll set a trap if you go yourself. You're sending me because I'm expendable. Li Dan doesn't mind. He plays the loyal servant, promising to bring the money out. Ma thinks he's winning. Night falls. Li Dan is by the lake, waiting for his appointment. The mystery woman appears. She tells him he should stop his master. She knows Ma is extorting the night traders, and she warns Li Dan that these people are vicious. Li Dan realizes she's testing him. She probably expects Ma to be eliminated by the syndicate and is just watching the train wreck. He isn't my master, she says. Li Dan's eyes sharpen. If you're that worried, you stop him. She walks away without another word. Li Dan watches her go. He knows now that she won't step in, even if Ma Tingshu dies right in front of her. The next day, the night traders arrive with the delivery. Li Dan takes the bag, acting like he's too cool to even count it. The guard warns him that he'll pay for making fun of them someday. Li Dan just smiles. That someday is never coming for you, buddy. He walks into the woods alone. Ma Tingshu is keeping his distance, afraid of an ambush, which is perfect. Zheng Yu steps out of the shadows with an identical bag. The switch is made in seconds. Li Dan hands over the real 100,000 taels to the syndicate. Zheng Yu looks at him with pure respect. Li Dan heads back toward Ma Tingshu. The bag he's carrying now is also full of bills, but there's a catch. Only the top few thousand taels are real. The rest is just fancy wallpaper. Ma Tingshu is waiting by the carriage, looking like a kid on Christmas. He sees Li Dan approaching. He can't even hide the grin. Warrior G, you got it? Li Dan hands it over and tells him to confirm the amount. Ma checks the top, sees the real bills, and loses his mind with joy. Good job! I look forward to working with you forever. Li Dan gives him the most sinister smile Ma is too stupid to interpret. He knows that when Ma discovers the fakes, he'll immediately blame the night traders. Ma Tingxiu doesn't have the imagination to think his own guy scammed him. He's too busy dreaming about all the power he's about to buy. Li Dan is just waiting for the moment he gets to pull the rug out. The carriage moves toward Jinan. Inside, the tension is thick enough to cut with a dull knife. Ma Tingshu plans to use 20,000 of the loan as a construction deposit. Li Dan catches a glimpse of the mystery woman's hands. Calloused. Scarred. She's practiced fist techniques for a decade. He asks her directly if she's a striker. He praises her, saying it's rare and difficult for a woman to reach that level. He mentions he was once fascinated by fist techniques too. Fighting with bare fists has a certain appeal that weapons just can't match. Lydon remembers his past life. He learned the unrivaled Wind God fist, but he only got to 50% mastery. He claims he would have gone further if he hadn't focused on the sword. That's just an excuse, she says. Li Dan stops. She tells him he just didn't want it enough. Li Dan argues that sword and fist techniques don't mix. The precise hand movements of a blade master clash with the aggression of a striker. She asks who told him that. Did the strongest master in the world say it? She believes a true master wouldn't be bound by such rules. They wouldn't care about formality. Lidan is stunned. Not bound by formality, in his past life he would have ignored this girl. But now, he realizes he's been thinking like a teacher, not a student. If martial arts are nothingness, why is he clinging to the rules of how they should work? He wonders if this realization is the key to manifesting the mental sword. The carriage hits a bump. Lidan snaps out of it. He's just gained a massive insight while being insulted by a girl half his age. He thanks her. She just looks at him like he's weird. Who would have thought I'd hit enlightenment in a carriage with Ma Tingshu? She looks out the window. Her job as an unintentional philosopher done for the day. Suddenly, Lidan senses something familiar. A group is standing in the middle of the road. Lidan's eyes widen. It's Patriarch's song. And Hualin is with him. He really didn't expect to see them here. They must be heading back after finishing their business. Ma Tingshu orders the carriage to stop. Lidan breaks into a cold sweat. Of course Ma can't just pass them by. He has to flex. Patriarch's song! Ma shouts. He steps out of the carriage with a huge, fake smile. The Song family looks at him like he's a particularly loud insect. Ma's eyes land on Hualin. She looks bored. Not even polite bored. Just, why is he breathing bored? Song introduces his daughter, and Ma starts laying on the charm. Hualin gives the most robotic greeting possible. Ma tells her she's beautiful, and that his heart is racing. Lidan is cringing so hard he might actually implode. Hualin hits him with the, "What should we do? I already have a fiancé." Ma mocks her. "Oh, you mean the loser from the Bai family? My apologies." Lidan realizes Ma is intentionally trying to bait a reaction. Ma mentions he heard she was the one who wanted to break it off. Women are fickle beings after all. Hualin doesn't flinch. She asks why he thinks they haven't broken it off yet. Because young Master Bai is a much better person than people think. Lidan is genuinely caught off guard. Ma is losing it. He can't stand seeing another man get praised. He tries one more time to defame Lidan, but Hualin turns it back on him. "I think the same can be said for you, great warrior Ma." She's implying the rumors about him are also fake. Ma's face goes dark. "What do you mean?" The silence is deafening. Patriarch's song saves the day by ending the conversation. "We're busy. See you around." They walk away without a second look. The Song family leaves. The carriage starts moving again. Ma Tingshu is internally screaming. Lidan is just sitting there with his eyes closed, trying not to laugh. The mystery woman speaks up. "You couldn't take your eyes off her. You're a man too, huh?" She thinks Lidan is just another simp. Lidan doesn't even bother explaining. Let her think what she wants. They finally reach Jinan. Construction is in full swing. Ma is ready to pay the deposit, but the manager comes out looking like he's about to faint. "The bills you gave me, they're fake, young master." Ma's eyes almost pop out of his skull. "Impossible!" Lidan acts horrified. "Who would do such a thing? And why now?" The manager says 18,000 of the 20,000 are fakes. Ma turns on the manager. "Did you switch them?" The poor guy is begging for his life. Lidan leans in. "How could he have prepared fakes in advance, young master?" He's leading Ma exactly where he wants him. Ma looks at Lidan. "Are you doubting me?" Lidan asks, looking hurt. "If I did it, would I have followed you here to be caught?" Ma realizes Lidan is right. Lidan has no motive. "I didn't even touch the money after getting it from the night traders." The gears in Ma's head finally turn. "Don't tell me, did those bastards give me fake bills from the very beginning?" Lidan looks down, masking the most satisfied smirk of his entire second life. The night traders and the Heavenly Blade sect are officially on a collision course, and Lidan didn't even have to draw his sword. Back at the Yang Syndicate, the bills are spread out like a losing hand of poker. Ma Tingshu is staring at the fakes, his brain trying to process the level of disrespect. Lidan confirms the obvious. Most of the bag is wallpaper. Ma is losing it. He gave them a signed promissory note, and they gave him monopoly money. Lidan decides to pour some gasoline on this fire. He asks if the night traders might be working with Ma's rival siblings to sabotage him. Ma's eyes go wide. The bait is taken. He slams the table so hard it probably counts as a martial art. He's convinced his brothers are behind this. He swears he will never forgive them. He's going to make everyone pay for making him look like a clown. Lidan puts on his best "I'm on your side" face. He agrees. The night traders really must think Ma is a complete fool. Ma says he's calling in every favor he has to wipe them out. "To hell with the successor's test!" He's screaming now, saliva and rage flying everywhere. Lidan gives him a look that says, "Exactly what I wanted to hear." Cut to later that night. Ma is drinking like he's trying to drown his soul. He's already gone through multiple bottles. Lidan watches him waiting for the alcohol to do the heavy lifting. Ma starts ranting about that bitch who just watches and doesn't listen. Lidan plays dumb. He hasn't seen the mystery woman all day. Ma calls her a rat and orders more alcohol. Lidan offers to go get it. He steps out of the room and finds her standing in the hallway like a loading screen. They walk past each other in silence. She asks why he didn't tell Ma she was there. Lidan tells her Ma is in a bad mood. No need for her to be his punching bag. She stares at him, trying to read a man who is literally unreadable. Lidan thinks about the enlightenment she helped him reach earlier. Protecting her from a drunk idiot doesn't even count as a reward for that. Deep in the woods, under a cold moon, Ma Tingshu is stumbling through the dark. He's realized his career is over. He's getting eliminated from the succession. And when Ma Tingshu realizes he's lost everything, his thoughts go straight to the gutter. He thinks about visiting Hualin's room tonight. He wants to see how she acts when she's drugged. Pure side character behavior. He stops. Someone is standing in his way. Who goes there? The figure speaks. He mentions the rumor that Ma left Shandong because he couldn't pay his debts. It's a man in black. Masked. Ma's heart skips. Night traders? The assassin tells him nobody messes with their money and lives. Ma draws his sword. He's actually happy they showed up. He wants to vent his rage on the people he thinks scammed him. He charges. He lunges with everything he's got. Steel clashes. Lidan, disguised as the assassin, parries effortlessly. He's surprised. Ma is actually a decent fighter when he's backed into a corner. Ma rains down blows. He's screaming about how dare they stand in his way. Lidan dodges a horizontal slash. He's just playing with his food at this point. He deflects another strike. He realizes he needs to make this look like a struggle. He senses no. Seven watching from the trees. He starts struggling to dodge, making Ma think he's winning. Ma smiles. Let's end this! The killing blow comes. Ma's sword pierces through nothing but a sleeve. Lidan is suddenly inside his guard. Ma's brain freezes. Lidan's blade is already through his chest. Ma coughs up a pint of blood. Lidan whispers in his ear. He mentions Ma's plan to take over Shandong. Ma's eyes go wide. How could an assassin know that? You aren't from the night traders? Lidan twists the blade. The scream is cut short by more blood. Lidan stands over him, looking down with those dead eyes. He tells Ma he dared to disrupt Murim. And then, the final reveal. And you dared to covet my fiancé. Ma's eyes nearly pop out. You are? The sword flashes one last time. A clean decapitation. Lidan doesn't even look at the body as it falls. Done. One mid-boss deleted from the server. He looks at the corpse. He leaves a note. Anyone who doesn't pay their debt to the night traders dies. Perfect frame job. He didn't use any of his signature styles. He used techniques he stole from assassins in his past life. Up in the tree, No 7 watches the assassin walk away. She doesn't move. She just records the data. The morning after. The estate is quiet. Lidan is back in his Gabiao disguise, taking a walk. He knows that even though Ma is gone, the real problems are just starting. He needs more power. Always more. He senses her before he sees her. No. 7 is standing on the bridge. She's looking even more emotionless than usual. My name is No 7. Lidan stops. A name that's just a number. She's definitely a product of a human weapon project. She's telling him because her mission here is done. Ma is dead. Lidan gives her a small, genuine smile. That's a nice name. She doesn't react, but she doesn't leave immediately either. Lidan calls out to her as she starts to walk away. He has one question. Why were you always looking at the pond? She stops. Because I heard that lotus blooms in the mud. She's looking for something beautiful in a world that's mostly filth. Lidan watches her go. She's a weapon, but she's still human. For now. Cut to the Murim Alliance HQ. Ma Fengji is at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and power. An advisor reports that Ma Tingju has passed away. He suspects one of the other successors did it. Ma Fengji doesn't even look up. I'll take care of it. The advisor warns him that public opinion is turning against the family. The people are starting to notice how many incidents follow the successors. Ma Fengji refuses to call them back. He's invested too much. But they can't ignore the rumors. Ma Fengji looks at the advisor. You'd better stop ignoring me first. The tension in the room just went through the roof. Why did you support me as the alliance leader? The advisor bows. I have always respected you, sir. Ma Fengji isn't buying the script. Who is behind you? The advisor maintains the lie. Nobody, sir. Ma Fengji gives him a look that would freeze a volcano. He dismisses him. The advisor leaves, and the room feels colder than before. Ma Fengji realizes he's being watched by the very people who put him on the throne. He smiles. They made a mistake if they thought he was just a puppet. Meanwhile, the rumors in Shandong are spreading like a virus. The official story, Ma Tingju tried to embezzle money and ran away when he got caught. The night traders and the Chamber of Commerce are both in a panic. They're getting blamed for everything. And Lidan? He's the only winner. He's walked away with 200,000 taels. That's enough to turn his squad into a small army. But first, he heads to the black market. The merchant tells him they're fresh out of elixirs. The supply is drying up this year. Lydon is disappointed, but he's not leaving empty-handed. The merchant suggests he look at some other items. He's got gear that fell off a wagon. He leads Lydon to a back room. Lydon looks around. His eyes sharpen. The room is full of high-quality weapons. He sees gear that would cost a fortune in the city. He spots a heavy staff. It's perfect. He realizes this is exactly what Guangtou needs for his style. He's found his disciple's new signature weapon. How much? 6,000 taels. Lydon buys it without even blinking. The merchant is thrilled. Then Lydon sees a pair of twin blades. The merchant praises his eye again. 2,000 taels. Lydon takes those too. Guanhui is going to be very happy. Then, he stops. On a side table there are dozens of tiny clay sculptures. The merchant says he's never seen anything like them in his life. They grab Lydon's attention immediately. He looks at their poses. I will buy them. The merchant is confused. Nobody has ever wanted these weird dolls. There is always a first, Lydon says. Later, in a secluded cave, Lydon lines the sculptures up. He's staring at them with the intensity of a man looking at a secret code. These weren't made for fun. Each pose is a specific martial movement. He realizes what this is. It's a manual. A high-level technique hidden in plain sight. He starts to mimic the movements. The air in the cave begins to vibrate. He can feel it. The flow of energy is different from anything he's used before. These sculptures were made by someone who understood martial arts better than almost anyone in history. And now, they belong to the martial god. We open with our guy in the lab. He's trying to replicate the movements of those weird clay dolls he bought. If this were a sword technique, he'd have mastered it in 10 seconds. But this is a completely different style of martial art, and it's actually giving the martial god a challenge. It's not just a fist technique. It's a system that uses the entire body as a blunt force instrument. Elbows, knees, even the shoulders. Lydon unloads a strike that creates a physical shockwave. He's starting to see the vision. He realizes that whoever made these sculptures was playing a much higher level game than most modern masters. He takes a breath, noting that the 33 sculptures are actually 5 movements performed in a loop. They are incredibly practical for close-quarters combat. But there's a catch. He still doesn't have the cultivation method to power them up. He decides to put the dolls back in the box in their proper sequence. The merchant originally gave him the case they came in, and as Lydon slots the last sculpture into place, a hidden mechanism clicks. A secret compartment opens at the bottom. Lydon pulls out a piece of old parchment. It's an address, Mount Tianmen, Xianhe Peak. Mount Tianmen is way out in Hubei. Lydon remembers being there in his past life, back when he was just a wandering warrior. He wonders why someone would hide a specific location inside a box of worthless sculptures. Well, there's only one way to find out. It's time for a field trip. But first, he heads back to the Billy family estate. He tells his father he's heading to Hubei. His mother looks worried, but his father has a different vibe today. Lydon notices the shift. Lord Bai takes him out to the balcony. He looks like a man who finally has his pride back. Lydon waits for the speech. His father places a hand on his shoulder and tells him to never forget one thing. Always be respectful, even to those who are below you. It's a simple piece of advice, but it hits Lydon like a freight train. He thinks about his past life as the Murim Alliance leader. He was arrogant. He looked down on everyone, and it eventually led to his downfall. Then his father mentions that Hualin came by while Lydon was out. She apparently just dropped by to say hello to Lydon's mother. Lydon is genuinely stunned. The genius of Shandong played the role of the polite daughter-in-law? His mother asks what he really thinks of the girl. Lydon gives the standard protagonist answer, I'm focusing on my goals right now. She asks if what he's doing is truly what he wants. Lydon smiles and says yes. For the first time in 2 lives, he tells her he's actually happy. His parents share a look of pure relief. If he's happy, they're happy. Lord Bai's smile here is a massive W. Lydon heads over to the Song family before he leaves town. Patriarch Song greets him like a long-lost son. Lydon keeps it formal, and Song immediately drags him toward the training grounds to see Hualin. Lydon was going to skip this, but he felt he owed it to her for visiting his mother. He also remembers that her own mother died when she was very young. He enters the courtyard and sees Hualin mid-swing. She's practicing a new movement. It's sharp, faster than before. She notices him watching. Her bodyguard is there too, looking as stressed as ever. Lydon realizes she's practicing the exact move he used to counter her in their last fight. She stops her training, trying to act cool, but her breath is slightly ragged. Lydon asks if he interrupted. No, I was finishing anyway. Classic tsundere behavior. She mentions she heard he came to her house. Lidan corrects her he came to see her mother. Lidan's eyes soften for a split second. She asks him to look at her movements. He agrees. The bodyguard looks terrified. The last time these two looked at movements, Hualin ended up in bed for a week. Hualin takes her stance. She lunges. The blade is a blur of white light. She's definitely been labbing her footwork. She unloads a flurry of strikes, aiming for the gaps she left open last time. Last time, you dodged this way and neutralized me. So I came up with this. She drops low and unleashes a rising slash from a blind spot. Lidan thinks it's a great improvement. He counters her effortlessly by just tapping her shoulder from behind. She's frustrated, but Lidan praises her for coming up with it so quickly. She actually smiles. A real one. She asks why he's really here. Lidan says no particular reason. Then he mentions that her father punished him by making him visit her often. Anyway, I've seen you, I'm leaving. Lidan walks away like a boss. Hualin calls out to him. Next time, don't come because of the punishment. Just come. Lidan doesn't look back, but you can tell he registered that W. A few days later. Mount Tianmen. Lidan is scaling the side of Xianhe Peak. He's out of breath, which is rare for a guy with 44 years of pure qi. He's been wandering around for days and found absolutely zero traces of a hidden master. He decided not to use his high-speed movement techniques because he wanted to find it calmly. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, and then he sees it. The peak opens up into a vista of floating rocks and mist. He stands on the edge wondering what he's even looking for. Let's not rush it. He explores the cracks and crevices of the mountain. He stops. He finds a tiny opening in the rock face. It's so small he'd have to crawl. He thinks, no master would ever crawl into a hole this pathetic. Then he remembers the no formality lesson from earlier. He shrugs and dives in. Total darkness. Just the sound of his own breathing. It's incredibly deep. He almost considers turning back. No. Let's go to the end. A light appears in the distance. His eyes widen. The air starts to feel different. Cleaner. He emerges from the tunnel and finds a hidden garden inside the mountain. There's a pond and a small island in the center. Lidan is genuinely impressed. This place was built to be invisible. He spots something growing on the island. His heart skips a beat. Sun grass. The king of elixirs. One leaf is worth 60 years of inner qi. He starts to walk toward it when a massive shadow looms over him. The dark king viper. One bite from this thing is an instant uninstall for your life unless you're immune to poison. The snake looks like it hasn't eaten a martial god in a while and is looking to change that. Lidan prepares to one-shot it and take the grass. Then he stops. Something doesn't add up. Why didn't the guy who made the sculptures just kill the snake himself? Why leave a secret address and a guardian? Lidan looks around the cave again. He notices a small gap in the back wall. He ignores the snake for a second to check it out. He steps through the secondary opening, the snake just watching him like a confused cat. Behind the curtain of rock, he finds what he was really looking for. A skeleton sitting in a meditative posture, and a book lying on the floor. The skeleton looks peaceful, even in death. Lidan picks up the manual, Immortal Crane's Secret Art. He flips it open. The master's final words. I found this place by chance and had some fun, leaving a legacy for whoever finds it. This is the cultivation method for the sculptures. It explains how to move true qi through the entire body simultaneously. Then it mentions the sun grass and the viper. There's a third plant, the myriad poisons purifying grass. It's growing right there in the corner. Lidan recognizes it from the Alliance's records. The master left a recipe for his successor. The trial of the viper. A normal person would kill the snake and take the grass, but a true successor uses the grass to absorb the snake's venom. Lidan bows to the skeleton. Thank you, elder. He plucks the berries from the purifying grass. If he survives this, he'll have poison immunity. The viper hisses. It's go time. Lidan faces the beast. It lunges, jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. Lidan moves faster than the eye can follow. Sorry, you're part of the recipe now. A single flash of his blade, and the Dark King Viper's head hits the floor. Lidan doesn't celebrate. The hard part is next. He sits down and cuts open the snake's body. He pulls out the inner core. It's glowing with a sickly green light. To gain immunity, he has to eat this core, let the poison circulate, then eat the purifying berries. It's a 50-50 shot at survival. Lidan doesn't hesitate. He swallows the poison core whole. Instantly, his vision goes dark. The veins in his neck turn purple. He's screaming internally as his heart tries to explode. The poison is winning. Our guy is currently fighting for his life in a hole in the wall. Our guy is currently experiencing the literal definition of, it hurts to exist. He feels like his internal organs are being put through a microwave on the popcorn setting. He needs to eat the purifying grass right now, but his brain is fighting his body. If he eats it 1 second too early, the trial fails and he just dies with a stomach full of weeds. He waits for the peak, the absolute limit. The poison hits his toes. That is the signal. His hand is shaking so hard it looks like a glitch in the animation, but the poison has paralyzed his nervous system. He cannot move his arm. He is a master of the universe, and he is currently being defeated by a lack of motor skills. Then, the hallucination kicks in. He is back in his past life as the martial god, sitting at a table with his mother after a massive victory. He is bragging about his achievements, looking like the ultimate "I'm the main character" guy. But then, he notices her face, the wrinkles, the age, the things he was too busy to see because he was chasing the peak. He realized too late that while he was becoming a god, she was just becoming old. She tells him he's incredible and to eat up. This is the regret that has been sitting in his soul for 70 years. Back in reality, he collapses. The purifying berries are just out of reach. He thinks about everything he still has to do. He thinks about the leeches he hasn't crushed yet. The vision of his mother gives him that final "you can do it" buff. His fingers twitch. He drags his hand across the dirt like he's trying to reach the last slice of pizza. He gets them. He shoves the berries into his mouth and the internal fire finally starts to die down. Silence. He stays down for a long time, just breathing. He is actually surprised he survived. Usually, this is the part where the author kills off a side character to show how dangerous the poison is. But Li Dan is built different. The pain is gone. Time to check the stat sheet. He circulates his chi and the air around him starts to ripple. Complete success. He has gained imperviousness to 10,000 poisons. He didn't even have this buff in his first life. He stands up, feeling the weight of the new power. And now for the main course, the sun grass. He pulls the whole thing out of the ground, roots and all. He is not leaving a single XP point behind. He eats the entire plant raw. It probably tastes like dirt and ancient regrets, but the energy hit is immediate. He sits back into meditation. The chi starts to spiral around him like a hurricane, blue light flickering through his skin. The 60 years of chi from the grass merges with what he already had. His internal battery just hit 100%. He opens his eyes, and the sheer pressure of his gaze clears the air. One eye glowing with residual power, before he settles back into trash air mode. He has absorbed 60 years of inner chi in one sitting. He is now sitting on 120 years of pure chi. To put that in perspective, he can now use the fourth movement of his style. He gets up and decides to test out his new movements. He uses the immortal crane's secret art he found in the cave. This is not your standard punch-and-kick setup. He moves like a blur, the air cracking behind his elbows. It is a brutal, close-quarters physical combat art. The main attacks aren't what you expect. He uses his whole body as a weapon. Most martial arts focus on the fists. Here, the hands are just feints. They are there to make you look left, while he hits you with a shoulder, a knee, or an elbow from the right. Imagine thinking you're about to trade punches, and you get a shoulder check that shatters your ribcage. He flows through the forms perfectly. The impact of his test strikes is tearing up the ground. He stops. He looks at the manual one last time. This stuff is top tier. It is on par with his soul-chasing Asura sword arts. He wonders who the skeleton in the corner actually was to leave this behind. A monster, clearly. Li Dan pays his respects. He buries the master under a pile of stones and leaves the cave. Cut to Wuhan, the tavern where this whole journey started. Baek Pyo looks up and sees a familiar face. He recognizes Li Dan immediately, his first customer. He remembers exactly where Li Dan sat. He welcomes him back with a genuine smile. Li Dan sits down and looks at himself in a mirror. He looks the same, but he feels like a completely different person. Then he notices something on the wall he hasn't seen before. Baek Pyo says they are just things he made to relieve boredom. Li Dan wants to recruit this guy, but he sees how peaceful the tavern life is. Then the door opens. Li Dan's internal radar goes off. He recognizes the man walking in. Sima Tian, high-ranking Murim Alliance official, and a man who definitely didn't come here for the cheap beer. The atmosphere in the tavern just dropped by 20 degrees. Sima Tian walks in like he owns the place. He claims he's just passing by and wanted to see a former colleague. Baek Pyo plays it cool. He thanks him for the visit. But the way Sima Tian sits down, it is the behavior of a man who is about to ask a question you aren't going to like. He orders some alcohol. Li Dan is sitting in the corner, nursing his drink and thinking nonsense. Men like Sima Tian only move when there is a profit. He doesn't visit people who have left the alliance out of the goodness of his heart. Baek Pyo brings the drink. Then Sima Tian drops the name. Advisor Gal. He has that snake-like smile that tells you he already knows the answer. Li Dan's eyes sharpen. Gal Saryang. Baek Pyo says Gal visited once and gave him a gift. Sima Tian leans in. You two must have been close. He starts pouring some powder into his drink. Baek Pyo admits they were. Sima Tian asks if he has any plans to return to the Alliance. Li Dan is impressed. Baek Pyo is handling this perfectly. He isn't lying about things that can be investigated. He's being just honest enough to not be suspicious. Sima Tian stands up. He says he's busy and has to go. The social dance is over. He pats Baek Pyo on the shoulder on his way out. Baek Pyo's expression is unreadable. Sima Tian stops at the door. Didn't Advisor Gal give you something else? That look in his eyes. He is hunting. Li Dan realizes what is happening. This was never a social visit. Sima Tian is looking for something he thinks Gal Saryang gave to Baek Pyo. Baek Pyo repeats that he wasn't given anything. Sima Tian stares at him for a long beat. The silence in the tavern is heavy enough to crush a table. I see. He tells him the alcohol was great and to have a good business. He walks out into the street. Li Dan watches him go from the window. He knows exactly what Sima Tian is looking for. Baek Pyo is officially caught up in the Alliance's mess. Li Dan stands up to leave. He thanks Baek Pyo for the drink. Baek Pyo gives him a polite smile. Li Dan tells him the alcohol is so good, he'll have to come back tomorrow. Baek Pyo looks at him, maybe realizing this customer isn't a normal guy. Li Dan walks away, wishing the man a happy life. He has no intention of dragging him into a war. But if the Alliance is already circling him, Li Dan is going to have to take care of the problem before he leaves. Cut to Sima Tian in his temporary headquarters. He is smiling. His subordinate asks if Baek Pyo really didn't have the sword. Sima Tian says he thought that at first. But Baek Pyo was too calm. He was too prepared for the question. It looked like a practiced response. Sima Tian finds it strange. If he has the sword, why is he staying so close to the Alliance? The subordinate offers to take care of him. Sima Tian gives him the green light. But he warns him, don't underestimate him. That tavern keeper used to be the best guard in the Murim Alliance. The subordinate doesn't seem to care. He thinks he's the bigger dog. Night falls over Wuhan. Li Dan is sitting in his room connecting the dots. What is Sima Tian actually looking for? Li Dan didn't have many treasures in his past life. He didn't care about jewels or elixirs. Then it hits him. The Asura Wisdom King sword. His personal blade. He remembers a conversation from his past life. He used that sword so much it became an extension of his own body. He told his people that if he died, the sword should go to someone worthy. He realizes that Gal Saryang must have secured it after he died. And if it's with Baek Pyo, Sima Tian will burn that tavern to the ground to get it. Back at the tavern the next day. Baek Pyo is surprised to see Li Dan really came back. Li Dan apologizes for being early. Baek Pyo tells him to come in. Li Dan spots something on the counter. The night-crying insect. That means Baek Pyo is already expecting an invasion. He's on high alert. Li Dan plays dumb. He apologizes for being a bother. Baek Pyo jokes that he'd be rich if everyone was like him. Li Dan says he'll come every day then. They share a laugh, but the tension underneath is screaming. Li Dan takes a seat and looks out the window. The tavern is small and quiet. He realizes that Baek Pyo was probably dreaming of this peace while he was guarding Li Dan in the middle of a war zone. This tavern was supposed to be his retirement plan, his resting place. Li Dan's expression goes cold. He looks at the shelves. He sees the decorations again. His eyes narrow as he realizes what he's looking at. The sword. It isn't hidden in a basement or a secret floor. It has been sitting on the wall in plain sight this whole time. A legendary sword isn't just a piece of metal. When you spend 70 years swinging the same blade, it starts to recognize your soul. It feeds off your anger and matches your rhythm. It's basically a high-tier gaming mouse that only works for one pro player. And right now, that mouse is currently disguised as a dusty stone ornament on a tavern wall. In his past life, the Asura Wisdom King sword would hum the second Li Dan released his chi. But Li Dan is in a different body now. The hardware is new, but the OS, the Heavenly Martial Mind Art, is exactly the same. Time to see if the cloud sync still works. Baek Pyo steps away for a second, giving our guy a window. He reaches out and touches the sculpture. He circulates his chi, letting that signature energy flow into the stone. The reaction is immediate. The stone starts to vibrate. A low hum that only he can feel. His eyes go wide. Confirmed. This isn't just a replica. This is the real deal. The look on his face is pure. I found my lost save file. He has to hand it to Gal Saryang. Hiding the most wanted weapon in the world in plain sight as a wooden ornament is top-tier galaxy brain behavior. Bayek Pyo walks back in, and Lidan immediately pulls back. He compliments the art pieces, saying they fit the tavern's vibe perfectly. Bayek Pyo just smiles and says he made them in his spare time. Now Lidan has a problem. Sima Tian is definitely hunting this thing. He needs to handle the Murim Alliance before they figure out the rock on the wall is a nuke. Bayek Pyo asks if he's really the successor of the Bili family. Lidan goes into humble traveler mode, giving him the standard NPC dialogue about broadening his horizons. But internally, he's thinking about his relationship with Bayek Pyo. Trust is everything. If he starts this relationship with a lie, it's going to be a messy breakup later. He tells Bayek Pyo that age doesn't matter. Bayek Pyo laughs, saying his youth ended a long time ago on the battlefield. Lidan looks at him with the eyes of a 70-year-old veteran and tells him the mind is what counts. It's a heavy moment. He hopes he isn't offending the older man by talking down to him. Bayek Pyo just smiles. He notes that young Master Bili doesn't act like a young person at all. Lidan immediately pivots. "So you're saying I look old?" Bayek Pyo starts panicking, waving his hands around. He says Lidan just has something special about him. Lidan takes the win. He's being sincere, even if he can't tell him the whole truth yet. He takes it as a compliment. They share a genuine moment of connection. But the world doesn't stop for tea time. Switching scenes to the Heavenly Net Union. This is Ban Suking. She's currently looking like she's about to fire her entire PR team. Elder Feng walks in. She asks if something is wrong. Ban Suking got a summons from the Murim Alliance. She is the leader of a major intelligence agency, but the Alliance treats her like a delivery driver. She's not a fan of Ma Fengji. Calls him an unsightly old man. Elder Feng agrees. The Alliance has lost its way. The message actually came from Sima Tian. He sent the same call to all the major intelligence groups in the region. Elder Feng realizes he's trying to tame them one by one. The Murim Alliance is full of old foxes who think they own the world. They miss the old days. Specifically, they miss Tian Hejin. Ban Suking thinks back to the previous Alliance leader. He was always respectful, courteous, a true professional. Compared to him, Sima Tian is just a rude amateur with a big title. She looks at a scroll on the table. She's frustrated, but her job is to find information. Elder Feng asks if she's heard from that person. The room goes quiet. Ban Suking is confused for a second. Elder Feng clarifies, the previous general advisor. Gal Saryang. Ban Suking looks down. She heard he was demoted and basically disappeared. There's history here. Elder Feng finds the whole situation frustrating. Suddenly, a messenger runs in. He tells the union leader she needs to get to the branch office immediately. Cut to the Heavenly Net Union branch in Wuhan. A man is sitting there, waiting. He's wearing an eye patch and a beard. It's Lidan in his information broker skin. The branch manager asks if he really has valuable info to sell. Lidan recognizes the voice behind the screen. It's Ban Suking. In his past life, he only met her through Gal Saryang's intro. They go way back. He knows exactly how to play her. She asks if the information really belongs to the previous Alliance leader. Lidan says yes. And it's a total world premiere, never been published. She's skeptical. How would I know if it really belongs to Tian Hejin? Lidan holds up the paper. Check the handwriting. She asks to confirm it in her presence. She lets him into the inner chamber. An expert with a magnifying glass steps in. The tension is thick enough to stop a blade. The old man starts analyzing the strokes. Ban Suking is watching him like a hawk. Lidan is sitting there, looking bored. He's not worried. Why would he be? He wrote the thing himself. He even aged the paper and ink. This is professional-grade gaslighting. The expert finishes. It's authentic. Ban Suking is stunned. She needs to see the content for herself. Lidan hands it over. He says he trusts their reputation. She starts reading. Her eyes are moving fast. Lidan included some specific details about the Asura sword arts that only he would know. He wrote a dramatic confession about failing to reach the mental sword realm. The perfect emotional hook for a forged relic. And then the punchline, he wrote that he destroyed the Asura Wisdom King's sword. Welcome to the aftermath of a masterpiece. Lidan knows his audience. He knows Gal Saryang and Ban Suking had a thing. He knows that if she thinks this info can save Gal from Sima Tian's pressure, she'll jump on it. It's a win-win. She gets to protect her old flame, and Lidan gets the Alliance off his back. He asks for her price. She offers 10,000 taels. Lidan counters with 15,000 because he knows she's desperate. She stands her ground. 10K is the market rate. She smiles. Lidan accepts. He's not here for the money. He's here for the chaos. Transaction complete. He leaves with a bag of gold and a successful scam. Later that night, the info reaches Sima Tian. He's hosting a dinner for Ban Su King. She's playing the role of the polite informant perfectly. Sima Tian is grinning like he just found a cheat code. Ban Su King is internally roasting him. She knows this guy was the Heavenly Blade sect's dirty work guy. A politician, not an advisor. A complete fraud in her eyes. Suddenly, Sima Tian's subordinate walks in. Ban Su King keeps her poker face. The subordinate has the document. Sima Tian looks like he's seeing a miracle. He asks about the document he was looking for. He takes it from his subordinate. Here it is. He invites the subordinate to have a drink to celebrate. The man declines, saying he's still on the clock. He walks out, leaving Sima Tian and Ban Su King alone. Ban Su King watches him go. She can feel the greed coming off Sima Tian in waves. He tells her to keep up the good work. She gives him a sharp look. She remembers how Tian Hejin used to treat people. Sima Tian asks what's on her mind. She says there are many capable people in Jianghu, but they aren't necessarily needed anymore. Sima Tian just sips his tea. He thinks he has the taste of power. Ban Su King tells him she has a gift to commemorate their meeting. She hands him Li Dan's forged document. Sima Tian starts reading. His face goes pale. Is this really the writing of the previous leader? She confirms it. Says info flows like the laws of nature. Pure corporate speak for don't ask where I got this. She smiles. Sima Tian realizes it would be foolish to ask for the source. He immediately leaves. The party is over. He looks like he just got told his bank account was drained. Ban Su King sips her tea. Job done. Cut back to Sima Tian's office. His experts have analyzed the forgery. He asks if there's any chance of it being a counterfeit. The expert says no. The paper and ink date back to right before the leader died. They even checked the martial arts details with the Council of Elders. Everything matches. Sima Tian is furious. To think the sword is gone. His subordinate points out that if someone leaked this, it must have been Gal or Bayek Pyo. Sima Tian thinks about it, but then he shakes it off. It doesn't matter who leaked it. What matters is that the sword is destroyed. He wanted to use that sword to climb the Alliance ladder. Now his ladder just broke. He tells the subordinate to stop investigating Bayek Pyo. They have more important things to do. Back at the tavern. Sunset. Bayek Pyo introduces Li Dan to someone new. This is Ming, his daughter. Li Dan kneels down to her level. He tells her she must have a beautiful mother. He's being sincere. Bayek Pyo watches them. Li Dan gives her a warm smile. It's a side of him we haven't seen much. He thinks back to his past life. He spent his whole life chasing authority and power. He was so obstinate that he never saw the hearts of the people around him. Bayek Pyo spent his entire youth in war for Li Dan. He lost his friends. He got scars that will never heal. And even now, after Li Dan is dead, Bayek Pyo is still guarding his legacy. Why are you doing this for someone like me? Li Dan feels the weight of the debt he owes this man. He looks at Bayek Pyo. He just hopes the man can finally enjoy his happiness. Night falls. The town is peaceful, but the peace is a lie. In a dark room, Sima Tian's subordinate is meeting with 3 men. These aren't Alliance soldiers. These are specialists. The bald one asks why the mission was cancelled. The subordinate tells them the official mission is off, but he's moving separately. He drops a stack of money on the table. He wants them to stay nearby and wait. He's not buying the destroyed sword story. He wants results. And these 3 look like they are very good at getting them. Li Dan thinks he just saved the tavern. But the monsters Sima Tian just hired don't care about forged letters. They care about blood. Night falls on the city, and the rats are starting to come out of the walls. We're inside a high-class establishment where the hit squad is having a pre-game meal. They're talking about their target, the former leader of the Tiger Sect. They admit they can't kill Bayek Pyo in a fair fight, but they aren't here for a fair fight. They're here to find his weakness. And unfortunately, they found it. Outside, our guy is listening to every word. He sees a vision of Ming, realizing these animals are actually going after a child. Layden wants to end them right here, but he has to be smart. If he just deletes Zhou Biok and the squad now, the Alliance will know Bayek Pyo had help. He needs to make this look like a different kind of problem. He watches the mercs laughing and drinking with the girls. He notices the spending. This place isn't cheap. Mere wanderers shouldn't have this kind of budget. Even Zhou Biok, as a right-hand man, is spending way above his pay grade. There is a secret bank account somewhere, and Li Dan is about to close it. The squad moves out into the woods, heading toward a hidden building. It's an unfamiliar place, deep in the shadows where no one asks questions. Li Dan tracks them to the gates. They walk in like they own the place, because in this corner of the world they do. Li Dan takes a position in the trees, his eyes going cold. He vanishes from the branch. Inside, the squad is boasting about how much money their boss is making. Business is booming, apparently. We see the layout, a massive hidden arena. It's a gallery of the worst people in Jianghu. Old men, corrupt officials, all watching the show. They're talking about a girl they broke. It's disgusting. The auctioneer steps up. "Thank you for waiting." He signals to the back. They bring out a new girl. She looks terrified. The crowd of elders starts salivating like they haven't eaten in a week. The bidding starts at 500 nyang. Immediately, some old fossil throws his hand up. The price jumps to 600. The hit squad is laughing. They love seeing the old folks spend more money for their business. The numbers keep climbing. 800. 1,000. A man with a white beard hits 2,000 nyang with a smug look on his face. The other bidders start sweating. That's a heavy price. The old man sips his tea thinking he's won. The auctioneer starts the countdown. Then, a voice from the shadows drops a nuke. 100 million nyang. The entire room has a collective stroke. The old man nearly chokes on his tea. "That's ridiculous!" Our guy steps into the light, looking like the final boss of an assassin game. He walks toward the stage. "Hey, old man, would you sell your granddaughter for 2,000 yang?" The old man is offended. The audacity of this masked peasant. He asks who Lidan is to spout such nonsense. The auctioneer panics and tells the guards to catch him. 2 guards move in with swords. Lidan doesn't even flinch. They swing, he dodges through the middle, and slams their heads together like he's closing a book. He's not even using chi yet, just pure physical disrespect. He releases a small burst of energy that sends the guards flying. The shockwave clears the floor. Lidan stares at the hit squad. "Strangely, I felt like coming here today." The mercs walk down. They think this is funny. They've seen heroes like this before. The bald one pulls out his hook sword. "You've picked the wrong day." He lunges, moving like a blur toward Leiden's throat. Leiden steps aside and the bald guy's expression goes from "I'm a menace" to "I'm in danger" in one frame. Leiden grabs his face and slams it into the tile. Then he tosses him into the air like a rag doll. The bald guy hits the ceiling and the impact shakes the whole building. Leiden settles back into a stance. The other 2 mercs are actually stunned. That wasn't supposed to happen. The leader realizes Leiden isn't a petty thief. The giant and the bearded one pull their weapons. They charge at the same time. Lidan watches them come, steam rising from his shoulders. The giant swings his axe. Lidan ducks underneath, his ponytail whipping through the air. He catches the giant's arm mid-swing. A single punch to the solar plexus, and blue lightning sparks behind Lidan's eyes. The giant's armor shatters. The shockwave of the impact sends the giant through a brick wall. The corrupt elders are losing their minds. One of the mercs lands in a heap next to the old man's tea table. He's coughing up blood, realizing his career just ended. Leiden stands in the middle of the wreckage, perfectly calm. "Seems like I picked the right day." The moon is high, and the trash is getting taken out. The bearded merc is the only one left standing, and he's shaking like a leaf. He looks into Lidan's eyes and sees a void where a soul should be. He tries to beg for a wait, but Lidan has zero interest in his life story. One strike, the air splits as the fist passes through, and the merc is on the grass, questioning his life choices. Joe Byok is watching from the balcony, having a complete mental breakdown. He turns and runs like he's trying to win an Olympic gold. Lidan tells him to go ahead and bring his boss over. Then he turns to the VIP section. The elders are trying to sneak away. "There's no need to be scared. I won't kill you." The old men actually look relieved for about 3 seconds. Then Lidan moves. He grabs the first one, and the old man screams, "You said you wouldn't kill us!" "I'm not. I will let you live so the whole world can see what you've done." The old man tries to plead for his family's name. Lidan punches his teeth out. He slams another into the ground. He's systematically dismantling them. He tells them they'll spend the rest of their lives eating seaweed soup because they won't have any teeth left to chew. "I will make you end your life in shame and pain." The girls from the auction watch in absolute shock. They've never seen a monster act like a hero before. Lidan's hand is covered in blood, surrounded by the broken bodies of the men who bought and sold lives. He looks over at the girls. They're huddled together, terrified. "Do you miss your mothers?" The question hits them like a physical blow. They start crying. "I will send you home." He knows they'll have scars forever. But he hopes that watching these get punished will be the first step in their healing. He's going to show them exactly what happens to predators. He walks back toward the main building. Joe Byok has returned with a small army of guards. Lidan tells the girls to look carefully. Joe Byok is acting tough again now that he has backup. He looks at the broken hit squad and realizes he's in trouble. "Where did you come from?" Lidan just says he's a guy passing by who found a dirty place. Joe Byok tries the classic, "Do you know who my superior is?" Lidan counters, "Does the one behind you know about this place?" Joe Byok freezes. If Sima Tian finds out his subordinate is running a side hustle brothel, he's dead anyway. He tries to negotiate. "What do you want? Money?" He offers Lidan a 20% share. Then 30%. Just name your price. Lidan just chuckles. It's pathetic. What I want is hard to explain in words. Let me show you. He vanishes. Joe Byok screams at him to die. He throws a specialized flask at the ground. A massive cloud of black smoke erupts, filling the courtyard. Lidan recognizes it instantly. Poison. His first thought is the women behind him. He can't let them inhale this. He raises his hands. He uses his chi to create a massive vortex of wind. The air starts spinning so fast it creates a localized hurricane. The poison gas is sucked into the center of the storm. He compresses the entire black cloud into a tiny ball between his palms. He breathes in. Joe Byok thinks he's won. "You idiot! That poison blocks your acupoints instantly!" Lidan's eye glows. Joe Byok lunges with his sword. Lidan sidesteps, the wind from his movement shattering the stone floor. Joe Byok is swinging at ghosts. Shouldn't you be dying by now? Lidan looks at him with pure boredom. It seems you bought the wrong poison. Joe Byok's world is ending. Lidan launches forward, a kick to the chest that breaks the sound barrier. Joe Byok is barely holding on to his sanity. He tries one final desperate swing. Lidan catches the blade with 2 fingers. The sheer pressure of the chi makes the sword glow hot. Lidan grabs Joe Byok's arm. Something breaks, and it sounds like a lot of things. Lidan stares him down. A final strike to the jaw. Joe Byok is buried into the dirt. Lidan follows up with a series of blows that reset the landscape. The courtyard is a crater. The smoke finally clears, leaving only the sound of Lidan's breathing. Joe Byok is a permanent fixture of the pavement now. Go to hell and split those shares with the demons. Lidan just dismantled Sima Tian's piggy bank. But when the general advisor realizes his source of income is gone, he's not going to just be angry. He's going to be desperate. And a desperate man with alliance power is a lot more dangerous than a mercenary hit squad. The raid is over, and it's time for the cleanup crew to earn their keep. Lidan watches from the shadows as the carriages move out. The plan worked perfectly. He's standing on a branch, looking like a depressed Batman, thinking about how he failed these kids as a fellow adult. The children are being sent home to their families while the corrupt elders are heading straight to a cage. Lidan knows Ma Fengji is a piece of trash, but the Murim Alliance as a whole still has some integrity left. He spent decades building that integrity, and even a year of rotten leadership hasn't completely killed it yet. Because of the way he staged the raid, Sima Tian is going to be way too scared to investigate his subordinate's death. He'll be too busy looking over his shoulder for betrayals to notice Bayek Pyo. Lidan pulls out a small necklace he took from the wreckage. He crushes it between his fingers, revealing a secret code hidden inside. He doesn't know what it is yet, but in a manhwa, a secret code always leads to more loot. Back at the raid site, some local official peeks out from the curtains. He sees the mess and decides that today is a very good day to retire. He runs to the secret warehouse, shoving boxes aside like he's looking for his car keys. He unlocks a secret door, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the profits. He thinks he's just hit the jackpot. Chests full of elixirs, ancient vases, and cold hard cash. Now it all belongs to me. So, this place exists after all. Lidan is standing right behind him. He knew Joe Byok couldn't calculate the money every day, so there had to be a piggy bank. The man's soul leaves his body for a second. He drops to his knees and begs for his life. Lidan just looks at him. Didn't I spare you already? One thrust, and the man realizes that sparing you doesn't mean you have a pass to go back to being a thief. If you hadn't been so greedy, you would have lived another 50 years. Lidan pulls the blade out. The man collapses into the very pile of gold he was just celebrating. Lidan walks away. He's got the bag now. The next day, Lidan is back in his civilian clothes, meeting with Zheng Yu and Guang To. Zheng Yu is looking sharp. He's the ultimate reformed gangster manager. Lidan asks how his parents are doing. They're fine, but apparently they don't miss him at all. Zheng Yu explains that once parents get older, they just want their kids to leave the nest. Guang To tells him to look in a mirror sometimes. How long can children be adorable? Lidan laughs. He's enjoying the banter. Then he gets serious. Let's create a trading company. Zheng Yu's expression doesn't change. He's been waiting for this move. I had a feeling you'd say that. Lidan asks for his thoughts. Starting a company is a nightmare. It needs massive capital. Lidan agrees. So let's start small, but keep scalability in mind. He wants to start in Wuhan and expand through the entire Central Plains. Zheng Yu takes a moment to process the scale of Lidan's ambition. He understands. This isn't just a business, it's a foundation for a new sect. He wants a direct contact point between Wuhan and Shandong. Zheng Yu asks the big question, how much money do you need? To start? At least 50,000 taels. Zheng Yu starts checking their current savings. Li Dan drops a stack of notes on the table. This is 100,000 taels. Start with this. Zheng Yu and Guang Tou look like they just saw a ghost. Li Dan admits 80,000 of it came from the secret warehouse raid. In his past life, his honor would never let him use stolen money. But he's done with honor. He's focusing on reality now. He hopes that by putting this money in his hands, it will actually do some good. It won't matter what the world calls me. Zheng Yu accepts the challenge. 100K is more than enough to dominate the market. Li Dan entrusts the entire operation to him. Zheng Yu is officially the general manager. And Guang Tou? He's the new head of security. Guang Tou takes the job with a look of pure determination. They head to the tavern. Li Dan walks in with Guang Tou right behind him. Baek Pyo gives them a warm welcome. Li Dan introduces Guang Tou as his subordinate. He is the person I trust the most. That line hits Guang Tou hard. Baek Pyo smiles. Guang Tou thanks Baek Pyo for taking care of their lacking young master. Li Dan looks offended. Baek Pyo laughs. Lacking? Li Dan has been my lucky charm. Sales are up, and he's never been happier. Li Dan watches them interact with a bittersweet expression. He's introducing the person he trusted most in his past life to the person he trusts most in this life. It's a worlds collide moment. Leiden feels the weight of 2 lifetimes standing in one room. Later that night, Li Dan and Guang Tou are walking back from the tavern. The moon is out, and the vibe is quiet. Li Dan is lost in thought. He's replaying the scene in his head. He didn't know Baek Pyo could smile that much. Back when he was the leader of the Tigers, the guy was a stone-cold soldier. Guang Tou breaks the silence. I think I understand why you like the owner. Li Dan's internal alarm goes off. What? Did it seem like I liked him? He tries to play it off like they just had a quick drink. Guang Tou isn't buying it. He says Baek Pyo didn't seem like a typical tavern owner. Just being around him felt comfortable. Li Dan stops. He realizes he can't hide it anymore. That man was the leader of the ferocious tiger group. Guang Tou nearly trips over his own feet. The ferocious tiger group, the elite squad that protected the alliance leader. Li Dan shows him a vision of Baek Pyo in full armor. He tells Guang Tou that he secretly saved Baek Pyo's family from danger. He's telling the truth because he doesn't want to deceive his most loyal disciple. Guang Tou thinks about it for a second. You should let him know. Tell him you saved his family. Li Dan asks why. He should have a chance to thank you. Li Dan looks at him like he's crazy. He's not a debt collector. If he doesn't say anything, Baek Pyo can keep his peace. Guang Tou argues that the world doesn't work that way. If you don't speak up, they really won't know. Li Dan looks down. He's torn. He jokes that it would be cooler if Baek Pyo figured it out later. Guang Tou laughs. I knew there was a reason you called me there. Young master. He leans in. Please tell him everything. Tell him you want him to join you. Li Dan is genuinely shocked. Guang Tou says he saw the warmth in Li Dan's eyes earlier. Li Dan tries to deflect. More than when I look at you? Guang Tou blushes. He doesn't know how to judge that objectively. He stammers, and Li Dan can't help but smile. He realizes that it must have been hard for Guang Tou to say that. Guang Tou knows that bringing a legend like Baek Pyo into the squad could lower his own position. He'd have to share the attention. But he said it anyway, because he cares about Li Dan's happiness. Li Dan promises to think about it. Please do. You have to. Li Dan stands alone in the moonlight. If this were his past life, he would have made Baek Pyo his asset without hesitation. Back then, he was a machine. The martial god had no time for retirement. He was focused solely on being the strongest. He lived a life of constant war, battling unorthodox sects and corrupt elders. But now, things are different. He's not just focused on his own power. He's thinking about Baek Pyo as a human being. Guang Tou watches him, knowing his master is changing. Next day at the restaurant, Li Dan and Master Kong are having a meal. Kong notices Guang Tou is missing. Guang Tou looks nervous. It's nothing. Kong asks where they're heading after eating. Guang Tou starts listing all the complex tasks he has to handle. The banks, the transport agencies, the information centers. Kong says it's no big deal once it becomes a habit. Guang Tou calls him Warrior Kong. Kong tells him to call him Hyung Nim instead. Guang Tou hesitates. He was just a servant. How could he? Kong stops eating. What makes someone amazing is doing something they've never done before, without being afraid. Guang Tou's eyes go wide. He admits he'd still be sweeping yards if it weren't for Li Dan. You are both amazing. Kong gives him a rare smile. Guang Tou looks down at his bowl. He's making a decision. The silence hangs over the table. General Manager Kong, I think I'm going to cause an accident soon. Kong doesn't even look up. Please go ahead. Guang Tou is shocked. Really? Kong points out that if you're already worried about it, it's not a real accident, and an accident predicted in advance isn't an accident. Kong is giving him the green light to break the rules. He stares Guang Tou down. Guangtou takes a deep breath. He stands up, his chair scraping the floor. "I'll be back." Kong watches him go, a knowing smile on his face. Cut to the tavern. Baekpyo is closing up or handling the midday lull. He hears the door creak. Guangtou is standing there, tipped hat and all. The friendly subordinate is gone. "I came for a drink." But the look in his eyes says he didn't come for the alcohol. He's here to spill the beans. Li Dan wanted to keep Baekpyo in the dark to protect his peace. But Guangtou is about to blow the lid off the secret. When a legend like Baekpyo finds out his young master is the one who saved his family, the tavern life is over. We open on the quiet outskirts of Wuhan. Baekpyo is currently having a very confusing afternoon. He's staring at Guangtou, who has shown up at his tavern looking like he's about to deliver a life-changing monologue. Guangtou is basically the guy who can't keep a secret if his life depended on it, especially if that secret involves how awesome Li Dan is. He sits down, looking like he's carrying the weight of the entire world, but really, he's just dying to trauma dump all the righteous deeds Li Dan has been doing in secret. Baekpyo, being a professional tavern owner and a retired legend, brings over a drink and asks what's up. Guangtou takes a moment. The silence is heavy. He's debating if he should actually do this. Then he asks Baekpyo for a moment of his time. Baekpyo obliges. He's a good listener. It's part of the job description when you're hiding from the world. He pours a drink, just one, because he's still technically on the clock. Guangtou stares into his cup. "I need to talk to you about our young master." Baekpyo immediately tenses up. "Did something happen to Li Dan?" Guangtou nods. Baekpyo is thinking Li Dan got into a fight or ran into the Alliance. But then Guangtou drops the bomb. "It happened because of you, sir." And now Baekpyo is completely lost. Guangtou starts explaining that everything Li Dan has done recently, including taking out Zhou Biok, fighting through high-level assassins, and saving the kidnapped girls, was all a calculated move to protect Baekpyo's family from the shadows. Baekpyo just sits there. He's trying to process why a trash heir from a falling family would risk his life for a tavern owner. Guangtou's wingman energy is off the charts right now. He's painting Li Dan as this selfless saint who does good and hides his face. Baekpyo asks the real question. "If he wanted to keep it a secret, why are you telling me now?" Guangtou goes for the kill. "Because our young master likes you very much." Somewhere in the city, Li Dan's past life instinct is probably telling him to delete this man's vocal cords. Baekpyo repeats it, sounding more confused than flattered. "He likes me?" Guangtou explains that Li Dan wants Baekpyo to join him, to stand by his side. But Li Dan is too stoic, too main character coded to actually say those words out loud. So Guangtou decided to play matchmaker for the squad's future. "If I don't tell you, you'll never know how he actually feels." He's basically begging at this point. "Please, join our young master." Baekpyo is silent. The air in the tavern feels thin. Guangtou adds a final note. "If he finds out I said this, he'll probably kill me." "You know that too, huh?" Guangtou's eyes go wide. Li Dan is standing right behind him. The main character has entered the chat. Li Dan sighs. He's already in damage control mode. He tells Baekpyo to ignore everything the idiot just said. Baekpyo looks him in the eye. "How did you find out about Zhou Biok and Sima Tian?" Li Dan can't exactly say, "I'm your former boss from 70 years ago, and I can smell a corrupt alliance plot from 3 provinces away." So he goes with the standard, "I'm traveling to broaden my horizons" excuse. He claims he just stumbled onto the kidnapping ring while wandering around. He says once he realized they were targeting Baekpyo, he just handled it because it was the right thing to do. He flashes a polite smile. "Don't worry about it. It's over." Baekpyo isn't buying it, but he appreciates the gesture. "I'm grateful," he says, "but I don't intend to get involved in Jianghu matters ever again." He bows his head. A hard rejection. Li Dan's expression doesn't change. He expected this. He tells Baekpyo there's no need to apologize. He respects the man's peace. Guangtou looks like he just accidentally deleted his master's save file. "Did I ruin everything?" Li Dan gives him a look that says yes, "but I'm too tired to fire you." Guangtou laughs nervously. He knows he's in the doghouse. He tries to justify it. He says feelings shouldn't be hidden from the people you care about. "If you don't speak, the owner will never know." Li Dan looks at his disciple. Guangtou is actually being sincere. He's an idiot, but his heart is in the right place. Li Dan places a hand on his shoulder. "I know how you feel." He admits that Guangtou's actions actually made things easier. Li Dan realizes he probably would have just left without ever asking, because he wanted Baekpyo to be happy more than he wanted a powerful subordinate. Suddenly Guangtou points outside. It's the first snow of the year. Li Dan mentions that seeing the first snow is supposed to bring good luck. Baek Pyo freezes. He remembers someone else saying those exact words. His old leader, the martial god, used to say that every single time it snowed. The memory hits him like a physical blow. Li Dan turns to leave. "Let's go, Guangtou!" Baek Pyo watches him walk away. The resemblance in tone and behavior is becoming impossible to ignore. Li Dan waves a hand. "If destiny allows, let's meet again." It sounds like a final goodbye. Li Dan walks past the stone sword on the wall. His chi flares just for a microsecond. A high-pitched ringing sound suddenly fills the room. Li Dan stops. He knows that sound. Everyone in the tavern looks at the wall. The stone decoration is vibrating so hard it's shaking the dust off the beams. Cracks start spiderwebbing across the petrified surface. The stone skin shatters into 1,000 pieces, exploding outward as a blinding light fills the room. When the dust clears, there's no stone decoration left. There is only a gleaming, lethal blade, hummed with ancient power. Li Dan stares at it, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and nostalgia. The Asura Wisdom King sword isn't just reacting, it's screaming for its master. The blade is vibrating so fast it looks like a blur of steel and light. Baek Pyo is losing his mind. Why is the sword crying? Guangtou is just confused. He didn't even know there was a real sword inside that rock. Li Dan tries to play it cool, but his heart is racing. "Stop looking at it," he says, trying to pull Guangtou toward the door. "Let's go!" But the sword isn't letting him leave. The ringing sound gets louder, making Guangtou cover his ears. Baek Pyo looks at Li Dan, then at the sword, then back at Li Dan. He realizes the blade is responding directly to the boy's presence. Li Dan stops. He can't run from this. He looks back at the weapon he used to conquer the martial world. "In the past, you never cried like this." He remembers carrying this blade through 70 years of war. It was always cold, always silent. So why now? Why is it reacting like this in front of everyone? The sword falls from its mount and hovers for a second. Li Dan stares at it. The connection is still there, deep in his soul. Baek Pyo is trembling. He's seeing a miracle. Li Dan reaches out. His hand closes around the hilt. Guangtou and Baek Pyo hold their breath. The moment his fingers touch the steel, a shockwave of pure chi erupts. The sword calms down instantly. It's found its home. Li Dan draws the blade, and it's like a piece of his soul has been returned. He sees a vision of himself in his past life, holding the same sword. Baek Pyo remembers holding that sword for 70 years and never feeling a single spark of connection. He looks at the trash air and asks the only question that matters. "Who are you?" Li Dan looks at the blade. He realizes he can't hide anymore. Not from Baek Pyo. The sword crying today is a sign. It's the heavens telling him to stop being passive. He looks Baek Pyo in the eyes. "I am Bai Li Dan, successor of the Bai family." But then his voice changes. It becomes deeper, more authoritative. He speaks of the corruption in the Murim Alliance. He speaks of the coming chaos. Baek Pyo recognizes that tone. That's the voice of a leader of men. Li Dan holds the sword out. "Will you join me?" The scene shifts to the next day. The snow is still falling over the city. Guangtou is currently cleaning the inn, looking like a man who has many regrets. Master Kong arrives and calls him a betrayer for trying to recruit Baek Pyo without him. Guangtou tries to explain he was just trying to help the young master. Li Dan is nearby, looking surprisingly calm after the sword incident. He tells Guangtou he did well. Guangtou is shocked. He expected a punishment, not a compliment. Master Kong asks why Guangtou is cleaning so aggressively. "When I'm anxious, I clean," he says. "It helps me think." Kong laughs. "In my case, I do calculations." He starts rattling off trade numbers and income stats for the region. Guangtou looks at him like he's a different species. "I think my method is more reasonable," Guangtou mutters. These two are basically the bickering sidekick meta in human form. They share a rare moment of laughter. The stress of the previous night is fading. Kong asks what the result of the trouble was. Li Dan looks out the window at the snow. "I think we'll have to wait to find out." Back at the tavern, Ming is outside building a snowman. Baek Pyo is watching her, looking conflicted. His wife joins him. She's been watching him all morning. She notes that for the first time in years, he isn't looking at his old swords with regret. Baek Pyo tells her about the encounter. He tells her about the young master from Shandong. She smiles. "I'm glad." She tells him that if he wants to go back to the Jianggu, he should. Baek Pyo is hesitant. He's worried about their safety. But his wife is smarter than that. She says Li Dan must be a good person. "Why do you say that?" "Because if he weren't, you wouldn't be this troubled about leaving." She tells him she noticed something. Baek Pyo hasn't had a nightmare since meeting the boy. The nightmares of his fallen comrades and his lost purpose, they're gone. She reminds him that a legendary sword chooses its master for a reason. If that man believes the world is falling into chaos, then you need to stop it. Do it for Ming. Protect the world she's going to grow up in. Baekpyo looks at his wife. She's giving him permission to be a legend again. Please go. Baekpyo's eyes sharpen. The tavern owner is gone. The leader of the ferocious tiger group is back. He stands up, his presence filling the room. He realizes Li Dan isn't just a successor. He's the hope he's been waiting for. He grabs his gear. He doesn't look back. The scene shifts to a snowy clearing outside the city. Li Dan is waiting. He's alone. Footsteps crunch in the snow. Baekpyo appears, looking like the warrior he was always meant to be. He stops a few paces away. The silence between them is heavy with anticipation. Did you say you want me as your subordinate? Baekpyo asks. Li Dan nods. That's correct. Baekpyo draws his blade. The steel catches the winter light. He isn't attacking, he's testing. He tells Li Dan that he doesn't serve just anyone. He needs to know if the boy is worthy of the Asura Wisdom King sword. Li Dan doesn't flinch. He doesn't even draw his sword yet. He just stands there, his purple aura beginning to flicker around his feet. Baekpyo levels his blade at Li Dan's throat. Show me, he says. Show me the future you're going to build. All right, the moment of truth. Baekpyo is leveling his blade and the air around them is basically vibrating with killing intent. He warns our guy that this isn't a sparring match, it's a duel where things could end very badly. He needs to know if Li Dan is worth dying for. Li Dan just enters his stance, looking bored as usual. Internally, he's basically reading the wiki page on Baekpyo's fighting style. He knows the man's martial arts better than the man himself. Because Baekpyo doesn't swing to kill, he swings to protect. It's his greatest strength and his only real weakness. Baekpyo calls it out. He tells Li Dan to be careful, then he moves. He vanishes in a blur of white and gray. The snow explodes as he launches himself forward. The blade closes in on Li Dan's neck in less than a second. Li Dan just leans back, letting the edge whistle past his face. Baekpyo isn't done. He pivots, his eyes glowing with focus. He starts unleashing a flurry of strikes that would turn a normal master into confetti. Li Dan is just dancing through it. The impact of Baekpyo's footwork is literally cratering the ground. Li Dan is watching every frame of the movement. He reaches out and catches the flat of the blade with his palm. The force of the block sends a shockwave through the trees. Li Dan looks like he's just waiting for the bus. He realizes Baekpyo is still holding back, worried about hurting a young master. So Li Dan decides to end the tutorial and show him the real boss phase. One move. Li Dan closes the gap. A massive geyser of snow and dirt erupts into the sky. The force is so immense it looks like an artillery strike hit the clearing. The shockwave clears a path through the forest. Baekpyo's movements start to get sharper, more desperate. He realizes he's not fighting a kid. He's fighting a force of nature. Li Dan's eyes go cold. The environment is getting shredded by the sheer pressure of their chi. Baekpyo lunges one last time, putting everything into a single point. Li Dan thinks it's still not enough. He wants to truly assess what his first legend is capable of. He watches the blade come in. It's inches from his eye. Then, in the blink of an eye, Li Dan is behind him. He delivers a strike so fast the camera can barely track it. The impact sends Baekpyo flying into the tree line. He lands in the center of a massive crater, pinned to the ground by gravity and shock. He just stares at the sky, gasping for air. He realizes that if Li Dan hadn't pulled that punch, he'd be a memory right now. He looks up as a hand reaches down to him. Li Dan is offering him a way up. Baekpyo takes the hand. The grip is solid. He's completely flustered. He never imagined he could lose like that. Li Dan knows that in this world, trust is built on a foundation of get good. And he just proved he's at the top of the ladder. He wants Baekpyo to have the pride of serving the strongest. It's a tactical move to make the man truly his. Baekpyo asks the heavy question, if we have to fight the Alliance, will you actually do it? Li Dan doesn't even hesitate. Yes, you'll have to fight the entire world. I know. Baekpyo is stunned by the confidence. Li Dan gives him the most based reason possible. Because villains shouldn't rule the world. That's it. Simple. Direct. Baekpyo looks at him, and for a second, he sees the ghost of the previous leader. Li Dan watches as the legendary warrior drops to one knee. He introduces himself with his full title. The leader of the ferocious tiger group swears his life to young Master Bai. Li Dan looks at him, and you can see a flicker of real emotion. The pact is sealed. Baekpyo reaches for the Asura Wisdom King sword, wrapped in cloth. He explains that this was the weapon of the former Alliance leader. Since the sword literally screamed when Li Dan walked by, He tells him to take it. Lidan holds the blade. It feels right. He looks at Baek Pyo, who is smiling with pure relief. Our guy is officially geared up and has his first S-rank summon. He knows their bond is re-established. He thinks about how loyal this man has been across 2 lifetimes. Let us live and die together. Baek Pyo looks like he just won the lottery. Leiden gives him a rare, genuine smile. I will be with you through life and death, my lord. The two of them stand in the snow, a god and his tiger. Leiden just gained an ally more reliable than any army. Later they head back to the tavern to settle things. Lidan asks how Baek Pyo ended up owning a bar. Baek Pyo explains that the former leader loved this place. After he died, Baek Pyo couldn't stay with the Alliance leeches. He felt like he failed his master. He apologizes for trauma dumping about the past. Lidan just thinks to himself, buddy, that story is literally my autobiography. He tells Baek Pyo it's fine. He notes that since their enemy is the current leader, talking about the old one is mandatory. Feel free to talk about him. You liked him, right? Baek Pyo smiles. The respect he has for Lidan is hitting 100%. Then, Baek Pyo drops a name that makes Lidan's ears perk up. There's someone else they need. The former advisor, Gal Saryang. Lidan knew this name was coming up. Gal Saryang, the brain to his brawn in his previous life. But while getting the sword and the tiger was destiny, getting the advisor is going to be a heist. He's still inside the Alliance, likely plotting something from the shadows. Baek Pyo notes that Gal is under Sima Tian's heavy supervision. Lidan says they can't rush it. If they move too fast, they'll get Gal killed. He sets his cup down. Now, it's time for some logistics. Baek Pyo listens intently. Lidan explains that they'll be finishing up in Wuhan and heading back to Shandong in a month. And he drops a major offer. How about your family comes to stay with mine? Lidan's smile here is actually warm. Baek Pyo is caught completely off guard. I want you all to live with us going forward. As one family. Baek Pyo is visibly moved. Lidan knows this is the best move. It protects Baek Pyo's wife and son, and it allows Baek Pyo to move freely as a warrior. Baek Pyo is worried it'll be a burden. Lidan just looks at him with pure sincerity. Baek Pyo relents. We'll do as you suggest, young master. Lidan laughs. He's genuinely happy to have his people back. He tells Baek Pyo to spend some quality time with them before the move. Warrior Baek. Lidan gives him one final piece of advice. Don't fight for the peace of the world. Fight for your family. That's what I'm doing. Baek Pyo just nods, finally understanding the man behind the mask. I'll remember that. The days pass. The mountains of Wuhan fade into the distance. We cut to a carriage on the road. Inside we have Jiang Yang and little Ming. Lidan is being a total gentleman, stopping the carriage if Ming gets tired. They're traveling leisurely, staying at the best inns. Lidan looks at Jiang Yang and remembers reading the wedding speech at her wedding 70 years ago. She notes that her husband used to have constant nightmares, but ever since he met Lidan, he's been sleeping like a baby. Lidan is relieved to hear that. She asks him to take good care of her husband. Lidan smiles. That's something I should be saying to you. Please take care of us. They finally arrive at the Bai family estate in Shandong. Lidan's parents are at the gate, looking like they've been waiting for hours. Jiang Yang introduces herself politely. Lidan prompts Ming to greet the elders. Ming steps forward, looking like a little prince. Lidan's mother is immediately smitten. Who do you take after to be so handsome? Ming just looks at her. My mom. Dad is catching strays even when he isn't in the scene. Everyone bursts out laughing. The ice is completely broken. Lidan's mother hugs the boy. Jiang Yang watches with a soft smile. Lidan's father welcomes her, telling her to treat the place as her home. The two mothers hold hands. Lidan's mom admits it's been lonely in a house full of sweaty swordsmen talking about fighting. She's stoked to have another woman to talk to. Jiang Yang is blushing, clearly touched by the warmth. The group heads inside. Lidan's father pulls him aside to ask about the trip. Lidan says it was excellent and he met an incredible artist, Baek Pyo. Dad is just happy his son is making cool friends. He gives Lidan some dad advice about considering other situations. Lidan just nods. He's learned that lesson better than anyone. Inside the house, Jiang Yang is being shown her new room. She's speechless. Ming is already doing Fortnite dances on his own bed. Jiang Yang tries to be humble. I don't need such a nice room. She's worried it's too much. Lidan's mom hits her with the ultimate reverse psychology. But this is the worst room in the house. What should I do? Jiang Yang panics. No! I will take this one! It's perfect! Lidan is watching from the doorway, smirking. He knows his mom is just playing the gracious host meta perfectly. He closes his eyes for a moment. He thinks about how family is a burden if you're weak. But for the truly strong, family is the ultimate source of power. He looks at the scene in the room. His family has grown today. And with it, His strength has increased as well. But while things are peaceful at home, remember that Advisor Gal is still in the lion's den, and Lidan is about to start planning the most dangerous prison break in history. Back in Shandong, the snow is still capping the mountains. Inside the Song family manor, things are tedious. Song Hualin is sitting in on a high-level meeting, and she looks like she'd rather be anywhere else. Her father is currently dealing with a group of people making absolutely ridiculous demands, but instead of telling them to get out, he's playing the perfect diplomat. Hualin is watching him, thinking about how she would have lost her mind 5 minutes into this conversation. The meeting finally breaks up. She takes a massive breath of relief the second they're alone. Her dad asks if it was tough. She tells him he's the one doing the heavy lifting. He just laughs it off, saying he's glad she was there for support. He tells her to go get some rest, but as he walks away, Hualin lingers. She realizes her father is getting older. The imposter syndrome hits hard. She isn't sure she can lead the family with that same grace. Suddenly, someone calls out to her. A servant tells her that Lidan has been waiting for a while. Her mood does a full 180 instantly. We cut to the courtyard. Lidan is just standing there, looking out at the gardens. He hears her coming before she even says a word. She asks when he got back. She's literally glowing just because he's there. Lidan mentions he just got back from Hubei. Then he mentions he has to leave again in a few days. Hualin's face drops. It hits her like a physical realization. She's actually sad that he's leaving again. She tries to cover it by saying he seems to change every time she sees him. She admits, at least to herself, that she's genuinely drawn to him now. Seeing his face just deleted all the stress from that meeting. But then the internal conflict kicks in. She was the one who broke the engagement. She feels like she can't just flip the switch and act like she wants him back. Lidan notices her looking drained. She makes an excuse about learning the family business. He thanks her for taking care of his mother while he was gone. She says it was nothing, but she's clearly happy he noticed. They share a long, quiet look. The vibe is actually decent for once. Then Lidan makes a wild suggestion. Shall we have a drink? Hualin is shocked. She doesn't drink alcohol, but Lidan says he can just get drunk off the atmosphere. He tells her he'll pay, and they head out. They end up at a high-end restaurant. Lidan is genuinely impressed by the scale of the place. There are dancers, musicians, the whole 9 yards. It's the kind of place people go to flex their wealth. Lidan is looking around like he's on a field trip. He wonders if they're actually going to drink in a place this fancy. Hualin gives him a weird look. Why are you acting like this is your first time? Lidan says it is his first time. Hualin doesn't believe him. The old Lidan was a regular at spots like this, usually with women. But our guy doesn't have any of those memories. They sit down, and the music is loud and energetic. Lidan notes that Hualin seems to know her way around this place too. She admits she came once when she first returned, just to see what the hype was about. Lidan just gives a half smile. The atmosphere is thick with tradition and qi. The food arrives, and it's a full-on banquet. They're sitting across from each other, finally relaxing. Hualin is watching the dancers. She seems mesmerized by the movement. Lidan jokes that she seems like she'd be a good dancer too. She panics. No way! I'm as stiff as a rock! Lidan actually laughs. A real, non-calculated laugh. The moment of joy passes, and Hualin gets serious again. She admits that learning to lead the Song family is much harder than she thought. Lidan says he feels the same way. She doesn't believe him. From her perspective, he's crushing it. She says his sword squad has actually been an inspiration to her. Watching him build something from nothing made her want to try harder. She takes a sip of tea, looking vulnerable. Lidan tells her that she'll get used to it. She looks up, hoping he's right. He raises his cup to her. Let's work hard together. Hualin freezes for a second. She looks down, hiding a blush. She finally agrees. They clink cups. It's the most engaged these two have been since the series started. Morning hits the city. Lidan and Hualin are walking back through the streets. He tells her he had a great time. She agrees. The tension from before is mostly gone. Suddenly, a voice booms across the street. Junior sister? Both of them stop. A group of martial artists in white robes is standing there. Lidan's eyes sharpen. He doesn't know these guys. The leader of the group approaches. He's smug and has that prestigious sect aura. Hualin's reaction is immediate, and it isn't good. Lidan notices her face go pale. She introduces him as Huyan Zuo, her senior from the Huyan family. Then she hesitates to introduce Lidan. Lidan steps up and does it himself. I'm Bai Lidan, Hualin's fiancé. Huyan Zuo's eyebrows go up. He's heard the rumors. He introduces himself properly, but there's a condescending edge to it. Lidan recalls that the Huyan family is second only to the 5 great clans. Zuo tells Lidan to take good care of his junior sister. Hualin asks why they're in Shandong. Zuo mentions their master is here too. He says their master would be glad to see her. He tells them they're staying at the Jew Manor, and they should visit. Hualin looks like she's about to throw up. Zuo doesn't even notice. He just waves and says he's busy. He tells them to make sure to come by. Lidan just gives a polite, "I understand." As the Huyan group walks away, the atmosphere turns freezing. Lidan looks at Hualin. She looks completely broken. He asks if they should head back. She doesn't answer immediately. Then she grabs his sleeve. Her hand is shaking. "Let's have a drink," she says. This time, for real. Night falls. Lidan is watching Hualin drink. She's downing alcohol like it's water. She keeps pouring more. She's trying to drown out whatever that senior brother triggered. She takes a massive gulp and sighs. Then she starts talking. She mentions starting her training when she was 15. Her father was proud she got into the Huyan family. But as she grew older, her master's behavior changed. She tells a story that turns Lidan's blood to ice. One night her master came into her room. He was drunk, and his intentions were disgusting. She slapped him and fled the sect that night, never to return. Lidan finally understands why she hates alcohol so much. She couldn't tell her father because she didn't want to start a war between families. She's been living with these nightmares ever since. Lidan looks at her and realizes everyone is carrying wounds that never heal. She pours one last drink. They sit in a heavy, painful silence. Hours pass. The sun starts to come up. Lidan is carrying Hualin back to her manor on his back. He's thinking about the trouble this is going to cause with her family. She's semi-conscious, mumbling, "Don't hate me too much." Lidan quietly tells her he doesn't hate her. She smiles in her sleep. Lidan looks at her. He feels a rare surge of protective instinct. Suddenly, she bites him on the shoulder. "Liar! You really hate me!" She's in that angry drunk phase now. Lidan is just taking it. She falls back asleep on his shoulder. He sighs. He thinks about how this is the first time a woman has ever bitten him. He keeps walking into the morning light. They arrive at the Song Manor. He puts her to bed. Lord Song is waiting for him. Lidan immediately apologizes for the time. Surprisingly, Lord Song isn't mad. He's smiling. Lidan knows he has to be worried, but the man is too polite to show it. Lord Song tells him to go get some rest. We cut to the Jew family manor. Master Jew is cleaning his blade. Huyan Zhuo enters and gives a report on the slaughterer Yanhua. Zhuo warns him that Yanhua is traveling with the 5 heavenly blades. Master Jew doesn't seem impressed. Then Zhuo mentions he ran into Hualin. The master stops cleaning his sword mid-stroke. Zhuo adds that she was with her fiancé, Bai Lidan. The master's eyes go completely dark. Whatever history he has with Hualin or the Bai family, it's about to become everyone's problem. Back at the Bai family estate, the mountains are looking peaceful, but inside, the political weather is reaching a Category 5 hurricane. Lidan's father is looking stressed. The martial world in Shandong is officially in turmoil. He asks Lidan if he remembers Ma Tingshu, the alliance leader's son who came to bully them earlier. Turns out the guy didn't just leave town. He was found dead. Lidan puts on his best "I am shocked" face. He laments that someone would dare kill the Murim Alliance leader's son. His dad drops the tea. The rumors say the night traders did it. Lidan's internal monologue is just a chef's kiss. Everything is going exactly as he planned. He framed the underworld bank so the big factions would eat each other. But then the stakes get raised. A man named Yanhua has arrived to investigate. Lidan's eyes sharpen. He knows exactly who that is. The slashing sword, Yanhua. In the Heavenly Blade sect, they call him the Slaughterer. He's the guy you send when you want a target to be deleted in public. Lidan asks how the night traders are reacting. They called for support too. And here is the oh crap moment. The night traders called in Huyan Nan. The man who traumatized Hualin is now the official mediator for the region. He brought his entire squad of disciples with him. Lidan realizes the monster is officially at the doorstep. We cut over to the Song family manor. Hualin is currently going through the hangover from hell. She downs a bowl of recovery soup like her life depends on it. She asks her maid how much she actually drank last night. The maid tells her Lidan had to carry her home this morning. Hualin's brain starts buffering. To the point of death, obviously. She looks like she wants to phase out of existence. Then Lidan walks in, looking entirely too refreshed for someone who stayed up all night. He asks if she's okay. No. My head is about to explode and I don't remember a single thing. Lidan leans in. Then you don't remember biting me either? Hualin freezes. The realization hits her like a truck. She looks at Lidan, then her own teeth, then back at Lidan. Why did I bite you? Lidan just smirks. How would I know? She's currently dying of embarrassment. She apologizes, saying he must have had a hard time dealing with her. But then she notices Lidan doesn't look drunk at all. He admits he stayed sober because he was nervous. He needed to stay alert because he knew why she was drinking. He remembers her crying on his back, reliving the night she fled the sect. She thanks him for yesterday. Lidin asks if she's feeling better. She says that was the first time she's cried since her mother passed away. She admits something heavy. She hated the previous alliance leader. Lidan tenses up. Why did you hate him? She says it's because her master, Huyan Nan, liked him. And since she hates her master, she hates everything he respects. Lidan has a main character moment here. He's annoyed that a bastard like Huyan Nan actually liked his past self. It's like finding out your worst enemy is a fan of your Twitch channel. He asks if she's going to meet her master today. Hualin tenses up. No, I never want to see him again. Lidan looks her in the eye. I think you should. Hualin is confused. She thinks he's joking. If you don't, Lidan says, you'll never move past that incident. I'll go with you. He gives her that look, the I'm a literal god look. Hualin is speechless. She's terrified, but Lidan is offering to be her shield. Go meet him. She asks what she's even supposed to do when they meet. You need to get a proper apology for that day. Officially. Hualin laughs bitterly. He'll never apologize. That would be admitting what he did. Lidan doesn't blink. It matters. Receiving an apology makes a significant difference, and you're going to defeat him with the martial arts he taught you. This is a wild claim. Lidan is basically saying she's going to counter her own master. Hualin is losing it. That's impossible! Lidan's expression goes cold. It's possible. He knows Huyan Nan is famous, the brother of a patriarch, a top-tier legend. Hualin is shaking. She repeats that it's impossible for her to win. It is possible, Lidan barks. After the duel, throw away the martial arts you learned from him. Trust me, I'll help you defeat your master, and then I'll make you shine even more. Hualin looks at him. For the first time, she sees the martial god behind the fiancé. Lidan's gaze is unwavering. The fear in her eyes starts to be replaced by something else. She bites her lip. She makes her decision. I will trust you. Night hits the local manor. Inside, a banquet is happening, but the vibe is mafia meeting. The Night Lord is begging Huyan Nan for help. He says if Huyan Nan steps in, the slaughterer from the Alliance will be turned into butcher meat. Nan is just casually drinking, enjoying the power trip. He knows the night traders are desperate. He mentions that the Huyan family name will spread even further after this task. Suddenly, Huyan Nan snaps. He starts yelling about useless things. Turns out, the Night Lord tried to slip him a bribe of 10,000 yang. Nan acts offended, but his hand is already closing around the money bag. Huyan Zhuo steps in to handle the details for his master. These guys are basically running a protection racket with better PR. Zhuo claims taking off Yanhua's head wouldn't be hard for his master. The Night Lord is sweating. He knows Yanhua is nearly a match for anyone. Zhuo pivots. He says since the Alliance leader is involved, they need to negotiate. They need more money. The Night Lord realizes he's being bled dry. Huyan Nan just sits there with a disgusting smirk. Zhuo tells the Night Lord to prepare extra funds in advance. The Night Lord is panicking. I already gave you 200,000. He asks why he even brought the Huyan family in if he has to keep paying. He claims he's facing financial difficulties. Zhuo just tells him to speak to the main family about it. He doesn't care. The Night Lord's eyes fill with pure rage. He knows these bastards are just leeches in white robes. Huyan Nan stands up. He's bored with the money talk. He walks out into the night, leaving his disciple behind. He's heading to a secluded clearing. And waiting for him in the moonlight is Lidan. Actually, Lidan isn't alone. He's standing with Hualin in a vast open field. Hualin asks if he'll really come. Lidan knows he will. Nan is a predator. He mistook a courtesan for Hualin last night and satisfied his filthy desires. The guy is a monster through and through. Hualin hears footsteps. A figure emerges from the dark. Huyan Nan has arrived. Hualin's heart is racing. 5 years of serving this man as a master. The fear is hard to break. Lidan leans in. Are you ready? She says she's practiced the counter technique enough, but she's still not sure. Lidan just puts a hand on her shoulder. It's fine. She looks at him. He's her anchor. She turns to face the demon of her past. Huyan Nan looks at her with that same predatory gaze. Lidan steps back. From now on, it's her fight. Hualin bows. Master, have you been well? She's holding it together. Nan looks at Lidan. Did you bring your fiancé? He acts like she's just a child showing off a new toy. Hualin cuts him off. Why did you want to see me? Nan smirks. Because I want to have a match with you. Hualin is stunned. She tells him she wants to fight using only the techniques he taught her. She wants to prove she can overcome his shadow with his own tools. Nan laughs. He thinks this is adorable. You just wanted a match? Yes. He draws his blade. Fine. He sets a condition. If you can even wound me, I'll count it as your win. Internally, he's thinking he'll make her feel the wall, so she comes crawling back to him. Hualin draws her sword. Nan tells her to attack first. Hualin moves. She launches a flurry of strikes. Steel meets steel, and the clearing echoes with the sounds of a duel. She's faster than she used to be. She's pushing him back, forcing him to actually use his sword. She's executing the Huyan family techniques perfectly. Nan is impressed, but he's still arrogant. Lidan is watching from the side, analyzing every frame of the fight. Nan notes that her body remembers the training, but he claims that training alone won't be enough to beat him. He prepares a massive counterattack. Hualin sees it coming. Lidan's voice cuts through the wind. Hualin pivots. She doesn't hesitate. She lunges forward, aiming for the opening Lidan pointed out. The blade slices through the air and then through Huyan Nan's robes. Blood sprays across the grass. Nan's eyes bulge. He can't believe it. The tip of her sword just carved a line across his chest. He staggers back, clutching the wound. He's bleeding. A lot. Hualin is gasping for air, looking at the blood on her blade. Nan looks down at his hand. It's covered in red. He looks at his student, his face twisted in a mix of shock and pure, unadulterated fury. How could this happen? Blood on the blade, and Hualin just delivered the ultimate, "It's not me, it's you" speech. Huyan Nan is glitching. She's not just leaving, she's telling him that the day he tried to ruin her is the only thing she'll ever associate with his face. Total emotional liquidation. She sheathes her sword, turns her back, and walks away like a boss. She looks at Lidan, and for once, our guy actually gives a genuine compliment. She did well. This wasn't about the fight, it was about the closure. He tells her it's time to go, and she follows him without a second thought. Meanwhile, the bald man in the grass is starting to overheat. He screams for them to stop, clutching his chest like it'll stop his ego from leaking out. Hualin flinches for a split second, but Lidan hits her with that "don't look back" energy. The world moves forward. Looking back at garbage just makes you trip. She takes it to heart, and the weight she's been carrying for years finally starts to evaporate. She's ready for the next chapter. He is not. They walk away, leaving Huyan Nan alone with his failure. And this is where the nice guy mask completely shatters. He's shaking. He's ranting about how he loved her. He's a narcissist who can't handle being the villain in someone else's story. He swears he's going to make her regret it by tearing Lidan apart. Then, a voice from the shadows tells him he needs to leave the province immediately. It's an order from Yeomwa, the butcher. Huyan Nan's brain does a backflip and concludes that this must be a setup. In his mind, Hualin wouldn't act this way unless someone else was pulling the strings. He decides that Lidan is the architect of his misery. He's going to kill the messenger and then the master. Bold strategy for a guy who just got his chest opened by a student. Cut back to the Bai family estate. Things are a lot more wholesome here. Lidan checks in on the guests. Bayek Pio's kid is studying, and everything seems peaceful. Madame Bai is currently forcing Jungyong to call her sister instead of Madam. Lidan watches them and realizes his mom is actually a saint. She isn't just hosting these people, she's actually making them a family. He reflects on his past life. Even at 70, he didn't have this kind of warmth. He tells her to let him know if she needs anything. Bad move. She knows exactly what she needs. She needs a daughter-in-law. Right now, Lidan performs a tactical retreat. No amount of chi can protect you from mom's marriage pressure. Night falls over the city, and the vibe shifts instantly. We're at the negotiation table. On one side, the Hoyan family and their peace treaty. On the other, the Night Lord. He looks like a man who knows he's sitting on a bomb. The mediator tries to start the meeting, but the Night Lord isn't here for talk. He's here because he has no choice. The tension in the room is thick enough to choke on. He tells them to speak. The Hoyan rep starts the standard political spiel, but then the door doesn't just open, it dies. Huyan Nan crashes the party like a bald wrecking ball. The Night Lord is confused, but Huyan Nan is past logic. He lunges at the Night Lord with a kill shot. The Night Lord barely dodges, the blade whistling past his ear. The impact shatters the furniture and the peace treaty simultaneously. Huyan Nan looks like a demon. He's not here to negotiate, he's here to vent. The guards try to step in, but they're just speed bumps. The Hoyan family is screaming at their master to stop, while the Night Lord realizes he's been lured into a slaughterhouse. Huyan Nan unloads on everyone in the room. Steel meets steel, and the shockwaves are tearing the room apart. The bald man's rage has given him a temporary stat boost, but it's making him sloppy. He's swinging for the fences, and the Night Lord is struggling just to keep his head on his shoulders. The underworld guards join the fray, and the Hoyan guards respond in kind. It's a complete free-for-all. Blood is painting the floor, and the negotiation has officially become a massacre. Huyan Nan is screaming about Hualin, and the Night Lord has no idea who that even is. High above the chaos, our guy is watching the show with a look that says exactly as planned. News of the bloodbath travels fast. The mustache villain is losing his mind. He gets the report. Huyan Nan attacked Yomwa's enforcers at the table. The result? Huyan Nan is dead, and Yomwa is reportedly injured. Lord Zhuge can't believe Huyan Nan was that stupid. If you're going to throw your life away, at least finish the job. Now, the blame for the failed mediation is going to land squarely on the night traders. And speak of the devil, the Alliance is already at the front door. Zhuge's face goes pale. Outside, an entire army of black-clad enforcers has surrounded the compound. Zhuge runs out, trying to play the "I'm just a humble businessman" card. He's sweating through his expensive robes. The Alliance enforcer asks if he's the Night Lord. The man standing in front of him is Yomwa. He looks like he just crawled out of a storm and he is not happy. Zhuge tries to explain it was all a misunderstanding, but Yomwa isn't hearing it. His men got ambushed, and someone has to pay in blood. Zhuge grovels, promising it wasn't his plan. Yomwa draws his blade. He's done talking. He's going to kill every single person in the building. Zhuge's guards try a desperate surprise attack with hidden daggers, but Yomwa moves like a blur. The guard is dead before he even realizes his arm was cut. Zhuge realizes there's no talking his way out of this one. He orders all his men to use their hidden weapons. A hail of needles and darts flies toward the enforcer, but Yomwa's sword creates a wall of steel that deflects everything. He dives into the crowd, and it's not a fight, it's an execution. Zhuge watches his best men get dismantled in seconds. Yomwa leaps into the air, landing right in the center of the formation. His eyes glow with focused intent. One circular swing, and a dozen guards are sent flying, their armor failing them completely. Zhuge is terrified. This guy is a monster. The remaining guards start to lose their nerve. Yomwa tells them to run. Tell the world that this was the price of crossing the Alliance. He wants the fear to spread. He turns his attention back to Zhuge. The Night Lord falls to his knees, begging for his life. He offers all the money he was going to pay the Hoyon family. Yomwa pauses. Money is a language everyone speaks, even butchers. Zhuge tells him the gold is inside the vault. They head into the dark corridors of the compound. Zhuge leads him to a heavy stone door. He gestures for Yomwa to enter first. Yomwa warns him, any tricks, and Zhuge dies instantly. They walk into a massive hollowed-out stone chamber. Yomwa notices something is off. The air feels different. Zhuge lunges for a lever on the wall. A heavy chain rattles, and a massive iron cage drops from the ceiling with the weight of a mountain. Zhuge starts laughing. The groveling coward is gone, replaced by a gloating snake. He asks Yomwa if he really thought it would be that easy. Yomwa stands behind the bars, silent. Zhuge starts his villain monologue. He talks about how he built his fortune. He tells a story about a pregnant woman who came to him for help. He smiles as he remembers what he did. Yomwa just watches him, his expression unreadable. Zhuge explains that he sold the baby and the mother separately to a brothel, and the husband died in a mine. This is the dirty money Yomwa is trying to take. Even through the mask, you can see Lidan's influence here. Yomwa tells him hell is too good for him. Zhuge laughs, calling him a pathetic fool. He thinks he's won. He's got the butcher in a box. Yomwa slowly reaches for his sword. Zhuge mocks him. Those bars are made of 10,000-year cold iron. Sword chi shouldn't even be able to scratch them. Then the air in the room starts to vibrate. Yomwa takes a stance. The pressure is rising. Zhuge's smile starts to flicker. The blade glows with an intense blinding light. One vertical strike. The impact shakes the entire cavern, dust raining from the ceiling. Zhuge flinches, covering his eyes. A flash of white light fills the screen. Zhuge catches his breath. He tells himself it's impossible. Cold iron can't be cut. But then, he hears a sound. A high-pitched metallic shriek. A crack appears on the central bar, glowing with heat. Yomwa looks through the gap, and Zhuge realizes that his cage just became his grave. The cage doesn't just break, it surrenders. Zhuge's face is currently a work of art. The specific kind of art that represents a man realizing his indestructible trap just got turned into a suggestion. Yomwa steps through the wreckage, while Zhuge points and stutters like he's trying to report a bug to the developers. Yomwa's eyes are cold. Zhuge decides he's done playing fair. He slams a hidden lever, and a purple cloud of bitter death poison erupts from the ceiling. This stuff is designed to liquefy your veins before you can even scream. He starts gloating, explaining the chemistry of his victory, acting like he just won a championship match. Then he notices the silence. There are no screams, just the sound of someone walking through a light mist. The purple cloud parts, and it looks like the poison didn't even ruin Yomwa's hair. The Night Lord's brain has officially left the chat. He screams in terror as a shadow looms through the vapor. Yomhwa asks him how he thinks he survived. He doesn't wait for an answer. Zhuge pivots immediately, claiming it was all a prank. Just a little "it was just smoke bro" energy to try and save his neck. Yomhwa doesn't do pranks. He unloads a concentrated blast of chi that hits Zhuge like a physical wall of karma. He tells the dying man that he likes jokes too. Then he tells him to save the punchline for the King of Hell. Zhuge's eyes roll back. The Shandong night market is officially under new, much deader management. Cut to the Bai family estate. The strategy meeting is in full swing. Li Dan's family is worried about the fallout of the massacre. They think a war is coming to Shandong. Li Dan just sits there looking like he's bored of the plot. They ask why he's so calm. He breaks it down. The factions involved are too far away to launch a full invasion. Now that the butcher has done his job, the common sense says they won't come back just for a grudge. His father is impressed. He asks about the local night market remnants. Li Dan explains the fundamental rule of greed. They aren't going to seek revenge. They're going to spend the next 6 months eating each other to see who gets the empty chair. The adults are relieved, but they don't see the real game. Li Dan's internal monologue is much darker. He's counting the enemies the alliance just made. He needs to figure out who is backing the alliance leader, Ma Fengji. He announces he's leaving for Wuhan tomorrow. Mom isn't happy. She wants her son to stay home and maybe, I don't know, find a wife? Dad Tier Energy intervenes. He says the boy needs to be diligent. He tells Li Dan to be considerate of his subordinates. Li Dan bows, but internally, he's laughing. He spent 70 years being the considerate leader and it killed him. He remembers his old life. The pressure of being at the top, thinking you have to be everything to everyone. The exhaustion. He realizes that this time, he's just going to be himself. If that makes him a trash leader, so be it. Flashback to the vault. Li Dan burned all the debt notes, freeing the locals from the night market's grip. He walked away with $500,000 in cash and the cold iron cage. He's literally Robin Hood, if Robin Hood had a better retirement plan. Next morning at the Song family estate. Hualin wakes up stretching like she just finished a 10-hour sleep stream. Her maid notices she's in a suspiciously good mood. She's smiling. No nightmares. The trauma of her past master is officially purged. She looks like she's finally ready to start her own protagonist arc. Then the maid mentions that Li Dan is waiting outside. Instant panic. She hasn't washed. No makeup. The main character Aura is currently at 0. She starts barking orders, demanding her favorite clothes. She disappears into the room in a cloud of dust. The maid notes that she literally used light footwork techniques just to get to the bathtub. Priorities. Outside, the sun is hitting the mountains. Li Dan is waiting, looking like he's posing for a manhwa cover. He hears someone approaching and turns around. Hualin shows up looking like she's ready for a royal wedding. She tries to play it cool, yawning like she just woke up and didn't spend 30 minutes on her eyeliner. Li Dan stares at her. He notes that her face looks fine, and her clothes are neat. Hualin is currently dying inside. That is not the reaction she spent 30 minutes on. She asks why he's here so early. He drops the bomb. He's leaving for Wuhan. The sparkle in her eyes dies instantly. She clenches her sleeves. He thanks her for everything. It sounds like a final goodbye. She tells him to have a safe trip, her face a mask of polite disappointment. Then Li Dan gives her that specific smile, the mentor smile. He tells her she needs to keep her promise. He promised to teach her an even better martial art than her trash former master. She realizes he isn't just leaving her behind, he's leveling her up. They move to the training courtyard. Li Dan introduces the Jinhua sword technique. This was the signature style of a legendary swordswoman from 2 generations ago. He starts by passing her the internal cultivation method. Then he demonstrates the first forms. He's teaching her the essentials, fast, precise, and lethal. He tells her to focus. Her energy flow is unstable because she's too worried about looking good. She starts the grind. The sun starts to set. She's exhausted. This isn't the flashy stuff they teach in dojos, this is survival martial arts. He tells her to keep training until he returns. She smiles, the fatigue vanishing because he's giving her a reason to get stronger. Leiden drops some wisdom. To be truly free, you have to be unbound. But freedom isn't just doing whatever you want. True freedom belongs to the person who has practiced a single move 10,000 times. She takes it in. Perseverance is the only path. He turns to leave. Wait. She promises she'll be stronger the next time they meet. He looks back and says he's looking forward to it. A look passes between them. Not quite romance, not quite just teacher and student. Something more interesting. Transition. Back in Wuhan Han. Li Dan is walking through the streets when a familiar scream hits his ears. Guang To hits him with a hug that would have shattered a normal person's ribcage. Lidan tells him to calm down, acting like he wasn't only gone for a few weeks. Guang To is crying. He heard there was trouble in Shandong and thought the young master was cooked. Then he looks at Lidan and realizes, wait, the aura, the vibe. Lidan tells him everything was resolved. Guang To is staring at him with dinner plate eyes. He asks if Lidan was scared. If it were him, his heart would have exploded. Lidan looks at him with a deadpan expression. I was scared, but I knew I had someone who would die in my place. Guang To looks around for this mysterious hero. Lidan points at him. Me? Lidan starts laughing. He calls him a weak sword blocker who needs 100 more years of training. Then Master Kong appears. He welcomes Lidan back. Lidan checks in. Kong's face looks tired, but he's got that I just finished a 100% completion run look. Lidan tells him to rest. Kong tries to argue, saying he eats and sleeps fine. Lidan makes it an official order. Kong smiles and tells him there's somewhere they need to go. They walk to a massive compound. Lidan stops. Kong reveals he just purchased this estate. It's the new headquarters for the merchant group. Lidan looks at the gates. The legend starts here. It's beautiful. Massive courtyards, high towers, perfect for a guild base. Lidan praises him for the hard work. Kong says he only used the money Lidan gave him. Lidan corrects him. It's our money. Kong is visibly moved. He bows deeply. He asks Lidan to name the group. Lidan puts it back on Kong. Chief Kong, you name it. Kong thinks for a moment. Taesiong Trading Company. The star that lights up the world. Lidan likes it. It's a good name for a company that's about to monopolize the Murim economy. Kong looks proud. They stand at the entrance of their new empire. Lidan decides to stay at the inn for now. He wants the Taesiong group to grow independently from the Bai clan. He's thinking 3 steps ahead as usual. Then Baek Pyo shows up. He welcomes his lord back. Lidan smiles. Behind Baek Pyo stand 2 strangers. They're staring at Lidan, and they look skeptical. Baek Pyo wants to introduce them. He tells them to greet their new lord. They bow. Yang Chiong and Myong Do. They were Baek Pyo's hands and feet back in the elite unit. Lidan says if Baek Pyo trusts them, he trusts them. He tells them they'll get to know each other over time. The newcomers are stunned. They respond with a loud yes, but you can see the doubt in their eyes. Lidan knows what they're thinking. He's a kid to them. But he also knows that what he needs right now isn't just numbers. It's talent you can trust. And if they don't trust him yet, he's about to give them a very good reason to start. Back at the estate, Baek Pyo is catching up on some reading. He looks intense, but Lidan knows exactly what's on his mind. He asks if Baek Pyo misses his family. Baek Pyo freezes. He shows Lidan a letter from his wife. He's worried Lidan might think he's getting soft or losing focus. Lidan just smiles. He's not a corporate tyrant. Well, not to his own people. He slides a heavy bag across the table. Baek Pyo looks at it like it's a bomb. It's 300,000 yang. Baek Pyo's brain actually stalls. That's buy a small city money. Lidan tells him to use it to form an elite guard unit. An elite sword unit, to be precise. He doesn't care about quantity. He wants the kind of squad that can drop into a war zone and walk out without a scratch. Baek Pyo accepts the mission, his eyes burning with a new level of respect. Lidan isn't done playing Santa Claus yet. He pulls out another gift. A sword. He tells Baek Pyo to use this from now on. Baek Pyo recognizes the craftsmanship. He knows this was Lidan's personal blade. Lidan just shrugs. He got a better one recently, so this is just taking up space. Baek Pyo looks at the hilt and asks if he can draw it. Lidan nods. The sound of steel leaving the sheath is accompanied by a hum of pure, concentrated energy. Baek Pyo's eyes go wide. He feels something, a connection. It's a masterpiece, but he mentions that it feels familiar. Lidan plays it cool. High-tier swords all tend to feel the same if you aren't a pro. In reality, this is the Qianzhou sword, modified to hide its true identity. Baek Pyo is too overwhelmed to connect the dots. He tries to refuse. It's too valuable. Lidan hits him with the ultimate boss line. The leader of the strongest unit should have a sword that matches his rank. The sword is precious, but it isn't more precious than the man holding it. Baek Pyo is officially cooked. He's never been treated this way by a lord. Then, Lidan gets real. He says it's not a gift, it's a shackle. A bond to make sure Baek Pyo never leaves his side. He asks if Baek Pyo will accept his feelings. Baek Pyo would probably walk into a volcano for this kid right now. He accepts the shackle with gratitude. Lidan's plan to build a ride-or-die inner circle is working perfectly. Loyalty is the most expensive resource in Murim, and Lidan just bought the whole stock. Sunset over Wuhan. Lidan is back at the inn with Guang To. The big guy is pouting. He wants a legendary gift too. Li Dan promises him something even better than an elixir. Guang To is expecting a dragon core or a god-tier weapon. Li Dan pulls out a bottle of wine. The disappointment on Guang To's face is enough to power a small village. He's complaining that everyone else got gold and swords while he just got a hangover. Li Dan sighs. He tells him he'd give more if he had anything left, but he's literally spent his entire budget on the others. He reminds Guang To of his philosophy: if you hoard too much, it turns into garbage. He offers the bottle. Guang To realizes that for Li Dan, this is a genuine moment of relaxation. The wine pours. The atmosphere shifts from lord and servant to friends. Guang To accepts it, and Li Dan actually looks content. This is the only guy he can actually be himself around. They toast to the future, which is about to get a lot more complicated. Switch to the Hoyon clan headquarters. The vibe here is significantly less wholesome. The clan head, Hoyon Se, is sitting on his throne like a storm cloud. He demands to know what happened in Shandong. A disciple is kneeling, trembling. He tells the truth. Hoyon Nam attacked Yomhwa first. Hoyon Se explodes. The sheer pressure of his chi cracks the floor. He can't believe one of his masters was that stupid. The disciple doubles down. It wasn't a mistake. It was a choice. He begs the head to believe him. Hoyon Se realizes this is a death sentence for the clan's reputation. He orders the others to leave. He stays behind with the witness. He asks if there's anything else. The disciple drops the real bomb. Hoyon Nam was seen taking a secret bribe from the night market, 10,000 yang to sabotage the negotiation. If the public finds out a prestige clan master was a hired thug, they're finished. He asks if anyone else knows. The disciple says no. Just him. Hoyon Se tells him to never speak of it again. The disciple bows, thinking he's safe. Hoyon Se watches him leave, calling Hoyon Nam a pathetic fool. He realizes they have to meet with the Alliance to fix this. He tells his advisor to make contact. The advisor asks about the rumors. Hoyon Se's eyes go cold. We can't let that happen. Translation: more people are about to die. Morning on a secluded peak. Li Dan is meditating, but he's not just relaxing. He's doing a mental simulation. He's picturing the face of the cult leader of the Blood Heaven Divine cult, the final boss of his past life, the strongest person he's ever faced. He tries to use his current Sionhak arts to engage him. In his mind, the mountain literally disintegrates. They clash. The cult leader moves like a nightmare, unloading strikes that ignore physics. Li Dan counters, but it's not enough. The power gap is still a canyon. He's bleeding, even in his imagination. The cult leader reaches out for a killing blow. The world turns to static. Li Dan tries to merge his styles on the fly, desperately seeking a winning path. The cult leader's eyes glow with that "you're already dead" energy. The final impact shatters the simulation. Li Dan collapses forward, coughing. Reality hits him hard. He's still too weak. If the cult leader appeared today, Li Dan would be a memory. The Sionhak arts are great, but they have a ceiling. He needs more. He realizes that to win, he has to evolve. He can't take on the cult with his current stats. He needs to master the Sionhwa secret arts, but even that might not be enough. He stands up, looking at his sword. He decides to combine Chuhan Sura swordsmanship with his secret arts. It's a high-risk gamble. Using two conflicting martial arts at once is usually a shortcut to a heart attack. But he doesn't have time for safe. He's going to find a way to merge them or die trying. Back in the city. The inn is crowded with people gossiping. Guang To is happily chugging his wine. He thinks life is great. Li Dan agrees, but his mind is elsewhere. Then he hears a specific piece of news. His ears perk up. One of Hoyon Nam's disciples just committed suicide. Li Dan remembers him. Hoyon Tak. The gossips say he was consumed by guilt. Li Dan doesn't buy it for a second. Hoyon Tak was a survivor. He wasn't the type to quit because of a master he barely liked. Li Dan's eyes narrow. The crowd thinks it's a tragedy. Guang To is actually a bit moved by it. Li Dan asks if he really thinks it was suicide. Guang To is confused. What else could it be? Li Dan's face goes cold. Guang To flinches at the sudden intensity. Li Dan explains how prestige sects actually work. In the name of protecting the clan, they commit acts that would make demons blush. If a witness is a liability, they suicide him. Guang To is horrified. Li Dan tells him this is exactly why he needs to train. Guang To asks what that has to do with it. The truth of the weak always gets buried. Guang To takes the lesson to heart. No more slacking. Li Dan knows the Hoyon clan just crossed a line. They think they're burying a secret, but they're just giving Li Dan a reason to delete them. Cut to the Lord's pavilion at the Alliance. Yomhwa is ranting, despite being held together by bandages. The Alliance leader asks if killing Hoyon Nam wasn't enough. Yomhwa says it's not even close. He wants everyone who was at the negotiation table dead. He wants to burn the Hoyon clan to the ground to save his face. The advisor Sima Tian is smirking. Yomhwa notices and asks if he's being mocked. The alliance leader tells Yomhwa to stand down. Yomhwa leaves, fuming. Sima Tian asks why they're being so soft on a guy who failed his mission. The leader smiles. He's not being soft, he's being a manager. Sima Tian is confused. The leader explains. Yomhwa is skilled and he doesn't think too much. Sima Tian still doesn't get it. The leader says that as people get stronger, they usually start scheming. He looks directly at Sima Tian. You, for example, think far too much. Sima Tian's smile dies. The leader asks which subordinate is better, a schemer or a puppet. Sima Tian tries to save it, saying he'd prefer a schemer like himself. The leader laughs. He agrees, because no matter how much Sima Tian schemes, he's still in the leader's palm. He orders the Hoyan incident to be buried quietly. Sima Tian bows, but his internal monologue is screaming. He looks at the leader's back and realizes Ma Fengji has changed. He isn't the simpleton everyone thought he was. He's become something much, much darker. The final war for Murim just got a lot more complicated. Wuhan Best Inn, the local hub for gossip and overpriced tea. The place is packed because the Murim Alliance's resident mummy is hosting a get-together. Yomhwa, the man who supposedly killed a master with one punch, is currently nursing his ego and a drink. He's surrounded by warriors who are only there because they heard he's handing out free money. Our guy is at a table in the corner watching the circus. One of Yomhwa's goons steps forward and starts raining coins down in the crowd like he's at a Murim strip club. He announces it's a gift from the great warrior Yan. The crowd loses their minds, scrambling for the scraps like it's a Black Friday sale. Lidan watches the desperation and sighs. Gathering a crowd just to show off your wallet is peak mid-tier villain behavior. Then he spots someone in the crowd. No, Seven. He didn't expect to see her here, especially not watching Yomhwa with that specific, I'm measuring your neck for a coffin look. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, asking someone if they aren't afraid of the heavens. The mood in the room drops about 20 degrees. An old woman and a young girl walk into the center of the room. Lidan stares at the old woman. He knows that face. It's a ghost from 70 years ago. The Heavenly Blade Master steps out, asking who gave them permission to speak. She identifies herself as Mei Niang. She's the grandmother of the kid who committed suicide. The room goes silent. Everyone knows that's a sensitive topic for the Alliance right now. Mei Niang. The name hits Lidan like a physical weight. It takes him a second to bridge the gap between the child he knew and the grandmother standing there. He remembers her as the reckless little sister from his village. She used to follow him everywhere, promising to marry him when she grew up. She eventually married into the Hoyan family, and he never saw her again. He realizes the kid who died wasn't just a disciple, he was her grandson. The bald master mocks her, calling her grandson a weakling who couldn't handle the pressure. She snaps, screaming that her boy wasn't a coward. The master doesn't like being yelled at. He shoves her with enough force to kill a normal elderly person. She stumbles back, eyes wide with terror, but she doesn't hit the floor. Lidan is suddenly behind her, catching her with a precision that nobody in the room even saw coming. He looks at her face up close. He can still see the reckless little girl in the lines of her face. It's a weird feeling, being the only one who remembers her youth. He tells her to stop. This isn't the place for her. The bald master asks who the hell he is. Lidan plays it cool. He was just a bystander until someone decided to shove a grandma. The master gets offended, talking about manners and elders. Lidan hits him with the deadpan logic. Manners don't really apply to people who assault senior citizens. The crowd starts whispering. They think Lidan is a dead man walking. Yomhwa's personal guards move in, but Yomhwa signals them to wait. Yomhwa stands up and prepares to leave. He's annoyed. He came here to look like a hero, and now it's just a messy scene. He walks out, making sure everyone sees how above it all he is. The bald master is left alone with Lidan. He tells Lidan he's going to regret not knowing his place. Lidan just watches him, his expression completely blank. He notes that Yomhwa is leaving just to save face. Typical politician move. The young girl, Xu Zheng, thanks him for the help. He gives them a fake name, Billy Duan. He tells them not to mention it. Mei Niang smiles at him, a genuine look of gratitude from a woman who has no idea she's talking to her childhood crush. Lidan tells them to take care of themselves. He watches them leave, his mind racing. They came all this way to prove the suicide was a lie. He knows the alliance leader, Ma Fengji, will never let the truth out. It's too expensive. He notices No 7 has vanished. He wonders why she was looking at Yomhwa. Usually, when No 7 looks at someone, they stop breathing shortly after. Night falls. Lidan is walking down a secluded path. The moon is out. and the air is still. He stops. He tells whoever is following him to come out. The bald master steps out from the trees, smirking like he just caught a mouse. He tells Lidan he's hasty. He didn't even wait for the master to find him. Lidan asks why he wants to kill him. The master says it's because Lidan mocked him in front of a crowd. In the martial world, I felt embarrassed is a valid reason for murder. He claims Lidan spoke recklessly and didn't know his place. Lidan asks if that's really all he's got. He can't believe this guy is willing to catch a murder charge over a bruised ego. The master draws his sword. He doesn't need more reasons. Lidan realizes this guy is a professional predator. He's been killing anyone who offends him for years. The master swings his sword, the air whistling around the blade. Lidan stands his ground. He tells the guy to say his last words. The master thinks it's a joke. He's a master, and Lidan is just some kid. Lidan tells him it doesn't matter who he says goodbye to, trees, birds, rocks, as long as he says it. The master laughs, calling him a lunatic. Lidan closes his eyes for a split second. Let's see how long the laughter lasts. The master lunges forward with a kill strike. The impact craters the ground, but Lidan is already gone. He appears in the master's blind spot, moving like a glitch in the animation. One finger. That's all he uses to deflect the massive sword strike. A shockwave of chi sends the master flying backward like he just got hit by a truck. Lidan stands there, surrounded by a faint, shimmering aura. The master is coughing blood, realizing he just picked a fight with a monster. He immediately flips his tone, begging for mercy. Lidan notes how fast he changed his tune. He wishes the guy's sword was half as fast as his mouth. Lidan's face becomes a mask of pure, unfiltered menace. The master begs again, promising anything. Lidan asks if he really thinks he's going to let him go so he can bring more friends. The master tries to run. Absolutely not happening. The impact of Lidan's palm strike lifts the master off the ground, suspending him in the air for a heartbeat before a follow-up kick slams him into the dirt with the force of a falling star. The ground shatters. The master is done. Lidan looks down at the body. He can't stand people who kill for hurt feelings, but beg for their lives when the bill comes due. Later that night in the city, Yomwa is back at his private quarters, chugging liquor to dull the pain. His table is full of luxury food he isn't even touching. He clutches his chest. He's still fuming about Shandong. He almost died to a weakling, and it's eating him alive. He hears something, and glares at the door. One of his subordinates reports that Ilwu is missing. He hasn't been seen since yesterday. Yomwa is already on edge. He doesn't need his staff going AWOL. He asks if the idiot went off on his own. The guards look at each other nervously. They suggest that maybe he went after the old grandmother from the inn. Yomwa pours another drink. He realizes she went to the Alliance headquarters to see the leader, but got turned away. He calls her a damned old woman and regrets letting her live. If Ilwu went to finish her off and hasn't come back, that means there's a problem. He orders his men to bring them in. The girl and the grandma, dead or alive. The guard rushes out to execute the order. Yomwa takes a long pull from his cup. He reflects on his luck. It's been absolute garbage lately. He has no idea it's about to get worse. Cut to a different inn. Mei Niang and Xu Zhang are sitting at a small table. The girl is trying to get her grandma to eat. The old woman looks defeated. The realization that justice doesn't exist for people like her is sinking in. Flashback to the Alliance gate. The guard's answer was a flat no. They tried to explain their circumstances, but the guard just yawned. Everyone has unfair circumstances in Murim. He tells them they can go through proper procedures, which Xu Zhang realizes is just a polite way of saying never. It would take months, and they'd probably be ignored anyway. They were literally kicked to the curb. Back in the present, Mei Niang looks at her granddaughter. The girl is trying to stay positive, promising they'll try again tomorrow. Mei Niang knows better. She calls herself a wretched woman. She can't even protect the memory of her grandson. Lidan is watching them from the balcony across the street. He thinks about the coincidence. Out of all the people in the world, fate brought her to him. He senses something approaching. A group of cloaked figures is moving toward the inn. Mei Niang looks up as a shadow falls over their table. It's one of Yomwa's enforcers. He looks like he's in a bad mood and wants to share it. She asks who he is. He tells them to come quietly if they don't want to die. The girl clutches her grandmother's arm. Switch back to Yomwa's room. He's pouring more wine, acting like he's the king of the world. The old woman and the girl are brought before him. He tells her not to get worked up. He just has some questions. She snaps at him, asking why he had to kidnap them if he just wanted to talk. Yomwa just smirks. He enjoys the power dynamic. He tells her she's fearless for an old lady. He leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper. You might not care about your life, but you should care about the child. Mei Niang goes pale. She'll do anything to keep the girl safe. He asks if anyone came looking for them yesterday. He's trying to track down Ilwoo. She honestly has no idea who he's talking about. Yeomwa watches her closely as he drinks. He realizes she's not lying. She really doesn't know where his man is. If she doesn't know, then where did Ilwoo go? On the roof above them, two figures are watching. No, Seven and her companion. The companion asks if the order was really issued. Eliminate Yeomwa. Do it as quickly as possible. The companion is shocked. Killing the butcher of the Cheondo sect is a massive move. They sense another presence. A man walks into the inn downstairs. The air around him hums with power. One of Yeomwa's guards tries to block the door. He tells the man they're closed for business. Lidan is still watching, his eyes following every movement. He knows this man isn't just a random customer. The stranger smiles. It's the kind of smile you see on a shark before it bites. The guard is getting aggressive, but the stranger doesn't even blink. Yeomwa yells from the back to let him in. The stranger walks in, passing the guard like he's invisible. He sits down and asks for liquor and side dishes. The waiter is terrified. The room is full of Yeomwa's killers, but this guy is acting like he's at a peaceful brunch. Yeomwa asks who he is. Just a passerby. I stopped in because I was hungry. Yeomwa points out that this isn't exactly the only inn in the city. The stranger's smile fades. The temperature in the room drops. Yeomwa is done with the nonsense. He wants to know why this specific man chose this specific inn. The butcher has finally met a hunter. Night falls in Wuhan, but the tavern is about to get louder than a modern warfare lobby. Our guy Lidan is just sitting there, looking completely bored while Manhwa, the supposed slaughterer of the Alliance, is trying to figure out why this random peasant isn't shaking. Lidan just sighs. He's been through enough wars to know a mid-tier villain's speech when he hears one. Manhwa's goon is losing his mind. He cannot believe Lidan is actually smirking right now. Manhwa tells him to chill, but you can see the vein popping in his forehead. The goon hesitates, looking at Lidan like he's a ghost. Lidan just gives him the "are you done yet" stare. Manhwa realizes this isn't a normal civilian. Normal people don't have eyes that look like they've seen the end of the world. He asks if Lidan is from the Hoyon family. Lidan just shrugs. He heard the rumors about what Manhwa did to that family back in Shandong. He starts connecting the dots out loud, mocking Manhwa's heroic reputation. He mentions how Manhwa once said everyone from that family had to die. The atmosphere in the room drops about 20 degrees. Manhwa doesn't even deny it. He just gives this sick little smile. Useless people are better off gone. Typical villain logic. The grandma, Mei Niang, screams that it's nonsense. Lidan cuts through the noise. He asks why. Is it because of your worthless pride? Manhwa looks like he just got slapped. Lidan asks if Manhwa's ego is really worth the lives of all those young people he slaughtered. Manhwa laughs it off. He thinks he's a god compared to the lowly fools he kills. Lidan's internal monologue is cold. He realizes it's not that these guys can't control their anger, it's that they choose not to. Because in this corrupt world, nobody is strong enough to make them stop. From where I stand, Lidan says, you look even more pathetic. Game over. The roast is complete. The goon loses it, and swings a fist that probably would have killed a normal person. Lidan doesn't even stand up. He just shifts his weight, and the goon gets sent into a 360-degree spin cycle. He hits the floor with enough force to wake up the neighbors. Impact. The floorboards basically give up on life. Everyone in the room just froze. The logic of the universe just broke for them. The goon is face down in a crater of dust. His partner rushes over, screaming for his brother. He checks the pulse and turns pale. Neck snapped. Instant deletion. Manhwa's face goes dark. This isn't a joke anymore. Lidan finally stands up. He looks like he's just taking out the trash. The other goon goes for a sneak attack with a blade. Lidan just palms his face and slams him into the wooden pillar. The guy's head meets the wood at Mach 1. Another one down. Lidan hasn't even broken a sweat. Manhwa finally enters the chat. He's charging in with pure rage. A heavy punch aimed right at Lidan's head. Lidan just tracks the movement. Everything is in slow motion for him. He parries, pivots, and the energy from Manhwa's punch just gets redirected into the floor. Manhwa is confused. He's supposed to be the master here. Lidan counters with a palm strike to the chest. Manhwa gets sent flying over the tables. He crashes through the furniture like a rag doll. Lidan just exhales. He's getting a feel for his new power levels. Manhwa is buried under a pile of broken wood and plates. The grandma and kid are staring like they just saw a dragon in human form. Manhwa stands up, spitting blood. He realizes Lidan came here with a purpose. Purpose? Of course I do. Lidan gives him that I'm the main character smirk. Manhwa demands to know his goal. Lidan tells him he'll find out right after he dies. Cold. Yanhua draws his sword. He's done playing fair. The tavern is about to become a demolition site. Explosion of chi. The roof is basically structural suggestions at this point. Lidan leaps through the debris. Yanhua swings, but he's hitting nothing but air. The impact of the sword strike tears through the building. Lidan is already behind him. Yanhua screams, calling him a filthy rat for running. Lidan isn't running. He's positioning. He closes the gap in a heartbeat. A direct punch meets the flat of Yanhua's blade. The shockwave is insane. Yanhua looks at his sword. It's cracking. The blade shatters into 100 pieces. Yanhua doesn't panic. He starts channeling a different kind of energy. Lidan remembers the rumors. Yanhua is apparently a beast with his fists too. This is actually perfect. Lidan wanted to test out his new crane arts. He focuses. His eyes go sharp. Fist meets fist. The impact creates a literal crater in the street outside. They are locked in a power struggle, neither one backing down. Yanhua is screaming, putting everything he has into the strike. Lidan just flows with it. He's not fighting the energy, he's absorbing it. The onlookers are just praying they don't get hit by the shrapnel. Lidan smirks. My turn. He pivots his hips, centering his weight. The mystic crane art kicks in. He unloads a flurry of strikes that Yanhua can't even see. Yanhua tries to block, but his guard is like wet paper. A final, double palm strike hits Yanhua right in the center of his chest. Lidan's eyes glow for a split second. The martial god is back. The building behind Yanhua literally explodes from the force of the blow. Dust and smoke everywhere. Lidan walks through the wreckage, looking like he didn't even break a sweat. Yanhua is on his knees, coughing up half his internal organs. Lidan looks down at him, not with anger, but with total disappointment. The smoke is clearing over the city. Crowds are gathering in the streets, looking at the destroyed building. Random civilians are gossiping, saying that masters are fighting inside. Yanhua is barely breathing. He can't believe he was pushed back by a fist. Lidan tells him to get serious. He's trolling. The fight is already over. Yanhua's eyes are bloodshot. He's going into a berserker rage. He charges with a desperate scream. Lidan just sidesteps and lands a kick to the ribs. Yanhua hits the ground hard enough to crack the stone. He's wheezing. Lidan is just standing there, looking like he's waiting for a bus. Yanhua tries a desperate swing. Lidan winds up. Another punch directly to the chest. Yanhua coughs up a pint of blood. The impact sends him flying through the back wall. He stands over the slaughterer, exhaling slowly. Yanhua is barely conscious, staring up at Lidan with pure terror. Lidan notes that any other person would have died from that last hit. Yanhua's pride is the only thing keeping him from passing out. He tries to stand up, his aura turning a dark, messy black. Lidan just gets back into his stance. Yanhua lunges one last time, a suicide charge. Lidan moves like water. A series of rapid-fire strikes hit Yanhua's pressure points. 1, 2. A dozen hits in under a second. Yanhua's body just stops responding. Lidan catches his hand mid-air. He squeezes, the sound of bones breaking. Yanhua screams. He collapses, his arm looking like a noodle. He's looking at Lidan with pure terror. He finally understands the gap. Lidan's face is cold. He's deciding whether to finish him. Suddenly, Lidan senses something. The crowd outside is getting too close. He lands one last kick to send Yanhua into the street for everyone to see. The wall explodes outward. Yanhua lands in front of the crowd. A bloody mess. He looks up, seeing the commoners staring at him. Lidan steps out of the smoke, looking like a god of vengeance. The people recognize Yanhua. They can't believe someone beat him this badly. The shame is hitting Yanhua harder than the punches. He screams at them to shut up. The crowd flinches. Lidan moves. He grabs Yanhua by the collar. He lifts him up in front of everyone. He's making a point. He tells Yanhua again how worthless he is. Yanhua is speechless. Lidan throws a punch that doesn't hit Yanhua. It hits the air behind him. The shockwave travels through Yanhua's body. He's sent tumbling. One final strike to seal the deal. A massive trail of destruction splits the street. Everything goes quiet. Lidan stands before the common people. He has their full attention. The crowd is in awe. Lidan starts a speech. He calls out the Heavenly Blade sect. He warns them that if they look down on the martial world, they will pay the price. He points to the grandma and granddaughter. He asks the crowd, who is the alliance leader actually working for? He declares that justice still lives in Jianggu. He's literally writing his own legend in real time. The grandma asks for his name. Lidan just gives a mysterious smile. Lidan doesn't answer. He just disappears over the horizon. He's moving fast, rooftop to rooftop. His plan is working. The hero identity is born. He reflects on the Huyan family. He knows that by creating a hero, he gives the people hope. And hope is the one thing the Alliance can't control. He'll stay in the shadows as the unnamed warrior, leaping through the moonlight. While the world focuses on the hero, Bai Lidan will build his empire. Total stealth mode. Meanwhile, on another rooftop, two figures have been watching. It's Ban Suking and her subordinate. The subordinate is embarrassed. She tried to follow Lidan and lost him instantly. She's shocked. She was trying her hardest, and he still vanished. Ban Suking just stares at the empty sky. He's a master, her subordinate says. No, Ban Suking corrects. He's a master among masters. She's never seen that kind of martial arts in her life. The mystery deepens. A fist slams into a table. Sima Tian is absolutely losing his mind. His men are standing there, looking like kids who just broke a window. He can't believe a master from the sky just wrecked his best enforcer. He orders them to find this warrior immediately. He tells everyone to clear out, except for Advisor Gal. The room goes quiet. Sima Tian's energy is suffocating. Advisor Gal bows, looking like he's ready for a lecture. Sima Tian mocks him, calling him old and sluggish. He's basically bullying the guy to assert dominance. But then he asks a very specific question. He asks if Gal has any guesses about who this could be. And then he mentions Bayek Pyo, the tavern that disappeared. Sima Tian is starting to smell a rat, and the trail is leading straight to our guy. The Murim Alliance headquarters. High security, high budget, zero common sense. Sima Tian is still obsessing over Bayek Pyo, the tavern owner who pulled a disappearing act. He's trying to connect the dots, but he's missing half the markers. He remembers Bayek Pyo as a swordsman, an elite protecting the old martial god. But even he knows Bayek Pyo shouldn't have been able to punch Yanhwa into a different zip code. Sima Tian turns to Advisor Gal, looking for an answer that doesn't make him look incompetent. Gal points out the obvious. The unnamed warrior used his bare hands. Bayek Pyo is a sword main. Sima Tian goes back to the drawing board, which at this point is just a pile of frustration. They wonder if it's a survivor from the Huyan family looking for revenge. It's a solid theory, except for one thing. Yanhua was publicly harassing the Huyan women right before he got folded. Sima Tian is genuinely surprised by this. Apparently he doesn't read the HR reports on his enforcers. Gal confirms he has witness statements. Yanhua was acting like a total NPC. Sima Tian narrows his eyes. He smells a setup. He thinks showing only weakness is suspicious, but showing this much skill? That's just asking for a boss fight. He decides to delegate. He gives Advisor Gal full authority to track down the culprit. Gal acts surprised, playing the "I'm just a humble paper pusher" card perfectly. Sima Tian thinks he's being a good boss by letting Gal show his full ability. Gal bows deep, thanking him for the opportunity. But look at Sima Tian's face. He doesn't trust Gal as far as he can throw him. And Gal? He's definitely hiding a high-level build under those robes. Meanwhile, back at the Bai family estate, the scenery is much better, and the vibes are significantly less toxic. Lidan is back in the training room, doing some deep meditation grinding. He's focused. He's not just sitting, he's refining his core. Thanks to the live combat tutorial he had with Yanhua, his crane arts mastery just jumped to 80%. Considering he's only been at this for a few weeks, that's basically a speedrun record. He's visualizing the final 20% when he gets interrupted by his #1 hype man. Lidan opens his eyes. Back to reality. Guangtou bursts in like he just found a legendary loot drop. He's heard the news. An unknown warrior crushed a top-tier enforcer with one punch. Lidan tries to stay deadpan, but even he's thinking, "Crush? I didn't say that." Guangtou is geeking out, and Lidan's reaction is just, "Oh, cool. Anyway." Guangtou narrows his eyes. He's starting to realize his young master is a bit too calm. Lidan smirks. He thinks Guangtou has finally figured out his secret identity. But then Guangtou asks if he's jealous. He tells Lidan not to feel bad, because both he and the great warrior are amazing in their own way. Lidan just stares. The cool versus great debate is not what he expected today. Guangtou starts preaching about the dream of protecting people. He's getting all emotional, talking about his own training journey. Lidan watches him, feeling a bit of nostalgia. He understands the feeling of just starting out in the martial world. But he knows the truth. Being a hero looks cool from the cheap seats, but the guy in the mask is usually having a mental crisis every 5 minutes. Being a hero means dealing with shame, inadequacy, and the constant fear that you aren't actually enough. Anyway, enough therapy. Let's get back to the money. Master Kong shows up, looking like he's actually done some work today. He's brought the decoded version of the ledger Lidan swiped from Shandong. The night traders were keeping some very interesting receipts. Kong reveals it's a massive record of money transfers to various groups. Lidan flips through it. It's basically the who's who of corrupt businesses. The night traders have been investing in trading companies all over the Central Plains. Kong wants permission to get involved, which is administrative speak for corporate takeover. Lidan is worried about being exposed, but Kong is a pro. He explains that these companies have hundreds of investors. If they aren't greedy, they'll never notice a new shark in the water. Li Dan closes the ledger. Deal. But then he pulls out the side quest item, the arrowhead note. He asks if Kong can decode this specific encryption. Kong takes one look and nopes out. It's a high-level cipher, way above his pay grade. Li Dan is disappointed. If Kong can't do it, they're stuck. But Kong knows a guy, a specialist. Li Dan perks up. Who? It's my master. He's talking about General Manager Zhang, the grumpiest man in the Bai household. Li Dan is skeptical. He thought Zhang was just the guy who complained about the budget. Cut to the Great Bai family's administrative office. Zhang is staring at Li Dan like he's an annoying fly. The man is the personification of a Monday morning. Li Dan tries to butter him up with some high-quality medicinal herbs and a new coat. He's basically trying to buy a bribe for a dialogue skip. Zhang isn't having it. He calls them traps, not gifts. He knows Li Dan wants something. He's been around long enough to see a suck-up coming. Li Dan gives his best innocent young master smile. Zhang tells him to stop spouting nonsense and get to the point. Li Dan laughs it off. This old man is impossible to play. Zhang points out that Li Dan's intentions are literally written on his face. Li Dan drops the act. Fine. He slides the paper across the table. Zhang picks it up, squinting at the encryption. He admits it's a difficult cipher, the kind professionals use for wet work. Come over tonight. Li Dan is shocked. That was fast. Also, he has to bring a bottle of liquor. Li Dan starts to walk out, satisfied. But then Zhang asks a question that stops him in his tracks. Is that brat doing well? Zhang is looking away, pretending he doesn't care. Li Dan smiles. Yes, he's doing great. Zhang just grunts. Then that's enough. Li Dan's face softens. This is the first time he's seen the human side of the general manager. He heads out, leaving Zhang to his books and his liquor to be. The door clicks shut. The mission is officially a go. The next morning, the city is bustling, and Li Dan is walking through the market. He runs into a familiar face, looking good in red. She's surprised he's back so soon. He tells her some business came up. She blushes. She clearly thinks he came back just to see her. She asks how Wuhan was. Li Dan gives the most guy answer ever. More people, more complicated. He's trying to be casual, but he's already thinking about the Henan mission. She teases him, asking if there were many women prettier than her in the big city. Li Dan hesitates for a second too long. Her face goes from blushing bride to ready to commit a felony real quick. Li Dan clears his throat. Time to use some high-level charisma stats. She's pouting, telling him she knows she's not the prettiest. Li Dan gives her a soft smile. She freezes. He's actually looking at her. They exist. Occasionally. She turns beet red and turns away. Li Dan just laughs. He's getting better at this social interaction thing. They walk together for a bit. A rare moment of peace before the storm. The city looks peaceful. But Li Dan knows what's coming. Night falls at the Bai estate. Time for the decoded reveal. Zhang has the paper ready. The code is fully cracked. Henan Province. Fangsheng. Chu family. Li Dan reads the date. Certain month, certain time. Zhang confirms it means exactly 8 days from now. Li Dan's internal map is already running. He can make it to Henan in that time. He thanks Zhang for the help. Zhang asks if this is dangerous work. He's starting to get protective. Li Dan just gives a half smile. Maybe. Zhang stares at him, sensing the power Li Dan is hiding. Li Dan tells him not to worry. He's got this. I won't be caught in a trap next time. Zhang huffs and tells him it's too late. He already knows what kind of trap Li Dan is. Li Dan smiles as he leaves. The old man never said he wouldn't help. Transition to Henan Province. Different vibe, higher stakes. A man in a straw hat is walking through the crowds. It's Li Dan, back in his unnamed warrior skin. The whole city is heading toward the Chu family estate. Turns out it's the patriarch's birthday. In the martial world, a birthday party is just code for a secret villain summit. Li Dan reaches the front gates of the Chu family. The guard asks where he's from. Li Dan gives the name, Zhao Bi. The guard checks the register. The name is on the list. Li Dan adjusts his hat. He's in. He walks into the main courtyard, keeping his head down. The place is massive, expensive, and filled with high-tier security. He scans the room. The guests aren't just drinking tea, they're sizing each other up. Li Dan wonders why Zhao Bi had to keep the date in such a complex code. If this is a public party anyone can attend, something is definitely off. The Chu patriarch starts his speech. He looks like a classic elder with a long white beard. He's thanking everyone for coming such a long way. The crowd cheers. It looks like a normal celebration. The patriarch is smiling, but his eyes aren't. Li Dan is watching from the back, feeling the tension. Suddenly, a voice behind him. You're warrior Zhao, right? A woman in a purple veil and matching robes is standing there. She motions for him to follow her. Lidan follows her to a more secluded area. This is where the real party is. His internal radar goes off. There's a man guarding the door. Long hair, black mask, green robes. He looks like a high-level assassin. Lidan realizes this guy is an expert, formidable, way stronger than Manhwa. He walks past him, and the pressure is insane. The masked guard tracks him with his eyes. Lidan walks into the room, scanning the other guests. 2 other warriors are standing there, looking like they just finished a 100-man elimination match. One with short hair, one with long hair and a mustache. Lidan is genuinely impressed. This place is crawling with S-tier talent. The door creaks open. The masked guard enters. He's leading a small procession. I am Shen Huang. Before we begin, I will check the invitations. Invitation? Lidan didn't get a card in the mail. The other warriors start handing over small pieces of paper. Lidan realizes what he's seeing. It's the paper he found inside the arrowhead. The guard drops the paper into a bowl of water. The water starts to react. It's a chemical verification system. The other guest passes. Shen Huang turns toward Lidan. Lidan hands over his piece of paper. It hits the water. Shen Huang is watching the bowl. The paper floats. Nothing happens. No reaction. Shen Huang's aura changes instantly. Lidan realizes he's cooked. He missed a mechanic. The air splits as a blade passes through. Shen Huang unloads a strike that sends Lidan's hat flying. Lidan barely dodges, looking up at the guard. Shen Huang points his sword directly at Lidan's throat. You are not Zhao Bi. Suddenly, the entire room draws their weapons. It's Lidan versus the world. Lidan just sighs and starts loosening his outer robe. If you're just going to call familiar faces, why make invitations when you can just tell them to come? Lidan's eyes go sharp. The stealth mission is officially an action movie now. Lidan just walked into a room full of masters and told them their security system sucks. He's about to find out exactly why they needed invitations in the first place, and it's not for a birthday cake. The air splits as a blade passes through, and Lidan's hat is officially retired from service. Shen Huang is ready to turn our guy into a kebab. He's 100% certain Lidan is a fake. But Lidan is just standing there, unbothered, loosening his robe like he's at a spa. He tells them their whole invitation system is a waste of paper. He's actually smiling. Suddenly, a laugh echoes from the balcony. Enter the Chu patriarch. Long beard, expensive robes, definitely the final boss of this specific building. He explains the invitation is just a barrier for entry. If you have it, you're in. He asks for Lidan's real name since Zhao Bi is clearly a lie. Lidan's response? No. The level of disrespect is actually legendary. The masters in the room are ready to catch a felony, but the patriarch tells them to sit down. He thinks Lidan is playing hard to get. Lidan points out that knowing a pig's name doesn't make it taste better. The patriarch actually likes the vibe, but he's still curious about how Lidan got the card. Because the real Zhao Bi is confirmed dead. Lidan doesn't even blink. I killed him. Total silence. The patriarch asks, why? Lidan explains that he doesn't like child kidnapping brothel runners. Simple. He's essentially telling a room full of villains that he's the moral police. The patriarch's eyes narrow. Then Lidan turns the tables. What exactly is this place? The patriarch starts the sales pitch. Special guests. Chosen ones. Lidan tells him to stop yapping and get to the point. We are aiming to change the martial world anew. Lidan's internal monologue is just one big eye roll. The patriarch talks about a cooperative world. A world for the young, not the outdated factions. Lidan starts laughing. He points at the patriarch. You don't look very young yourself, you know. The patriarch's face goes stone cold. He ignores the burn and keeps going. Lidan calls him out. This isn't about change. It's about domination. The patriarch pulls the Great Cause card. Lidan decides to play along. He asks what's in it for him. Power. He brings out the heavenly energy pills. 30 years of chi per pill. The other masters in the room look like they just saw a winning lottery ticket. But there's a catch. You only get the pill if you kill the person standing next to you. The room turns into a battle royale lobby instantly. Lidan sees the mustache master twitch. The guy lunges. Sword meets Lidan's arm, but Lidan just ducks and delivers a punch that reconstructs the guy's face. Blood everywhere. The impact shakes the whole floor. Mustache guy is down for the count. The patriarch is genuinely impressed. The other master is reconsidering his life choices. Lidan walks over to the tray. He asks if these are really heavenly energy pills. He starts applying some actual logic to the situation. If the patriarch had a stack of these, why would he give them to strangers? The other master is sweating. Lidan senses a move, and the other master gets a sword through the chest before he can breathe. But Lidan didn't do it. He looks at Shen Huang. That was a fast draw. The patriarch says business is done for the day. He orders his men to take care of the bastard, meaning Lidan. The enforcers close in. Lidan gets into his stance. He dodges a kick, counters with a strike to the ribs, pivots, and catches a blade between his fingers. He unloads a palm strike that sends the first row flying. The floorboards explode. Bodies are scattered like bowling pins. The patriarch realizes his mooks aren't enough. Be careful! He's a master! Little late for that warning. Lidan stands in the center of the smoke, looking like a threat. He lunges upward, drops down with a heavy strike, and a shockwave tears through the courtyard. He's weaving through the group, hitting every vital point. The enforcers are just fodder at this point. He spins, his robe fluttering, and a massive impact clears the area. The patriarch is watching, his eyes wide. Shen Huang tries to step in, but Lidan is moving at a speed that shouldn't be legal. Shen Huang unloads every curse word he knows. He goes for a final strike, a vertical slash that splits the floorboards. Lidan is already gone. He's creating afterimages. He appears behind Shen Huang. He ducks the counter and tells him he shouldn't have played this game if he couldn't handle the heat. Shen Huang's eyes are filled with pure panic. Impact. Lidan unloads a strike to the gut that sends Shen Huang into the ceiling. The explosion of qi is massive. Shen Huang is buried under a pile of rubble. The patriarch finally puts 2 and 2 together. So, that was you, the nameless great hero. Lidan just gives him a look like he's bored. The patriarch's eye twitches. He says if he knew Lidan was the shadowless guest, he would have sent a better invitation. Lidan picks up one of the pills from the ground. He smells it. His eyes go wide. Bulho Malyongdan, the demon spirit pill of no regret. It's a demonic cult artifact. The patriarch is working with some very dark magic. Lidan remembers the stats on this thing. It's called the Devil's Elixir for a reason. Massive power, but it sets a timer on your heart. The patriarch tells him he'll be treated better than the others if he takes it. Lidan just stares at the pill. He asks if the patriarch took it too. The patriarch just calls everyone fools. He's definitely not taking his own supply. Suddenly, the doors burst open. A small army of reinforcements arrives. Lidan is surrounded again, but he's not even looking at them. He's calculating the odds. He realizes these guys are also under the pill's influence. The black aura around them is a dead giveaway. Lidan tells the patriarch he's scared. The old man huffs. Lidan asks if he can still have the pill. The patriarch says he should have taken it before killing his men. What? Lidan says he'll boost the patriarch's position by joining the higher-ups. The patriarch thinks Lidan is full of himself. Fine then. Let's speak openly. Lidan gives him an assurance. To kill me, 2/3 of your men will have to die, and I'm aiming for you first. Total silence from the old man. He knows Lidan isn't joking. He asks what the patriarch will report to his superiors if everyone is dead. The patriarch weighs the options. Take the pill. Lidan smirks. He knows he's immune to poison, so the death curse is basically just flavor text for him. The patriarch tells him to take the other 2 as well. He wants to cut Lidan's lifespan down to a single year to ensure loyalty. The patriarch says he's betting his life on Lidan. Lidan's internal monologue is just, thanks for the free XP. He swallows all 3. The patriarch smiles like he just won the lottery. Lidan pretends to feel the impact. The patriarch warns him not to try anything foolish since he's now poisoned. Lidan just nods. Understood. He acts like he expected strings to be attached. The patriarch is satisfied. Come with me. They head out to a carriage. Lidan is blindfolded for the trip. They sit across from each other in silence. The patriarch asks why Lidan doesn't like being called a hero. Lidan says heroes are just people who get other people's problems pushed onto them. He claims he just had a grudge against the slashing sword. The patriarch is quiet for a moment. So you're a fake hero. He actually laughs. He likes the honesty. The carriage moves through the mountains. They reach Zhengzhou. Lidan can feel the change in atmosphere. The patriarch tells him to get down. Lidan's internal radar is screaming. They walk into a hidden building. Lidan senses the layout through his blindfold. They're going underground. The air gets heavy. They pass through several guarded hallways. Lidan's eyes go wide under the cloth. He senses at least 8 masters on the level of a grand master. This isn't a small dojo. This is an army. Then he feels it. An incredible, overwhelming energy from the room ahead. If that's a person, they are a literal monster. But there's another energy next to it. Strange. Odd. Just who the hell are these people? Lidan tightens his jaw. They arrive. The blindfold comes off. In the corner of a dimly lit room, a man is sitting at a desk. Lidan realizes the odd energy is coming from him. The The red-haired man asks if Lidan really downed 3 pills with his own hands. Lidan is surprised they used the demonic cult name out loud. The red-haired guy tells him he's only got a year to live. He lays out the math again, very patiently. Lidan acts horrified. He turns to the patriarch. "Is that true?" The patriarch just nods. Lidan unloads a verbal threat. "I'll kill you before I die." The patriarch flinches. Then the red-haired guy drops the bait. "I know a way to break the restriction." He asks if Lidan wants to live. Lidan screams that of course he does. The red-haired guy smiles. Lidan's internal monologue is cold as ice. He knows this guy is a high-level schemer, and he knows the red-haired guy is lying. There is no way to lift the pill's curse. Lidan just found the entrance to the lion's den, and he's currently pretending to be a wounded lamb. He knows the cure is a lie, but he's about to find out exactly what this organization wants him to do with his last year of life. And from the looks of those 8 masters in the hall, it isn't going to be community service. Our boy Lidan narrows his eyes, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the red-haired snake standing in front of him. He decides to play the part, telling himself that for now, he'll dance to whatever tune they want to play. Ma Lingren stands there looking like a refined gentleman, but Lidan is only focused on one thing, figuring out where those cursed pills came from and who's really funding this circus. Lidan puts on his best desperate man voice and asks what exactly he needs to do to get his hands on the cure for the pill's curse. Ma Lingren gives him a look that's half pity and half arrogance, telling him that from now on, he does exactly what he's told. Lidan draws a line in the sand, claiming he won't kill anyone who isn't evil, acting like he still has some shred of honor left to maintain his cover. Ma Lingren laughs it off, saying he'll kill anyone regardless of their morals, though he admits most of their targets happen to be scum anyway. Lidan looks him dead in the eye, asking for a name, wanting to know exactly who this boss thinks he is. With a smug smirk, the red-haired man introduces himself by a title that carries a lot of weight in the underworld, the Malyangin. Elsewhere, someone is definitely feeling the pressure, as cold sweat drips down a man's face while he processes some heavy news. An older man with a thin mustache looks skeptical, wondering why on earth the successor of Mabongi would be showing his face here. We shift to a quiet room where a beautiful landscape painting hangs, but the atmosphere is anything but peaceful. Chilho, a man with a heavy cross-shaped scar on his face, stands silently, radiating a sense of dangerous calm. A female subordinate reports that the nameless hero has finally made a move and taken down the man known as the Butcher. She's clearly impressed, noting that the guy used a style of martial arts she's never even seen in her life. Chilho asks her how she'd rank the hero against herself, and she bluntly admits she doesn't think she could beat him in a fair fight. Chilho's interest is piqued, and he pushes further, asking about a powerhouse named Guimangriang. She doesn't hesitate. She thinks even Guimangriang would have his hands full trying to handle this masked mystery man. Chilho sits at his desk, frustrated that a guy this powerful can just appear out of thin air, kill a top-tier enforcer, and then vanish without a trace. He lets out a dry chuckle, the kind of laugh a man makes when he realizes the game he's playing just got a lot more interesting. He figures the martial world has been too quiet for too long, and it was only a matter of time before someone came along to stir the pot. Like a sharp needle poking through a bag, this new hero was bound to reveal himself sooner or later. A masked messenger interrupts to announce that they've finally pinned down the nameless hero's current coordinates. Chilho's eyes sharpen instantly. He needs to know exactly where this wild card is hiding. The word is that our guy has already made contact with the Malyangin, which means things are moving faster than anyone expected. Chilho taps his finger on the desk, realizing that if the hero killed the Butcher and then teamed up with the Malyangin, it's definitely not a coincidence. He smirks to himself, fully convinced now that this nameless hero is anything but a normal martial artist. He gives the order for his team to move out and assess the situation, taking their heavy hitters Guimangriang and Quirang with them. The subordinate is surprised he's sending the elite Quirang, but Chilho is clear. If the guy is as dangerous as he sounds, they need to end him immediately. She warns him that Yiho won't be happy about them making such a loud move without her input. Chilho just waves it off, telling her to ignore the opinions of others and trust her own judgment on the field. With a respectful bow, she accepts the mission, ready to hunt down the man who's been turning the Jianggu upside down. Back at the secret base, the sound of footsteps echoes through the wooden hallways as Lidan follows his new boss. Ma Lingren walks with his hands behind his back, looking completely relaxed, while Lidan keeps a close watch on his surroundings. Ma Lingren casually mentions he's just gathering materials, which is usually villain speak for something incredibly messed up. Leiden plays dumb, repeating the word with a confused look on his face to see if the snake will spill any more details. A dark, unsettling grin spreads across Ma Lingren's face, the kind of look that tells you he's definitely not talking about construction supplies. He promises to show Lidan exactly what he means, keeping the mystery alive just to toy with him. As they walk through the corridor, Lidan's senses are on high alert. He can feel the hidden presence of 8 high-level masters tucked away in the shadows. He catches a flicker of something, his eyes widening as he realizes the sheer scale of the power being hidden in this facility. He can feel a strange, oppressive aura coming from behind one of the sealed doors, wondering if this is the secret he's about to be shown. But as he tries to get a closer look, a massive, masked guard steps out from the shadows, blocking his path like a stone wall. The guard's eyes are cold and completely void of emotion, the look of a man who was trained only to kill. The guard bluntly tells him that outsiders aren't allowed past this point, no matter who they think they are. Leiden stares back, noticing that same indifferent, dead gaze he's seen in other high-level assassins before. He realizes this guard has the same vibe as Chillaho's people, wondering if every successor in this organization is assigned their own personal shadow. He turns back to his handler, simply stating that since they said no, there's not much he can do about it. Ma Lingren agrees, saying it's better to take things slow anyway, no point in revealing all the fun secrets on the very first day. The heavy doors slide shut, leaving Lidan standing in the hallway, looking like he's just another disgruntled employee. But his eyes tell a different story. He's already memorizing every inch of this place, looking for the weak points in their armor. We get a wide shot of the city as birds fly over the traditional rooftops, a peaceful scene that hides the brewing storm beneath. The old man, Chu Taochi, tells Lidan to stay put at a local inn and wait for further instructions like a good little soldier. Lidan's eyebrow twitches in annoyance. He's not the type of guy who enjoys being told where to sleep. He asks how long he's supposed to sit on his hands, and the old man just gives him a vague answer, "Until we tell you otherwise." Leiden scoffs, telling the old man he's not going to stay holed up in some dusty inn all day because he hates feeling like a caged animal. The patriarch just closes his eyes, sounding like a tired grandfather, saying he'll try to get the orders out early if he can. Lidan drops a final warning, telling them not to even think about spying on him, or he'll start cutting down anyone he finds watching. The old man mocks him, telling him he's not nearly important enough to waste a spy on, and that he can go wherever he wants for all they care. He reminds Lidan that with the power the pills gave him, he can live a pretty lavish life for the 1 year he has left. Lidan stands alone in front of the gate as the carriage rattles away, looking like a man who's been abandoned. He watches them leave with a cynical expression, knowing that unimportant is exactly how he wants these idiots to see him. As soon as the coast is clear, he slips into an alleyway, moving with the kind of speed that a dying man shouldn't possess. He tells the innkeeper he's going to sleep and not to wake him for anything, setting up his perfect alibi. He stands by the window for a second, checking one last time to make sure there aren't any hidden eyes in the courtyard. No one's watching, he whispers to himself, his expression turning cold and focused as he prepares to make his move. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaps out of the window, flying through the air like a phantom over the city rooftops. His feet land silently on the tiles, not making a single sound as he begins his real mission for the night. From a high vantage point, he watches the city below, tracking the movement of the carriage he was just standing next to. He realizes the carriage isn't heading back to the manor where they first met, which means they're trying to lead him on a wild goose chase. He vanishes again, moving through the air with such velocity that he leaves a literal ripple in the wind behind him. He eventually finds a secluded estate tucked away near the mountains, a place that looks far too fancy for a group of pill merchants. He watches from the shadows as a guard greets an official-looking man, confirming that this is a high-security hub for the organization. Lidan peeks from behind a tree, satisfied that he's found the real headquarters where the Malyongin holds his secret meetings. He disappears into the brush, moving like a ghost through the forest to get a better angle on the building. We flash back to Lidan hiring a carriage driver, telling the man he knows exactly where he's going even if it's been a while since he saw the route. The driver looks a bit hesitant, but Lidan's coin is more than enough to convince him to follow directions without asking questions. The horses trot down the dirt road as the sun begins to set, the carriage blending in with the everyday traffic of the region. Inside, Lidan has his eyes closed, looking like he's just taking a nap while the world goes by. But he's actually using his hyper-tuned senses to map out the entire terrain, feeling every turn and bump in the road. He remembers that they covered his eyes when they first brought him here, thinking they could hide the location from him. Too bad for them, a former martial god doesn't need eyes to see, he can navigate an entire mountain range just by feeling the air pressure. Found it, he mutters, looking down at the massive complex from a high branch, his plan finally coming together. He admits he got turned around once or twice, but there's no mistaking the energy signature coming from that manor. He figures they didn't expect him to come back here immediately after being released, which is exactly why it was the perfect time to strike. Night fully sets in, and the manor lights up with dozens of lanterns, making it look like a glowing fortress in the dark woods. Suddenly, Li Dan hears a heavy click, his eyes snapping toward the main gate as something starts to happen. A group of men in long robes files out of the manor, walking with a disciplined, military-like precision that screams elite. Li Dan recognizes them immediately. These are the 8 masters he sensed hiding in the hallway earlier. He watches them closely, wondering if these guys are the Malyongin's personal hit squad or if they're guarding something even bigger. The next morning, the sun hits the rooftops of Zhengzhou, but the atmosphere is still thick with all the secrets from the night before. Li Dan is sitting in his room at the inn, looking like he's in deep meditation, but he's actually processing everything he saw at the hidden manor. He thinks back to Ma Lingren visiting the heads of the West Spear and East Sword sects, the 2 biggest powers in the Henan region. While the other brothers were fighting over small-time gangs, Ma Lingren was already out here making moves with the heavy hitters of the Orthodox world. Li Dan realizes that Ma Lingren is on a completely different level of strategy compared to the idiots he's killed before, which makes him a real threat. A knock at the door breaks his concentration, and Li Dan puts back on his grumpy, mercenary face as he opens it. It's Ma Lingren himself, standing there with that same annoying, perfect smile, asking if he accidentally woke Li Dan up. Li Dan tells him he hasn't slept a wink, having spent the whole night thinking, which is technically true if you count tracking people through the woods. Ma Lingren chuckles, sounding almost disappointed that he didn't get to surprise him, saying he should have come by even earlier. He laughs and tells Li Dan he really does react exactly how he expected, acting like they're already old friends. Li Dan grumbles, asking if the guy is just going to keep him standing in the doorway all morning like a salesman. Ma Lingren steps inside, casually suggesting that since Li Dan can't sleep, maybe they should grab a drink together. Li Dan flatly refuses, saying he doesn't drink alone and he certainly doesn't drink with people he doesn't trust. Ma Lingren walks over to the window, finally revealing that he's one of the top successors for the Murim Alliance leadership. Li Dan looks at him with a mix of suspicion and fake curiosity, asking if he's really who he says he is. The red-haired man goes quiet for a second, his expression turning serious as he looks out over the city. He confirms it's him, but notes that the number of successors just dropped from 6 down to 5, thanks to Li Dan killing his brother. Li Dan points out the obvious. If he's from a prestigious Orthodox sect, why is he hiding in a basement doing suspicious stuff with cursed pills? Ma Lingren doesn't even try to deny it, simply nodding as if it's the most natural thing in the world. He turns back to Li Dan, asking if he really thinks there's that much of a difference between a hero and a villain. He argues that it's all just a thin line, and in the end, both sides are essentially doing the same thing to get what they want. He gives Li Dan a knowing look, trying to pull him into his twisted worldview where everyone is just as corrupt as he is. Li Dan stays silent, his eyes fixed on the man who's clearly trying to recruit him for something much bigger than a few pill deliveries. Ma Lingren reaches into his robe and pulls out a heavy-looking pouch, tossing it toward Li Dan with total indifference. He tells him there's 1,000 taels in there, suggesting Li Dan go find a brothel and have a drink since he's having trouble sleeping. Li Dan catches the money, thinking to himself that this monster is being surprisingly generous to someone who should be his enemy. He watches Ma Lingren walk out the door, feeling like a predator is wagging its tail at him, trying to lure him into a trap. He asks why he's being treated so well after killing so many of the organization's men and eating their most expensive pills. Leiden's tone is sharp. He knows that in this world, nothing is ever given away for free. Ma Lingren stops and looks back, saying there's another reason why he's grown so fond of our boy. He says that seeing Li Dan has made him realize that genuine human connections actually still exist in this cold world. He wears a look of fake sincerity that would probably work on anyone who hasn't been alive for a century like Li Dan. Li Dan scoffs, telling him to stop with the embarrassing brotherhood talk since they're both grown men. Ma Lingren's smile doesn't waver. He seems to enjoy Li Dan's bluntness more than anything else. He claims that from the moment they met, he felt a deep, karmic connection with Li Dan that he just can't ignore. He boils it down to a simple sentence. Let's just say I liked you. Leiden stares after him, not buying a single word of this sentimental garbage for a second. A small smirk plays on Leiden's lips. He knows exactly what kind of game the red-haired snake is playing. He figures an average guy in his 20s would probably be swayed by this guy's charm and smooth talking. And with 1,000 taels thrown in as a gift, most people would be ready to swear their life to a boss like that. But Lidan just bows slightly, thanking him for the cash and playing the part of the grateful mercenary. He promises to put the money to good use, already thinking about how he can use it to dismantle this guy's empire. The next day, Lidan meets with the old patriarch again, who gives him a very specific and very dirty mission. He wants Lidan to take out a man known as the Lustful Monk, a guy who's been causing all sorts of trouble in the region. The old man explains that the monk was a former temple master who went insane from chi deviation and started attacking the very people he was supposed to protect. Lidan asks if this guy is an enemy of Ma Lingren, trying to see if this is a personal hit or just business. The patriarch says no, the guy has nothing to do with their boss, which only makes Lidan more curious. He admits they only found the monk's trail by pure luck after he'd been hiding from the authorities for years. Lidan thinks it's suspicious. Why would Ma Lingren waste his time and his new asset on a random criminal who isn't even a rival? The patriarch tells him to capture the monk and hand him over to the Murim Alliance, saying Leiden can keep the massive bounty for himself. Leiden stays quiet for a long moment, wondering what the actual play is here. Is this a test of his skills, or something more devious? The old man looks at him expectantly, wondering why Lidan is hesitating to take such a profitable job. Lidan asks what exactly they're trying to pull by having him do the Alliance's dirty work for them. His voice is cold, demanding to know the real reason behind this seemingly random assignment. The old man snaps back, telling Lidan to watch his mouth and remember who's holding his leash. Lidan's eyes flare with a dangerous light. He's about one more insult away from ending this old man's career permanently. He lets out a sharp breath, deciding to drop it for now and just asks why they want this guy dead so badly. The patriarch just repeats the same tired line. He's a villain. Isn't that enough of a reason? He admits that he doesn't fully understand Ma Lingren's intentions either, sounding almost genuine for once. He wonders aloud why the boss keeps treating Lidan like royalty when he's just another tool in the box. Lidan realizes that even the high-ranking members of this group are being kept in the dark by the red-haired successor. Fine, I'll go catch him, Lidan says, standing up and preparing to head out for his first official mission. He decides to play along with the orders for now, his face a mask of cold determination. He thinks to himself that he has zero intention of letting go of Ma Lingren's trail, no matter where this mission leads. We jump to a scene of chaos at night. Fire is burning in the woods, and the air is filled with the smell of smoke and blood. Several guards are lying dead on the ground, their swords scattered as a carriage sits abandoned in the middle of the carnage. A bloody hand grips a heavy staff, the person behind it breathing heavily as the embers fly through the air. The lustful monk stands over two terrified women, his massive silhouette looking like a demon in the firelight. He lets out a disgusting, high-pitched giggle, asking himself how long it's been since he's had this much fun. He licks his hand, his eyes wide and crazed, looking like a man who's completely lost his humanity to his own urges. The women are paralyzed with fear, their eyes filled with tears as they realize there's no one left to save them. Someone like you should be dead and gone. A voice cuts through the darkness, cold and sharp as a blade. The monk snaps his head around, his crazed expression turning into one of pure rage at the interruption. Lidan steps into the light, looking down at the monk with total disgust, finally understanding why he was sent here. The monk laughs, his staff shaking as he asks Lidan how many more heroes he's going to have to kill tonight. Lidan tells him he came alone, his posture relaxed, as if he's just dealing with a minor pest. He adds that there's no need to bring a whole crowd just to catch a pathetic piece of trash like this monk. The monk's smile turns predatory. He loves it when his victims think they're tough enough to take him on one-on-one. He points his heavy staff at Lidan. Lidan's face doesn't change. He's heard this kind of villain speech 1,000 times before. The monk lunges forward with incredible speed, his staff cutting through the air with a deafening whistle. A massive explosion of dust and debris hits the ground where Lidan was standing just a second ago. The monk swings again and again, his brute strength turning the trees around them into kindling. Lidan moves like a blur, flickering from one spot to another as he dodges every single strike with centimeters to spare. The force of the monk's attacks is so great that a shockwave of energy rips through the forest, lighting up the night sky. Lidan slides across the ground, his eyes already reading every movement of the monk's sloppy, power-heavy style. The monk pulls back for a massive overhead strike, thinking he's finally got Lidan cornered. But the staff stops dead in midair, Lidan's eyes staring right through the villain with bone-chilling calm. Lidan ducks under the follow-up swing, his movements as fluid as water as he closes the distance in a heartbeat. He winds up a punch, his fist glowing with a faint, concentrated energy that signals the end of the fight. The monk's eyes go wide as he realizes he's not fighting a normal man. He's fighting something much, much worse. Bam! Lidan's fist connects with the monk's face with the force of a falling mountain, sending a massive shockwave through the clearing. The monk's head snaps back, his entire body going limp as the world around him starts to fade into darkness. Lidan stands over the fallen villain, his expression as indifferent as if he just took out the morning trash. This guy is finished. A clear liquid pours into a bowl, the steady sound of the stream the only thing breaking the silence of the room. Our guy Lidan sits there, looking entirely too calm for a man who just committed a high-profile hit. He's processing the fact that Ma Lingren didn't just want the lustful monk dead. There was a second name on that list. The second target was an assassin named Zong Bo, a man whose name was synonymous with scum in the Henan region. This Zong Bo didn't have any limits. He'd kill anyone for a few coins, even innocent children. Lidan took him out and handed him over to the Alliance alongside the monk, essentially gift-wrapping 2 major bounties for the authorities. He sets the bowl down with a sharp clack, his mind clicking into place. By taking out a high-ranking enforcer like Manhwa and then cleaning up the most wanted criminals in the area, Lidan has accidentally, or intentionally, become the biggest celebrity in the martial world. Lidan isn't stupid. He knows rumors don't spread this fast unless someone is behind the scenes with a megaphone. In the background, random guys are gossiping about how there hasn't been a real hero since the old Alliance leader passed away, until now. They say heroes are only born when the world is on fire, and right now, things are getting very, very hot. Lidan feels a presence approaching, his senses picking up a familiar, annoying aura. It's the red-haired schemer himself, sliding into the booth with a smug grin that says he's very proud of his own handiwork. Ma Lingren leans in, his voice dripping with fake warmth, as he asks how it feels to finally be a hero. Lidan's internal monologue is just one big question mark. He's wondering why this guy is going out of his way to make him look so good. He asks the Malayongan if he knows that Lidan already collected all those bounties from the Murim Alliance, basically taking their money while working for them. Ma Lingren just lets out a short, dry chuckle, looking like he expected nothing less from his new star. He tells Lidan that knowing the truth doesn't change anything in the grand scheme of things. In his twisted logic, people will just assume a hero like the unnamed warrior will use all that bounty money for a good cause anyway. Lidan closes his eyes, suppressing a smirk at the sheer audacity of the manipulation being played here. Ma Lingren waxes poetic, saying that a true hero just needs to seize the right moment, and even the same kill can be viewed differently depending on the timing. Lidan takes a sip of his drink, finally asking the billion-dollar question, "Why the hell are you doing me all these favors?" Ma Lingren looks at him like he's crazy, claiming that all of this, the reputation, the money, is just a simple gift. He says it's a commemorative present to celebrate their brand new friendship, which is about as believable as a wolf giving a gift to a sheep. Lidan just stares at him, his "I'm done with this" expression reaching its absolute peak. We cut to the Zhangzhou Martial Academy at night, a massive structure that serves as a front for something much darker. A white blur streaks across the training grounds, the sound of wind whistling as someone moves with supernatural speed. A guard on patrol catches a flicker of something in the corner of his eye, but by the time he turns around, there's nothing there. Another guard looks up at the roof, hearing the faint tap-tap of feet on the tiles, his confusion growing. It's our boy Lidan in his full unnamed warrior gear, thinking to himself that he's not the only one being hunted. He's been doing plenty of scouting of his own. He slips through the shadows, his boots making zero noise on the polished wooden floors of the academy. He realizes that while the organization has hidden hideouts all over the province, this academy is the beating heart of their entire operation. 2 guards pass by, completely unaware that a max-level god is hovering just a few feet away in the darkness. Lidan lingers in the hallway, his silhouette framed by the glowing paper lanterns, as he listens for any useful intel. He's been monitoring the old patriarch for days now, waiting for the mask to slip. We jump back into the past as the patriarch asks Ma Lingren what exactly their new hero has been up to. Ma Lingren's eyes are cold and focused as he listens to the report. The old man says Lidan is just living the standard mercenary life, visiting brothels, drinking, and wandering around like a man with no purpose. Ma Lingren doesn't care about Lidan's hobbies. He just gives the order to find more ways to make the unnamed warrior even more famous. The patriarch finally loses his cool, asking why the young master is being so incredibly kind. He demands an answer, unable to wrap his head around why they're wasting so much effort on a single mercenary. Ma Lingren gives him a chilling smile, telling the old man that he's asking the wrong question from the start. He bluntly states that he isn't showing Li Dan kindness at all. This is a cold, calculated investment. The patriarch stands there, stunned into silence, his brain trying to catch up with the conversation. He argues that they've given Li Dan bounty info, locations, and fame. If that isn't kindness, he doesn't know what is. Ma Lingren ignores the complaint, instead asking if the old man knows what big event is happening in Zhengzhou next month. The patriarch's eyes widen. He realizes the golden banquet is only weeks away. Li Dan, eavesdropping from the shadows, notes that the golden banquet is the biggest networking event of the year, bringing together every major merchant and alliance figure. He hears Ma Lingren mention that his brother Ma Tiekun will definitely be attending. The old man nods, the sweat starting to bead on his forehead as he realizes where this conversation is heading. Ma Lingren drops the bombshell. They are going to send their righteous hero to assassinate his brother in the middle of the banquet. He asks the patriarch to imagine the chaos. What would people think if a great hero, like the unnamed warrior, suddenly decided to kill the son of the alliance leader? The patriarch is shaking now, wondering if Li Dan even has the skills to take out a monster like Ma Tiekun. Ma Lingren says it doesn't even matter if the assassination fails. The goal isn't just the kill, it's the optics. He smiles like a demon, saying the most important thing is that a righteous hero tried to kill him. People will start to wonder why a hero would risk his life to kill Ma Tiekun, leading them to believe the brother was secretly a villain all along. The old man is terrified, asking what happens if Li Dan gets caught, and confesses that Ma Lingren was the one who ordered the hit. Ma Lingren brushes it off with terrifying ease, saying Li Dan will die the exact same day he makes the attempt. He claims they have that to ensure Li Dan's silence, ordering the old man to keep building Li Dan's reputation until he's a legend. Back in the present, Li Dan's eyes narrow behind his mask. He's heard enough to know he's being set up as a sacrificial pawn. He realizes that Ma Tiekun is the biggest obstacle to Ma Lingren's power, being the most popular candidate for the next alliance leader. If the golden boy dies or has his reputation ruined, Ma Lingren becomes the undisputed number one. But Li Dan is stuck on one thing. What the hell did Ma Lingren mean by that? What secret weapon are they planning to use to kill him? We cut back to the academy the next morning, the peaceful architecture hiding the fact that a massive betrayal is being planned inside. Li Dan bursts into the old man's office, dropping a forward bomb. "I need some money." The patriarch just stares at him, his white eyebrows twitching as he wonders what this hero has planned now. Li Dan claims that since he's apparently a proper hero now, he needs to start acting the part. He gives the old man a look that's pure pay me or find out, his confidence at an all-time high. He argues that a hero needs a top-tier sword and legendary armor, and those things don't exactly grow on trees. The old man sees right through it, sighing that Li Dan just wants his cut of the profits, and asks how much he's looking for. Li Dan casually asks for 20,000 taels, a sum so massive it almost makes the old man's heart stop. "Are you out of your mind?" the patriarch screams, thinking Leiden views gold like it's just dirt on the side of the road. He unloads a verbal assault, his face turning red as he processes the sheer size of the request. Li Dan doesn't flinch, telling the old man to go tell young Master Ma exactly what he said and see how he reacts. He turns his back and walks toward the door, knowing he's got them by the throat. The doors slide shut with a heavy thud, leaving the old man standing alone in the quiet room. The patriarch is literally shaking with rage, his fists clenched as he realizes how much power this mercenary has over their plan. Li Dan walks down the hallway, thinking to himself that this mission is going to decide the future leader of the entire martial world. He knows Ma Lingren won't be able to refuse the request because he needs his hero to be happy until the day of the banquet. "I will fully take advantage of your kindness," Li Dan thinks, his internal monologue sounding more like a villain than the guy he's working for. The next day, the sun rises over the academy once again, a new day of manipulation beginning. A heavy black pouch is handed over, the sound of clinking coins music to any merchant's ears. Li Dan looks down at the bag, genuinely surprised that they actually gave him the full 20,000 taels without even trying to negotiate. We see a flashback of Ma Lingren casually telling the old man to just give Li Dan whatever he wants. The patriarch tried to argue that a few thousand should have been enough, but Ma Lingren knows that the more you invest, the bigger the payoff. The old man's face is a mask of pure resentment, looking like he wants to strangle someone. He's disgusted that he has to hand over a fortune he's never even held himself to a guy he considers a bastard. He turns his head away as Li Dan takes the money, unable to even look at him. Li Dan walks out with the bag, the heavy doors closing behind him as he makes a clean exit. Our guy looks sideways, his expression unreadable. He's just made a massive profit. but he knows the real price is coming due soon. We get a wide shot of the bustling city of Zhengzhou, where people are going about their lives, completely unaware of the shadow war happening in their backyard. Construction is in full swing at the main square, with piles of lumber and stone being moved into place. Lidan watches the workers as the sounds of hammers hitting wood echo through the air. He stands with his arms crossed, his focus on the massive stage being built for the upcoming banquet. He hears that the Alliance leader himself is going to give a major speech here, which means the security is going to be insane. Ma Lingren approaches, and Lidan mocks him for calling his own father the leader instead of just dad. Ma Lingren just says he likes to keep business and family separate. Ma Lingren notes that Lidan looks like he's in a great mood today, probably because his bank account just exploded. Lidan admits that money is definitely good, thanking Ma Lingren for the 20,000 taels and acting like he's seeing the young master in a whole new light. Ma Lingren smiles that trust me smile, saying he's just happy that Lidan understands how much he values their connection. Lidan decides to push his luck, asking if he can ask one more personal question while they're being so friendly. He looks back at the secret room from the other night, asking what was actually behind those doors that the guards were so obsessed with protecting. Ma Lingren's smile falters for a fraction of a second, his eyes turning cold behind the polite exterior. Lidan notes that he's very curious since he was stopped, even though Ma Lingren himself was the one guiding him. Ma Lingren goes silent, his expression turning into a dark, unreadable stare. Lidan pushes further, asking who that guard was who had the audacity to block his own boss from entering. Our guy thinks to himself that judging by how uncomfortable Ma Lingren looks, he's definitely just touched a very sensitive nerve. Ma Lingren finally speaks, simply stating that the guard is his subordinate, nothing more. Lidan lets out a small laugh, mocking him for having a subordinate who can boss his own master around. Ma Lingren doesn't respond, his face a mask of silent fury as he processes the insult. Lidan backs off, saying he'll stop asking since it's clearly a difficult subject, and notes that there are plenty of other spectacles to see in the city. He waves a casual goodbye, walking away like he doesn't have a care in the world. Ma Lingren watches him leave, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that could freeze water. Lidan smirks to himself as he walks away, knowing he's successfully rattled the man who thinks he's the ultimate puppet master. He thinks that if Ma Lingren thinks he can control people just with a few clever words and some gold, he's in for a very rude awakening. We get a wide shot of Lidan walking away as Ma Lingren stands like a statue near the pillars. Lidan knows that if Ma Lingren is a venomous viper, then Lidan has spent his entire past life fighting snakes that were 10 times bigger and twice as sneaky. Suddenly, we cut to a dark room where a scream of pure agony rings out, a massive fist slams into the ground over and over, the sound of impact echoing like thunder in the small space. The veins in the man's arm are bulging, glowing with a dark, sickly purple light that looks like it's about to burst. We see the back of a massive, muscular man, his skin covered in glowing purple lines that look like a map of pure pain. He's breathing heavily, his eyes wide and unfocused, saliva dripping from his mouth as he struggles to maintain control. He looks toward a small, iron-barred window in a heavy metal door, his face a mask of primal suffering. Outside the door, the patriarch is watching, saying that the subject is still going strong and he has a good feeling about this experiment. He notes that if the prisoner can just hold out until the rest of the incense burns out, the process will be a complete success. Ma Lingren stands next to him, biting his thumb in anxiety, knowing that their entire plan hinges on whatever is happening inside that cell. A horrifying groan comes from the room, making the old man jump in surprise. "No! Endure!" The patriarch screams at the door, sounding like a man whose entire life savings are on the line. Inside, the man is curled in a fetal position, growling like a cornered animal as the purple energy surges through his body. He slams his fists against the walls again, creating massive craters in the stone as he tries to fight off the agony. The patriarch is desperate now. The prisoner lets out one final blood-curdling scream as he vomits a spray of dark blood onto the floor. Blood splatters across the viewing window, and the old man's face drops as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong. There's a heavy thud as the body hits the floor inside, followed by a silence that's even more terrifying than the screams. The patriarch looks down at the incense burner, his shoulders slumping as he processes another failure. He closes his eyes, the weight of his defeat making him look even older and more fragile than usual. Ma Lingren's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, his eyes glowing with a dark light as he stares at the bloody door. The old man tries to look on the bright side, saying that the subject managed to hold on a bit longer than the last one did. He hears someone approaching from the hallway, his head snapping around in surprise. It's the masked guard from before, The one who Lidin noted was especially dangerous and arrogant. Ma Lingren demands that the guard open the door immediately, his voice shaking with anger. The guard stays perfectly still, telling his boss not to act this way and refusing to move an inch. He reminds Ma Lingren that they already agreed they wouldn't force the door open if it didn't open from the inside. Rules are rules, even for him. Ma Lingren steps into the guard's personal space, ordering him to step aside or he'll report this to his superiors. He screams at the guard, asking if he thinks Ma Lingren is his subordinate instead of the other way around. There's another heavy thud from inside the room, and the guard's eyes flicker with a sudden realization. He looks at Ma Lingren with a mix of pity and cold indifference, a sweat drop forming on his forehead as the tension reaches a breaking point. Ma Lingren glares back, his eyes searching the guard's face for any sign of weakness. "Who's inside that room?" Ma Lingren demands, his voice low and dangerous. He's reaching the end of his patience, his authority being challenged in his own main base. The guard looks down, staying silent and refusing to give up the secret. Ma Lingren grinds his teeth so hard you can almost hear the bone cracking. He unloads a barrage of curses, screaming that if they didn't trust him, they shouldn't have recruited him for this operation in the first place. He rants that if they chose him, they should have trusted him to the very end of the line. The patriarch is shocked. He's never seen the usually cold and emotionless Ma Lingren get this genuinely angry before. The guard simply tells him to go back to his room, and Ma Lingren retreats, cursing under his breath. We cut back to Lidan's room at the inn that night, the lanterns casting long shadows against the walls. Lidan opens the door, looking surprised to see a visitor at this hour. It's Ma Lingren, standing there with a calm, polished face, as if he didn't just have a mental breakdown in a basement an hour ago. He asks if Lidan would like to grab that drink now, sounding like he's in desperate need of a distraction. Lidan looks at him with a mix of suspicion and amusement, wondering what brought on this sudden change of heart. He lets out a small laugh, his expression softening as he plays the part of the friendly mercenary once again. He says the timing is perfect, since he was just thinking about having a drink himself to celebrate his new fortune. The clear liquid fills the bowl once again, the surface rippling in the lantern light. They sit across from each other with a plate of food between them, looking for all the world like two old friends sharing a meal. Lidan decides to go for the throat, asking if Ma Lingren is doing all of this on his own or if he's actually working on orders from the alliance leader. Ma Lingren keeps pouring the drink, his expression staying perfectly neutral as he processes the question. He asks Lidan what he thinks, and our guy bluntly says he thinks Ma Lingren is acting entirely on his own. Ma Lingren looks up, asking for the reasoning behind that assumption. Lidan mocks him again, saying that no matter what, the righteous alliance leader would never be involved in such shady underground activities, right? Ma Lingren lets out a short, dry chuckle, looking like he's enjoying the game of cat and mouse. He gives a vague, non-committal answer. Maybe, maybe not. Lidan narrows his eyes, realizing the guy is just going to keep stonewalling him with riddles. Ma Lingren lifts his bowl, reminding Lidan that the more secrets a man knows, the sooner he's likely to end up in a grave. He tells him not to ruin their connection with useless curiosity, while Lidan thinks to himself that this is rich, coming from a guy who's planning to kill him in a few weeks. Lidan wipes his mouth, thinking that in some twisted way, Ma Lingren's commitment to being a lying snake is almost impressive enough to be called admirable. He reaches into his robe and slides a small, rectangular object across the table toward Ma Lingren. He tells him to take it, his voice calm and unreadable. Ma Lingren looks down at the gift, his confusion showing on his face for the first time that night. He realizes it's just a simple whetstone used for sharpening blades, and asks if this is really what Lidan is giving him. Lidan says it's a reciprocation for all the favors Ma Lingren gave him, acting like he wanted to buy something grand but didn't know what a fancy guy would like. He stands up, telling Ma Lingren that he's tired and is going to head off to rest first. He tells the young master to finish his drink and be safe on the way home, flashing a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Ma Lingren sits alone at the table, staring at the whetstone in his hand, wondering if Lidan just gave him a tool, or a warning that his blade is already sharp enough to cut a snake's head off. Ma Lingren tells the masked guard to introduce himself, acting like he's just presenting a new coworker instead of a literal shadow assassin. Lidan leans back with that signature "I don't care" energy, telling the guard he doesn't have a real name, and that unnamed is more than enough. The guard stares back through his mask, his voice cold as ice, stating that he doesn't have a name either. Ma Lingren smirks, noting that there has to be some way to refer to the man who's been blocking their path all this time. The guard finally reveals his designation. He is simply known as No. 2. Lidan's brain is already cataloging this info. He figures this guy belongs to the same secret hierarchy as the No 7 he ran into earlier. He gives the guard a mocking little grin, asking if being no. 2 means he's the second strongest dog in the kennel. No. 2 stays perfectly still, but the air around him gets heavy. He's clearly not used to being talked down to by a dying mercenary. Ma Lingren interrupts the flex, ordering no. 2 to guide them into the room now that Lidan is officially one of them. The guard doesn't say a word, his eyes burning with silent resentment as he processes the order. The tension between the 3 of them is so thick you'd need a legendary sword to cut through it. Lidan keeps his face neutral, but internally, he's loving every second of this chaos. It's exactly the kind of friction he can exploit. No. 2 finally relents, telling them to follow him as he leads them toward the inner sanctum of the academy. They arrive at a set of massive, ornate wooden doors that look like they're holding back a mountain of secrets. No. 2 calls out, announcing that he's brought the young master and the unnamed hero for a visit. The doors slowly slide open, revealing a glimpse of the restricted area Lidan has been dying to scout. The guard steps aside with a stiff gesture, his body language making it very clear that they aren't exactly welcome. Lidan narrows his eyes, his senses already picking up a cocktail of strange energies coming from the other side. They step through the threshold, leaving the normal world behind as they enter the heart of the conspiracy. Lidan's eyes widen slightly. Even a former martial god wasn't quite expecting the scale of what's in this room. It looks like a high-tech alchemy lab from a nightmare, filled with massive jars, complex piping, and strange mechanical structures. The first thing that hits him is the smell, a thick, overwhelming fragrance of medicinal herbs that makes his head spin. He can tell right away that this isn't just a pharmacy. The air is thick with the scent of high-grade elixirs mixed with lethal poisons. Rows and rows of small wooden drawers line the walls, likely containing ingredients that would cost a fortune on the black market. There are stacks of books and scrolls everywhere, detailing research that definitely isn't being taught in any orthodox sect. In the center of the room sits a giant brewing pot, with several tubes feeding into it like a mechanical heart. Lidan calls out to the person in the room, asking if they're going to be polite enough to show their face. Ma Lingren looks back with a knowing smile, enjoying the fact that Lidan is finally seeing the real operation. We see the back of a woman sitting at a desk, surrounded by mountains of paperwork and jars of liquid. Ma Lingren jokes that he brought Leiden here because the researcher apparently needs to see another non-human person every once in a while. Leiden stands there looking unimpressed, while the woman doesn't even bother turning around at first. A cold, feminine voice sighs that the latest test has failed again, her tone full of clinical disappointment. She has her hair tied up in a traditional style, but there's nothing traditional about the dark aura she's radiating. She finally responds to Ma Lingren, her back still turned as she processes the news of the failure. She slowly stands up and turns around, and for a second the entire room feels like it's lost its air. This is Lin Yanqing, and she looks like a goddess of death who just finished her morning shift in the morgue. Lidan's internal alarm bells go off immediately. He can tell just by the way she moves that she's an absolute monster in terms of power. He realizes she's leagues above the old patriarch or any of the guards he's met so far. This woman is the real deal. She walks past Ma Lingren without even a glance, her focus entirely on the new specimen in the room. She gets right in Lidan's personal space, her face just inches from his as she inspects him like a piece of meat. Lidan breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that her senses are so sharp she's probably counting his heartbeats. She leans in even closer, her expression unreadable as she breathes in his scent. The silence stretches out, the tension between them reaching a literal breaking point. She finally asks if Lidan is a new recruit, her voice dripping with a mix of curiosity and boredom. She notes that he's got a good scent, but Ma Lingren corrects her, claiming that Lidan is actually his friend. She looks at the red-haired snake with total disbelief, surprised that a man like him even knows the meaning of the word. She warns Lidan that getting close to a guy like Ma Lingren is a one-way ticket to an early grave. Lidan forces a smile, thinking to himself that he's already feeling the truth of those words deep in his bones. He asks the million-dollar question, "Why the hell are you two traveling together anyway?" She sighs, admitting that she's essentially been caught in a trap, the same one Lidan is currently walking into. She gives him a look of genuine pity, especially since she knows exactly whose trap he's fallen into. She notes that there's something strange about Lidan, a feeling she can't quite put her finger on. Our guy just stares back, his poker face holding strong even under the gaze of an S-rank expert. Ma Lingren laughs it off, saying that Lidan is simply someone he wants to hold on to at any cost. She considers this for a moment, her eyes never leaving Lidan's face. Lidan shifts the focus, asking what exactly they're manufacturing in this lab that requires so much secrecy. Ma Lingren gives a vague, ominous answer. It's medicine, something to make you invincible, and something to save yourself. Li Dan's eyes sharpen. He realizes they're researching how to fix the lethal side effects of the demon spirit pills. He calls Ma Lingren out for lying, pointing out that the guy claimed there was already a cure when they first met. Ma Lingren doesn't even blink, saying that Lin Yanqing is confident she can finish the project within a year. He looks at her for confirmation, his smile as fake as a $3 bill. She snaps back that because Li Dan came in and interrupted her, it might take even longer now. Ma Lingren turns back to Li Dan, asking if he finally understands why he was brought here. It was to prove that the cure is real. Li Dan stays silent, knowing that a definitely within a year promise is basically a death sentence in the Murim world. Ma Lingren leans in with a look of pure manipulation, whispering two of the most dangerous words in history. Trust me. Li Dan turns to Lin Yanqing, asking if she knows how to handle her alcohol since he's in the mood for a drink. She's surprised by the request but agrees, saying they should definitely grab a drink together. Li Dan makes it clear that it's going to be just the two of them, telling Ma Lingren to stay out of it. Ma Lingren just smiles and waves them off, looking like a proud parent whose kids are finally getting along. We see a wide shot of the academy as the sun begins to set, the golden hour casting long shadows over the fortress. The white liquid pours into a bowl once again, the scene feeling far more intimate than the last drinking session. Li Dan takes a heavy swig, letting the burn of the alcohol clear his head for a second. They're sitting in a quiet room with a small plate of food, the atmosphere surprisingly calm for two people in a death cult. Leiden jokes that if she's worried about her health, she shouldn't be spending all her time in a basement breathing in poison fumes. She looks down at her drink, her expression softening as she simply says, "It's work after all." Li Dan pushes her, asking if it's really something she has to do, or if she could just walk away from all of this. She looks at him with a mix of amusement and sadness, the idea of walking away clearly sounding like a fantasy to her. She lets out a genuine laugh, her first real emotion of the night. She admits that just thinking about the possibility of leaving feels nice, even if it's impossible. Li Dan watches her closely, realizing that behind the S-rank exterior, she's just another prisoner of the organization. He asks for her name, noting that it's pretty rude to drink with someone without knowing who they are. He says he's frustrated enough not having a name of his own, and not knowing hers is even worse. She pauses, her gaze dropping to the table as she considers whether to reveal her identity. She finally gives it up. It's Lin Yanqing. They sit there in silence for a moment, the weight of the name hanging in the air. A small, genuine smile finally breaks through Li Dan's grumpy mercenary mask. He tells her it's a pretty name and suggests a toast to commemorate their meeting. She looks at him, her eyes reflecting a flicker of something that might be hope, or maybe just interest. The two bowls clink together, a small moment of humanity, in a place built on suffering. We get a wide shot of them drinking together, looking like the only two sane people in the entire academy. Li Dan circles back to the research, asking what exactly she's trying to build besides the cure. She uses her chopsticks to pick up a piece of food, giving a vague answer about it being something to make a living. Li Dan nods, but his eyes tell a different story. He knows she's hiding the true purpose of the experiment. She turns the tables, asking how he ended up getting involved with a snake like Ma Lingren. He just says they met by chance, but she's not buying it, asking to hear the full story. Li Dan's eyebrow twitches as he prepares to tell a whole mountain of lies. He closes his eyes, getting into character as the tragic hero for his audience. We see them from a distance, talking late into the night as the shadows in the room grow longer. Li Dan gestures wildly, clearly spinning a tale that's 90% fiction and 10% calculated truth. She listens with her hand on her chin, looking genuinely intrigued by this unnamed mystery man. We get a wide shot of the academy under the moonlight, the quiet grounds hiding the tension brewing inside. We see No 2 and Lin Yanqing walking through the courtyard. Their silhouettes look completely out of place in this world. Lin Yanqing has a faint smile on her face, the night's conversation clearly having left an impression on her. She catches a glimpse of someone waiting for them, her expression turning cautious in a heartbeat. Ma Lingren is standing there, asking if they had a good time while Li Dan unloads a verbal jab about how much better the drink was without his face around. Ma Lingren just chuckles, taking the insult as a compliment like the true sociopath he is. Lin Yanqing looks at them with a mix of pity and amusement, closing her eyes as she processes the dynamic. Li Dan and Lin Yanqing stand back to back for a second, a silent acknowledgement of the alliance they formed over drinks. Ma Lingren drops a bombshell. He's going to have Li Dan take a preliminary dose of the antidote Lin Yanqing is researching. Li Dan flashes back to the monster in the cell, realizing that preliminary dose is just code for human experimentation. Ma Lingren notes that Lidan is too smart to believe a full cure was developed in a few days, so they're going to play it as a step-by-step process. He tells Lin Yanqing to just pitch it as a trial dose to keep our boy on the hook. We see them walking down the street, the distance between them feeling miles wide despite being only a few feet apart. Lin Yanqing looks back with an expression of pure dread. She knows exactly what that medicine does to a human body. We shift back to Wuhan, where a young man is swinging a sword with enough force to kick up a dust storm. It's our boy Guang To, and he is grinding his stats like a madman to make sure he isn't a burden to Lidan. He moves with a fluid, explosive power that shows just how much Lidan's training has been paying off. His eyes are filled with pure determination. He isn't just training for himself, he's training to protect the Star Trading Company. He finishes a form, his breathing heavy as he senses someone watching him from the shadows of the courtyard. A young woman in a stunning red and purple dress steps out, looking like she wandered out of a high-end painting. She notes that until now she only knew Guang To as a simple subordinate of the Bai family, but he clearly has the skills of a master. Guang To snaps his head around, his face turning into a mask of pure confusion. "Young miss," he stammers, realizing who exactly is standing in front of him. He immediately drops into a deep bow, his panic levels reaching critical as he wonders how she ended up here. She laughs, telling him to stop bowing to her and reminding him that there's nothing lowly about a skilled martial artist like him. He asks what brings her to this specific inn, his brain trying to connect the dots. She gives a vague answer about running errands for her father, which is the classic Murim excuse for, "I'm here to do something suspicious." She admits she heard he was staying here and decided to drop by for a visit. Guang To awkwardly explains that the young Master Dan isn't around at the moment, which makes her look a little disappointed. She lets out a small sigh, her shoulders slumping just a fraction of an inch. She says it's fine, acting like she just happened to be passing by, but her eyes tell a different story. She wonders internally if she should have sent word ahead, clearly overthinking the situation. Guang To watches her with a look of pure, "I have no idea how to talk to women," his expression absolutely priceless. He calls out to her as she turns to leave, his voice full of sudden urgency. "Please don't let go of our young master," he screams, sounding more like a desperate matchmaker than a bodyguard. She stops dead in her tracks, her eyes widening in surprise at the outburst. Guang To looks like he's about to have a heart attack, realizing he probably just overstepped a massive boundary. But a warm smile spreads across her face. She seems to appreciate his loyalty to Lidan more than anything. She shouts back a yes that's full of genuine joy, her face lighting up the entire courtyard. She tells him that in return, he needs to make sure he helps her out a lot in the future. Guang To unloads a, "Don't worry, I'm always on your side" at maximum volume, clearly having just found a new boss. He looks completely inspired, his face a mix of pure energy and unintentional comedy. She gives one final peaceful smile before walking away, leaving the young warrior with a renewed sense of purpose. We cut back to the academy, where the golden light of the interior hides the dark conversation happening at the table. Ma Lingren asks Lidan how his date with Lin Yanqing went, a smug look on his face as he pours more drinks. Lidan gives him a look of total annoyance, asking what exactly he's implying with that question. Ma Lingren smirks, noting that it seems like Lidan actually quite likes the woman. Lidan turns his head, his expression turning cold and distant. Ma Lingren leans in, claiming it's written all over Lidan's face that he's falling for her. Lidan scoffs, asking if the young master is actually jealous of a simple drinking session. He gives Ma Lingren a look that says, "Stay in your lane," his confidence radiating from every pore. Ma Lingren lets out a booming laugh, throwing his head back like Lidan just told the funniest joke in history. He claims he's not the type of man who would ever covet his friend's woman, emphasizing the word friend like a threat. Lidan repeats the word with pure skepticism, unable to believe this guy is still trying to play the friendship card. "Indeed," Ma Lingren says, his voice dropping an octave as he leans forward. Lidan's eyes narrow, sensing that the conversation is about to turn very, very serious. Ma Lingren holds out his bowl for a refill, the dynamic between them shifting from banter to a high-stakes standoff. He wears a look of fake concern that would make a veteran actor weep with envy. The two bowls clink together again, but this time it sounds like a death knell. They both take a swig, the silence in the room getting louder by the second. Ma Lingren suddenly sets his bowl down with a sharp thud, his expression turning dark. Lidan notes that his face doesn't look so good, asking if something is the matter with the organization's golden boy. Ma Lingren tries to brush it off, but Lidan pushes him, telling him to just spill whatever is on his mind. Our guy leans back, acting like a sympathetic ear while secretly fishing for more intel. Ma Lingren looks truly distressed for a second, his usual polish fading away to reveal a man under immense pressure. He mentions that once the golden banquet starts, his father and all of his brothers are going to arrive in the city. He grits his teeth, finally naming his greatest enemy, his own brother, Ma Tiekun. Li Dan plays along, mentioning the famous Grand Master Ma as if he's impressed by the title. Ma Lingren unloads, saying that his brother is a fraud who doesn't deserve the title of Grand Master. He claims his brother has done all sorts of filthy things behind the scenes, from plundering to cold-blooded murder. Li Dan scoffs, saying that in the Jianggu, there isn't a single soul you can actually trust anyway. Ma Lingren takes another heavy drink, the weight of his sorrow making him look like a tragic figure. They sit there surrounded by expensive food, two predators pretending to be vulnerable. Ma Lingren looks Li Dan dead in the eye, asking if he knows why he's doing all of this. He claims it's only to take back the successor position that his brother stole from him. Li Dan asks how exactly he plans to do that, leading him right where he wants him. Ma Lingren goes silent, the unspoken plan hanging in the air like a guillotine. "So you're planning to kill him," Li Dan says, stating the obvious with a chill-inducing calmness. Our boy gives him a look that is pure predator, his eyes locking onto Ma Lingren's face. Ma Lingren stays silent, the sound of liquid pouring the only noise in the room. Li Dan drops the ultimate bomb, "I'll do it in your place." Ma Lingren's eyes go wide, he's genuinely shocked that Li Dan is volunteering for the hit without even being asked. Li Dan laughs, reminding him that he was the one who said they were connected by fate. He gives him a look that's pure, "I'm in too deep anyway," playing the role of the loyal friend to perfection. Ma Lingren looks like he's about to cry, staring at Li Dan with an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. He tries to say no, claiming Li Dan is going to die if he takes on such a mission. Li Dan just shrugs, saying he's going to die in a year anyway because of the pills, so it doesn't matter. Ma Lingren reminds him that they're researching an antidote right now, acting like he actually cares about Li Dan's life. Li Dan's expression turns into one of fake frustration, shouting that an antidote only matters if it's actually finished in time. He scoffs at the idea that they'll ever actually develop a cure, sounding like a man who's accepted his fate. He uses his chopsticks to poke at the food, his posture relaxed and defeated. He asks Ma Lingren if he takes him for a fool, saying that if an antidote were possible, it would have been made years ago. He tells Ma Lingren not to talk him out of it before he changes his mind about helping. "This is the first time in my life I'm sincerely stepping forward for someone," Li Dan says, laying on the manipulation so thick it's a wonder he isn't choking. He looks down at his bowl, the tragic hero persona reaching its absolute peak. Ma Lingren looks at him, speechless, as if he's just witnessed a miracle. Li Dan thanks him for the experiences, from becoming a grandmaster to meeting a beautiful woman and even making a friend. He pours one final drink, the liquid clear and deceptive. He says it's best to quit while you're ahead, flashing a smile that's as sharp as any blade. He downs the drink in one go, while Ma Lingren watches him with an expression of pure horror and hidden triumph. Li Dan sets the bowl down and tells Ma Lingren that in return for the hit, he has one final favor to ask. Ma Lingren leans in, his breathing shallow, asking what could possibly be left for him to do. Li Dan confirms he's going to kill Ma Tiekun on the very last day of the golden banquet. He smiles, saying that since it's the last festival of his life, he might as well enjoy it while he's at it. Ma Lingren unloads a "buddy" and literally starts crying, tears streaming down his face as he mourns Li Dan's sacrifice. Li Dan watches him with cold eyes, thinking to himself that beneath those crocodile tears, Ma Lingren is probably smiling with pure joy. He figures the young master is currently savoring the thrill of having controlled a human being completely to his will. Li Dan lets a small, dangerous smirk play on his lips, the look of a man who knows exactly who is controlling whom. He thinks to himself that soon enough, those fake tears are going to turn into very real ones. They both take one final swig of alcohol, a toast to a future that only one of them is going to walk away from alive. The giant brewing pot in the center of the lab bubbles with a dark, ominous energy, the very source of the organization's power and corruption. Li Dan looks Lin Yanqing dead in the eye, telling her she's made a foolish decision by staying involved with this group of snakes. She doesn't even turn around, her back to him as she notes that he's clearly heard the stories about what happens to people here. She looks down with a trace of sadness, her cold exterior flickering for just a second. She sighs, saying she thought she finally found a decent drinking buddy, but it's a pity he's decided to commit suicide with this mission. Li Dan steps closer, asking if there's truly zero chance for him to survive the upcoming bloodbath. She bluntness hits like a punch, telling him no, there isn't, and he just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. Our guy smirks, asking for one last favor before he dies. He wants to know exactly what this organization's endgame is. Yanqing stays firm, stating that her lips are sealed and she can't reveal the true purpose behind their research. Lidan plays the dying man card, asking if she can't show just a little bit of consideration for someone about to kick the bucket. His face turns serious. He knows this is the crucial moment where he can finally crack her shell. He begs her to just say anything that comes to her mind, hoping for even a crumb of real information. She points out the obvious logic: if he's dying soon anyway, there's absolutely no reason to waste consideration on him. Lidan laughs at how cold she is, noting that the martial world isn't just a chilly place, it's straight up ruthless. She unloads on him, calling him out for not seeing people clearly, having closed ears, and, most importantly, having a weak heart. She looks at him with a gaze that could freeze fire, telling him that with those weaknesses, he basically deserves to die. Lidan acts offended, asking if those harsh words were really necessary for a simple conversation. He chuckles to himself, admitting that he's lived his entire life with people telling him the same thing. She stares at him, her expression a mix of curiosity and annoyance at his constant lightheartedness. Lidan points toward the sealed room across the hall, asking what exactly is inside that's leaking such a terrifying amount of energy. Yanqing's face darkens as she simply says there's a very scary person locked inside that room. Lidan repeats the words, his brain already analyzing what kind of monster could warrant that description from an S-rank expert. He realizes that if that energy is coming from a single person, it's a level of power similar to his own prime as the Alliance leader. He wonders who on earth could be that strong, and still be under the thumb of a guy like Ma Lingren. He coughs awkwardly, trying to shift the vibe of the room before it gets too heavy. Out of nowhere, Yanqing asks Lidan if he has someone he actually likes, catching our boy completely off guard. He asks why she's suddenly interested, wondering if Ma Lingren said something to her behind his back. He smirks, realizing exactly what's going on here. As expected, he was jealous, Lidan thinks, enjoying the fact that the red-haired snake is actually threatened by him. Just as things get interesting, a knock at the door interrupts them. No 2 announces that a new member has arrived. Lidan turns around, his hero mask snapping back into place instantly. His eyes widen in a split second of recognition. This isn't a total stranger. No. 2 steps in with a woman behind him, introducing her as a new asset for the organization. She bows respectfully, introducing herself simply as No. 7. Yanqing gives her a polite smile, welcoming her to the team and acting like the perfect mentor. No. 7 asks for everyone to take good care of her, her voice calm and controlled. The guards turn to leave, leaving Lidan and Yanqing alone in the lab once again. Lidan watches the door close, his mind racing through everything he knows about this new player. He definitely didn't expect No. 7 to show her face here so soon. Our guy looks stone cold as he processes the implications of her arrival. He remembers seeing her in the crowd when he killed the slaughterer Manhwa, meaning she was likely on a mission related to that target. He figures since that mission failed and he met Ma Lingren, the organization sent her here specifically to keep an eye on him. Yanqing notices his deep thought, asking what exactly is occupying that busy brain of his. She teases him, asking if he was already thinking about that new girl they just met. She gives him a playful, slightly mocking look, fully enjoying his discomfort. Lidan asks how she knew, letting out a nervous laugh that's 100% fake. She claims that men's thoughts are always incredibly obvious, suggesting they get back to their previous conversation. She asks what they were talking about, and Lidan reminds her about Ma Lingren's supposed jealousy. He gives her a smooth, confident smile that usually works on 99% of the population. She looks puzzled, repeating the word jealousy like it's a foreign concept to her. Lidan goes for the knockout blow, stating plainly that the reason for the jealousy is that he actually likes her. Yanqing's eyes go wide, her cool composure finally shattering for the first time. She bursts out laughing, asking if he's really trying to eat an unreachable fruit right before he dies. She tells him to stop joking around, clearly thinking this is just another one of his mercenary lines. She looks down, her laughter fading into a soft, quiet moment. "I'm not joking," Lidan says, his voice dropping all of its previous playfulness. We see a close-up of their feet as they stand close together on the stone floor. He stands tall, looking right into her eyes with a seriousness that even she can't ignore. Lidan's gaze is unwavering, his hero persona merging with his real intensity. She whispers a dark warning. "All the men who liked me ended up dead." She looks at him with a gaze that is both a challenge and a death sentence. Lidan just smirks, saying that sounds pretty good to him. "I'm going to die anyway," he whispers, and then bam, he leans in and actually kisses her. His eyes stay open for a second, catching a glimpse of her shocked expression as he crosses the final line. She closes her eyes, leaning into the moment as the light in the room seems to glow around them. She pulls away, telling him that was just a little taste of the unreachable fruit, because she felt sorry for him. She immediately turns back into the cold researcher, ordering him to leave the room right now. Lidan watches her walk away, her silhouette fading into the darkness of the lab. Our guy stands there for a second, looking entirely too satisfied with himself for a man who just got kicked out. We see a wide shot of the city as the sun rises on the most important day of the month. A man with a long beard and ornate robes looks out over the crowd, his face a mask of practiced authority. A massive announcer welcomes the esteemed guests from across the Central Plains to the grandest festival in the world. Fireworks explode over the city, signaling the official start of the Golden Banquet. The announcer yells that this moment is especially for the merchants who keep the world turning. He tells the crowd that today they should stand tall and speak their minds with pride. He calls the merchants the real main characters of the banquet, a classic bit of political pandering. The massive crowd unloads a cheer that probably shakes the mountains, the hype reaching an absolute fever pitch. The announcer turns to the stage, preparing to introduce the most honored guest of the night. He calls out the pillar of the martial world, the man everyone has been waiting to see. The Murim Alliance leader, Ma Fengji, steps onto the balcony with his hand raised, looking every bit like the king of the world. Lidan and the patriarch watch from the crowd, their expressions cold and calculating. Behind the leader, Ma Tiekan stands tall, but Ma Lingren is right there too, his head bowed in fake humility. We get a close-up of Ma Tiekan, the golden boy who has no idea he's currently walking around with a target on his back. Ma Lingren looks absolutely miserable, the weight of his envy showing through even in this crowd. But Lidan is the one to watch, his blue eyes are cold and focused, already mapping out the bloodbath that's about to follow. A carriage rattles down a dirt road as the sun begins to set, carrying the seeds of the upcoming betrayal. Ma Lingren looks at Lidan, asking if it's really possible to pull off an ambush with this many elite guards around. Lidan analyzes the targets. There's Mr. Lau, the advisor, and the mysterious No. 3, who's always hovering nearby. Then there's the real problem, the Heavenly Dragon 7 Swords, the elite unit dedicated solely to protecting the Heavenly Blade sect. Lidan admits it won't be easy, especially since the aura of those 7 swordsmen is straight up extraordinary. But he notes the biggest issue is actually Ma Tiekun himself. The guy is reportedly stronger than all 7 of his guards combined. He focuses on No. 3, the stoic guard standing next to the advisor. He figures that if he launches an ambush, No. 3 won't even move to help. His purpose is surveillance, not protection. Ma Lingren notes that's a very different dynamic from Lidan's relationship with No. 2. Lidan realizes this means No. 2 will be the one tasked with taking out Ma Lingren if things go south. He also knows he needs to find out if there are any other hidden masters lurking in the shadows that he hasn't spotted yet. Our guy's face is a mask of pure focus, his brain running 1,000 simulations of the upcoming fight. Ma Lingren just nods, trusting his hero to figure out the logistics of the murder. Lidan thinks to himself that Ma Lingren must be absolutely desperate to see his brother dead. But he drops a secret for the audience. He has zero intention of actually killing Ma Tiekun. All of this talk is just to rattle the red-haired snake. Lidan changes the subject, asking for a favor he requested earlier. He wants to be able to visit Yanqing whenever he feels like it. Ma Lingren agrees instantly, saying he should at least grant that much to the man doing his dirty work. But he gives one strict condition: Lidan must never, under any circumstances, try to open the room across from Yanqing's lab. Lidan acts like he couldn't care less, claiming he's only interested in the beautiful researcher. Now I can freely come and go, he thinks, his plan for a total base infiltration finally falling into place. He lets a small smirk play on his lips. He knows that the first thing he's going to do is check exactly what's inside that forbidden room. We cut back to the lab, where Yanqing looks at him with a gaze that says, "What do you want now?" Lidan laughs, joking that men just naturally have a tendency to annoy women they like. She snaps back that if he's doing all of this because of the kiss from the other night, he's incredibly naive and stupid. She bluntly tells him that the kiss was completely meaningless, her words intended to hurt. Lidan's face drops for a second, looking genuinely shocked by the rejection. She stares at him, her expression a mix of regret and cold resolve. Lidan recovers instantly, noting that in a world where everyone is trying to be cunning, there should be a few people allowed to be foolish. He laughs and says that since he can say things like that, he guess he's not that stupid after all. She holds her head, clearly exhausted by his constant emotional gymnastics. Lidan gives her a warm, genuine look, his persistence finally starting to wear her down. He notices a wooden crate sitting on the floor, his attention shifting to the details as always. He asks if she needs any help with her work, but she just tells him to sit quietly and stay out of the way. "I will be like a newborn baby," he promises, his expression turning hilariously serious. She jokes that babies are at least cute, and he laughs, the light-hearted vibe returning to the room. But his eyes are locked on the crate, his internal scanner already recording the text on the label. The label reads, Nangswan Escort Agency. Leiden notes that he's never heard that name before in his entire life. He figures the organization wouldn't just entrust their secret shipments to a random agency unless there was a deep connection. The next day, the city is packed with people as the festival reaches its peak. We see the bustling market stalls and the crowds of travelers from all over the Central Plains. A man walks through the crowd. It's Kong Zhukan, Li Dan's right-hand man from the Star Trading Company. He looks surprised as he feels a familiar presence nearby. Li Dan, disguised in a wide straw hat, whispers for him to inform their intelligence agency to find out everything they can about the Nangswan Escort Agency. He tells Kong to be extremely careful, since the people behind this agency are definitely not going to be easy opponents. Li Dan keeps walking, his face hidden as he blends back into the sea of people. There are only 3 days left until the final day of the festival, and the day of the assassination. Kong Zhukan watches him go, his expression a mix of worry and absolute trust in his master. He nods to himself, already preparing to unleash the Star Trading Company's full investigative power. Li Dan disappears into the crowd, the weight of the coming storm showing in his posture. That night, a soft knock echoes against the door of Li Dan's room at the inn. He opens it, looking a bit grumpy, until he sees who's standing in the hallway. His eyes go wide with genuine surprise. It's Lin Yangqing, standing there with a straw hat of her own and a bottle of expensive-looking liquor. Li Dan is speechless. It's the first time she's actually sought him out first. She asks if he was surprised, setting the bottle down on the table with a quiet clack. Li Dan jokes that he always thought it was his job to be the one knocking on her door, not the other way around. She smiles a real dangerous smile, admitting that as he knows, she can be somewhat aggressive when she wants something. She suggests they have a drink, and Li Dan is more than happy to oblige, even offering to get the glasses. She pours the liquid herself, her movements as graceful as a dancer. Li Dan watches her, noticing that her usual coldness has been replaced by a strange, quiet intensity. They both take a drink, the silence in the room far more comfortable than it was in the lab. Li Dan remembers Ma Lingren telling the old man to give it to him tomorrow, his brain already connecting the dots. He asks if something unpleasant happened, noticing a flicker of something in her eyes. She stays silent for a long moment, her hand on her chin as she watches him. She lets out a soft sigh, looking down at the table. She tells him that if he's done with his drink, he needs to hand over the glass. Li Dan hands it back, his expression turning serious as he senses she's about to say something important. "It's not too late even now," she says, her voice barely a whisper. She tells him point blank he needs to run away from this city as fast as he can. Her face is a mask of pure dread. She knows what's coming, and she doesn't want him to be caught in it. Leiden stares at her, his poker face finally giving way to a look of real consideration. He can tell she's thought a lot about saying these words, and that even at this moment she's made a massive, risky decision to warn him. She begs him to just live happily for the 1 year he has left, saying there's plenty of time to sort out his life. Li Dan's response is a simple, heavy, "I don't want to." She looks up, her eyes wide with shock at his refusal. He tells her he doesn't want to break his promise or spend his final year running away like a coward. He gives her a calm, confident smile, the look of a man who's already accepted his fate. She starts to speak, her voice trembling as she says, "Truly, you..." She unloads a scream of frustration, unable to believe how stubborn this idiot is being. Li Dan just takes another drink, the silence of the room returning as she processes his words. She looks at him from the side, her expression unreadable. She lets out a long, heavy breath, her shoulders finally dropping. She says she guesses she'll have to have a drink for the greatest fool of her life. She takes the bottle and downs a massive swig, drinking with a desperate energy. Li Dan asks why she's saying all of this to him now, of all times. He asks why she claimed to like him, his voice low and searching. She looks down, her face turning red from either the alcohol or the question. He laughs, saying that he likes her too and that's why he's staying. She grabs her hat, preparing to leave before she loses her composure completely. She says she just wants to do this one thing for him. She stops at the door, her back to him as she gives a final order. "Tomorrow?" She starts. She promises to give him some prescriptions and elixirs that will help him survive his mission, her tone turning back into the professional researcher. She walks out, the door closing with a heavy thud. Li Dan looks toward the window, his expression turning cold and analytical once again. He figures those elixirs are probably the very drugs that cause the lethal side effects she's been researching. He knows that the organization is setting him up. If he fails the assassination, he was always meant to die. The lights stay on in the academy late into the night, a quiet before the most violent storm the Murim world has ever seen. The sun sets over the grand rooftops of Zhengzhou. This is it, the final hours before the biggest power shift the world has ever seen. Ma Lingren, that red-haired snake, smirks as he looks at Lin Yanqing. He's feeling himself, thinking tomorrow is the day he finally takes the crown. Our guy Li Dan just smiles back, playing the part of the loyal soldier. He tells the prince he's never felt better, almost like his life isn't about to end. Lingren actually tries to sound encouraging, telling Li Dan he'll definitely succeed. He's so confident in his own lie it's almost funny. He grabs Li Dan's hand with fake sincerity, promising that the antidote for the poison pills will be ready once the mission is over. Li Dan looks down, his face unreadable. He's probably thinking about how many different ways he's going to make this man regret ever meeting him. He's committed to the villain role until the very end. Li Dan isn't just playing a part, he's playing the man holding the script. Suddenly, Lin Yanqing steps forward with a look of deep conflict in her eyes. She's reached a breaking point. She hands over a small pouch, telling him it's a pill to help his inner energy flow more smoothly for the fight. She looks away, unable to meet his eyes. She knows that tomorrow's mission is a suicide run, and she's trying to give him a fighting chance in her own way. Li Dan takes it with a nod, promising her he'll finish the job. He knows exactly what's in that bag, and it's not what Lingren thinks. Wait, Li Dan notices something off about her reaction. He's sharp, he can tell when someone's genuine, and when they're hiding a bomb. The exchange happens in silence, the weight of the secret hanging between them like a heavy fog. Yanqing walks away, her head down. She's clearly done with the organization's games, but she's trapped in the crossfire. Li Dan stands alone with the prince now. The air gets colder as the real plan comes out. Lingren drops the act and gets straight to the point. He needs Li Dan to assassinate his own brother, Ma Tiekun. Li Dan plays dumb, asking how he should help. He's acting like a desperate man clinging to a lifeline. The prince just tells him to wait for the signal. He thinks he's Ma Tiekun's doom, but he's really just signing his own death warrant. Li Dan looks on with those cold, calculating eyes. The trap is set, and the snake is already in the cage. The last day of the golden banquet arrives. The streets are packed, the energy is electric, and everyone is oblivious to the bloodbath about to start. From above, the city looks like a massive chessboard. And Li Dan? He's the only one who can see every move. We cut to the high balcony where the elites gather. The tension here is thick enough to cut with a blade. Li Dan stands there, looking as stoic as ever. He's waiting for the golden boy to make his move. Ma Tiekun, the Alliance's literal superstar, approaches. He's confused why his brother asked the escorts to back off. Li Dan addresses him as Hyung Nim, acting like he has urgent news that can't wait. Tiekun stops, his warrior instincts on high alert. He asks what's so important that it needs this much secrecy. Li Dan drops the bomb. There's a figure called the Unnamed Warrior, who is coming for your life. Li Dan watches his reaction closely. He's planting the seed of doubt, making the golden boy look over his shoulder. Tiekun repeats the name, his voice echoing with confusion. He's heard the legends, but he didn't expect to be the target. He looks genuinely baffled. He's a guy with 0 enemies, so a random assassin doesn't make sense to him. He asks why someone would do that, and Li Dan just shrugs, acting like he's just the messenger. Tiekun insists there's no grudge between them. He's too honorable to realize his own brother is the one pulling the strings. I wouldn't know, he says, letting the mystery hang in the air. He leans in closer, whispering if maybe Tiekun committed some secret sin that the world hasn't found out about yet. Tiekun just scoffs. He's confident in his righteousness, which is exactly why he's so easy to manipulate. Li Dan pivots. He asks the golden boy why he's even listening. Don't you want me to die? He asks, testing the waters. He explains that even if he wants Li Dan gone, he can't let a nameless nobody take out the Alliance's pride. Tiekun thanks him for the heads up and turns to walk away. He thinks he's safe now that he knows the threat. Li Dan watches him walk away into the crowd of guards. The stage is set for the ambush. The red-haired prince is watching from the balcony, a wicked grin on his face. He's waiting for Li Dan to strike Tiekun's back. In his head, Lingren is already celebrating. He thinks Li Dan is going to die anyway, so this is just cleaning house. Suddenly, Lingren's smile fades. He realizes something is very, very wrong. He's panicking. Why isn't the unnamed warrior attacking? Tiekun's back is wide open. His face goes pale. If the opportunity passes, his entire plan to frame Li Dan falls apart. Hyung Nim, pulling him back into the conversation. He says he has more to tell him, but his voice is cold now. The mask is starting to slip. Tiekun turns back, his eyes narrowing. The atmosphere has shifted from a secret warning to a direct confrontation. Lidon points out that the mood has turned ice cold. He's leading Tiekun right to the truth. He asks the golden boy if he's curious why the unnamed warrior hasn't struck yet. Tiekun's face hardens. He's a master martial artist. He can feel the killing intent radiating from his own brother now. Ma Lingren is absolutely frozen. He realizes the trap wasn't for Tiekun, it was for him. Suddenly, Sage Lice. A sword flash rips through the air. One of the guards is taken down instantly by a masked intruder. Lingren screams out in shock. The chaos he wanted is here, but it's not going according to his script. The guards draw their blades, surrounding the area. It's a standoff in the middle of the most important banquet in the world. Tiekun is furious. He demands to know the meaning of this blatant attack. The intruder speaks up, claiming that Ma Lingren was the one who forced him to carry out the hit. He even mentions the drugs Lingren used to control his subordinates. The redhead's face goes from pale to ghost white. Lingren stammers, asking who told him such lies. He's trying to keep his composure, but his voice is shaking. Tiekun pulls out a letter. He received a secret message yesterday detailing every single one of Lingren's crimes. The redhead scoffs, calling it a petty letter, but he's sweating bullets now. Tiekun reveals that the letter was sent by the very warrior Lingren tried to threaten. He looks at his brother with pure disgust. The golden boy isn't just strong, he's not a fool. Lingren is cooked. He realizes Lidon played him from the very first second they met. Tiekun explains that the letter predicted every move Lingren would make today, including the distraction. He wonders aloud how an unnamed warrior could be such a perfect fortune teller. Lingren screams that it's a conspiracy, a false accusation to bring him down. He's losing it. Tiekun isn't hearing it. He says they'll find out the truth once they finish the investigation, in a dungeon. The golden boy's eyes are like steel. He's ready to arrest his own blood to protect the Alliance's honor. Lingren collapses inwardly. He can't believe his perfect plan turned into a death trap. He looks over at Lidon, realizing the trash heir was the one who orchestrated his downfall. In his head, he's cursing Lidon's name. This wasn't just a defeat, it was a total professional execution. We flash back to Lidon asking for free access to the underground secret room during a meal. He was planning this for weeks. Lingren's eyes are bloodshot with rage. He realizes he let the wolf right into the sheepfold. While the brothers are fighting, Lidon slips away toward the secret mountain base. He has bigger fish to fry. The sound of footsteps echoes in the dark corridor. Tack, tack. Someone is waiting for him. Lidon walks with purpose. He doesn't care about the banquet anymore. He's here for the real power. He thinks about how Lingren will try to talk his way out of it, but it won't be easy against Tiekun. Suddenly, a figure drops from the ceiling. A masked guardian stands in his path. The guardian demands to know why he's here. Lidon just stares back, his hand moving toward his hilt. The guardian curses him, realizing Lidon is the intruder they were warned about. He reaches for a wall lamp, clicking a hidden mechanism. Clack. The gears turn, and the floor begins to shift. A hidden passage or a trap? Lidon stands firm as the room transforms. He looks like a demon standing in the gateway to hell. A massive pressure fills the room. Oosh. The energy is so thick it's vibrating the air. Boom. An explosion of chi shatters the silence. The guardian isn't holding back. Lidon's eyes narrow. He can see through the smoke. He's seen moves like this 1,000 times. The smoke clears, revealing Lidon standing surrounded by broken blades and rubble. He hasn't even broken a sweat. He draws his own sword, and it begins to hum with a low, terrifying frequency. Vrrrr! The guardian is shocked. He realizes Lidon isn't just a merchant, he's a master swordsman. Lidon spins his blade, creating a whirlwind of sharp energy. Their swords collide, sparks flying everywhere as they trade blows at blinding speed. The guardian grunts, his arms shaking from the sheer force of Lidon's strike. Lidon's blade moves like water, flowing around the guardian's defense. The guardian's eyes widen in terror. He can't keep up with the rhythm. Lidon leaps into the air, coming down like a meteor. His eyes are glowing with that signature purple aura. Bam! The floor cracks under the impact. The guardian is barely holding on. Lidon's face is a mask of pure, cold focus. To him, this isn't a fight, it's a cleanup job. Another strike. Chack. He's dismantling the guardian piece by piece. The guardian tries one last desperate move, but Lidon just parries it like it's nothing. The man realizes he's fighting a monster. A sword expert? He gasps, his breath failing him. He lets out a final war cry, throwing everything he has into one last lunge. Lidon just stares him down. The aura around him is suffocating. Schlink. In a blur of movement, Lidan passes through him. Everything goes still for a second. The wind stops. The dust settles. Splurt. Blood sprays as the Guardian's mask shatters. A lethal strike ends him instantly. He falls to the floor with a heavy thud. Hump. Another obstacle cleared. Lidan sheathes his sword, not even looking back at the body. The real prize is behind the next door. The mountains outside are peaceful, but inside this lab, a storm is brewing. Lidan takes a breath. He can feel the energy of the person locked in the next room. It feels familiar. He walks past the fallen Guardian. No mercy, no hesitation. He looks at the door to the inner sanctum. This is where all the world's problems are being manufactured. Lin Yanqing is inside, looking through her research notes. She has no idea Lidan is standing right outside. She hears a noise and freezes. Her warrior instincts tell her someone powerful just entered her domain. She turns around, her eyes widening in pure shock. "You? Why are you here?" she gasps. Lidan just tells her calmly that he decided to skip the assassination. She's confused. If he didn't go, that means he's officially a traitor to the organization. She realizes the implications. If Lidan is here, it means the Guardian outside is dead. "You deceived him from the start," she realizes. She can't believe how deep his game went. Lidan just nods. "That's right," he says, his voice flat. He even mentions the medicine she gave him, telling her not to worry because it wouldn't have worked anyway. She blushes, stuttering that she wasn't worried. She's trying to keep her cold scientist persona, but it's failing. She looks at his hand on his sword. The reality of the situation hits her like a truck. "Are you going to kill me?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. Lidan stares her down. "That depends on how you respond," he says, giving her a chance to survive. She asks what he means, her heart pounding against her chest. He offers her a deal. Tell him who the mastermind is, and he'll let her live. She bites her lip, looking down. "I can't do that, even if you kill me." Lidan can tell she's not lying. She's either too loyal or too terrified of the person at the top. He decides to change tactics. He threatens to burn every book and document in the room, destroying her life's work. "No!" she screams, lunging forward to protect her research. Lidan asks why she cares so much when he knows she actually hates this unethical research. She goes quiet, her eyes reflecting the pain of all the things she's been forced to do. We see a flashback of her drinking alone, drowning her guilt in wine. She's a victim of this system too. Lidan sighs. "Normally, I should kill you too," he admits. But because she tried to help him with that pill, he's giving her a way out. She can stay here or run far away. "Do as you wish," he says, turning his back on her. He's done with the talk. She stands there, stunned. No one has ever shown her this kind of mercy in this organization. She watches him walk toward the back room. She knows what's behind that door. They pass each other in silence, two people who could have been allies in a different life. Lidan's face hardens. He's reaching the heart of the mystery now. He unleashes a wave of energy, smashing everything in the lab. He's wiping the slate clean. No more monsters, no more experiments. A high-pitched sound rings out as a hidden door opens. He feels it. A crushing aura. Someone is calling him from the shadows. The smoke flows out from the dark room like a living thing. Lidan steps inside, his eyes glowing. He's ready for whatever monster they've been hiding. "Someone inside is calling me," he thinks. The connection is undeniable. Yanqing whispers from behind, "If you go in, you'll die." She sounds truly terrified. Lidan just smirks. He's died before. It didn't take. He enters the room and the doors slam shut. Bam! Yanqing closes her eyes, praying for a man she barely knows. Lidan's eyes widen. In the center of the room, he sees a figure sitting in total darkness. An old man with long, wild white hair and eyes that burn with a ghostly light. Lidan realizes the aura he felt before wasn't an exaggeration. This guy is a monster. He recognizes the energy signature. It's a technique he hasn't seen in 60 years. That old man is an even greater master than I expected, he thinks. He's actually worried about winning. The old man speaks, his voice like grinding stones. "Who are you?" Lidan gives his current name, but the old man doesn't seem to care about names. "Sit," the old man commands. He tells Lidan that he's practically been living here, waiting for someone like him. Lidan sits, matching the old man's poise. He's not going to show weakness now. The old man asks if he plans to destroy this place. Lidan says yes without a second of hesitation. "I can't allow that," the old man says. He promised someone he'd protect this place and the child inside. Lidan realizes this guy isn't just a guard. He's the organization's ultimate insurance policy. He asks who the old man made that promise to, but the answer is a cold silence. Lidan can see the old man's hands. They are scarred and calloused from a lifetime of swordplay. "I can't tell you," the old man repeats. His eyes are fixed on Lidan's sword. Lidan realizes the old man knows exactly what's happening in this lab, and he's disgusted by it too. The silence between them is deafening. They both know a fight is inevitable. Lidan asks what the organization's true purpose is. "To take over the martial world," the old man replies. He asks if the old man is okay with that. The old man bursts out laughing. The sound is hollow and haunting. "That will never happen," he says. He's so sure it sounds like a fundamental law of the universe. "As long as Cheon Hajin exists, no one can take over the martial world," he declares. Lidan's heart skips a beat. He's hearing his own past name from a man he hasn't seen in decades. The old man calls Cheon Hajin the truly greatest martial artist. He thinks the god of war is still out there. Lidan looks at him, realizing this old man is a relic of his own era. He asks if the old man has met Cheon Hajin before. The old man's eyes flash. "Of course," he says. "He's the only one to have ever defeated me in my entire life," he admits, his voice full of respect and regret. He describes Hajin as a calamity sent by the heavens just to break him. Lidan is stunned. He's looking at a man whose life he personally ruined 60 years ago. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. "The Sword Emperor?" The old man recounts the year he was defeated, when he was 29 and thought he was the world's greatest. He had defeated the Tao Emperor and the Fist King, but Cheon Hajin was a wall he could never climb. He looks at his broken sword on the floor. He never met Hajin again after that day. He never thought he'd meet someone who reminded him so much of the Sword Emperor in a place like this. Lidan tells him again that the organization will take over, but the old man isn't listening. He insists they can't, because they don't know the kind of monster Cheon Hajin is. Lidan can't take it anymore. He looks the legend in the eye and drops the truth. Cheon Hajin is dead. The old man's eyes bulge. The air in the room suddenly becomes heavy enough to crush bone. "Nonsense!" he screams. He refuses to believe his ultimate rival died a year ago. Lidan doesn't flinch. "Look at me! Do I look like I'm lying?" The old man is speechless. His entire world, his entire reason for living and training, just shattered. He lets out a roar of pure agony. "No one can kill Cheon Hajin. Only I can kill him." Lidan ignores the outburst. He asks what the old man received in return for helping these criminals. The Sword Emperor is shaking. He looks like a man who just found out the sun went out. Lidan points out that the Sword Emperor he knew would never move for mere money or payment. He realizes the truth. The organization promised him something that could allow him to finally defeat Cheon Hajin. The old man just stares at him, his eyes empty. The legend is broken, and our boy Lidan is the one who did it. Lidan just stares at him with zero sympathy. He looks like a judge delivering a final sentence to a man who's lived too long. He tells the old man straight up, at his age, he should have been smart enough to resist the temptations of a shady organization. The old man hangs his head, his voice trembling as he asks the one question burning in his soul: who killed him? Lidan doesn't hold back. He looks him in the eye and says, "You did." Lidan's face is cold as stone. He's about to break down exactly how this old legend sold out his honor. The Sword Emperor's eyes bulge out. He can't believe the audacity of this kid standing in front of him. He screams that it's nonsense, his voice cracking with rage as he tries to defend his pathetic choices. Lidan explains the logic. This organization is likely the one that took Hajin down through their schemes, and since the Sword Emperor works for them, that makes him an accomplice in the death of the only man he ever respected. The old man is staggered. It's like Lidan just hit him with a mental finishing move. Lidan closes his eyes for a second, almost pitying how far a grandmaster can fall when they get desperate. He mockingly suggests that maybe this is what the old man wanted all along. His rival dead, so he could finally be number one by default. "Shut up!" The Sword Emperor explodes, his chi erupting like a volcano as he finally snaps. The pressure in the room is insane. Lidan's robes flutter wildly as the old man prepares to go all out. Lidan stays grounded, his hand hovering over his blade. He knew it would come to this. He's done listening to the excuses of a man who outlived his own honor. Lidan calls him out for being a master of his level, who's still trapped in a childish delusion of victory and defeat. He tells him that getting old isn't a sin. Everyone has to face the passage of time eventually. But aging wrongly, throwing away your soul just to chase a ghost, that is a sin that can't be forgiven. The Sword Emperor lunges. A flash of white light fills the room as he makes his move. Lidan grits his teeth, drawing his blade in a split second. The real fight starts now. Boom. The room shakes as their energies collide, creating a massive shockwave that tears through the floor. The old man calls him an arrogant brat, swinging his sword with the weight of 60 years of frustration. He screams that he's going to kill Lidan right here. He's completely lost to his bloodlust now. Li Dan parries the strike, the metal screaming as their blades grind together. He's feeling the heat. This old man might be corrupted, but he's still a god-tier swordsman. Li Dan shifts his grip, his fingers moving with a precision that only a martial god would possess. The Sword Emperor pauses for a microsecond, sensing something familiar in Li Dan's stance. They exchange a flurry of blows. Clang, clang, clang. It's a dance of death where one wrong step means an instant end. Li Dan realizes the situation is getting out of hand. The old man is stronger than he initially calculated. Li Dan remembers that 40 years ago, this man was a legend for a reason. He wasn't always this pathetic. He pushes back, his face tight with effort as the Sword Emperor presses the advantage. The old man's sword chi carves deep gashes into the stone walls. He's literally tearing the building apart. He thrusts forward, his eyes glowing with a ghostly light. He's moving faster than a man his age should be able to. Li Dan barely blocks it, the force of the impact sending sparks flying into his face. The Sword Emperor unleashes a massive wave of energy. Oosh! The entire lab is being turned to toothpicks. Their blades lock again. You can almost feel the static electricity crackling between them. They're face to face now. Li Dan can see the desperation in the old man's eyes. He's fighting for his last shred of dignity. Li Dan admits to himself that the Emperor's inner strength is actually greater than his own right now. He realizes the old man isn't just talk, he's the real deal, a true peak-level master. Li Dan gets pushed back, his feet skidding across the debris-covered floor. They reset, standing on opposite sides of the ruined chamber. The air is heavy with killing intent. Li Dan exhales a small puff of white mist. It's time to stop playing around and use the heavy hitters. His blade begins to glow with a haunting blue light. He's tapping into the deep reserves of his past life's chi. The Sword Emperor looks confused. He's never seen an energy signature quite like this before. Li Dan tells him to do his best. This is the last bit of respect he's going to show this man. He vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving only a trail of white smoke behind. Chuhan Shura Sword Technique. Li Dan appears behind the Emperor, his blade moving in a pattern that defies logic. The impact is so loud it probably echoed across the entire mountain range. The Sword Emperor is stunned. His eyes are wide with a dawning realization. He recognizes the technique. It's a forbidden art that only one man in history ever mastered. Leiden stands tall, looking like the literal god of war returned to Earth to reclaim his throne. They clash again, but this time Leiden is the one dictating the pace. Clang. The old man is struggling now. He's being dismantled by a kid using his rival's signature moves. Li Dan leaps, his sword coming down like a guillotine. The Emperor barely manages to roll away as Li Dan's strike shatters the ground where he stood. Dust and rubble fly everywhere. The lab is officially a lost cause at this point. Boom. Another explosion of energy. Li Dan is relentless, not giving the old man a single second to breathe. Lin Yan King is watching from the doorway, her hair blowing in the wind. She's witnessing a battle of gods. Her eyes are wide with terror and awe. She realizes Li Dan is something far beyond a human warrior. She can't believe her eyes. A random merchant is actually pushing the legendary Sword Emperor to the brink. Li Dan is breathing hard now. Even for him, maintaining this level of power in a younger body is a massive strain. The Sword Emperor stands up, his white hair messy and his eyes burning with a final, desperate flame. Li Dan's gaze is unwavering. He knows the next exchange will be the last one. He focuses his chi into the tip of his blade, the light turning into a sharp, piercing needle of energy. The old man does the same. This is the ultimate sword-heart confrontation. Outside, the storm begins to rage as if the heavens themselves are reacting to the power being unleashed. Kaboom! A massive pillar of light erupts from the center of the lab, tearing through the roof. A giant crater is all that's left of the inner sanctum. The power levels here are just off the charts. The Sword Emperor is thrown back, coughing up blood. He's reaching his limit. He looks at Li Dan through his peripheral vision, his mind finally connecting the dots. Li Dan is already closing the distance. He's not going to let this drag on. A close-up of the blade. Sharp, cold, and final. Another massive explosion. The mountain itself seems to groan under the pressure. The old man is skidding back, his sword leaving a deep furrow in the stone as he tries to stay upright. Li Dan thrusts, his move a perfect mirror of a technique Hajin used decades ago. The walls of the lab finally give way, collapsing into a heap of burning wood and stone. A massive cloud of dust settles over the battlefield. Everything goes quiet for a heartbeat. The Sword Emperor stands in the middle of the debris, his robes torn and his body covered in wounds. He's staring at Li Dan, but he's not seeing a kid anymore. He's seeing a ghost. Qian Hajin, he whispers. He finally sees the soul behind the eyes. Lidan's eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity. He doesn't deny it. He just stands there as the ultimate authority. He moves forward, a whirlwind of energy surrounding him. He's closing the book on this rivalry once and for all. Clang. Their blades meet one last time, but there's no contest. Lidan's will is absolute. They leap into the air, silhouetted against the dark sky. It's a beautiful and tragic sight. Lidan calls him a foolish, pitiful old man. He's not being mean, he's stating a fact. But then he adds a twist. He says the man's swordsmanship was neither foolish nor pitiful. The old man's eyes soften. That's the only validation he ever wanted. Lidan swings. The motion is so fast it looks like a single line of purple light. Boom. The final shockwave clears the entire area of smoke and dust. The old man realizes he's lost. He's finally found the opponent he was looking for. He admits he's forgotten everything. His techniques, his grudges, his name. He's entered a state of pure selflessness, where there is only the sword and the moment. His hand moves one last time, a perfect strike that carries no malice. Lidan's face is covered in sweat and blood. He looks truly exhausted. The tip of his blade comes to a rest. It's over. Lidan stands behind the Emperor, his blade stained with red. The silence is heavy with the weight of a legend's death. The sword Emperor just stands there, his sword dropping from his hand. He looks at peace for the first time in years. Splat. A spray of blood as the lethal wound finally takes its toll. The old man coughs up blood, whispering with his final breath, "You're his disciple." Lidan just watches him go. He doesn't correct him. Some secrets are meant to be taken to the grave. The sword Emperor's knees buckle. He's fading out. He falls forward into the dirt, the legendary master finally meeting his end. Lidan stands over the body, his silhouette long and lonely in the moonlight. He makes a final promise. In the next life, let's meet and fight in a better place, for a better cause. The lab is a smoking ruin now. Lidan has literally burned the organization's progress to the ground. Lin Yanqing is still there, looking at the destruction. Her whole world just got turned upside down. She hears footsteps and jumps. Her heart is in her throat. Lidan emerges from the smoke, looking like he just walked out of hell. He's battered, but he's the only one left standing. He walks right past her without saying a word. He's finished his business here. She calls out to him, stunned that he actually defeated the Sword Emperor. To her, it seemed impossible. Lidan stops. "My battle ends here," he says. He's done with the killing for today. He looks back at her and asks if she's finished thinking. He's giving her one last chance to choose her own path. She's speechless, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and realization. Suddenly, Lidan taps 2 points on her chest with lightning speed. Tap, tap. She stumbles back, her energy fluctuating. He just unsealed her restricted meridians. She realizes her body can move freely again. He's actually giving her her freedom back. "Go," he says, one simple word that carries the weight of a new life. She asks him again, her voice shaking, "Are you truly sparing my life?" She looks at him, searching for a lie, but all she sees is a man who's tired of the bloodshed. She asks why, but Lidan just gives her a faint, knowing smile. She stands there, completely floored by his mercy. She's been a tool for so long, she forgot what it's like to be a person. She closes her eyes, a tear rolling down her cheek. The weight of her past is finally lifting. She bows low, thanking him for the second chance. She's officially out of the organization's game. Lidan watches her walk away into the night. One less soul lost to the darkness. He stands alone in the ruins for a moment, the fire crackling behind him. His face is hard again. The merciful moment is over. Now he has to cover his tracks. He looks at the vats and documents. He needs to erase every trace of this place so the organization can't restart their research. He focuses his chi, preparing to level what's left of the mountain base. Boom. The whole place goes up in a massive fireball. The secrets of the lab are gone forever. We cut to a different location. A man with sharp features and a cold gaze is watching the smoke from a distance. His group is baffled. They ask, "What on earth happened here?" No one expected the lab to be wiped out so completely. The leader decides to cancel their current mission and return to report the disaster. The power balance has just been nuked. We see a young boy and a scarred warrior watching from the bushes. They move fast. Back in the city, the dust has settled on the golden banquet. It's a new day, but the atmosphere is still tense. A voice asks, "Were you always this heartless?" We're back with the main cast now. Lidan's younger disciple, Guang To, looks shocked. He's talking to the MC about the recent events. Master Kong is there too, sipping tea. He tells Guang To he worries too much. Guang To insists it's not worry, it's care. He's the heart of the group, and he's genuinely concerned for Lidan's safety. Lidan just smirks and asks what Guang To would do if he had a child of his own to raise one day. He asks if Guangtou would really send his kid out into this brutal world without being heartless enough to prepare them. Guangtou goes quiet, realizing Lidan's heartlessness is actually a form of protection. Lidan sighs, saying that imagining Guangtou as a nagging old man is already unbearable. The banter is back, and it feels good. Lidan pivots back to business. He asks Chief Gong about the progress of the task he entrusted to him. Gong reports that they've successfully set up branches in Khufu and Wuhan, and even a small one right here in Zhengzhou. Lidan looks pleased. The Star Trading Company is expanding faster than anyone predicted. He tells Gong that from here on he'll be placing his full trust in him. He's building his empire, one loyal person at a time. Gong bows, his face full of gratitude. He knows he's part of something historic. Gong also mentions that Bayek Pyo is carrying out his mission well. Lidan's heavy hitters are all in position. Lidan's expression turns serious. He warns them that it will only get tougher from here on out. He looks out the window, his eyes focusing on the distant horizon. The Murim Alliance isn't going to let this go. He predicts that the enemies will suffer even more because of us, not just him. He's building a collective power. Master Kong and Guangtou smile. They're ready for whatever comes next. Lidan looks truly content for a moment. He's finally found a group of people worth fighting for. He emphasizes that it's because of us. He's not a solo player anymore. He's a leader. The camera pans out, showing the three of them sitting together, a small island of loyalty in a sea of corruption. We shift to a dark dungeon. The atmosphere is cold and damp. Ma Lingren is in chains, his red hair messy and his spirit broken. He's being interrogated. His brother Ma Tiekun is standing over him. He demands to know who ordered the hit on him. Tiekun tells him he doesn't realize the severity of the matter. Assassinating a high-ranking member of the Alliance is treason. Tiekun's face is a mask of disappointment. He really wanted to believe his brother was better than this. Lingren just scoffs. He calls Tiekun an acting head and says the only proof is a single letter. He's still trying to play the game. He thinks that without the unnamed warrior's testimony, they can't convict him. Tiekun goes silent, his eyes narrowing. He's done trying to reason with a snake. He tells Lingren that he's been like this since childhood. Always scheming, always calculating. He's despised him for a long time. Lingren just smirks. He knows his brother is too honorable to kill him in a cell. Tiekun looks him in the eye and tells him straight up, he could kill him right here and no one would stop him. Lingren goads him, try it then. He's gambling on Tiekwan's morality. Tiekwan's face is filled with a cold, terrifying rage. He's a hair's breadth away from snapping. Lingren just laughs, a wicked, jagged smile on his face. He knows he's won this round of psychological warfare. Suddenly, an old advisor enters the dungeon. Clan leader, I must speak with you for a moment. Tiekun turns his back on his brother, the weight of leadership visible in his posture. Lingren watches him leave, his eyes full of spite. He's down, but he's definitely not out. The advisor tells Tiekun that a flying missive has arrived from the Murim Alliance. The order is direct. They demand Ma Lingren be brought to the Alliance headquarters immediately. The old advisor looks worried. This kind of direct intervention from the top is rare. Tiekun is shocked. What? He can't believe the news reached the capital so fast. He wonders how his father, the Alliance leader, even found out that Lingren was imprisoned. The advisor sweats, asking if this is really a command from the Alliance leader himself. Tiekwan's face goes pale. He realizes what this means. The hand behind the curtain has moved. The real masters of the world are finally stepping into the light. We cut to Shandong, the Bailey clan estate. Lidan is walking through the gate, his head down. He's back where this whole journey started. He thinks about how strange it feels to have an ease of mind. He never valued the concept of home in his past life. Leaving home used to make him feel freer. But now, he finally understands the value of returning. He sees his parents waiting for him. They look older, but their smiles are genuine and warm. Lidan gives a small, real smile. The CEO mask is gone for a moment. He thinks about the weight of what it means to come back. He's not just a reincarnation. He's a son. His mother asks if he returned safely. Lidan bows, thanking them for their concern. She asks about the business matter he went for. She has no idea he just dismantled a shadow organization and killed a legend. Lidan just says he handled it properly. To him, saving the world is just another day at the office. His father tells him that his principles are what uphold a person's life. He's proud of the man Lidan has become. The patriarch smiles, his eyes full of pride. He thinks his son is just a successful merchant. He tells Lidan that those gathered principles are the foundation of a good life. He encourages Leiden to create many better ones as he continues his journey. Leiden nods. I'll bear that in mind. He's genuinely touched by his father's simple wisdom. His father tells him to go rest, but Leiden says he's fine. He wants to check on his little sword unit first. He walks onto the training field and is greeted by a roar of cheers. Lidan is stunned. He didn't expect this kind of reception. He thinks to himself that his chest feels tight. It's an emotion he never once felt in his past life. Not even when leading thousands of the greatest warriors in history did he feel this kind of genuine warmth. He looks at them and asks the simple question, "Have you all been well?" He gives them a bright, open smile. He's finally home. The unit responds in unison, their voices shaking the entire estate. Gong and Guangtou watch from the side, smiling. They know they've found something rare. His parents watch from the balcony, their hearts full. The loser heir is now a leader of men. Lidan looks up at the sky, his eyes full of determination. He has a home to protect now, and he'll burn the whole Murim Alliance down before he lets anyone take it. Lidan drops the proposal. He wants to form a secret sword unit using Song Huarin's name as a cover. Huarin looks at him, trying to figure out if he's joking or just that ambitious. He clarifies that he'll handle all the recruiting and the hard labor. He just needs her brand to make it look legit to the outside world. She calls him out on it. He's basically just borrowing her reputation to hide his own moves. Lidan doesn't even blink. He just smirks and says, "Pretty much." The scene shifts to a peaceful pavilion over a lake. Huarin asks the big question, why go through all this trouble to hide it? Usually, sects scream about their numbers to look scary, so Lidan's low-key approach is the exact opposite of how the Murim works. Lidan's logic is simple. He wants to grow his power in the shadows where no one can measure it until it's too late. By using the Song family name, the Alliance will think they're just supporting a small ally, allowing Lidan to expand his wallet and his blade count without a single raised eyebrow. Lidan worries for a split second that she might feel used. I mean, he is using her, and he knows it. But Huarin doesn't hesitate. She gives him the green light immediately. Lidan is actually caught off guard. He expected a negotiation, but she's giving him a blank check. She laughs at his shocked face, asking why he's so surprised that she actually trusts him now. Lidan asks if she's sure it's that easy of a decision. She just looks at him like he's the one being slow for once. She points out that the only thing that matters is whether she trusts the man standing in front of her. Lidan realizes that Song Huarin has finally seen the real him, or at least the parts of him that actually care. She gives him a genuine smile, confirming that her trust is 100% locked in. Lidan just gives a soft thanks. It's a rare moment where he isn't a shark, he's just a guy grateful for an ally. But then she breaks the tension, demanding he buy her a drink as payment. Classic Huarin. The silence follows, the kind of comfortable quiet you only get with someone who's seen you at your worst. Lidan looks a bit nervous about her drinking habits, but she promises she won't cause any trouble this time. The sun begins to set over the lake. The deal is done. The small sword unit is officially a go. Later that night, the setting changes to a more serious meeting room. The air is heavy again. Huarin pours more tea, asking the real question, why does he want to expand his power this much? What's the endgame? Lidan's face turns cold. He says it's not time to talk about the monsters behind the Murim Alliance leader just yet. He tells her that the current state of the martial world is a ticking time bomb. Chaos is coming, and he's the only one building a bunker. He predicts a world where the strong treat the weak like literal slaves. He's seen it before in his past life, and he knows the cycle is resetting. He mentions Ma Bongyi, the Alliance leader. The man has lived his life by stepping on others, and the people using him are even worse. Huarin looks genuinely worried now. She asks what she should do to survive this coming storm. Lidan just smiles and reminds her, she's already with him. They're building the unit together. She stares at him, realizing that for Lidan, this isn't just about business. It's about survival for everyone he's brought into his circle. She smiles to herself, feeling a weight lift. She's finally on the right side of history. They toast to their new alliance, the merchant and the sword flower, a dangerous combo. We shift to the Bayok clan sword sect. The recruitment has officially begun. Warriors are lining up at the gate, all hoping for a spot in this mysterious new unit. The rumors of a collaboration with the Song family have drawn people from every corner of the Central Plains. Our guy Guan Wei and his team are looking out at the crowd, absolutely floored by how many people showed up. One of the veterans tells the younger guys not to be nervous. He's trying to play it cool, but everyone feels the pressure. Lidan steps out, looking like the ultimate boss. He tells them the applicants are way more nervous than they are. He tells them to remember their own first day and use that to judge who's got the right spirit. Let's see how many capable ones showed up. Lidan gives the command, and the crowd roars back. We cut to a massive, dark hall. The scale of this place screams final boss territory. A scarred assassin and a tall woman stand in the shadows. These aren't the good guys. They're reporting to a figure behind a screen. The tension is high enough to make your skin crawl. The mysterious figure confirms it. The Sword Emperor was actually killed by the nameless hero. The scarred guy Chilho confirms the report. His face is a mask of professional dread. Chilho looks up, waiting for the command. He knows his life depends on the next few seconds. The voice behind the curtain asks why they didn't pursue him. The disappointment in the voice is lethal. Chilho explains that while his killers are top tier, the risk of being detected by the nameless hero was just too high. He's calling Li Dan a monster. Is that the only reason? The voice is testing him. Chilho just swallows and says yes. The figure muses that the Sword Emperor couldn't have lost purely on skill. He's looking for a cheat code. They wonder if poison was involved. The body was burned so badly they couldn't confirm, but the scene showed it was a total bloodbath. The figure concludes that while the nameless hero is skilled, he couldn't have won a fair fight. They're underestimating our guy again. But they know one thing for sure. The hero is coming for them. They don't have to look. He'll show up at their doorstep. Back to Li Dan. He's overseeing the recruitment tests, looking completely unbothered by the shadow organization hunting him. The test is simple. Basic techniques and an interview. Li Dan doesn't need to see them spar. He can see their level just by how they breathe. Out of 500 applicants, only 80 make the cut. Hua Rin steps out to greet the lucky few, looking every bit the noble commander. Her presence is the seal of legitimacy. The warriors see her and realize this isn't just some small-time mercenary gig. But behind the scenes, Guan Hui is struggling. He tells Li Dan straight up, "I'm not confident." He feels too young to lead 100 men. He's been a squad leader, but this is a whole different level of responsibility. Li Dan tells him it's natural to be nervous. Stepping up from 20 men to 100 is a massive jump for anyone. You're not a child, just young. Li Dan's giving him the ultimate older brother pep talk. Guan Hui looks down, his heart still heavy with doubt. Li Dan asks him a deep question. Do you think you'll gain more confidence as you get older? Hui just nods, thinking that experience is the cure for fear. Li Dan hits him with the reality check. Not at all. He's got that look in his eyes that says he's lived 10 lifetimes. He tells Hui that the older you get, the less confidence you have. Old men just rely on experience to fake it. Confidence is just another word for proficiency once you've done it 1,000 times. Hui's eyes widen. He's never heard anyone speak about leadership this way. Li Dan tells him to embrace his youth. Now is the only time in his life he can actually show real confidence before the world makes him cynical. Hui finally gets it. He bows deeply, his spirit finally catching fire. But Li Dan has a hidden reason for this talk. He knows the pressure is about to get worse. A new recruit has joined. A guy named Yang Tae. He's well known in Shandong and has exceptional skills. The guy is a pro, has a great reputation, and he's naturally drawing all the attention away from Guan Hui. People are even whispering that he should be the commander. Hui is feeling the sting of that inferiority complex again. Li Dan calls Hui into a private room. Time for the final lesson in leadership. He asks Hui directly, "Do you know why I appointed you as the commander?" Hui looks crushed. He whispers that he doesn't know, probably expecting Li Dan to fire him. Li Dan starts listing reasons. Is it because you're handsome? Have a good personality? Are young? Hui just denies it all. Li Dan asks if it's because he works harder than everyone else. He's cornering Hui with his own self-doubt. Hui just hangs his head. Honestly, I don't know. Li Dan hits him with the most unexpected answer. It's because I like you. Hui is frozen. He didn't expect a personal connection to be the reason for his rank. Li Dan admits there are members better looking, with better personalities, and definitely with greater skills. And he knows that eventually, people who work harder will join too. But you're the one I like best. Li Dan's trust is personal. He doesn't want a machine, he wants a loyal brother. Guan Hui starts tearing up. He's finally found someone who believes in him for who he is, not just what he can do. The sound of training echoes across the courtyard. The time skip is starting. Guan Hui is leading the charge, looking sharper and more focused than ever before. The small sword unit is moving like a single organism. The synchronization is terrifyingly perfect. Li Dan watches from the balcony, looking like a proud puppet master. His army is finally taking shape. He looks stoic as ever, but inside he's calculating how much force he can now bring to bear. His eyes are colder. The peaceful days are coming to an end. Master Kong enters with a report. He's been investigating the Namyeon Escort Bureau on Li Dan's orders. The bureau is based in Zhejiang, but it's been growing suspiciously fast. In just 3 years, it went from a nobody agency to a mid-sized powerhouse with 70 elite escorts. Li Dan sips his tea, questioning how an agency grows that fast without some serious outside help. Kong found a specific source, funneling them work through a complex web of agents. But despite the cover-ups, all the money and the missions trace back to one place. Li Dan's gaze narrows. And where is that? Kong drops the name. The same man who hosted the Golden Banquet. Seong Wang Bo, the head of the Great Continental Merchant Guild. Lidan's eyes flash with realization. He knew that old man was too rich to be clean. Seong is one of the top 3 richest men in the world and the head of the merchant union. He has his hands in every pocket. Lidan wonders if this merchant is the actual mastermind or just the one writing the checks. Kong asks if they should approach him now. He's ready to make a move. Lidan says, "I must," but his voice carries a warning. But not right now. He's not ready to tip his hand to a man with that much influence. He tells Kong to focus on strengthening Samangak, their internal intelligence network. Don't provoke the giant yet. Kong bows. He understands the slow and steady strategy. Lidan looks out over his unit, finally understanding the scope of the enemy. Their power is tangled through the martial world like a spiderweb. Taking down one piece won't kill the spider. Rushing them now would be a suicide mission. He needs to wait until he can rip the whole web down at once. We shift to the Murim Alliance Leaders' Hall. The scale of the room is meant to intimidate anyone who enters. Sima Qian is there, standing before the leader's empty throne. He's never been allowed in here before. He wonders why a man like the Alliance leader would bring him into the inner sanctum now. The Alliance leader, Ma Bongyi, looks down with eyes that could freeze a river. He calls out Sima Qian, mentioning the seat that Qian Hajin once established. He says betraying the will of the martial god is unforgivable. He's using the MC's own past reputation to manipulate his subordinates. Suddenly, the traitor Ma Rayong-in is brought in, his chains rattling on the floor. Ma Tiekun, the golden boy, leads him in. He looks disgusted that he has to even be near his brother. Rayong-in is in heavy shackles, looking like a beaten dog. The Alliance leader calls the whole situation disgraceful. He says trying to kill your own blood is something no human should ever do. He's taking the high ground. Rayong-in immediately starts screaming that he's been framed. He's still trying to lie his way out. The leader tells him to explain himself in detail. He's giving him a platform to twist the truth. Rayong-in claims his elder brother conspired with the nameless hero to get rid of him. Taikun is stunned by the audacity. He claims Taikun told him directly that he's hated him since childhood. He's playing the victim card perfectly. Taikun goes silent, realizing his own brother has zero shame. Rayong-in looks up, his eyes full of fake sorrow. He's an S-rank actor. The Alliance leader asks Taikun if he has any proof that Rayong-in tried to kill him. Taikun says yes, his voice full of righteous fury. He hands over the secret letter Leiden sent him. The leader looks at it with a bored expression. Is this your only proof? The question is a trap. The leader calls it insufficient. He's already decided to protect his son. Taikun argues that Rayong-in acted exactly as the letter predicted. How could the hero have known if it wasn't a real plot? The leader just smirks. He suggests that the letter could have been written after the fact to frame his son. Taikun is speechless. What? He can't believe his own father is gaslighting him like this. The silence in the hall is suffocating. Taikun realizes the game is rigged. Are you saying I forged it? Taikun's voice is trembling with rage. The leader just says he's mentioning the possibility. He's a master of plausible deniability. Taikun screams Alliance leader, losing his composure for the first time. His father just stares back, his gaze cold and immovable. He's the mountain, and Taikun is just a breeze. He shifts the focus, asking who this nameless hero actually is. Sima Qian steps forward, explaining that this hero is the one who killed Yomhwa and is currently being investigated. General Gal Saryong is responsible for that case. The web of villains is expanding. The leader realizes the hero is a wild card. He tells them that they brought him here just to have someone to blame if things went south. They've tried to uncover his identity but have found nothing. Our boy Lidan is a ghost. All they know is his age and that he uses fisticuffs. They have zero idea they're hunting the martial god himself. His true identity is unknown. The Alliance leader's face is a mask of frustration. He looks at the letter again, crumpling it in his hand. A secret letter from someone we don't even know. To the leader, it's just a piece of trash. Rayong-in smiles in the shadows. He's won. He's getting away with everything. The final command. Release your younger brother. Taikun is shattered. I obey. Taikun hangs his head. The honorable son just took the biggest L of his life. The strategist watches him leave, his eyes full of pity or perhaps greed. The Alliance leader thinks to himself, if possible, they need to draw this nameless hero to their side. Little does he know, Leiden is only coming for his head. Time flowed by like a river. The seasons begin to change. Lidan has been grinding. He's focused on his inner arts, training in the Chuhan Shura sword and Sionhak's secret arts simultaneously. He's also mastered his family's White Moon sword technique, reaching heights the Bailey clan never dreamed of. But he wasn't the only one growing. His whole unit has been sweating and bleeding every day. The small sword unit received its first real mission, and Guan Wei crushed it. The second and third missions were cakewalks. The unit is building a reputation for being flawless. But the fourth mission got bloody. 2 men seriously injured. And on the 5th mission, someone died. Li Dan knows it was inevitable. Leading 100 men into real combat is a different world compared to small squads. Meanwhile, Ma Reong-in is back in Henan, and Ma Taekun has officially become the head of the Qiando sect. Rumors are flying that Taekun is now the true successor, but some say it's just a political move to bury the scandal. Back to Li Dan. He's sitting in the snow, his chi radiating enough heat to melt the air around him. His movements are becoming fluid, almost supernatural. He's reaching the final stage. A whirlwind of snow and energy erupts as he finishes his cultivation. The power level is off the charts. He looks like a force of nature. He stands up, the ground beneath him cracked from the sheer pressure of his aura. The training is over. The trash air is gone. Only the god of war remains. At last, his inner energy has reached 120 years' worth. That's 2 full gap jaws of god-tier chi. He looks at the camera with those dead, sharp eyes. Now, our guy is officially a one-man army again. The world is finally ready for his return. I could now use the 5th form of the Chuhan Shura sword. Whirling terror. Imagine having a move so powerful that just knowing it exists makes the world feel smaller. The 6th form of the soul-chasing Asura style is exactly that, the ultimate final technique. But here's the catch. The internal energy required to control it is so insane that using it is basically a suicide mission. Our boy Li Dan knows this better than anyone, staring down the reality that some blades are only meant to be drawn at the very end. Because of that, the 5th form, the Wheel of Calamity, is the one he actually relies on when things need to get deleted from existence. And right now, Li Dan is letting it rip, his face darkening with intense focus as the air around him begins to scream. He calls out the technique, 5th form, Wheel of Calamity, and suddenly, the entire area is swallowed by a literal hurricane of steel. Massive boulders are shredded like they're made of paper, the ground itself groaning under the pressure of the spinning chi. Li Dan moves through the chaos with terrifying grace, his eyes locked on the destruction he's causing. With a final, violent twist of his body and blade, he directs the surging energy outward. A massive wall of dark, pressurized air explodes from his position, cutting through everything in its path. The landscape is literally being rewritten, with shockwaves tearing the earth apart and sending debris flying into the sky. Explosion after explosion rocks the valley as the technique finishes its work, leaving nothing but dust and craters behind. The wind howls as the residual energy finally begins to dissipate into the atmosphere. The sheer scale of the damage is visible from miles away, a massive scar carved into the forest and the earth. The clouds are even parted by the force of the strike, leaving the sky clear, but the ground in absolute ruins. Li Dan stands in the center of the wasteland he just created, slowly sheathing his sword as the dust settles around him. He takes a deep breath, the intensity of the moment finally fading from his face. A small, confident smirk plays on his lips. He's ready for what's coming next. Looking at the massive craters left behind, it's clear that Li Dan isn't just a merchant anymore, he's a walking natural disaster. Back at the city, an Alliance official drops a bombshell. The Murim Alliance has officially announced the revival of the blood-heavenly demonic cult. Li Dan freezes, his mind racing as he processes the name of the group he personally dismantled in his past life. He knows for a fact they can't be back, because he's the one who made sure every last one of them stopped breathing. He realizes this is a massive fake-out by a new faction using a scary name to justify a massive recruitment drive for new warriors. The board is moving faster than he expected, and the look on Li Dan's face says he knows the peace is about to end. He wonders if this was the Alliance leader's idea, or if there's an even bigger shadow puppet master pulling the strings from the back. He decides it's finally time to bring in Commander Gal, a man whose mind is as sharp as Leiden's blade. He could send his heavy hitters like Bayek Pyo to handle it, but Li Dan knows a man like Gal needs a personal touch. He reflects on the bond between a lord and a vassal. It shouldn't be forced. It has to be built on genuine trust and shared goals. In a vision of the past, we see Li Dan reaching out to Gal, a moment that defined their previous connection. The message is clear. It's time for him to go out and collect the people who actually matter. Li Dan stands tall, the weight of his future empire resting on his ability to play this next move perfectly. The scene shifts to the massive, imposing headquarters of the Murim Alliance, the heart of all power in the martial world. Inside, a frustrated official demands to know if Commander Gal has found him yet, referring to the unnamed great hero who's been causing chaos. The voice on the other end is furious, calling the search a total failure. The man yelling is Samachion, and he's not holding back, calling Gal completely incompetent and pathetic. Commander Gal just bows his head and offers a quiet apology, looking like a man who's used to taking the heat for things he can't control. He hands over a document to Samachion, his hands steady despite the verbal abuse. Samachion scans the paper, his eyes narrowing as he looks for any excuse to complain further. Suddenly, his expression shifts into a greedy, satisfied grin as he sees something that catches his interest. He notes that someone is stirring up trouble that might actually be worth his time to investigate. The documents are actually a list of corrupt figures in the Murim world that Samachion has been squeezing for cash and favors. He's pocketed over 100,000 yang in just 1 year, using his position to line his pockets while everyone else struggles. He tells Gal that since they need to recruit new warriors this spring, Gal is going to be the one to handle the grunt work. Gal simply accepts the order, his back turned as he prepares to leave the room. As he walks away, his face is a mask of stoic discipline, but you can tell he's disgusted by the man he's serving. His eyes are sharp and full of hidden thoughts as he considers the state of the Alliance. He asks where the nonsense about the demonic cult revival even came from, sensing that something is very wrong. Samachion just sighs dramatically, looking like he's explaining something to a child. The source is the Alliance Leaders' Hall, the very top of the food chain. Gal looks stunned, realizing the lie is coming from the highest possible authority. Samachion explains that mentioning the demonic cult is the easiest way to make the Murim panic and hand over more power. Gal asks the obvious question, isn't the Alliance already strong enough? Samachion shuts him down instantly, telling him that more power is always better, and to stop asking stupid questions. Gal bows and takes his leave, knowing better than to argue with a man who only sees the world in numbers. Left alone, Samachion leans back, looking bored and completely disconnected from the reality of the people he governs. He muses that even Gal doesn't know the full scope of what's actually happening behind the scenes. He wonders if Gal is truly that oblivious or if he's just a very good actor. His thoughts drift back to the unnamed great hero. He even used his secret spy network to find him, but the guy has vanished into thin air. To him, there are only 3 options. The hero is dead, he's gone forever, or he's living under a completely different identity, hiding in plain sight. He knows someone that strong wouldn't just quit, and he's likely out there right now, sharpening his blade for the next strike. Cut to Ladan, who is indeed hiding in plain sight by burying his nose in a mountain of books. He's studying the Hall of Righteousness, the branch of the Alliance that handles all the paperwork, intel, and internal affairs. To get close to Gal, Ladan knows he needs to pass the strategist exam and get a job in that specific hall. He groans, realizing that going back to being a student is going to be a massive headache. He looks up from his scroll, his expression a mix of boredom and determination. His servant Guangtou walks in, carrying yet another massive stack of books and looking genuinely worried. He tells Ladan that the rumors are flying again, specifically that the young master has finally lost his mind. Ladan just laughs it off, clearly not bothered by what the locals think of his new academic hobby. He jokes that even his mom came by to check if he had a fever because he was reading so much. Ladan has been grinding through everything: military strategy, geography, espionage, and even logistics management. He's even branching out into art, philosophy, and medicine, realizing that his past life was way too focused on just hitting things. Guangtou is skeptical, asking if Ladan actually read all that or if he was just skimming through the pictures. Ladan admits he was skimming, but Guangtou knows his master well enough to be terrified of how fast he actually learns. Ladan points out that reading fast is a skill, and you don't always need to understand every single word to get the main idea. He smiles, explaining that clinging to perfect understanding while reading is just a way to waste time. Suddenly, a shout of realization echoes through the room. Ladan looks at Guangtou, who is staring back with a look of pure shock. Guangtou explains that in martial arts, if you abandon perfection for even a second, you're a dead man. Ladan realizes the kid has a point. In their world, good enough usually gets you buried. He gives a soft, appreciative smile, seeing that his student is growing up and starting to think for himself. Guangtou looks proud of himself, practically glowing from the rare bit of praise. Ladan notices and teases him about being so happy lately, asking how a shut-in like him knows so much about the outside world. He tells Guangtou that books contain entire worlds if you know how to look at them. Guangtou hits back with a bit of sass, pointing out that the real world is outside the front door. Ladan just chuckles, closing his book and looking content for the first time in a while. He realizes during his studies that many legendary martial masters also wrote books on non-martial topics, which is a total eye-opener. He starts to wonder if his past self was just a frog in a well, seeing only the small patch of sky above him. He admits that his previous life was one-sided, and he never truly understood the complexities of the Murim world. He didn't even know the true nature of the people he spoke to every day, because he was too busy being a god. Now, he's using this time in confinement to prepare himself for the real world he's about to step back into. Spring has finally arrived, and the cherry blossoms are starting to bloom on the trees. The scene shifts to the Murim Alliance, which is currently swarming with people from all over the country. The streets are packed with aspiring warriors and strategists, all hoping for a shot at greatness. Lidan is right there in the crowd, looking like just another face in the sea of applicants. He walks through the gates, his posture relaxed, despite the high stakes of the day. He finds himself standing before the Alliance Leaders' Hall, the place where his journey officially begins. He thinks about how strange it feels to be on the other side of the desk, taking an entrance exam for an organization he used to lead. He enters the massive testing hall, where hundreds of people are already seated at their desks. Everyone around him looks incredibly sharp and intense, making Lidan jokingly wonder if he can even pass. The proctor holds up a scroll, announcing that the first test will be a written exam. As soon as the brush hits the paper, Lidan realizes the questions are all basic knowledge that he could answer in his sleep. He flies through the exam, his hand moving with a speed that would make a professional scribe jealous. He finishes with a confident smile, realizing that all those months of studying were almost overkill. The proctor collects the scrolls, looking them over with a bored expression, until he gets to Lidan's. Lidan notices the guy sitting next to him is staring with wide eyes, looking completely overwhelmed. The guy is clutching his head in despair, while Lidan just sits there looking like he's waiting for a bus. The proctor suddenly calls out Lidan's name, sounding genuinely surprised. Lidan realizes all those smart-looking people were mostly just bluffing. They were struggling with things he found simple. It feels good to be recognized for his brain for once, rather than just his ability to swing a sword. The proctor announces that those who passed should return tomorrow for the second phase of the testing. The second test is much harder, requiring the applicants to give their own opinions and strategies for warfare. Lidan smiles, knowing that when it comes to actual battle experience, he's on a level far beyond the people grading the papers. Unsurprisingly, he crushes the second test as well, moving on to the final round. The next day is the final interview, and the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. Lidan pushes open the heavy wooden doors, stepping into the interview room with a calm face. But his heart skips a beat when he sees who is sitting at the head of the table. It's a massive room, and sitting there alone is the man he came for, Commander Gal. Gal looks up, his expression unreadable and his eyes piercingly sharp as he stares Lidan down. Lidan has a flash of a memory, seeing Gal in his previous life, loyal and steadfast even when things were falling apart. He notes that Gal seems to be doing well in his current role, despite the corruption of the people above him. Lidan takes a seat, the legs of the chair scraping against the floor in the otherwise silent room. Gal starts the interview by confirming Lidan's identity as the heir of the Bai clan from Shandong. He asks why a member of such a prestigious martial family would want to work as a lowly strategist in the Hall of Righteousness. Gal's gaze is intense, looking for any sign of a lie or hidden motive. Lidan meets his eyes with a perfect, respectful smile, hiding the fact that he's actually the world's strongest warrior. Gal looks down at a scroll, noting that Lidan actually had the highest score on the second test. Lidan acts humble, saying he thinks he just got lucky with the questions. Gal's eyes narrow. He knows an answer that good doesn't come from luck. Lidan reminds himself that Gal hates show-offs, so he needs to keep his attitude calm and understated. Gal then asks the big question. What about his martial arts skills? Lidan says that while they might not be needed for a strategist, he's still confident in his ability to defend himself. Gal asks for a demonstration, and Lidan stands up, ready to show off just a tiny fraction of what he can do. Lidan asks Gal to toss a single sheet of paper into the air. Gal looks skeptical but obliges, flicking a piece of parchment into the quiet room. The paper flutters through the air, drifting slowly toward the ground. Lidan draws his sword in a blur, deciding to only show the level of skill he had when he first mastered basic swordsmanship. He moves like a shadow, his blade carving arcs of light through the air. Gal's eyes widen as he watches the fluidity and precision of Lidan's movements. The tip of the blade is perfectly steady as it closes in on the paper. The paper is suddenly skewered and folded perfectly over the end of the sword. Lidan holds the sword up, the paper shredded into multiple clean pieces that flutter around him. He sheathes the blade with a satisfying click, the entire display taking less than a second. The air is still filled with the falling scraps of paper, each one a perfect uniform size. The pieces settle on the floor, a testament to the absolute control Lidan just displayed. Gal is left speechless for a moment, his mouth slightly open as he processes what he just saw. Lidan stands there with a humble bow, looking like he just performed a simple card trick rather than a masterclass feat of swordsmanship. Gal recovers his composure, telling Lidan that his skill is excellent. Lidan thinks to himself that the Hall of Righteousness must be full of geniuses if they're impressed by this level of skill. He suspects that Gal is looking for a strategist who can actually survive a fight, which makes perfect sense for the missions they handle. 2 days later, the results are in. Lidan is one of only 5 people accepted into the Hall of Righteousness. He shows up for his first day, introducing himself as the new military strategist for Operations Team 5. The other members of the team look at him with a mix of curiosity and slight suspicion. Later, Gal calls Lidan into his office and asks him what his actual dream for the future is. Lidan thinks to himself that Gal would be shocked if he knew the truth. His goal is to tear down the Alliance leader and his puppet masters. But out loud, he just says he wants to become a good strategist. When Gal asks what makes a strategist good, Lidan says it's someone who can lead effectively while keeping his men alive. Gal's eyes lock onto Lidan's, searching for any sign of weakness or idealism. He asks if it's possible to win a war by being too cautious, and Lidan firmly replies that he refuses to treat his comrades like disposable pieces. Gal looks down at the scrolls on his desk, his expression darkening. Lidan adds that he wants to be capable as well as compassionate. Gal closes his eyes, calling Lidan ambitious, though he doesn't say it like it's a bad thing. The rest of the team watches the interaction from a distance, sensing the weight of the conversation. Gal finally offers a small, rare smile, welcoming Lidan to the team and telling him to do his best. Lidan bows deeply, asking Gal to guide him well as they move forward. As Lidan leaves, Gal's face returns to its stoic mask, but you can tell Lidan has made a lasting impression. Over the next few days, Lidan settles in quickly, getting along with his new teammates and making himself useful. He also starts digging for info, learning that Gal was once tortured by Sa Machion and locked in a small room for years. Somehow, Gal managed to win Sa Machion's favor and rise to lead his own team, which is a miracle in itself. Lidan feels a pang of pity for Gal, realizing how much the man has had to endure to get where he is. The look in his eyes shows he's even more determined to get Gal on his side. He also finds out that the main mission of Team 5 was originally to hunt down the unnamed great hero, which is literally Lidan. He has to hide a smirk, thinking about how ironic it is that he's now being paid to find himself. But since the trail went cold, the team has shifted their focus to rooting out corrupt warriors within the Murim. Lidan realizes Gal is essentially fighting his own war against the corruption of the Alliance, just on a smaller scale. 6 days into his new job, Gal summons Lidan to his office once again. He asks if the workload has been manageable so far, sounding almost like a normal boss. Lidan says everyone has been helpful and he's settling in perfectly. Gal hands him a thick folder, his face turning serious once again. He orders Lidan to investigate the contents immediately and bring back a report as soon as possible. Lidan walks away, his eyes scanning the first page of the file with a sharp, knowing look. He realizes this isn't just a regular assignment, it's a final test of his abilities. The next morning, Gal is looking over the report, his face showing a level of shock he rarely lets anyone see. He looks up from the paper, his mind clearly racing as he looks toward the door. He notes that even for an expert, this investigation should have taken 3 full days, but Lidan finished the whole thing in just 1. Our boy is just built different. Welcome back to the corporate ladder of death. We're at the Justice Pavilion, where our guy Lidan is currently speed-running his way through the world's most dangerous internship. Commander Gal looks at the massive stack of finished reports on his desk, like Lidan just performed a magic trick. He asks if Lidan really handled all of this by himself in record time. Lidan gives a simple yes, making the whole prodigy thing look easy. Gal is genuinely impressed, which is saying a lot for a man who usually looks like he's chewing on lemons. Gal points out that even the fastest veteran would have taken at least 3 days to clear this backlog, but Lidan did it in 1, and the quality is so perfect it's almost insulting. Our MC is basically the ChatGPT of the martial arts world right now. Gal gives him a bit of office wisdom, telling him that finishing work this fast is a trap. You don't get a bonus, you just get a bigger pile of work tomorrow. Lidan just smirks. He isn't here for a paycheck, he's here for something much more valuable. He tells Gal straight up that he's doing it to earn the commander's trust. Bold move, but Lidan knows that playing the eager student is the best way to get close to the target. Gal tests him immediately, handing over yet another thick file. Lidan takes it without even blinking. He asks if Lidan can handle even more work than yesterday. Lidan's just thinking about how this is still way easier than his past life as a martial god. The next morning rolls around, and the Justice Pavilion is already buzzing. Gal is staring at the new reports, looking like he's having an existential crisis. He's thinking, this brat actually did it again. This task was supposed to be even more complex, yet here it is, finished and polished. A small smile actually cracks through Gal's stoic face for a split second. He starts having a flashback, remembering that he used to be a workaholic just like this back in the day. We see a younger Gal buried in scrolls. He sees a kindred spirit in Lidan, someone who actually gives a damn about the details. Night falls over the Alliance headquarters, but the lights in the office stay on. It's time for a classic corporate bonding move. Drinks. Gal pours a bowl of rice wine for Lidan. Gal apologizes for the lack of a proper welcome feast. Things are tense because the Alliance is panicking over the rumors of the demonic cult's return. He looks at Lidan with a softened gaze, finally treating him like a person instead of just an intern. Lidan plays it cool, saying he's just grateful to be included. But behind those calm eyes, Lidan is analyzing everything. He's looking for the chink in Gal's armor. He reflects on how in his past life, he and Gal never really sat down for a drink like this. In the past, they were strictly professional. Gal was always the perfect subordinate, and Lidan was the untouchable leader. Lidan realizes that back then, he focused way too much on his own authority to actually see the man standing right in front of him. They clink bowls. This is the start of a real connection, one built on more than just paperwork. They sit by the window, two strategists sharing a moment of peace before the world inevitably goes to hell. Lidan decides to push his luck and asks Gal a personal question. He brings up that Gal was the chief strategist for the previous Alliance leader. Gal confirms it, his voice dropping an octave as the memories of the old days surface. Lidan asks the million-dollar question, why didn't you leave the Alliance when the new leadership took over? You can almost hear the gears grinding in Gal's head. He grips his drink a little tighter. The silence stretches out. Gal is deciding how much of his soul he's willing to show to this rookie. Lidan watches him, knowing he's close to uncovering the secret that keeps a man like Gal serving a snake like Samachion. Gal sets his bowl down on the table with a firm click. He admits that leaving wasn't an option. He dedicated his entire life to the Alliance. It's the only world he knows. Lidan realizes Gal isn't telling him everything. He can see the fire in Gal's eyes. This man isn't staying out of loyalty. He's staying for revenge. Lidan knows that until he hears the real story, he hasn't truly won Gal over yet. Lidan shifts the conversation, mentioning that he had a lot of worries before applying for this job. He brings up the rumors about the Chiondo Gate, basically the shadow organization pulling the Alliance's strings. He's testing to see how much Gal knows. Gal hums thoughtfully, his expression darkening at the mention of the corruption. He tells Lidan to just focus on doing their own work diligently. It's the classic, keep your head down advice. Lidan smiles to himself. He's not here to keep his head down, he's here to cut the heads off the people at the top. He agrees with a polite yes strategist, playing the part perfectly. A quick montage shows Lidan blending in with the other strategists, becoming a popular face in the office. He's still grinding, always the first to arrive and the last to leave. He's laughing with the veterans, building up a social network that will be vital later on. This kid is a social chameleon. Everyone thinks he's just a hard-working genius, not a god-tier martial artist. More time passes, and the leaves on the trees are finally starting to turn green. Gal is interrupted by a sudden arrival. His eyes widen as he recognizes the visitor. It's Samachion. The lead strategist himself walks into the room with that annoying, self-important stride. He greets Gal with zero warmth. You can tell these two have absolutely no love for each other. Samachion plops down in the main chair like he owns the place. Lidan and the other interns watch from the side, sensing the shift in the air. Lidan thinks about how dangerous it is for a snake like this to show up without any notice. Samachion drops the news. Orders have come down from the very top of the Alliance. It's related to the demonic cult. The one Lidan knows for a fact is dead and buried. Gal looks shocked. He knows that whenever the cult is mentioned, bodies start dropping. Samachion says the mission is top secret. The Cheongung squad is moving out, and the Justice Pavilion has to provide field support. Gal clarifies the orders. Usually they just do the paperwork for missions like this, they don't go to the front lines. Lidan realizes this is a major operation. Strategists only get sent out to the field when things are about to get bloody. Samachion tells Gal he has to go personally because the mission is that important. Gal accepts, but his face is a mask of suspicion. He knows Samachion is likely sending him into a trap. As Samachion leaves, the room is dead silent. The gravity of the situation is starting to sink in. Gal is wondering why the Cheonggung squad was chosen for this specific mission. Li Dan watches him, waiting for the explanation he knows is coming. There are 3 core units in the Alliance. The Bright Moon and Iron Cavalry squads are loyal to the current leader, Ma Bongyi. But the Cheonggung squad was the only one that opposed Ma Bongyi's rise to power. They are the political outsiders. Gal realizes what's happening. This isn't a mission, it's a purge. They're sending the disloyal unit on a suicide mission. Li Dan steps forward and says he wants to go too. Gal is stunned that the rookie wants to volunteer for a death sentence. Li Dan claims his martial arts can help keep the commander safe. He's using his confident rookie persona to get a front-row seat to the action. Gal stares at him, trying to figure out if Li Dan is brave or just incredibly stupid. He finally tells Li Dan to get ready. The game is officially afoot. The next morning, the sky is gray and heavy as the mission departs. The Cheonggung squad is ready to roll. Dozens of horses and a heavily armored carriage are waiting outside the gates. We meet the squad leader, Jong Cheonrak. He's an old-school legend with white hair and eyes that have seen way too much war. He greets Gal, and you can see a spark of mutual respect between the 2 veterans. Cheonrak says the mission is urgent, so they'll discuss the details once they're on the road. Li Dan senses someone watching him. He turns around to see their assigned guard. This is Yang Ho. He's a masked professional who tells them straight up that they need to follow his instructions if things get ugly. Li Dan just gives him a friendly smile. He's thinking, buddy, if things get ugly, I'm the one who's going to be protecting you. They board the carriage, and the gates of the Alliance headquarters swing open. The squad gallops out in perfect formation. This isn't just a troop movement, it's a statement. Yang Ho rides beside the carriage, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for threats. Inside, Gal notes that the mission is highly classified, even for the people involved. Cheonrak confirms it, his face like stone as he stares ahead. Li Dan realizes how unusual this is. Normally, the strategists would be the ones leading the briefing, but here they're being kept in the dark. This mission is smelling more like a setup every second, and Li Dan's eyes sharpen as he prepares for the inevitable betrayal. Cheonrak says he can't share the details yet, he'll inform them only when they reach the target. Gal accepts it with a nod. He knows the rules of the game, even if he doesn't like them. Cheonrak looks conflicted for a moment, his eyes softening as he looks at Gal. He decides to break protocol. Because of his old friendship with Gal, he's going to tell them the destination early. Their destination is the Sword Incense Forest in Chungkyung. Gal is visibly shaken. He knows that name, and it isn't a good one. This place was one of the 3 sacred grounds of the Blood Heavenly demonic cult. Sending an Alliance unit there is like throwing a match into a powder keg. Li Dan's face turns grim. He's the one who personally cleansed that forest in his past life. He knows exactly what kind of horrors are buried there. Gal thanks him for the info, his mind already spinning with tactical possibilities. Cheonrak says having Gal along makes him feel a lot more reassured about the mission's success. Gal tries to be humble, but you can tell the weight of the responsibility is hitting him hard. He looks out the window knowing that once they enter that forest, there's no guarantee they're coming back out. We get a flashback. Li Dan remembers meeting a younger Jong Cheonrak long before he became the leader of the Alliance. Back then, Cheonrak was an incredible archer, a man who could hit a leaf from a mile away in a thunderstorm. Li Dan liked him because his eyes were clear and honest, sharp and pure like a polished arrowhead. As a young man, Cheonrak had a huge bow on his back and a massive ego to match. He told Li Dan that one day he'd become the greatest archer in the world and defeat the martial god himself. Li Dan looks at the older Cheonrak now, feeling a deep sense of gratitude that the man stayed loyal to his principles until the very end. Back in the present, Yang Ho is still riding guard, his masked face giving away absolutely nothing. Gal asks Li Dan if he's nervous, considering this is his first real field mission. Li Dan says he isn't nervous at all. Gal is surprised. Most rookies would be shaking in their boots by now. Li Dan smirks and says it's because he's with a legendary strategist. Classic suck-up move. But Li Dan actually means it. Gal calls him out for being too good at saying pleasant things, but Li Dan doubles down, saying there's nothing to fear with the man who once led the whole Alliance. He realizes he might have said too much. Mentioning Gal's past leadership is a bit of a sensitive topic. Gal just chuckles. He's starting to really like this kid's attitude. Li Dan asks Gal which operation from his long career he remembers the most. He's genuinely curious about what left a mark on the man. He's thinking it's one of the big wars against the dark factions or the blood cult. Gal's answer is unexpected. Operation New Dragon. Li Dan is floored. He's never heard of that operation before, which is impossible, because he was the leader of the Alliance at the time. Gal's eyes are distant, filled with a sadness that goes back decades. Lidan is racking his brain, but he has absolutely no memory of anything called Operation New Dragon. This means it was either top secret or happened behind his back. Night falls on their journey, the moon hanging high over the dark mountains. The squad sets up camp in the woods. Fires are lit, and the guards take their positions. Yang Ho is leaning against a tree, his hand never leaving his weapon. This guy is the definition of on alert. The camp is quiet, the crackle of the fires the only sound in the darkness. Lidan is busy setting up the sleeping arrangements. He spreads out a blanket for Gal, taking care of the small details like a good subordinate should. He's got a soft smile on his face. He's enjoying being able to look after Gal in this life. He tells Gal to rest and be sure to cover up. The night air is getting cold. Gal thanks him, looking genuinely touched by the gesture. Lidan thinks about how he couldn't do this in his past life. This second chance isn't just about power, it's about the people he lost. Cheonrak walks over with a bottle, asking if anyone is up for a drink. They pour another round. Rice wine in the middle of a dark forest. It's the ultimate calm before the storm vibe. The veterans sit by the fire, sharing stories of past battles. Someone calls out, "Strategist!" Lidan turns around, thinking they mean him. A group of off-duty warriors invite Lidan to join them for a drink. They've already heard about the genius intern and want to see what he's about. Lidan agrees with a smile. He knows that winning over the grunts is just as important as winning over the bosses. The fire blazes, casting long shadows against the trees. They hand Lidan a bowl. "Drink up, kid, it's going to be a long journey." One of them asks if Lidan has ever practiced swordsmanship. They note that it's rare for a brainy strategist to have any actual combat skills. Lidan acts modest, saying he's just a newcomer and still getting used to the whole strategist title. They laugh and say that one day he'll be the one leading them into battle. "When that time comes, take good care of us, okay?" Lidan realizes that beneath the jokes these men are being sincere. They know that in war, a good strategist is the difference between life and death. He looks at them, his eyes reflecting the firelight. He remembers that not long ago, men just like these were under his command. He promises them he won't forget their faces. It's a moment of genuine human connection in a world of betrayal. Gal watches the scene from the shadows, his expression unreadable, but clearly thinking Lidan has a rare gift for leadership. Lidan laughs with the men, the sound echoing through the dark woods. Another day of travel passes, then another. The squad is deep in enemy territory now. The forest is getting thicker, the trees looking more like gnarled claws than plants. At dawn on the fourth day, the peace is shattered. The camp is laid out in a circle, the men still sleeping in their bedrolls. The guards are at their posts, but they haven't noticed anything yet. Lidan is leaning against a tree, his eyes closed but his senses dialed up to 11. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He's detected something. Subtle movements are coming from every direction. This isn't just a stray animal, it's an ambush. He realizes they're being surrounded by a large number of highly skilled killers. Lidan doesn't hesitate. He lets out a massive shout. "Enemies!" The guards are startled, their hands flying to their hilts. Yang Ho is already on his feet, eyes scanning the tree line. Gal emerges from the tent, his face hardening as the first arrows whistle through the air. The assassins strike from the shadows, moving with a speed that proves they are elites. The sound of blades clashing and men groaning fills the air. The Cheongung squad reacts instantly. They're professionals, forming a defensive circle around the strategists. Arcs of chi fly through the air, cutting down trees and tearing through the morning mist. Cheonrak shouts for the men not to chase. "Strengthen the defenses! Protect the perimeter!" Lidan watches the chaos, realizing that these attackers are way more organized than your average bandit. The sun starts to rise, revealing the bloody aftermath of the short, brutal skirmish. They examine the corpses of the assassins, but they find absolutely nothing. No tattoos, no IDs, no markings on their gear. Lidan knows exactly what that means. These are ghost units, professional hitmen used by the high-ranking factions of the Murim. Gal and Cheonrak look at the bodies, the silence between them heavy with the realization that they've been targeted by someone within their own world. Gal demands to know what the real mission is. This level of opposition proves it's about more than just some cult ruins. Cheonrak looks Gal in the eye and tells him he simply can't say. Gal asks if Cheonrak doesn't trust him. Cheonrak says he does, but revealing a classified mission is a death sentence in the Alliance. Gal points out that there's a clause for disclosure in emergency circumstances. Is getting ambushed by a literal army not an emergency? Cheonrak's jaw is set. He's a man of principles, even if those principles are going to get them all killed. "I'm sorry, Gal, I still can't tell you." The loyalty of this man is both his greatest strength and his biggest flaw. Lidan watches them, thinking about how stubborn Cheonrak has always been. He's a man who follows orders to the letter, no matter the cost. Gal accepts the decision with a frustrated sigh. They need to depart immediately before the next wave hits. He also recommends changing their original route to throw off any trackers. Cheonrak agrees. As they prepare to move, Cheonrak stops and looks back at Liden. He asks who it was that alerted them to the enemy's presence earlier. Liden raises his hand. "It was me." Cheonrak stares at him, his sharp archer's eyes trying to see through Liden's mask. He asks how a mere strategist noticed the assassins before even the elite guards did. Lidan gives the most anime protagonist excuse possible. "I woke up early because I was thirsty." He claims it was just luck that he saw some movement while getting a drink of water. Cheonrak puts a hand on Lidan's shoulder and thanks him. "We might have been wiped out, if not for you." There's a look of genuine respect in the old man's eyes. Lidan is no longer just the rookie to him. Lidan just smiles and says he only did what had to be done. Gal watches the interaction, realizing that his intern is becoming the MVP of the mission before it even really starts. But the danger isn't over. As they head deeper into the Sword Incense Forest, the real mystery of Operation New Dragon is waiting for them in the shadows. While the forest is turning into a graveyard, let's check in on the Alliance Leaders' Hall, where the real snakes are hissing. Ma Bongyi, the big boss himself, is sitting there looking like he's about to start a war just because his tea is cold. His eyes are sharp enough to cut stone. He's been watching the shadows move, and he finally knows who's pulling the strings. He confronts Samachion, pointing out that since he became leader, he's done everything the Shadow Group asked for, so why are they still hiding from him? Samachion just takes a slow sip of his drink, playing it cool while the strongest man in the world breathes down his neck. Bongyi admits he investigated Zhu Choliang in secret, but came up completely empty-handed. He couldn't find a single trace of why Zhu sided with the Shadow Group or how they're even sending messages back and forth. He's sweating now, demanding to know what these people actually want. He even sent the Qiangung squad out on that suicide mission just like they asked. Samachion plays dumb, saying they only sent the squad because they detected traces of the demonic cult's revival. Bongyi's face twists into a smirk that says, "I will kill you if you lie to me again." He asks if Samachion really takes him for a fool. He slams his hand down. The mask is off, and the political games are officially over. Bongyi mocks the idea of the demonic cult reviving. He knows the history better than anyone, and he knows a fake when he sees one. He leans in, his killing intent filling the room. He knows the signs were fabricated from the very start. He tells Samachion straight up, "You guys made the whole thing up just to have an excuse to move the troops." Samachion doesn't even flinch. He claims everything they're doing is actually for the leader's own sake. He points out the obvious political reality. The Qiangung squad leader is the head of the faction that hates Bongyi. Bongyi goes silent. He knows he's being offered a deal. Let the Shadow Group kill his enemies, and he gets to keep his throne. Samachion adds that since the old man is so skilled, he'll surely return safely. It's the ultimate backhanded comment. Bongyi is fuming. He knows return safely is code for he's already dead in a ditch. He realizes that he just authorized a death warrant for one of the Alliance's strongest units just to secure his own power. Samachion bows politely and takes his leave, walking out like he just won a game of chess. Left alone, Bongyi is shaking with rage. He's the Alliance leader, but he feels like a dog on a leash. Samachion walks down the hallway with a satisfied look. To him, everything is going exactly according to the script. The massive doors clang shut. The fate of the squad in the forest is now entirely in their own hands. Back in the woods, Lidan's voice rips through the silence. "Enemies!" The sound of heavy footsteps echoes through the trees as the ambushers close the trap. A massive wall of shield bearers emerges from the dark. These guys aren't bandits. They're a trained military unit. They rush the carriage, trying to overwhelm the squad before they can even draw their blades. The formation is perfect, locking the Qiangung squad into a kill zone where they can't maneuver. Lidan analyzes the situation in a split second. This spot was chosen specifically because the dense trees make the squad's archers useless. The enemy archers, however, don't have that problem. A volley of arrows whistles through the air. The shields clatter as they advance, a slow-moving wall of death that's crushing the life out of the squad. The squad members are paralyzed. They've never seen a group this disciplined and well-equipped in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, a beam of blue energy tears through the mist. It looks like a lightning strike in human form. A massive explosion rocks the enemy front line as Lidan decides it's time to stop playing the clumsy intern. Zhang Qianrak stands ready, his body glowing with an intense blue aura. The legend is finally getting serious. He notches an arrow, the chi around his fingers vibrating with enough power to level a building. He releases. The shot is a blur of pure destruction. The enemy shield formation is shattered instantly. Iron and wood fly everywhere as the line breaks. The assassins are thrown into chaos. They weren't expecting the old man to have this much gas left in the tank. Cheonrak doesn't stop. He notches another arrow, his eyes locked onto the next target with predatory focus. Another explosion. He's systematically dismantling their defenses from a distance. Lidan watches from the side, silent and calculating. He's letting the squad do their thing, but he's ready to jump in when they hit a wall. But the numbers are just too high. For every assassin they kill, 2 more seem to crawl out of the shadows. Someone shouts for reinforcements, but they get a cold negative. They are completely on their own. Lidan sees a gap in the enemy's shield wall and decides it's his turn to play. He launches himself into the air. He drops down like a meteor, his blade already halfway through its first arc. He carves through a shield bearer like he's cutting butter. The speed is so insane the guy doesn't even realize he's dead yet. The surrounding assassins freeze. They were told there was only one master in this group. Who the hell is this kid? Lidan shouts for the squad to move Nowu. He's created an opening, and they need to take it. He moves through the enemy ranks like a ghost, a blur of motion that leaves nothing but blood in its wake. The assassins let out a collective scream as Lidan turns their own formation into a slaughterhouse. Lidan gives them a cold, terrifying smirk. He's starting to enjoy this a little too much. He stands face to face with a massive shieldman, looking completely unimpressed by the iron wall in front of him. The assassin grunts and tries to bash him, but Lidan is already gone. A quick kick shatters the shield, and a follow-up strike finishes the job. Absolute efficiency. Blood sprays the trees as Lidan continues his dance of death. He's not even breaking a sweat. The assassins realize they're in trouble. They try to surround him, but it's like trying to catch smoke with their bare hands. Lidan stands in the middle of the carnage, his eyes glowing with a dark intensity. This is the martial god coming out to play. More arrows fly, but they're all missing the mark. Lidan's movement is just too unpredictable. He leaps again, spinning through the air with lethal grace. He slices another enemy in half, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the ground. The squad members are just watching in awe now. They were supposed to be the elites, but this kid is making them look like amateurs. The remaining assassins start to back away, their morale completely broken by one man. Cheonrak watches Lidan with a mix of shock and dawning realization. He knows that kind of skill doesn't come from a textbook. One final assassin tries a desperate strike, but it's over before it starts. Lidan puts him down with 0 effort. The forest goes silent once again. Lidan stands among the bodies, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. He looks like a demon who just finished a light workout. He takes a deep breath, his face returning to its usual calm mask. He sheathes his sword and looks back at the squad. Is everyone okay? The scene is a massacre. Dozens of elite assassins wiped out in minutes, and most of them were Lidan's work. Cheonrak walks up to him, his expression unreadable. He admits that Lidan's martial arts are quite impressive. Coming from him, that's like winning an Olympic gold medal. Lidan plays the humble card, saying he couldn't have done it without the squad's support. Classic MC behavior. Cheonrak doesn't look convinced. He's seen a lot of things in his life, and Lidan is the biggest mystery yet. The other squad members look at Lidan with newfound respect. They know they'd be dead if he hadn't stepped up. Lidan explains his logic. He just figured taking out the shield bearers would break their formation. He adds that their movements were restricted by the shields, making them easy targets. He's making it sound like a math problem. Cheonrak notes that having the guts to rush out in such a critical moment is something most veterans can't even do. He turns to Commander Gal and tells him he has an excellent subordinate. Gal just nods, his eyes fixed on Lidan. He's starting to realize that his new intern might be the most dangerous person in the Alliance. Lidan gives a polite smile, but inside he's thinking, Phase 1 complete. They finally trust my sword. The squad gathers around their fallen comrades. Even with Lidan's help, they didn't get away scot-free. Lidan walks over to Gal, the mood turning serious once again. Gal tells him straight, "You saved us again." Lidan just shrugs and says he was just lucky. Gal hits him with a heavy line. When luck piles up like that, we call it skill. Mic drop moment. He thanks Lidan one last time, a rare moment of genuine warmth between the two. The moon hangs high over the forest. The first battle is over, but the real nightmare is just beginning. The squad is regrouping, but the air is thick with tension. Cheonrak finally decides to drop the secrecy. He confirms that the demonic cult has indeed been revived. The reason he's so sure? A high-level master from the cult actually reached out expressing a wish to surrender. Lidan and Gal both look shocked. A defector at that level is almost unheard of in the cult's history. Gal asks the obvious question, who is it? Cheonrak doesn't know the name, but he's certain the guy holds a major position within the cult. He explains that this is why they couldn't abandon the operation. Getting an inside man like this would change everything. Gal is skeptical. If the cult is sending assassins to kill them, doesn't that mean the defector is already busted? He suggests the guy is probably already dead, but Cheonrak disagrees. He reveals that a powerful formation has been activated in the forest, making it impossible for anyone to enter. The defector promised to deactivate that formation for the squad at a specific time. Gal asks how they can possibly trust a promise from a demon worshipper. Cheonrak says the guy sent incontrovertible proof. Gal asks if he's actually seen this evidence. The Alliance leader has seen it. That's the final word. Bongi's stamp of approval is the only thing that matters. This is the reason the order was issued, and why they're risking everything on this gamble. Lidan and Gal share a look. Both of them are thinking the exact same thing. This is a perfect trap. Lidan knows how the cult works better than anyone, and this has ambush written all over it. He realizes the danger. They're being forced to increase their speed to make it to the deadline, leaving them wide open for more attacks. Cheonrak points out the stakes. If the cult returns, countless people will die. But if they can pull this off, they could annihilate the cult before the war even starts. He's willing to trade his life for that chance. Lidan looks at him, seeing the desperate determination of a man who just wants peace. He realizes that for someone as loyal as Cheonrak, this trap is actually impossible to resist. Gal warns him that going without a solid plan is suicide. Cheonrak doesn't care. I will not retreat. He tells Gal not to waste time trying to persuade him. The old man has already made his choice. Lidan wonders if Cheonrak is really that blind to the trap. No, he realizes the truth. Cheonrak knows it's a trap, but he's still willing to sacrifice himself for even a 1% chance of stopping the war. The three of them stand in the moonlight, a team of geniuses walking straight into a slaughterhouse. Gal closes his eyes, finally accepting the situation. He tells Cheonrak he will help. He understands the old man's heart because he's just as stubborn. Lidan thinks to himself that Gal would definitely feel that way. These people are way too noble for their own good. Lidan pulls out a piece of gear, heart-protecting armor. He tells Gal to put it on. Gal is surprised, asking where he even got something like this in the middle of a mission. Gal tries to give it back, saying Lidan should wear it since he's the one doing the fighting. Lidan insists. He tells Gal that if the strategist is safe, he can fight with total peace of mind. He asks Gal to just listen to him this one time. There's a rare moment of genuine emotion in Lidan's voice. Gal looks at him, finally relenting. He can see that Lidan truly cares about his safety. Gal ties the armor on, the straps tightening as he prepares for the final push. Lidan apologizes, saying he only managed to get this in a hurry so it isn't the best quality. He promises Gal that later he'll get him something truly fine. This is basically Lidan promising they're both getting out alive. Lidan watches him, his eyes softening. He lost Gal once, he's not letting it happen again. He asks if it's uncomfortable. Gal says it's actually very comfortable. Lidan smiles and tells him to keep it on until the mission is over. Gal gives a final nod. The bond between them is now unbreakable. Hurry, Yoop! The shout echoes through the woods. The squad is moving at full speed now. The forest looms ahead, a wall of dark mountains and twisted trees. The formation moves like a snake through the undergrowth, every man on high alert. Cheonrak leads the way, followed by Gal and Lidan. The tension is so thick you could slice it. Suddenly, a group of figures appears in the trees. They're being watched. Lidan's eyes snap to the left. He sensed it before anyone else. He turns his head in a blur, his hand already on the hilt of his blade. Another massive wave of assassins drops from the canopy. This is the big one. They're coming in with shields and spears, a perfect anti-cavalry formation. Cheonrak bellows the order, "Enemy!" Cheongung squad, respond! He notches an arrow and fires in one motion, a streak of light illuminating the dark woods. The arrow hits a shield and explodes, but these guys are using higher quality gear than the last bunch. The assassins rush in, their movements coordinated and deadly. Arrows fly from both sides. Men are dropping like flies on both ends of the field. Lidan looks at Gal and tells him he'll be right back. He's going to hunt the head of the snake. He launches himself into the center of the enemy formation, a one-man army. He spins his blade, a circle of white chi shredding everything that touches it. He carves through an assassin in midair, blood raining down on the forest floor. He drops and rolls, already targeting the next victim. The speed is just illegal at this point. He takes out 3 more in a single swipe. The ground is turning red under his feet. Lidan realizes this is completely different from the first ambush. These guys are prepared to die just to slow them down. They have the numbers, and they're charging as if they've been ordered to slaughter everyone despite the losses. An assassin tries to sneak up behind him, but Lidan doesn't even have to look. Cheonrak fires another explosive arrow, trying to keep the path clear. He looks worried. Even he's struggling with the sheer number of attackers. Suddenly, a massive figure leaps through the air toward the old man. It's the enemy leader, dual-wielding blades and coming down with enough force to split a mountain. Cheonrak barely blocks the blow, the impact sending him skidding back across the dirt. The assassin leader's face is a mask of pure killing intent. He knows Cheonrak is the key. He screams at the old man to just die already. He strikes again, his blades moving like flickering shadows. Cheonrak is on the defensive, his age finally starting to show against such a ferocious opponent. A shallow cut opens up on his shoulder. Lydon sees it and realizes he needs to finish his side of the fight fast. Good. He closed the distance, but he's in trouble. The assassin leader prepares a final, lethal strike. He's got the old man cornered. He brings his blades down, but they're stopped mid-air by a sudden flash of steel. Cheonrak looks up, stunned. The assassin leader's eyes widen as he sees who it is. He shoves the leader back with a massive surge of chi. The leader is terrified. Who is he? This inner energy is insane! Lydon launches into a counterattack, moving faster than the eye can follow. He carves through the air, his blade leaving a trail of white light. Two more assassins try to help their leader, but Lydon puts them down without even looking away. He stands face to face with the leader again. The real duel is on. The leader is panicking. He realizes Lydon was the one who foiled all their previous attacks. He looks at Lydon's face and sees the face of a god of war. Our guy is finally letting a bit of his true self leak out. They clash again, the sound of steel ringing through the forest like thunder. Lydon's technique is too much. He's systematically dismantling the leader's style. The leader screams for his men to kill Lydon before he grows any stronger. He knows if this kid survives, they're all cooked. But it's too late. Lydon moves in for the kill, his blade a blur of pure light. He focuses his chi into a single, needle-thin point of destruction. The leader's eyes bulge in shock. He can see his own death coming, and there's nothing he can do to stop it. A clean slice across the throat. Blood sprays into the air. The leader falls, his life ending in a single, perfect strike. Cheonrak just stares, his mouth open in total disbelief. He just watched a rookie do something he hasn't seen in 50 years. We open on a cold, desolate mountain range. A pair of boots stands at the edge of a cliff, overlooking the fog. This is our current villain of the week, looking like he's about to give a very disappointed Yelp review. His subordinate delivers the news. The Black Water Sword is officially off the census. The boss doesn't even blink. He just repeats the name like he's checking a grocery list. The damage report is brutal. 60 men dead, 30 more in the hospital, and the vibe is completely ruined. But the worst part? The enemy took basically 0 losses. The boss is actually impressed for a second. He asks if the Cheongung squad is really that cracked. Then he immediately follows it up by calling his own men useless trash. Classic villain management style. He assumes the legendary archer Zhang Cheonrak did the heavy lifting. The subordinate has to drop the most awkward no in history. He explains that while Zhang was busy, some random kid basically just walked up and deleted their leader's head from his shoulders. Cue the inevitable screaming. The boss is officially tilted. He asks where the squad is now, probably wishing he'd just stayed in bed today. They've arrived at the Sword Incense Forest. The final destination. The boss narrows his eyes. He decides it's time to send in the specialist. No more playing around. Cut back to the forest itself. It's misty, green, and smells like a trap. Gal and the squad are standing in a clearing, looking around like they're waiting for a tour guide who's 40 minutes late. Zhang is confused. The defector promised a formation and a greeting committee, but it's currently a ghost town. Lydon is just standing there, looking bored. He knows exactly why the formation is missing. Because there was never a defector. It was just a fancy invitation to a funeral. Gal finally says what everyone is thinking. They've been sold out. He looks Zhang dead in the eye and tells him the Alliance's goal isn't to capture the forest, it's to kill them. Zhang is still in denial. He can't wrap his head around why the Alliance leader would purge his own top assets. Gal breaks it down for him. Zhang is the only one left who can actually say no to the leader, and in this world, that's a death sentence. Zhang's face goes still. The realization is finally hitting him like a freight train. Gal tells him he has to believe it. There's no other explanation for why they were sent here with 0 backup. He adds himself to the list too. He's a thorn in the side of every corrupt official in the Alliance. Zhang stares at him, completely stunned. Gal mentions his own past, reminding Zhang that even a grand strategist is just a tool to be discarded when it gets too sharp. They're both thorns. And Ma Bongyi is currently trying to do some gardening. Zhang asks if the Alliance leader is really that much of a monster. Gal just tells him to keep moving. They'll confirm it soon enough. Lidan follows behind, listening to the two old men trauma bond over their career choices. They reach the heart of the forest. Ahead lies the sanctuary of life and death. It's the Vatican for people who like stabbing things. Rumor has it the Blood Heaven cult keeps all their best loot in there. Zhang stops at the sight of the pagoda. This is a place that shouldn't even be visible to outsiders. The sanctuary rises out of the mist, looking ancient and incredibly dangerous. Lidan looks at it, and his internal monologue shifts gears. To everyone else, this is a forbidden temple. To Lidan, it's a nostalgic trip to the office. He starts remembering the last time he was here, back when he was the martial god. Flashback time. It's raining. Because of course it is. A younger, bloodier Lidan is standing in front of the temple. Across from him is the sword demon. This guy was basically the final boss of swordsmanship back in the day. They traded nearly 400 moves. For context, most masters are dead in 3. Lidan admits to himself that he nearly died twice during that fight. Back then, his ego was as big as his chi pool. He was the classic I'm the main character protagonist. He wanted to kill the sword demon in under 100 moves just to flex his status, but that arrogance nearly got him cooked. The fight dragged on because he was trying to be flashy instead of efficient. That was the day he swore to never be greedy for a quick victory again. It was the birth of the workaholic martial god we know and love. Cut back to the present. The squad is approaching the pagoda entrance. Gal looks at Leiden, noticing that the kid is a little too calm for someone entering a demonic holy site. The courtyard is covered in moss and abandoned tools. Doors are hanging off their hinges. It's been empty for a long time. Zhang stands in the center of the yard, looking like he's waiting for something to happen. Lidan watches him. He realizes Zhang is still hoping this is all just a big misunderstanding. He wants to believe the defector was just captured, not that his entire life's work was a lie. It's hard for a man who devoted his life to the Alliance to accept that the Alliance wants him erased. Zhang sighs. The weight of the world is on his shoulders. He tells everyone to take a break. They need to rest before the inevitable boss fight. The squad settles in the courtyard. Men are leaning against pillars, checking their wounds. They're exhausted. Lidan walks over to a tired soldier and offers him a place to sit. The guy is surprised. He's just a grunt, and Lidan is a high-ranking intern. Lidan just gives him a soft smile. Underneath all that icy logic, he still cares about the people who actually do the work. Gal walks up and tells Lidan to stop being modest. He points out that without Lidan's warnings, they wouldn't have made it past the first mile. Gal admits that even he was in danger during that last ambush. He officially gives Lidan his respect. Lidan just nods. He's not here for the praise. He's here for the recruitment. He looks up at the pagoda. He thinks about how it doesn't feel like it's been that long since his last visit. He remembers climbing to the top floor while his men searched the lower levels. The memories are vivid. He can almost smell the incense. Back then, he was too busy brooding about why the fight took so long to actually look at the room. He thought it was just a simple attic. But now he realizes he might have missed the most important room in the entire temple. He spots something in the corner. It's a lock on a dusty cabinet. A very specific kind of lock. It uses rotating characters instead of a key. This is high-level security for a simple attic. Leiden leans in closer. The characters are Gui and Pal. He remembers the sword demon mentioned something called the demonic 8 forms right before he died. He starts turning the dials. The cabinet doesn't just open. The entire wall starts to slide back with a heavy mechanical groan. Leiden stares into the dark opening. He looks like he just found the secret level in a game he's already beaten 3 times. Lidan steps into the hidden chamber. It's a private library, untouched for decades. In the center, on a pedestal, sits a single book. He picks it up. The Gui Mun Dun book. This is the holy grail of formation techniques. It's basically the Blood Heaven cult's entire how-to guide for breaking the world. He can't believe it was just sitting here this entire time. His past self was such an edgelord that he missed a world-class treasure because he was too busy staring out a window. He looks at the book and thinks back to that rainy day. He remembers his subordinates watching him, waiting for him to say something profound. He realizes they didn't search the room because they were too intimidated by his mood. Bad leadership has its costs. Suddenly, the light from the entrance is blocked by a silhouette. Someone followed him. Lidan turns around slowly. He smells something sweet, like flowers, but wrong. His eyes go sharp. He recognizes this scent. Outside, the soldiers are dropping like flies. They aren't dead, just unconscious and twitching. The silhouette approaches. It's a man with a thin mustache and eyes that look like he hasn't slept in a week. The man is surprised Lidan is still standing. He assumes Lidan has deep inner power to resist the fumes. It's not just inner power. Lidan is literally immune to every poison on the planet. He's basically a human air purifier at this point. The man tells Lidan to hurry up and go to sleep. He reaches out with a handful of powder. Lidan just stares at him. "Who are you?" The man gives his title, Doc Mirong, the poison beauty lad. Imagine calling yourself that and expecting people to take you seriously. Lidan's database triggers. Doc Mirong, a freak who specializes in hallucinogens and weird toxins. Not a fighter, just a professional pest. Doc is confused. Lidan hasn't collapsed yet. He starts to get nervous. He's never met someone this young who can tank his signature move. Lidan just sighs. He's tired of these C-tier villains interrupting his reading time. Doc tries to act tough, telling Lidan to just give up and die. Lidan moves. 1 second he's standing there. The next he's a blur of purple-tinted violence. He slams Doc into the wall so hard the masonry cracks. Doc coughs up blood. He's realizing he just brought a knife to a nuke fight. He looks up at Lidan, and for the first time he sees the martial god eyes. Lidan towers over him, looking absolutely disgusted. Doc tries to scramble away, but Lidan is already there. Doc is screaming internally. Why doesn't the poison work? It's supposed to be an instant KO. Lidan doesn't answer. He just looks at Doc like he's a particularly annoying bug. Lidan reaches into Doc's bag and pulls out a vial. Doc tries to bluff, saying Lidan will never find the antidote. Lidan pops the cork. He takes a deep sniff. Doc starts laughing. "Fool! You inhaled it! You're dead!" Lidan just blinks. It's a bit fruity. Needs more kick. Doc's face literally breaks. He's looking at a monster. He finally asks the question, "Are you invulnerable to poison?" Lidan ignores him and shoves another vial in his face. Doc is shaking. He's terrified. Lidan stares him down, silent and suffocating. He asks Doc a simple question. "If it's your own poison, it kills you too, right?" Lidan asks if Doc even has an antidote for his own stuff. Doc doesn't answer. He's too busy trying not to cry. Lidan shoves the vial into Doc's mouth. Doc starts gagging. Lidan demands the antidote for the squad. If not, he's going to make Doc drink his entire inventory. Doc breaks immediately. He points to a specific pouch. Cut back to the courtyard. Gal and Zhang are waking up, clutching their heads like they just had the worst hangover in history. Lidan walks out of the pagoda. Doc is trailing behind him, looking like a beaten dog. Doc begs to be released. He did what Lidan asked. Lidan doesn't even look back. He just flicks his wrist, and Doc Mirang's head is no longer attached to his neck. Lidan never said anything about sparing him. Lidan stands over the body, perfectly calm. Gal and Zhang walk up, still a bit wobbly. Gal asks if Lidan is okay. Zhang is staring at Doc's body. He recognizes the poison beauty lad. This guy was a high-level assassin. The soldiers are slowly getting back on their feet. They're confused and disoriented. Gal asks Lidan what happened in there. Lidan gives the intern version of the story. He was just exploring, ran into the guy, and luckily had some anti-poison medicine on him. Gal narrows his eyes. He knows luck doesn't look like a decapitated S-rank assassin. But he doesn't push it. He just puts a hand on Lidan's shoulder and says, "Thanks again." Lidan just gives that humble merchant smile. He's the MVP of just being in the right place at the right time. Zhang and Gal look at each other. They need to make a choice. Gal says they need to move. The Alliance will send more people if they don't see a smoke signal soon. Zhang asks the big question, "Where do we go?" Lidan watches them. He knows they're considering running. Gal makes the call. "We return to the Alliance." Zhang is shocked. "Return? To the people who just tried to poison them in a demon forest?" Gal explains. "If they disappear now, the leader labels them traitors and hunts them across the continent. If they return, they force the leader to play his hand in public. It's a dangerous gamble, but it's the only way to protect the squad's honor." The soldiers are listening. They look at Zhang. Zhang looks at his men. "Do you trust me?" The response is unanimous. They'd follow this old man into hell if he asked. Lidan smiles. This is exactly what he wanted. A loyal army that hates the current leadership. Zhang thanks them. He's visibly moved. He turns to Gal and says he trusts him too. He tells Lidan to speak freely. He's officially part of the inner circle now. Gal warns Zhang that the leader will use any excuse to smear him. Zhang nods. He knows the game. Lidan adds his 2 cents. He points out that the leader knows Zhang is too honorable to hide. That honor is Zhang's greatest strength, but the Alliance thinks it's his weakness. They want him to destroy himself. Gal agrees. When they return, the Alliance won't dare touch them immediately because they'll be confused as to how they survived. They'll be cautious. And caution creates openings. Gal tells Zhang to act normal, but be ready for an assassin in every shadow. Zhang looks at Lidan. "Will you trust me too, kid?" Lidan looks at the old man. He sees the legend he used to know. "I will." The squad turns back toward the Alliance. They're walking straight into the lion's den, but for the first time, the lion has something to worry about. The night is heavy over the sword incense forest. Campfires are burning low, and the survivors of the Qiangung squad are finally getting some rest. Gal Saryang is sitting by the fire, looking like he's trying to solve a Rubik's Cube in his head. He's staring into the flames, probably replaying the last 24 hours of How Am I Not Dead on loop. Liden walks up, noticing his boss is pulling an all-nighter. "Can't sleep, sir?" Gal admits his body is cooked, but his brain is running at 100 miles an hour. He looks at Liden, and you can see the wheels turning. Ever since they left that pagoda, Gal has been doing the math on Lidan, and the numbers are not adding up for a rookie. Yet at the same time, a spark was returning to Gal Sarayang's eyes. Even Lidan notices that Gal looks different. The broken strategist finally has that spark back in his eyes. Gal tries to play it off, saying Lidan is imagining things. But Lidan isn't buying it. He's seen that look on legendary masters before, the look of a man who just found a reason to fight again. Gal goes quiet for a second, then shifts the conversation to the elephant in the room. He tells Lidan that for a first mission, he really went above and beyond. Lidan drops the standard "I was just lucky" NPC dialogue. It's his favorite shield. Gal gets serious. He tells Lidan straight up, the Alliance wants him dead. Lidan just nods. "Yeah, I noticed." Gal offers him an out. He tells Lidan that staying near him is a death wish and offers to transfer him to a safer department once they return. Lidan looks at him, and for a moment, the merchant mask slips. "I wish to remain by your side, sir." Gal is stunned. He tells him this isn't a decision you make just to be polite. He asks if Lidan is actually afraid of what's coming. Lidan doesn't flinch. Gal asks why. Why would a talented kid tie his horse to a sinking ship? Lidan says that even though he hasn't served long, he's made his choice. Gal is looking for a lie, but all he finds is absolute conviction. He asks if Lidan can truly trust a man the world has already discarded. Lidan flips the script. "Can you trust me?" Gal realizes the kid has already saved his life 3 times. If he can't trust Lidan, he can't trust anyone. He puts a hand on Lidan's shoulder. "Thank you for staying with me." Lidan smiles. Recruitment. Successful. He officially has the Alliance's best brain in his pocket. Dawn breaks. The fire is just ash now. The camp is waking up, but something feels off. Lidan is leaning against a tree, his eyes narrowing. He senses a presence. It's faint, but it's heavy, like a storm building just behind the tree line. The archers are still groggy, but Lidan is already on high alert. He realizes this presence is calling out specifically to a high-level master. It's a challenge. A soldier asks where he's going as Lidan starts walking into the mist. Lidan just flashes that "don't worry about it" smile and tells him he'll be right back. He steps into the deep fog. He moves through the rocks, tracking the source of the chi. In a clearing, a figure is waiting for him. It's an old man with long white hair, looking like he stepped out of a final boss cutscene. The old man starts talking in metaphors. He compares the situation to quicksand in the desert. He says once you step in, there's no escaping. It devours everything. He's resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, radiating a pressure that would make a normal warrior pass out. He looks at Lidan and calls him the monster that consumes all it touches. Lidan is scanning him. He doesn't recognize the face, but the aura is familiar. The old man says there's a way to avoid the quicksand. Just walk the safe path others have made. Lidan gives him a half smirk. "I'm adventurous, so I don't want to walk paths others took." The old man asks if it's because of greed. He thinks Lidan just wants to get ahead of everyone else. He calls Lidan's ambition desirable, but says it's a pity. "What is?" Lidan asks. "You already stepped into that quicksand." The old man's eyes flash with killing intent. Lidan just smiles. "Didn't you say it yourself? Once you fall in, you can never escape." The old man is losing his patience. He asks who Lidan actually is. "A new officer." The old man literally pauses. He starts laughing. He says if someone like Lidan was just a recruit, the entire martial world would be upside down. He asks again, "Then who are you?" "Someone trying to replace your superior." Lidan explains his vibe. He doesn't have a grudge against Gal or Zhong. He's just here to prune the branches of a rotting tree. The old man's chi explodes. "Who is behind you? Tell me and I'll let you die cleanly." The ground literally shakes as the old man draws his blade. Purple energy starts swirling everywhere. Lidan stands his ground. "Who's behind me? You'll know soon enough." Lidan stops holding back. White-blue lightning starts arching across his body as he draws his own sword. The two auras collide, creating a shockwave that clears the fog for miles. The old man is shocked. Lidan is so young, but his aura is gargantuan. He can't believe Lidan was hiding this level of power the whole time. Lidan's eyes go cold. The martial god has entered the chat. The old man realizes Lidan is a threat to the entire world order. He has to die here. Lidan just smirks. "Anyone hearing you would think you're trying to save me." The old man screams and lunges. Lidan leans back, dodging a strike by a hair's breadth. Steel meets steel, and the impact sends sparks flying into the trees. The forest is being torn apart as their energies clash. It looks like a supernova. They're locked in a power struggle, inches away from each other's faces. The old man pushes back, trying to find an opening. He launches a series of rapid-fire strikes. Lidan deflects every single one, with the grace of a guy who's been doing this for 1,000 years. The old man is getting desperate. He pours everything into one massive vertical slash. Lidan catches the blade on his own, the shockwave shattering the ground beneath them. The duel is reaching its peak. They're moving so fast they look like ghosts in the mist. Lidan is analyzing every movement. He's looking for the one opening. The old man is breathing hard. He can't believe a kid is matching his energy. Lidan spins his blade, creating a whistle that sounds like a scream. They separate for a brief second to catch their breath. The old man is losing his mind. He's wondering where the Alliance could possibly have raised such a monster. Lidan starts a low, humming spin. The old man's eyes go wide. He recognizes that specific wind sound. He's seen this before, a long time ago. A literal tornado of blade chi begins to form around Lidan. His face is hidden behind the swirling steel. Hop! Fifth form, wheel-severing strike! The old man tries to block, but it's like trying to stop a hurricane with a toothpick. His guard is shattered instantly. The blade chi shreds his robes and throws him backward. As he's falling, the old man hears that wind sound again, and it finally clicks. Are you Cheon Hua Jin's disciple? He says that even if the previous leader returned alive, he wouldn't be able to stop what's coming. The attack connects, and the old man is erased in a flash of light. The tornado dissipates. The forest goes quiet again. Lidan stands there, his sword already sheathed. He thinks to himself that the old man was actually skilled enough to force him into the fifth form, but the fact that he knew the martial arts exactly, that's a problem for later. Cut to a few days later. The squad has secured carriages and is finally on the road back to the Alliance. Lidan is sitting inside with Gal, and the vibe is a lot more relaxed now. Lidan asks a question that's been bugging him. What exactly was the Shin Ryong operation? Lidan looks curious, but internally he's dying to know what his subordinates were doing behind his back. Gal gives a small, nostalgic smirk. He says it was a mission from back when he was a rookie, just like Lidan. It was the mission to make Cheon Huajin the strongest in the world, the Alliance leader. Lidan has to act surprised. Huh? Gal explains that they planned for months. They did deep dive research on everything about the future leader. What he fought, what he ate, his favorite color. They were basically the world's first stands. Lidan is genuinely shocked. He had no idea his men put in that much effort just to make him look good. Gal says seeing the youngest leader ever made him dream a dream. He wanted to change the martial world with him. That was the moment Gal rose through the ranks. I truly liked the Alliance leader. Lidan is floored. Those are words he never heard once in his previous life. He thought everyone just feared him. What did you like about him? Gal pauses. Because he was clumsy. Lidan's brain just rebooted. Huh? Gal explains that the martial god was terrifying in battle, but in regular life, he was a complete mess. He was awkward and socially weird. He was clumsy. Lidan asks for specifics, feeling his face get hot. Gal says there are too many to list, but he says making that man the leader was the happiest moment of his life. Lidan closes his eyes, a small, genuine smile forming. He finally understands why he can't give up on people like Gal. They arrive at the Alliance. The main hall is massive and intimidating. Back in the leader's office, a brush stops mid-stroke. The messenger looks terrified. Gono has disappeared. Ma Bongi is frozen. What do you mean vanished? The messenger says they lost contact during the mission. Ma Bongi is seething. He can't believe an elite Shadow Master just dropped off the map. He says Gono isn't dead. He wouldn't die to a squad leader like Zhong. He asks about the mission itself. It failed. The Cheonggung squad returned safely. Ma Bongi is doing the math. Even if the whole squad jumped Gono, he should have survived. There was one variable. He looks at the name, Gal Saryong. He thinks Gal must have laid a reverse trap. He still hasn't noticed Lidan. He orders a full investigation immediately. Cut to the throne room. Zhong Qianrak walks in and gives a formal bow. Ma Bongi is sitting on his high chair, looking like a cat that just swallowed a bee. Good work. I hear there were some issues? Zhong keeps it professional. Yes, we went to the location, but no one was there. Zhong suggests the intel was false or the defector was taken out early. Ma Bongyi is just staring at him, probably wondering why Zhang doesn't have more holes in him. He looks at Gal, who is standing nearby looking perfectly calm. Ma Bongyi is seething. I assumed they would all die? He mentions the ambushes, trying to see if anyone slips up. Gal whispers to Zhang, act like you know nothing. Don't mention Li Dan. Ma Bongyi gives a fake speech about how unfortunate the failure was. He tells everyone to stay alert for the demon cult's return. The room gives a synchronized shout of understood. Ma Bongyi dismisses them, telling Zhang to go rest. Zhang bows and leaves, his face like stone. Ma Bongyi's expression shifts to pure, unadulterated rage the second they turn their backs. He looks at his advisors, his eyes narrowing. Zhang walks out, his jaw set. The squad leaves the hall, walking into a courtyard full of eyes. The war within the Alliance has officially started. We're back at the heart of the Murim Alliance. Li Dan is playing the role of the diligent intern, taking notes while Gal manages the office. The door slides open with that heavy, boss just walked in sound. It's Sima Cheon, the supreme advisor. He immediately grabs Gal's hands, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of, I'm so glad you're not dead. Li Dan is just staring at the back of this guy's head, thinking about how he literally ordered Gal's execution 48 hours ago. The audacity is actually impressive. Gal keeps it professional, thanking him and promising to submit a report on why he didn't die as planned. Sima Cheon puts a hand on Gal's shoulder, acting like a concerned mentor. He tells Gal to take his time because he must be terribly shocked. Gal drops a bait line. He says the mission confirmed something without a doubt. The demon cult is definitely plotting a resurrection. Sima Cheon's eyes narrow for a split second. He wasn't expecting them to actually find anything. He fakes a gasp. That is terrifying news. Gal looks at him with a face that says, I know you're lying, and you know I know you're lying. Gal bows and promises to devote his entire being to the cause. The tension in this room is thick enough to cut with a sword. Sima Cheon dismisses him, telling him to rest. As Gal walks out, Li Dan follows him, watching Sima Cheon's reflection. The second the door closes, Sima Cheon's fake smile evaporates. He walks down the hallway, radiating pure salt. He's grinding his teeth so hard they might shatter. He cannot understand how they survived. He reveals his internal logic. He purposely slipped Gal into that suicide mission to kill two birds with one stone. But now both birds are back, and his own neck is on the line. He starts worrying that if the Alliance leader and his backers failed to kill them, they might start suspecting his competence. Damn it! He's officially spiraling. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. He snaps back into Supreme Advisor mode. It's Che Mo from the Enforcement Hall. He says the leader's hall is sending an investigator to look into the incident. Sima Cheon blinks. To investigate Gal Saryang? Che Mo confirms it. Sima Cheon acts like he's fine with it, but internally, his brain is screaming. He realizes that normally, his own department would handle this. The fact that the leader is sending a separate investigator means the big boss is losing trust. He knows if they find even a single receipt showing he tampered with the mission, it's game over. He misses his old enforcer, Joe Biok, the guy Li Dan killed chapters ago. He has no one left he can trust with dirty work. Cut to Li Dan in the library. He's reading the formation book he looted, thinking about his next move. He knows he can't touch the leader yet, so he decides to start by cutting off the leader's right hand, Sima Cheon. But Sima Cheon is a high-ranking official. You can't just kill him, you have to ruin him. Li Dan remembers the evidence he found in the secret chamber, that specific detail from earlier. Ah, that's right. Cut to a secret meeting at night. Gal Saryang is waiting in the shadows. Li Dan arrives, and Gal asks why they're meeting in such a sketchy location. Li Dan hands him a dossier. He explains that he, coincidentally, found proof that Sima Cheon was running a criminal courtesan house with Joe Biok. Gal remembers the case. Everyone got arrested, but Sima Cheon walked free because of lack of evidence. Li Dan points out that Sima Cheon denied even knowing the guy. But these documents are the smoking gun. They prove Joe Biok was Sima Cheon's personal hitman for years. Gal is stunned. This isn't just a scandal, it's a career ender. Li Dan suggests using this to delete Sima Cheon's job description permanently. Gal agrees. Kidnapping children for profit is a one-way ticket to the executioner's block, and since Sima Cheon was the one protecting him, he's going down too. Li Dan looks at Gal, waiting for the go signal. Gal warns that it won't be easy because the leader will try to protect his assets. Li Dan knows. In fact, if they aren't careful, Gal will be the one who gets removed first. Gal says they need a decisive opening. Move as you please, Gal says. I will protect your back. Gal starts moving fast, preparing the trap for Sima Cheon. He uses the demon cult threat as an excuse to put the archer leader, Zhang, into special training that conveniently lasts for months and takes place outside the city. This moves Zhang out of Ma Bongyi's immediate assassination range. Meanwhile, Li Dan is grinding. He's mastering the phantom vanishing art from the pagoda book. It's high-tier magic disguised as martial arts. A few days later, Gal walks back into Li Dan's room. I have found a way to eliminate Sima Qian. Li Dan just gives that all according to plan smile. Gal thinks to himself that Li Dan never disappoints. Cut to a pavilion overlooking the water. The atmosphere is peaceful, which in this manhwa means someone is about to get wrecked. Sima Qian is sipping tea, looking stressed. Che Mo from the enforcement hall arrives. Sima Qian asks why he called him to such a secluded place. Che Mo hands him a book, opens it, and his soul basically leaves his body. The document contains a 4K Ultra HD record of every bribe, murder, and criminal deal Sima Qian has ever made. Puts the book down, trying to keep his hands from shaking. What do you want? Che Mo mentions the rumor that Internal Affairs is investigating. He says there's someone who needs to be removed. He's looking at Sima Qian like a predator looks at a wounded rabbit. The hunter just became the hunted. Another day at the Alliance headquarters, Sima Qian is at his desk, probably trying to figure out which country has the best non-extradition laws. An aide rushes in. The Justice Pavilion enforcers are trying to enter the Hall of Righteousness. Sima Qian actually smirks. He thinks they're here to arrest Gal Sariang. He thinks his plan worked. "Let them in," he says, sounding like a man who thinks he just won the lottery. The doors bang open. A squad of black-clad enforcers marches in, led by a guy who looks like he hasn't smiled since the Clinton administration. Sima Qian leans back, acting all high and mighty. "What is the matter?" The leader introduces himself. Huang, Deputy Chief Enforcer. He slaps 2 warrants on the desk. One for arrest, one for search. He asks if they may proceed. Sima Qian is still playing along. He says, of course, as the grand strategist, he'll cooperate. "Escort him at once," Sima Qian orders, pointing toward where he thinks Gal is. The enforcers don't move toward Gal's office. They move toward Sima Qian's shelves. Sima Qian is confused. "Wait, where are you going?" They start tossing his office like a frat house during a raid. He starts screaming, "Why are you doing this here? Go to Gal Sariang's office!" The enforcer just looks at him deadpan. "We told you. We have a warrant." Sima Qian's voice hits a new octave. "4ME? NOT 4 Gal?" Huang just blinks. He says they have 0 orders to investigate Gal. They are specifically here for the Supreme Advisor. Sima Qian grabs the warrant, his eyes bulging. He's sweating bullets now. He cannot process how the Uno reverse card was played this effectively. He tries to pull rank, asking if they even understand what they're doing. "We are merely following orders," Huang says, the coldest sentence in any legal system. They grab Sima Qian by the arms. He tries to shake them off, yelling that he'll go himself. Gal Sariang is watching the whole thing from the doorway, looking like the cat that ate the canary's family, and the canary's lawyer. Cut to Che Mo, the advisor from the meeting earlier. He looks conflicted, but he knows which way the wind is blowing. Flashback to their secret meeting. Che Mo is sweating as Gal lays out the plan. Gal says he wants to discuss something important. Your life. Talk about a conversation starter. Che Mo flinches. He tries to act tough, telling Gal he's spouting nonsense. Gal stops him. "Have you already forgotten? The reason why we agreed to meet?" Gal tells him to shut up and listen before he gets himself killed. Back to the present. Sima Qian is in the interrogation room, demanding to see the hallmaster. The investigator just keeps flipping through the documents Li Dan provided. Sima Qian asks how they intend to deal with the consequences of arresting him. The investigator tells him he should worry about his own situation. Sima Qian starts throwing a tantrum, calling him an insolent brat. Then the investigator drops the name, Jo Byuk. He points out that Sima Qian entrusted quite a number of matters to a known criminal. Sima Qian goes silent. He's looking at the vent in the wall. Gal Sariang is literally standing on the other side of the glass, watching him squirm. Gal is loving every second of this. In the flashback, Gal hands the dossier to Che Mo. He explains that it's a full record of the enforcement chief's own misconduct. Che Mo realizes he's been checkmated. Every misdeed, every bribe, every mistake, all recorded with HD detail. Gal even investigated his eating habits and the type of women he likes. Our guy Li Dan is a professional hater. Back to the present. Sima Qian looks over and sees Gal standing there. The two rivals stare at each other through the bars. Sima Qian tries to act like he still has a card to play. He asks if the alliance leader will really not intervene. Gal just gives him a pitying look. To the Lord. Sima Qian is already a discarded piece. He points out that because Sima Qian was so close to the Lord, he's actually the most dangerous witness to leave alive. Sima Qian realizes it's true. He knows too many secrets. He looks at Gal's eyes. He realizes the meek strategist he's been bullying for years was just a mask. "You are a frightening man." Gal leans in. He reveals a secret. He was the one who actually put Sima Cheon in that high position years ago. Sima Cheon's brain just did a backflip. He was a puppet his entire career. Gal tells him that as long as they were on the same boat, things were fine. But Sima Cheon tried to sink the boat. Gal tells him to remember one thing before he dies. I am Gal Saryang, the man who served the martial god and unified the world. Sima Cheon is officially broken. Cut to the Lord's Hall. Ma Bongyi is being confronted by his other subordinates. They want Sima Cheon released. Ma Bongyi is just staring into the distance, looking bored. One advisor tells him he's just a scarecrow leader if he can't protect his men. Ma Bongyi finally speaks. We did nothing of the sort. He looks at them with eyes that would freeze boiling water. He realizes they're questioning his authority. He notes that their manner toward him has changed. He asks why the enforcement chief suddenly went mad. He suspects Sima Cheon may have discovered their existence. He asks if they intend to use this to tear off his wings. Ma Bongyi's face is a mask of pure malice. He smiles. He says he'll issue the command to have him released himself. Very well. Then speak to him directly. Him? Ma Bongyi says he'll allow them to meet the very person they've long wished to see. He gives a wide, creepy grin. A silhouette stands in the dark. The true mastermind, the one behind the Alliance leader, finally steps out of the shadows, back into the fallout of the Sima Cheon disaster. Gal Saryang is sitting at his desk, and let's be honest, he looks 10 years younger now that the snake is in a cage. He congratulates Li Dan because, without our guy, none of this justice would have happened. But look at Gal's face. He's not just happy, he's actually grateful. He tells Leiden that he never would have succeeded alone, and he's being 100% sincere. Leiden just gives him a respectful bow and says, "You're too kind." But internally, he's having a total flashback. That specific phrase, "you're too kind," is exactly what he used to say to his subordinates in his previous life whenever they praised him. It's a reflex at this point. He's actually smiling, and it's one of those rare moments where we see him genuinely nostalgic for the good old days before he died of a heart attack from doing too much paperwork. Suddenly, a knock at the door ruins the vibe. A woman enters, and the atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. Gal goes from relaxed mentor back to war strategist in a heartbeat. Meet number 7. She's an investigator sent directly by the Alliance leader, and she's not here for a chat. Gal asks if she's from the Law Enforcement Hall, but she clarifies that she's on a special assignment to investigate the Heavenly Archer Corps incident. Gal is stunned. The Alliance leader himself sent her? That means the big boss is skipping the usual bureaucracy and handling things personally. She asks for the report meant for the Supreme Advisor. She's professional, cold, and clearly outranks almost everyone in the building. Gal hands it over without a fight. You don't say no to the leader's personal shadow. Li Dan introduces himself as the newly appointed advisor, trying to keep up the "just a talented intern" act. She just stares at him. No nice to meet you, no smile, just a cold assessment of his existence. They lock eyes for a second and Li Dan realizes she isn't just a clerk. She's a predator. She takes the file, thanks them for the cooperation, and heads out. The door shuts, and the silence in the room is heavy. Gal watches her leave and admits he didn't think the Alliance leader would still be this interested in the Archer Corps matter. He warns Li Dan to be careful around her. He can sense that number 7 is no ordinary woman, and in the Murim, that usually means she can kill you with a spoon. Li Dan agrees. He can tell Gal's instincts are sharp. They both know a high-level threat when they see one. But there's no time to worry about her because another guard bursts in with an urgent message. The Alliance leader is calling for Gal Saryang. Right now. Li Dan and Gal share a look. Usually, when the big boss calls you right after you arrest his favorite advisor, it means someone is about to get cooked. Cut to the Alliance leader's hall. The dragon banners are flying, and the vibe is Final Boss Arena. Gal enters and gives the formal greeting. He's walking into the lion's den, but he's doing it with his head held high. The Alliance leader, Ma Bongyi, is standing there looking out the window. He tells Gal to come in, but his voice is weirdly soft. Gal notices it immediately. The attitude has completely changed. Bongyi isn't acting like a tyrant, he's acting like someone who needs a favor. He starts this whole "I know you've gone through a lot" speech, trying to sound like a caring boss. He puts a hand on Gal's shoulder and says he had his own position to consider, which is basically, "Sorry I let Sima Cheon torture you for years." He claims he had to be mindful of Sima's reaction, so he couldn't take care of Gal. It's a complete lie, but Gal plays along, saying just hearing that is enough. Bongyi leads him over to a table, and the tone shifts from political meeting to uncomfortable dinner with your toxic ex-boss. There's a full spread of food, tofu, pork, the works. He's really trying to butter Gal up. He pours a drink for Gal. This is peak manipulation. In this world, the guy in charge doesn't pour for the subordinate unless something insane is about to happen. Bongyi admits he's being shameless for asking, but then he drops the bomb. He asks for Gal's help. He's literally begging his most abused strategist to save him. Gal is playing the confused loyalist role perfectly, asking what he means. Bongyi looks him in the eye and asks him to become the supreme advisor of the Murim Alliance once again. Gal acts shocked, but inside, he's probably thinking, about time. He's trying to figure out the game. What does this man plan to use him for? He says it's just so unexpected, keeping the act up. Bongyi tells him to forget any resentment from the past. He even offers to apologize. The alliance leader is offering a formal apology to a subordinate. That is a massive L for his pride. He says he's asking this for the sake of the alliance, not himself. Classic "it's for the greater good" move when you're actually just scared. But Gal realizes the truth. Something has happened to Ma Bongyi. He's not acting like a leader, he's acting like a man who is being hunted. Gal thinks this might be related to the shadow faction he's been chasing, the ones actually pulling the strings of the Murim. He asks Bongyi what exactly he needs help with. Bongyi's face darkens. He looks genuinely stressed, which is wild for a man who technically owns the martial world. He finally reveals it. There is a faction that pushed for him to become alliance leader. And now, those same people are pressuring him. He's being blackmailed by his own creators. Gal presses him. Who are they to dare pressure the alliance leader himself? He wants a name. Bongyi admits he doesn't actually know. He heard a rumor that they were backing him, and shortly after he magically became the leader. They never even contacted him in advance. They just made it happen. That is terrifying power. Gal is skeptical. It's hard to believe, but Bongyi doesn't seem like he's lying. He genuinely has no idea who his masters are. Bongyi mentions the Bright Moon Corps leader supported him, but now he knows for certain that was just a front. There is someone behind that leader. A shadow mastermind who has seated Bongyi as a puppet to plot something massive. And now the shadows have finally expressed their intent to meet. They didn't ask. They told him to come to them. Gal goes quiet, processing the sheer scale of the conspiracy. Then he looks up and tells Bongyi, "Tell them you'll go." Gal thinks they cannot afford to miss this chance to see the enemy pulling the strings. If they don't go now, the enemy stays invisible forever. Bongyi is hesitant. "You're seriously telling me to go to the place they named?" He's terrified it's a setup. He asks what happens if it's a trap. Gal gives him a brutal reality check. He says if those people truly wanted Bongyi dead, not even the Alliance Leader Hall would be safe. With so many other organizations already infiltrated, Bongyi is basically sitting in a house made of glass. The location doesn't matter. What's important is confirming who the opponent really is. Bongyi is sweating. He knows Gal is right, but that doesn't make it any less scary. Gal reminds him that the most troublesome kind of enemy in the Jianggu isn't the strong one, but the unseen one. If they let this opportunity slip, they might never find them again. Bongyi realizes that this was probably why the shadows wanted Gal Saryang removed in the first place. He's the only one smart enough to figure them out. He officially asks, "Will you take up the position of Supreme Advisor?" Gal doesn't hesitate. He clasps his hands. "As the Supreme Advisor, I will personally serve you, Alliance Leader." He's back in the game, but this time, he's working for Liden. The look in Gal's eyes is different now. He's not a victim anymore. He's a hunter. Later, Gal meets with Liden and tells him the news. Liden gives him the congratulations bow with a huge, fake innocent smile. Gal plays along, saying it was truly unexpected. Liden tells him it's a position he should have had a long time ago. He's basically saying, "Nice work. Let's keep the momentum." But Gal has more. He says he has a favor to ask of Liden. Liden looks curious. "What is it?" "Become my supervisor advisor." Lidan's face drops. "Pardon?" He did not see that promotion coming. This role involves assisting the Supreme Advisor from the closest possible position. It's basically being the second most powerful strategist in the Alliance. And because they work so closely, it has to be someone the Supreme Advisor trusts completely. Liden is sweating now. This is a bold appointment. He wanted to hide in the shadows, but Gal just dragged him into the spotlight. Gal tells him it sounds grand, but it's really just supporting him at his side. He's not taking no for an answer. "Will you do me this favor?" Gal is literally using Lidan's own loyalty against him. Liden realizes he's trapped by his own success. He bows and says he will devote himself fully to aiding Gal. He's an intern who just skipped about 10 ranks in a single day. Gal looks satisfied. He knows he just secured his best asset. But there's no time for a party. He tells Liden he already has his first mission. They have to go somewhere together with the Alliance leader. Lidan's face goes serious. The trash merchant is going to meet the people who might have killed him in his previous life. Chapter 100, baby. We've hit the triple digits. We open in a dark atmospheric hall. The lighting is moody, and the vibes are evil organization headquarters. We see a report being delivered. It says Gal Saryang seems to be connected to Gono's death. The shadows are already tracking them. The man listening is silent. The scarred subordinate delivering the news is sweating. He doesn't understand why there is no reaction at all. Usually, when your puppet leader starts hanging out with a genius strategist, you get worried. He adds that Ma Bongyi and Gal Saryang have left the alliance together. Their destination? The Namyon escort agency in Zhejiang province. The subordinate starts putting the pieces together. Don't tell me... A voice comes from the shadows. Yes, the thing that was prepared has begun. The subordinate looks terrified. Whatever the thing is, it's not good for anyone currently alive. The mysterious figure reveals that that person, likely the elder, entrusted this matter to Hoiksok instead of Baiksok. The subordinate is shocked. Giving the most important task to Hoiksok is a major shift in the internal power dynamic. We finally see him. Baiksok. Long white hair, cold eyes, looking like a high-tier villain. He says Hoiksok won't miss this opportunity. The subordinate warns that Gal Saryang could be a variable, just like he was with Gono. Baiksok's eyes narrow. He's not worried about variables. He's the guy who controls the board. Cut to the road. 2 carriages and a small group of riders are moving through the forest. It looks like a standard merchant caravan, but every single person there is an elite. Lidan is inside, looking out. He's focused. He's not the trash heir right now. He's a martial god calculating threat levels. Only a minimum number of people are moving. We've got unit leader Im Jung-tae and 10 elite Myeongho warriors. They're all wearing ordinary martial clothes to hide their identities. Inside the carriage, Gal Saryang and Lidan are sitting across from each other. Gal notes that Bongyi hasn't asked a single question since they started moving. Lidan thinks about how much Gal trusts him. He tells Gal that he trusts him as well. They are officially a duo now. Gal looks out, his face unreadable. He finally decides to share. Since you don't ask, I'll tell you. We're going to meet the person who made Ma Bongyi the alliance leader. Lidan's eyes sharpen. This is it. The one behind everything. And that means it could be the same person who killed him in his past life. Lidan says whoever it is must be incredible to just hand out the position of alliance leader like a gift. Gal drops another shocker. Ma Bongyi has never actually met the person who made him leader. Not even once. That shows how much power this person holds. They control the entire world without even needing to show up to the office. Lidan asks if Gal is fine with this. Ma Bongyi didn't bring Gal because he trusts him. He brought him as a shield. Gal knows. He knows Bongyi is the one who pulled him down in the first place. But the fact that he was called back means the leader is desperate. Leiden warns him. This could be dangerous. I know. Gal is a strategist. He's already calculated the mortality rate of this mission. Leiden looks at him and realizes Gal is prepared for everything. But Leiden has his own plans. Gal notices Leiden's expression. Leiden leans forward. Please trust me. Just as much as I trust you, I hope you'll trust me as well. Leiden isn't just an advisor. He's the insurance policy for this entire operation. Gal takes a breath and lets out a small sigh. All right. The pact is sealed. Cut to the destination. It's a massive, beautiful mansion hidden in the mountains. This is the Namyon escort agency, but it looks more like a royal palace. The carriage pulls up. Ma Bongyi steps out. He's dressed in rich red robes, but he looks pale. He thinks to himself that this is his 3rd time coming to this place. Every time he comes here, he's reminded of how small he actually is. A maid meets him at the gate. You've arrived. I will escort you. Bongyi follows her, but his internal monologue is spiraling. The first time he came here, he thought it was a mistake. He can't gauge the level of their martial arts at all. Even compared to him, the leader of the Alliance's strongest combat force, this young maid feels like a master. He sees a servant sweeping the floor. Same thing. The power level in this house is off the charts. Another maid passes by. He's shaking. All of them are stronger than me. Imagine being the strongest man in Murim and realizing the guy sweeping the porch could probably one-shot you. Complete L for Bongyi's ego. The doors slide open. Bongyi steps into a massive, elegant room. He's sweating buckets. We see a man sitting on a raised platform, calmly reading a book. This is Baiksok. He's playing Baduk by himself. He looks up. Those eyes, they aren't human. They're like ice. You've arrived? He says it like he's greeting a delivery guy, not the leader of the Murim Alliance. Bongyi bows low. Yes, he's a puppy, in the presence of a wolf. Bong-gi thinks that just the man's presence feels like seeing the Alliance leader, not himself, but the actual legends, in their prime. And yet, this man isn't even the head of the organization, he's just an executive. Let that sink in. Baek-sok asks if he likes playing Baduk. Bong-gi says no, but mentions the elder likes it so much that he tried to learn it. Baek-sok smiles, a cold, terrifying smile, and says no matter how much he plays, he doesn't see why it's fun. He says he doesn't know where life is supposed to be reflected in the game. This guy is a literal sociopath. He explains that the elder loves Baduk so much that he named his top subordinates Baek-sok and Hoik-sok. They are literally just pieces on a board to him. Bong-gi just listens, trying not to faint. They sit in silence as Baek-sok places a stone on the board. The sound of the stone hitting the wood is like a gunshot in the quiet room. Then, Baek-sok drops the real bomb. Soon, a new Alliance leader will be needed. Bong-gi freezes. What? He knows exactly what that means. He's being replaced. And in this world, being replaced usually involves a shallow grave. Baek-sok places another stone. Ma Cheolgun seems suitable. Prepare him. We see a vision of Ma Cheolgun. He looks like a powerhouse, thick black hair, cold eyes, a man built for war. Baek-sok looks at Bong-gi and confirms it with a smile. Ma Cheolgun is the next leader. Bong-gi is officially cooked. Bong-gi's face is a mask of pure terror. He's realizing that he was never a king, he was just a placeholder. Cut back to the traveling party. They are approaching a village as the sun sets. Unit leader Im Jung-tae signals the group to stop. Something is wrong. Gal Saryang asks why they stopped suddenly. They should have gone farther to the next village. Lidan steps forward. He looks grim. It's the smell of blood. He can sense it from here. The village they were supposed to pass through has been massacred. Gal is stunned. What? Lidan explains that the culprit can't be found, and everyone, elders and children alike, was killed. And it gets worse. They were killed so brutally that there are no intact bodies. This wasn't a raid. It was a harvest. Unit leader Im Jung-tae is sweating. Even as a veteran warrior, he's never seen anything this demonic. But look at Ma Bong-gi. He doesn't care. He tells them to move on to the next village. We can't waste time here. He's so scared of his masters that he's willing to ignore a literal slaughterhouse. The unit leader is taken aback, but he obeys. Ah, understood. They bypass the village and move out. The atmosphere is tense. Everyone knows they are being followed by something monstrous. The sun sets, painting the sky a blood-red orange. They reach the next village. It looks peaceful. Ma Bong-gi decides everyone will rest here for the night. He tells the group that this village seems to be safe, fortunately. He's trying to convince himself more than them. The warriors start unpacking the horses. Lidan is staying alert, his eyes scanning the shadows. Bong-gi lets out a sigh of relief. He thinks he's safe for the night. Suddenly, he senses something. He turns around. An old man, a simple village elder, is standing there. Welcome, he says with a kind smile. Bong-gi starts to relax. He gives a small bow back. But then, we get a close-up of the old man's eyes. They go from kind grandpa to deadly assassin in a split second. The old man moves with impossible speed. He strikes. A massive shockwave of chi erupts. The impact is so strong it shreds the ground. The old man is a monster in disguise. The old man's face is contorted with murderous intent. He's going for the kill, but he's blocked. Lidan has stepped in front of the Alliance leader, catching the blow with a single hand. Lidan looks at the assassin with the coldest expression we've seen yet. The trash merchant just saved the boss of the Murim. And something tells me he's not going to be gentle with this old man. But our guy Lidan is built different. He catches the punch with zero effort. The assassin's face is a mix of weight that wasn't in the script and pure confusion. Lidan doesn't just block, he counters with a strike that moves faster than the frames can catch it. One hit. Lidan puts all his pure chi into a single fist. The impact sends the elder flying through the nearest building like a human cannonball. Ma Bong-gi is just standing there with his mouth open. He's the Alliance leader, and he's currently the most useless person on the map. He finally realizes this isn't a warm welcome, it's a full-blown ambush. Suddenly, dozens of shadows drop from the rooftops. The village was a trap from the jump. Gal Saryang pulls his sword, looking like a man who knows his life insurance is about to be claimed. The Myingho warriors are instantly engaged. Steel meets steel, but the vibes are definitely we're outnumbered. Unit leader Im shouts for everyone to get on the horses. They need to bail, fast. The horses are losing it. Even the animals can sense the demonic energy in the air. The carriage is the only way out, but they're surrounded by a literal horde of masked killers. Lidan grabs Gal and tells him to get inside. He's acting as the unofficial bodyguard now. Two masked freak shows jump in, looking like they haven't slept in 3 centuries. Lidan steps in front of the Alliance leader. His face is, "I have a meeting at 5 and you're making me late," calm. He kicks them both back with a double strike that shatters their ribs. They hit the ground hard, but something is wrong. They don't scream. They don't even flinch. Outside, the Myangho warriors are getting shredded. One guy goes down, and it's not looking like a walking W for the Alliance. The horses are being targeted too. They're trying to pin the group down so they can finish them off. Lidan tells Gal to stay close. He's realized these enemies aren't normal humans. He stares at the fallen attackers. Even with shattered bones, they're getting back up. They look like zombies, but with the speed of S-rank martial artists. Their eyes are just white voids of demonic mana. Gal is losing his mind. They should be fatally wounded. So how are they perfectly fine? Then the elder assassin walks back out of the wreckage he just made. He's got a massive bloodstain on his chest from Lidan's punch, but he's laughing. That hoo-hoo laugh is the universal sound for, "I have a secondary health bar." One of the demonic freaks lunges at Lidan. Lidan dodges it like he's playing a rhythm game on easy mode. He grabs the guy's arm and snaps it like a dry twig. The bone is literally sticking out. The soldier just smiles. No pain, no hesitation. The freak screams in Lidan's face, and Lidan realizes he's dealing with a bioweapon. He tosses the soldier aside, but his expression has shifted to, "Okay, this is actually annoying." He realizes these guys literally don't feel pain. It's a mechanic he hasn't seen in a century. Lidan starts charging his pure chi. He knows exactly what these things are now. He punches another one, putting enough force into it to cave in a normal man's chest. Gal Sariang is watching the chaos, trying to understand how Lidan is doing all this. One soldier grabs Gal. The Supreme Advisor is about to get cooked. Lidan isn't fast enough to reach him, but Gal manages to fend him off for a microsecond. The soldier's face is terrifying close. This is the stuff of Murim nightmares. Gal recognizes them. He shouts out the name, "Berserk Blood Painless Soldier!" Lidan decapitates the one attacking Gal. It's the only way to make sure they stay down. They both regroup by the carriage as more of the soldiers surround them. Lidan confirms it internally. These are the elite troops of the Blood Heaven demon cult. They're called invincible demonic humans. They don't feel pain, and the smell of blood just makes them more violent. Flashback time. Lidan remembers them from his past life during the Great War. He remembers how many of his allies died, because these things just wouldn't stop coming. In his past life, he had to risk everything to wipe them out. If he hadn't, the Murim would have been deleted. He realizes the demon cult must have succeeded in perfecting the research they were doing in the secret labs he burned down a few arcs ago. He looks around. There are dozens of them. A literal army of painless killers. Gal Sariang is actually giving up. He thinks he's going to die without even getting revenge on Ma Bongyi. He apologizes to Lidan for getting him killed. It's a rare emotional moment from the strategist. Lidan just looks at him. "Do you remember what I told you before? That if danger came, you should trust me. Then this is the moment." Lidan sounds like a man about to carry the whole lobby on his back. Gal is stunned. He sees something in Lidan's eyes that shouldn't be in a merchant heir's eyes. Lidan gives a small, confident smirk. It's the, "I'm about to show you why I'm the main character" look. Gal nods. "Fine, I'll trust you." The elder assassin laughs again. That's more like it. He thinks he's already won. Lidan tells Gal not to make such a hopeless face when he's with him. He's full of that protagonist energy. He draws his sword. It's a standard blade, but in his hands it's a legendary artifact. The painless soldiers screech and lunge forward all at once. Lidan stands his ground. He's surrounded on all sides. He moves. It's a blur of steel and purple light. In one single motion, he cuts through 4 of them at once. They hit the floor in pieces. Gal Sariang is losing his mind. He's never seen skill like this. Lidan is moving like a ghost. He doesn't even look like he's trying. But then he stops. He realizes something. He can't just kill them. He has to hide how he's doing it. He pulls out 2 small daggers and stabs them into the ground. They start glowing with a strange blue light. Gal is confused. "A fog?" "No," Lidan says. "It's an enchantment." He tells Gal not to move from where he is. This is the high-level formation magic he looted earlier. He tells a half-truth. It's an enchantment that will hide Gal's body for only a few minutes. He claims he's not skilled enough for it to last longer. Classic Lidan, nerfing himself to avoid suspicion. The blue mist wraps around Gal and the carriage, making them invisible to the demonic soldiers. This is the phantom vanishing art. Lidan didn't expect to use it so soon, but it's perfect for hiding the real show he's about to put on. He turns to face the horde. He thinks about how he can't use his signature soul-seeking Asura sword because anyone watching would know he's the martial god. Instead, he'll use the White Moon sword art, his clan's secret martial art. Or well, the one he's making up on the spot. Lidan is alone against the army, and the invisible Galsariang is watching from the sidelines. The soldiers charge with a collective scream. It's a wave of death, and Lidan is the rock it's about to break on. He clashes with the first few. His movements are elegant, almost like a dance. His eyes are glowing. He's tracking every single limb, every weapon, every movement in a 360-degree radius. He slips past a blade, his sword inches from the enemy's neck. Blood sprays as the first head is removed. He's found the skip button for their painless immortality. Another soldier tries to stab him from behind, but Lidan doesn't even look back. He just drives his sword through the guy's throat. He's moving so fast that it looks like there are 3 of him on the battlefield. The elder assassin realizes something is wrong. This isn't just a talented kid. This is a monster. Lidan spins, his blade creating a whirlwind of steel. 3 heads hit the ground at the same time. It's clinical. It's terrifying. The soldiers keep screaming, but there's a new note in their voices. Lidan realizes that even without pain, they can still feel fear. Their primal instincts are telling them they are currently in the presence of a predator. He doesn't stop. Head after head falls. He's clearing the lobby in record time. He flickers across the field, a literal phantom. He jumps into the air, looking down at the survivors like a vengeful god. He descends. The impact creates a crater of dust and broken bodies. He's a blur of purple energy now. The White Moon style is supposed to be elegant, but he's making it look like a slaughterhouse. The survivors are hesitating. For painless soldiers, they're sure acting like they value their necks. Lidan delivers a horizontal slash that deletes the front row. Even the Manhwa warriors who managed to survive the initial ambush are just staring. Their brains are processing the fact that their intern is a god. Galsariang is watching from the mist, his mind racing. He knows these are berserk blood painless soldiers, things that shouldn't feel fear, but they are feeling it. Lidan is breathing hard, but he's not tired. He's just focused. He decapitates the last of the foot soldiers. Now, it's just him and the elder assassin. Lidan moves. It's not a charge, it's a teleport. The elder's face is pure horror. He tries to block, but his speed is like a turtle compared to Lidan. Lidan stands behind him. The elder is frozen. The purple light fades from Lidan's sword. The elder's head slides off his shoulders. Done. The boss of the ambush is a past tense. Lidan sheathes his sword with a satisfying click. He lets out a long breath. Phew. Back to acting like it was hard work. The enchantment fades, and Galsariang steps out of the carriage. He's looking at Lidan like he's seeing a stranger. "You're far more of a martial master than I thought you were," Gal says. He's not being fooled anymore. Lidan just gives a half smile. "Is that so?" Gal looks at the bodies. He explains the lore again, how these soldiers once drove the Murim Alliance to the brink of annihilation. He's sweating. "And yet you brought them down alone like this?" He's trying to reconcile trash merchant heir with slayer of demonic armies. Lidan lies through his teeth. He claims he's already mastered his clan's secret White Moon sword technique. He says he's probably the first to do so at his age. It's an arrogant lie, but it's a lie that fits. Gal asks where he learned high-level enchantments. Lidan says he only learned enough for emergencies. He claims he studied it to survive longer in the Jianghu, always with the survival excuse. Gal is silent. He's a strategist. He knows when he's being given a script. He realizes Lidan didn't enter the Justice Pavilion to become an advisor. He has other goals. Lidan realizes he needs to tell Gal the truth, at least a version of it, to keep the partnership alive. He admits he was a martial artist from the beginning and that he entered the pavilion as part of his learning. He says, "A smarter sword survives longer." It's a great line, and it actually works on Gal. Gal just stares at him for a long time. He realizes Lidan never actually denied being strong. Gal just assumed he was weak because of his merchant background. He concludes Lidan is simply stronger than he assumed. Understatement of the century. Gal closes his eyes and accepts it. "You don't question a man who just saved your life by soloing a demonic horde." "You saved my life again," Gal says. "I'm truly grateful." He means it. This is deep character investment right here. Lidan gives him a genuine smile. "It's nothing. I only did what I had to do." Cut to later that night. The moon is high, and the woods are quiet. Ma Bongyi, the alliance leader, suddenly reappears with the escort warriors. He acts all relieved. "Oh, you really are safe!" The audacity of this man. He claims he was just about to turn back and rescue them, but had to leave in a hurry because the attack was so sudden. "Yeah, okay buddy, you ran like a track star." Lidan's internal monologue is just, "Like hell you do that." He's really holding back the urge to slap this man into the next province. Bongyi listens to the report about the demonic humans. His face goes pale. He's realized the stakes just got raised. So it really is the demon cult. This is bad news for his puppet position. Gal tells him that the martial artists protecting them died. He's making sure Bongyi knows the cost of his cowardice. Bongyi forces a smile and tells them it's a good thing they broke through. He's a walking cringe fest. Gal asks if there's been any word from the Alliance. Unit leader Im says there's been no reply to their urgent letter. Leiden points out that given how prepared the enemy was, the letter probably never even arrived. They're isolated. Bongyi asks the question everyone is thinking, what do we do now? Gal isn't sure if the attack was connected to the person they're supposed to meet, the shadow mastermind. And if it is connected? Bongyi is shaking. Gal says if it is, they're in serious trouble. But if it isn't, they should go at once and get their help. Gal leaves the decision to the Alliance leader. He's putting the pressure on Bongyi. Bongyi is sweating. He's a man who has never made a real decision in his life. He asks Gal what he thinks. Total side character behavior. Gal says if the meeting was a trap, there's no way back anyway. They might as well go to the agreed location. Bongyi thinks about it, his face twisted with fear. The road forward is 1 day. The road back is 5. They're basically committed. Bongyi's internal panic is reaching peak levels. But Gal has a secret plan. He knows this is a trap aimed at Bongyi, and he wants Bongyi to go there. He's using the leader as bait. Bongyi finally gives in. I'll follow your judgment. He's officially Gal's puppet now. Cut to a different location. A pair of elegant hands holds a teacup. We see a woman in black robes. She's calm, powerful, and looks like she knows everything that's happening. This is probably number 7, but in her true gear. She looks like an absolute menace. A masked operative kneels before her. He reports that Ma Bongyi passed through the ambush site as scheduled. She asks if they killed Gal Saryang. The operative lowers his head. We failed. Her eyes narrow. Failed? This was supposed to be a guaranteed hit. The operative adds the part that actually matters. Yes, and the berserk blood painless soldiers are all dead. Her face goes completely pale. She knows how strong those soldiers are. For them to be wiped out, she's just realized there is a third player on the board. The hunt is on. We open on a branch of the Martial Alliance, but it's not exactly a welcome home party. Ma Bongyi's face says it all. The man is sweating more than a guy who just accidentally liked his ex's photo from 2014. Leiden and Gal Saryang are right behind him, and the silence in the air is heavy enough to suffocate a horse. The camera pans out, and yeah, it's a total graveyard. Bodies are stacked like the author ran out of space to draw floor tiles. One of the Manhwa warriors points out the obvious. Even a Martial Alliance branch was deleted like it was nothing. Leiden notices the details. It wasn't just the warriors. They killed the cooks, the servants, everyone. This isn't a battle, it's an extermination. Unit leader Im confirms the news. There isn't a single pulse left in the entire building. No survivors on the perimeter either. The area is completely sanitized of life. The Manhwa warrior suggests they bail immediately, and honestly, that's the first smart thing anyone has said all day. Bongyi agrees. He's ready to set a new world record for the 100-meter dash. But the universe has other plans. Enemies, someone shouts, and the vibe goes from scary to hopeless real fast. The Manhwa unit draws their steel. They're professional, but you can see the "I'm not paid enough for this" look in their eyes. Out of the mist, the nightmare arrives. Red banners, black masks, and organized movements that scream elite squad. They aren't just an ambush, they're a military formation. They've completely blocked the street. Leiden stares at the banner. He's seen this design before, and his memories are starting to itch. Gal Saryang recognizes it too. His face goes pale as he whispers, "Demonic banner?" The unit leader puts it together. These are practitioners of the Blood Heaven divine cult, the ancient enemy that was supposed to be extinct. The warriors are shaken. Fighting the demon cult is like fighting the boogeyman, except the boogeyman has a spear and hates your entire lineage. Unit leader Im tries to keep the morale up. He reminds them that the righteous sects crushed these guys years ago. He's basically trying to talk himself into being brave. Leiden, meanwhile, is having a total PTSD moment from his past life. The attire, the banners. It's a perfect recreation of the army that almost destroyed him a century ago. He wonders if the cult has truly been resurrected, or if someone is just a really dedicated fan of demonic cosplay. Gal turns to Bongyi. He knows the stakes. These aren't just mobs, these are banner bearers. He tells the Alliance leader that unless he personally steps in, the Manhwa unit is about to become a collection of past-tense warriors. Bongyi makes a thinking face, which is impressive considering there's probably nothing going on behind those eyes but static. One of the warriors shouts that they can't let the Alliance leader risk himself. He's playing the sacrificial pawn role perfectly. Gal gives him a look like, "Are you stupid?" and points out that if the unit dies, Bongyi is standing alone anyway. Strategy 101, folks. The warrior shuts up. Hard to argue with math. Bongyi sighs. He knows he has to act. His puppet strings are being pulled hard right now. The alliance leader shall take the center, Gal commands. He's setting up the board. He tells unit leader Im to deploy the profound formation on the right. This is a specific tactical setup designed to counter demonic banner units by focusing on lateral defense. Then he tells Li Dan, under his fake name Bayok, that the two of them will take the left flank. Unit leader Im thinks 2 people on a flank is overkill, but Gal shuts him down. He explains that their current numbers are the absolute bare minimum to make this formation work. Im just grumbles and accepts it. You don't argue with the Supreme Advisor unless you want to be the guy holding the front line alone. The demon cultists adjust their masks. They're not here for a debate. Gal starts issuing the instructions. Do not be deceived by the banners. Do not try to cut them down. He explains the trap. Those banner poles are reinforced with chi. If you try to chop them, your sword just bounces off, and that's when they poke a hole in your chest. He tells them to treat the poles like spears. Strike them aside and look for the opening in their footwork. However, he warns, be careful when their chi gathers in a 3-point formation. That's when they pull off a coordinated assault that deletes whatever is in front of them. Li Dan watches Gal with a small smile. He respects that Gal's strategy is actually correct because he fought these guys in the past. It's nice to see his disciple doing his homework. But then Li Dan asks the real question, then how do we stop them? Gal looks at him with a deadpan stare and says, you will stop them yourself. Li Dan's pardon face is top tier. He's the boss, but he's currently the intern. Gal explains the plan. He'll shout out commands to make it look like the profound formation is working, but in reality, Li Dan is just going to solo the flank while Gal takes the credit. Li Dan realizes he's doing all the hard work while the commander gets the W. Gal just hits him with the classic, if you feel wronged, rise in rank. Savage. The two of them stand side by side. One genius brain, one god-tier sword. Mabongi lets out a roar, asking where these bastards came from. He's trying to sound imposing, but he looks like a man who really wants to be in a different zip code. A massive banner slams into the ground, cracking the stone. The impact shakes the whole street. Bongyi flinches. The aura of the enemy leader is the real deal. The cult leader mocks him. For the Martial Alliance Lord to not recognize us. How pathetic. The leader reveals himself. Glowing white eyes, purple demonic aura, and a level of bloodlust that makes the previous painless soldiers look like Sunday school students. Li Dan's eyes go wide. Demonic chi? He realizes the difference immediately. The previous cultists were fakes created with drugs. This man has genuine demonic arts directly transmitted to him. The cult isn't just back, they're actually training people again. Kill them all, the leader screams, and the floodgates open. The cultists charge. It's a literal tidal wave of red and black. Steel meets poles. The sound of the clash is deafening as the Manhwa unit tries to hold the line. One cultist lunges with a banner pole, moving with terrifying speed. The Manhwa warrior barely deflects it. He's already breathing hard. The cultists are using the banners to pin the warriors down, creating a forest of spears. One masked freak targets Li Dan. Bad move. Li Dan slips past the spear tip, his movement so smooth it looks like he's glitching through the animation. A single horizontal slash. The cultist's head is gone before his body even realizes the fight started. Li Dan jumps into the air, spinning like a top. He's creating his own whirlwind, parrying 3 poles at once. He lands, and for a split second we see the martial god's focus in his eyes. He's not playing around anymore. He delivers a 360-degree strike that sends the front row flying back in pieces. The cultists hesitate. They were told they were fighting a strategist and some guards, not a blender with legs. Li Dan flickers across the battlefield. Every time he moves, a banner falls. He's using his chi to vibrate the enemy's own poles, shattering their grip from the inside out. The banners are literally being shredded. Gal Saryang is in the back shouting nonsense commands, just to keep the formation excuse alive. Li Dan charges the next line. He's a blur of purple and white. He slips behind a cultist, his sword already mid-swing. Another head removed. He's essentially speedrunning this ambush. He spin kicks one cultist into another, clearing a path toward the leader. But he notices something. Gal Saryang is watching him too closely. He has to dial it back or the white moon sword lie is going to fall apart. Meanwhile, Ma Bongyi is actually fighting. He's clashing with the demonic commander. Bongyi is struggling. Steel meets pole, and the shock travels all the way up his arms. Li Dan watches them. He's surprised that the cultist has strength rivaling Ma Bongyi. He calls Bongyi a depraved old lecher, but admits the guy was still a sect master and a current alliance lord. If he's struggling, this cultist is S rank. Li Dan senses a change in the air. The demonic chi is spiking. The commander lunges at Lidan, realizing who the real threat is. Lidan's eyes glow. Finally, someone worth my time. He meets the pole head-on. The impact shakes the entire courtyard. Lidan slides underneath the pole and delivers a strike to the cultist's legs. He stands up, exhaling slowly. He's handled the mob, but the real boss is still standing. The dust is still settling, but the screams haven't stopped. The Manhwa unit is still holding the line, but they're losing ground. The profound formation is great, but it doesn't work if you're exhausted. Ma Bongji is still clashing with the commander. Every hit makes his expensive robes look a little more like rags. Bongyi is gritting his teeth. He's realizing that his master in the shadows might have sent these guys to kill him because he outlived his usefulness. The commander mocks him. "Mabongi, struggle all you want. Today, this place will be your grave." Bongi's face is a mask of pure panic. He's a man who has lived on lies, and the truth just hit him with a demonic pole. Unit leader Im shouts for support. The cultists are closing in on the rear. He realizes the Hyon formation is failing. There are just too many of them. Suddenly, Lidan flickers through the crowd. He doesn't even use his sword for this one. He just strikes with his palm, sending 2 cultists flying into a wall. He's a whirlwind of violence. He's clearing the rear flank before anyone can even process his movement. The commander notices. His eyes go wide as he realizes the intern is the one doing all the killing. "Where did all those bastards suddenly come from?" he shouts, confused by Lidan's speed. The cultists try to regroup and support the rear, but Lidan is already there. He dodges 3 spears at once, his body bending like he's made of rubber. A single, clean slash. 2 more cultists become floor decorations. Lidan slams his hand into the ground, letting out a burst of chi that knocks the surrounding enemies off their feet. 3 more try to jump him from above. Amateur hour. Lidan meets them in the air. The clank of steel is followed by 3 bodies hitting the pavement. He lands, his eyes cold and focused. He's tracking the commander now. The remaining cultists scream as they are deleted by Lidan's purple energy. The commander realizes the truth. The real problem isn't Mabongi, it's that guy! Finally, someone with a brain. Ma Bongyi sees his opening. He charges his chi, his face twisted with desperation. He lunges at the distracted commander. A single strike through the heart. The commander's eyes go dim as he realizes he was killed by the coward he was mocking. "Damn it!" the commander whispers before hitting the ground. Bongyi is breathing like he just ran a marathon in lead boots. He stares at the fallen body, his face covered in blood and sweat. He stands over the corpse, trying to look like a hero. It's the most pathetic W in the history of the Murim. He takes a deep breath, trying to get his composure back. "The enemy leader has fallen!" the warriors shout. The remaining cultists freeze. The Manhwa unit lets out a cheer and charges forward to finish the job. The cultists are in full retreat. Without their leader, they're just masked targets. Lidan decapitates one last cultist, who was trying to sneak away. He stands over the body, sheathing his sword. He looks bored. The Manhwa warriors are just staring at him. They saw what he did on that flank. One of the cultists manages to flee into the woods. Unit leader Im is about to chase them down, his face full of rage. "Do not pursue them," Gal Seriang commands. He's the only one thinking straight. He explains that with their leader dead, chasing them is just a waste of energy and a great way to get ambushed again. Bongyi nods, trying to act like that was his idea too. Gal turns to Bongyi and bows. "As expected of you, Alliance leader, your skills haven't rusted at all." Bongyi gives a small, smug smile. He's actually going to take credit for this. "Humph. These kinds of fools are nothing," he says. The audacity. This man was shaking 5 minutes ago. Lidan just closes his eyes and bows. He's fine with Bongyi taking the glory if it keeps the heat off him. Unit leader Im warns them that they might regroup, so they need to move out fast. They leave the branch office behind, leaving the pile of bodies to the crows. Cut to a different location. A pair of eyes watches from the dark. It's number 7. She's standing in a hall, and the air around her is cold enough to freeze blood. The surviving cultists are kneeling before her. They are literally shaking. Silence. No one dares to speak. "Say that again," she says softly. "You failed?" Yes, sir," one cultist stammers. She looks at him. She says she could endure it when the painless soldiers were wiped out. But for a demonic commander to be killed, and the unit decimated, that is an unacceptable loss. She asks what the enemy's losses were. The cultists can't even answer. They're looking at the floor like it's the most interesting thing in the world. "Their losses are minimal," one finally whispers. "What?" Her eyes flare. She thought at least the Manhwa unit would be gone. The cultist tries to explain. He says Bongyi was incredible, and the unit was too strong because of the Hyon formation. She realizes Gal Saryang must have been the brain behind it, but even so, it shouldn't have been enough. She asks if Bongyi had a hidden trump card. Yes. She looks grim. This means her plans are officially derailed. It would be better if you were all simply wiped out, she says. Well, what? The cultist looks up, but he's already too late. A single flash of steel. The cultist's throat is opened before he can even finish his sentence. She unleashes a burst of chi that tears through the remaining survivors. It's a massacre in the dark. She stands over the pile of her own men, cleaning her ring weapon. She's not a villain, she's a professional cleaner. Useless trash, she mutters. She looks toward the mountains. By now, Mabongyi must have met him. Cut to the Namyeon escort agency. The place is glowing in the moonlight. The group arrives. Mabongyi is welcomed by the staff. A young man steps forward. He looks like a porcelain doll with long black hair and feminine features. My name is Cheon Soseon, he says. Bongyi is speechless. No way you, he stammers. He's shocked that his master is this young. Cheon Soseon gives a small, elegant smile. That's right, it is me. He confirms his identity as the one behind the shadows. Lidan is standing in the back, staring at the kid. He's trying to gauge the kid's level, but he can't. His eyes go narrow. I can't clearly gauge his exact strength, which means he is at least equal to me, or stronger. A child who rivals a martial god? Cheon Soseon addresses Gal Saryang, praising his reputation. He says meeting him is an honor. He looks at Gal with eyes that see everything. He praises the Myangho unit leader for his hard work. Then, his gaze shifts to Lidan. You must be strategist Bayok, he says. He mentions the remarkable promotion Lidan just received. He says he's heard of Lidan's outstanding talent despite his age. Lidan is internally spiraling. This kid knows everything about everyone in the room. He realizes that while this kid is strong, he might not even be the true mastermind. He does the math. Unless this kid started preparing since he was a toddler, the age doesn't match the history of the organization. Cheon Soseon sits on his throne and looks at Ma Bongyi. So, you wanted to see me, Alliance Leader? Bongyi is sweating again. The meeting he fought so hard to survive just started, and he already looks like he's about to lose. The game just changed. Ma Bongyi is currently experiencing what we call a reality check. He's looking at this kid, Cheon Soseon, and the realization is starting to sink in. He's spent his whole career being a big shot, only to find out he's been a puppet for someone who hasn't even hit a growth spurt. Soseon just sits there, completely unbothered, and asks if they're satisfied now that they've met the man behind the curtain. Lidan is watching Bongyi's ego crumble in real time. He knows that in the Murim, age is just a number. If someone looks 10 and talks like a god, you should probably be running in the opposite direction. Soseon plays it off cool, telling them they must be tired from the trip and should probably just go take a nap so they can talk business tomorrow. He's got that polite customer service smile that usually precedes someone getting their life subscription canceled. But Bongyi is too far gone. He's worked up, he's sweating, and he's decided that now is the perfect time to have a main character moment, despite being a side character at best. Gal Saryang and Lidan are just standing there like, please, for the love of the heavens, just sit down. Gal is actually worried. He knows Bongyi is an idiot, but if the Alliance leader snaps here, nobody in this room is getting out with their deposit back. Soseon offers tea, but Bongyi is done playing games. He looks the kid in the eye and tells him straight up, I don't believe you're the real leader. Big mistake. Soseon's eyes do that thing where they glow with the intensity of 1,000 red flags. He drops a line about people only believing what they want to believe. It's the kind of cryptic villain talk that usually means the tutorial is over and the boss fight is starting. Bongyi demands to know the motive. Why did you make me the leader of the Murim Alliance? What was the plan? Soseon just chuckles. He's got an intention, all right. And Bongyi is about to find out that being a good leader was never on the list of requirements. The room is dead quiet. Lidan is already calculating the nearest exit. Soseon leans in, a tiny smirk on his face. I made you leader for this very moment. Bongyi's brain is still trying to buffer that information. But Soseon isn't waiting for the download to finish. Lidan's internal alarm is screaming. He realizes this kid isn't just dangerous, he's a complete psycho. Everything moves in slow motion. Black ink, or whatever this demonic chi is, just erupts. The guards don't even have time to blink. Soseon reaches out a finger, like he's just pointing out a typo in a contract, and Bongyi gets hit with a literal delete command. The black mana bores right into his forehead. It's not even a fight, it's an execution. The impact is violent. Blood and shadow spray everywhere. Bongyi's face is frozen in a look of, I should have just taken that nap. he hits the floor. Hard. The ferocious Tiger Corps leader Im Jung-tae rushes over, screaming for the Alliance leader. But it's over. The man who was supposed to rule the martial world is currently decorating the tiles. Jung-tae is in total shock. His entire job description just vanished in 4 seconds. The word is officially out. The Alliance leader is dead. Gal Saryang looks like he's aged 20 years in 20 seconds. This is the ultimate political disaster. Lidan, however, is staying calm. He's got his hand on his sword, but he's not moving yet. He's measuring Soseon, trying to see if the kid has any more tricks. Soseon just stands there looking as peaceful as a monk after a morning meditation. The guards lose it. Jung-tae leaps in, sword drawn, ready to take the kid's head off for the honor of the Alliance. Soseon doesn't even move his feet. He just closes his eyes. Then his eyes snap open, glowing with a light that says, "You're really testing my patience." He releases a burst of chi that feels like a physical wall hitting the guards. Jung-tae gets batted away like a fly. He crashes into the ground, completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the power gap. His men are screaming for their core leader. The morale in the room is officially in the gutter. Lidan is watching closely. He notices something very specific about how Soseon moves. The kid didn't use a killing strike on Jung-tae. He held back, which means he only wanted Bongyi dead. The rest of them? They're still part of the plan. Jung-tae is clutching his chest, coughing up blood. He's realizing that he's not even a warm-up for this kid. Soseon addresses the room with the most managerial tone possible. He tells them Bongyi is gone, so now they need to focus on protecting the next leader. Jung-tae asks the obvious question, "Isn't that your job? You just killed him!" He tries to order his men to subdue Soseon, but his voice is shaking. The guards draw their blades, but they look like they'd rather be literally anywhere else. "Stop!" It's Gal Saryang. He's stepped forward, taking control of the situation before it becomes a total massacre. He points at the body. "The leader has already passed away. There is no point in throwing your lives away now." He looks at Jung-tae with a face that says, "Use your brain, man." Gal explains the math. The gap in strength is too big. If the Tiger Corps fights here, they don't just lose, they get erased. The guards know it. You can see it in their eyes. They're escort experts, and they just failed the biggest escort mission of their lives. They're ready to die to save face, but Gal is giving them a way out. He gives them a new mission. From now on, protect the Supreme Advisor. He makes it an official request from the Justice Pavilion. He's pivoting the entire political structure on the fly to keep everyone alive. Jung-tae grits his teeth. It's a bitter pill, but it beats being dead. The Tiger Corps shifts. They surround Gal Saryang. The protection detail has a new VIP. Soseon actually laughs at this. He calls it a good choice. He's enjoying the show. Then he gets serious. He gives them a message to take back to the Orthodox factions. Tell them our cult's revenge is just getting started. And there it is. The demon cult name drop. The boogeyman of the Murim is back, and he just used the Alliance leader as a demo. The guards are shaken. This isn't just a murder anymore, it's a declaration of war. Lidan and Gal share a look. They're both thinking the same thing. The script just got a major rewrite. Lidan is annoyed. He wanted a quiet internship, not a front-row seat to the apocalypse. The group starts to leave, carrying the heavy atmosphere of a total L. Soseon watches them go, his eyes lingering on Lidan for a split second too long. Lidan's internal monologue is basically a long string of curse words. This went south way faster than he predicted. Bongyi is dead, and he's being framed as a sacrifice to the cult. It's a perfect, messy cover-up. Gal is staring at Soseon, trying to figure out the macro mystery. What is this kid really after? Later that night, Soseon is on a balcony, looking out at the moon. Number 7. The female cleaner we saw before kneels behind him. She's apologizing because Bongyi was apparently better than expected, which forced Soseon to step in. Soseon shuts that down immediately. No, Bongyi wasn't skilled enough to break your trap. He notes that Bongyi survived a previous ambush without a single injury. Number 7 realizes where he's going with this. Then that means there's definitely someone hidden who helped them. Soseon is smart. He's already figured out there's a smurf in the party. Number 7 is sweating now. If there's a master they didn't account for, it means their intel is garbage. Soseon thinks it might be Gal Saryang's secret bodyguard. He's looking at the group, but he's looking at the wrong map. He recalls Lidan's face. He remembers that aside from Bongyi, this kid had the most prowess on the surface. But then he dismisses it. He thinks Lidan is too young to be the one who killed Elder Go and broke the black rock trap. He thinks he's too good to be fooled by a brat. He gives number 7 an order, find out who's actually helping them. She accepts, but you can tell she's not looking forward to the task. The woods at night. The moon is full. which is a classic something bad is about to happen trope. A figure is moving through the trees with insane speed. It's Elder Peon, the eye patch assassin. He looks like he's lived through a dozen wars and won most of them. He's following the group, looking for the martial master assisting them. Suddenly, a wave of chi slices through the air, forcing him to dodge mid-leap. Peon lands, his one good eye scanning the darkness. He's not scared, he's intrigued. The air is thick with killing intent. Peon stands in the clearing, waiting. "Come on out," he says. He's got that old man strength confidence. A shadow detaches itself from the trees. Peon's face goes still. He was expecting an old master, maybe some legendary hermit. Instead, he's looking at Leiden. Our guy has decided that hiding is no longer an option if they want to get through the night. The standoff begins. 2 generations of martial arts, 1 very dark forest. Leiden looks bored, which we all know is his most dangerous state of being. Elder Peon doesn't waste time. "Who the hell are you?" Leiden hits him with the "no you." "I should be asking you that, since you're the one stalking us like a creep." Leiden points out that Peon was the one chasing them. It's basic logic, really. Peon calls him an arrogant brat. It's the standard NPC dialogue before they get their world rocked. Peon moves. The air literally screams as he launches himself. He throws a punch that looks like it could go through a brick wall. Leiden blocks it casually. The shockwave clears the leaves around them. Peon follows up with a sweep, but Leiden is already airborne. The old man is fast, but Leiden is 120 years of experience fast. They clash in midair. It's a blur of strikes and parries. The impact shakes the entire forest floor. Leiden lands a counter-strike, forcing Peon to rethink his life choices. The elder is actually surprised. This kid isn't just good for his age, he's a monster. They trade about 20 blows in 3 seconds. Leiden is using the White Moon sword art facade, but he's amping it up with his real chi. A massive burst of light separates them. Leiden lands on a tiny tree branch. Peon lands opposite him. The branch Leiden is standing on isn't even bending. Leiden is thinking to himself, this guy is actually an expert. Sosyeon has guys like this on payroll? The budget for this cult must be insane. Peon is staring at Leiden's feet. He realizes the lightness skill required to stand on that branch without it moving is high-tier master level. He admits that the skill level at that age is unheard of. Then the penny drops. It was you, the one who killed Elder Go. Leiden plays it off. I don't know who you're talking about. I meet a lot of old guys. He sighs. Too many people claim they'll take my life. Was this Go guy as skilled as you? Peon says Go was an expert, but slightly below him. Leiden smirks. Then yeah, I definitely killed him. Leiden decides to ask a question of his own. Why is an expert like you tied down to an organization like this? You could be a king anywhere else. Peon corrects him. He's not tied down. He pledged his loyalty voluntarily. Leiden's eyes go sharp. A voluntary expert is 10 times more dangerous than a mercenary. It means they actually believe in the cause. He wonders what kind of person Sosyeon is to draw out that kind of loyalty. Peon is done talking. He draws a weapon, looks like a segmented whip or a chain blade. Leiden draws his sword. The trash air act is officially over for the next 5 minutes. Peon lashes out. The chain cuts through the trees like they're made of paper. Leiden parries, but the chain wraps around his blade. Peon pulls, trying to disarm him, but Leiden's grip is like iron. Leiden kicks off the tree, using the tension to launch himself at Peon's head. The elder retracts the chain and forms a shield of chi. Metal meets chi. The sound is like a bell ringing through the night. Peon goes on the offensive, his chain moving like a living snake. Leiden is dodging by millimeters. He's testing the chain's reach. He realizes Peon is trying to trap him in a circle of steel. Leiden strikes the ground, creating a smokescreen of dirt and leaves. He vanishes. Peon knows he's dealing with an expert, so he doesn't let his guard down for a second. He feels a chill behind him. A massive wave of chi erupts from the brush. Leiden is coming from above, sword glowing with purple energy. Peon grunts and throws everything he has into a block. The impact creates a crater. Leiden lands softly, but Peon is starting to look a little ragged. The elder steps back, breathing a bit harder. He realizes Elder Go didn't let his guard down. He just got outclassed by a superior predator. Leiden takes a deep breath. He's done testing. Peon sees the change in Leiden's posture. The brat is gone. The martial god is checking in. Leiden's chi starts to manifest as multiple spectral blades in the air. This is it. No more White Moon nonsense. The air around Leiden starts to swirl with a violent, ghostly aura. Peon stands his ground, but even he looks a little concerned now. Leiden closes his eyes for a second. When they open, they're glowing with a cold, blue-white light. Ghostly Shura sword style. Paion's eye goes wide. He's never heard of it, but he can feel the killing intent. First form. Liden strikes. A beam of pure energy tears through the forest. It's like a laser beam made of spite. Paion barely dodges, but the blast takes out about 50 trees behind him. He realizes he's not fighting a person anymore. He's fighting a force of nature. Lidan is already on him again. The Shura style is relentless. It's designed to overwhelm and dismantle. Lidan's sword moves in patterns that shouldn't be physically possible. Fifth form. A massive dome of chi erupts. Paion tries to use his chain to create a barrier, but it's like trying to stop a tsunami with a jump rope. The blast hits him full force. His eye patch flies off. His face is illuminated by the destruction. He gets swallowed by the purple light. He lets out one final scream as the fifth form completes its work. The forest goes quiet. The light fades. The aftermath is a total wreck. The clearing has been reshaped. Lidan stands there, looking slightly out of breath but otherwise fine. He's thinking about the fight. That old man didn't know about me until the very end. He realizes that even Cheon Soseon couldn't figure out his true strength, which leads to a terrifying conclusion. Soseon is my equal. He can't gauge me because we're on the same tier. And if Soseon is the manager, then the one behind him is likely stronger than even Lidan's past self. He grips his sword, his hand shaking slightly, not from fear, but from the realization of the stakes. I must become stronger. The martial god just realized he's in a bigger pond than he thought. The Murim Alliance headquarters, the leader's chamber. The room is empty, but the weight of the dead leader news is already starting to pull the walls down. Ma Ryung-in, the son, is standing there. He's being told the news. The strategist, another puppet, is talking to him. He's not even trying to hide his true colors anymore. He admits that putting Bongyi in power was something that should never have been done. He calls Bongyi not material for a leader. It's cold. He's talking about the guy's dead father like he's a bad hire. Ryung-in is furious. Then why did you push for him to become leader in the first place? The strategist just smiles. Well, there's no rule saying only perfect people can become leader. Ryung-in realizes he's being toyed with. The words don't add up because the game was rigged from the start. The strategist sighs, bored with the conversation. He admits that killing Bongyi wasn't his intention, but if you're part of the Shadow Organization, all intentions are the same. He tells Ryung-in that since he stayed in the Alliance, he's just as guilty as his father. Ryung-in's face goes pale. He's trapped. Are you going to kill me too? The strategist smirks. If I wanted to, you would have died alongside your father, strategist. He asks Ryung-in who he plans to support as the next leader. The power vacuum is officially open. A different part of the palace. A guard is running. He bursts into another room. What do you mean my father passed away? The second son has just found out. The civil war within the Alliance is officially on the menu, and Lidan is still stuck in the woods. Things are getting messy, and the Star Trading Company is about to have its most profitable and dangerous quarter yet. Back at the Justice Pavilion, the air is heavy with the smell of political collapse. Lidan mentions Ma Cheolgun, the dead leader's son. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead while everyone else is still mourning a guy they didn't even like. Gal Saryang admits he hadn't even considered the kid yet. He's been too busy trying to keep the Alliance from self-destructing. Liden's internal monologue is on point. He knows the Shadows got rid of Gal once, and now that he's back as Supreme Advisor, he's basically a massive target painted on a very expensive robe. This isn't going to end with Gal just losing his job. In this world, early retirement usually involves a shallow grave and a demonic ritual. Liden decides it's time to stop being subtle. He tells Gal he has one request. He wants Gal to come with him somewhere. Right now. No questions asked. Gal is hesitant. They're in the middle of a national crisis and Lidan wants to go on a field trip? Our guy just says, "You'll understand when you see it." It's the ultimate trust me bro moment. Gal stands up. He's realized by now that when Lidan makes a request, it's usually for something insane or essential. Lidan is actually a bit surprised that Gal agreed so easily. Usually, convincing a strategic genius to follow you into the unknown involves more than 10 words. "What are you doing?" Lidan asks, as Gal just starts walking. And just like that, they're on a boat. Welcome to East Lake. It's scenic, quiet, and perfect for either a heart-to-heart or a high-level assassination. The boat creaks as they move across the water. The silence between them is the kind you only get between 2 guys who know too much. Lidan breaks the ice. He asks why Gal hasn't asked where they're going yet. Gal's response is cold. He says the why matters way more than the where. That's peak strategist energy right there. He adds that it's just nice to be out by the lake. Even geniuses need a mental health day after watching their boss get headshotted by a toddler. Lidan closes his eyes, soaking in the vibe. He's about to change Gal's life, but he's taking a second to enjoy the breeze first. The boat continues its slow crawl across the water. The ripples spread out, matching the tension building in the air. They reach a wooden dock. It looks humble, but in this manhwa, humble usually means the owner is a secret billionaire. Gal steps off. An island? He sees an estate tucked away in the trees. He's impressed. Building a mansion on a private island isn't exactly unpaid intern behavior. It's my estate, Lidan says. Gal's face is a total picture of, I knew you were hiding something, but not a whole-ass zip code. Gal chuckles. He admits that Lidan is full of surprises. Every time he thinks he's found the bottom of Lidan's pockets, he finds a hidden compartment. They head up to the main building. They sit down in a pavilion overlooking the lake. This is where the real business happens. Lidan pours the drinks. In the Murim, pouring a drink for someone is the universal signal for, we are about to talk about some seriously illegal stuff. Lidan gets straight to the point. He brought Gal here because there's something he needs to say in confidence. Gal takes a sip. He's ready. He's been waiting for this reveal for about 20 chapters. Lidan looks genuinely nervous. It's rare to see him drop the cool guy act, but Gal is important. Gal notices. He points out that Lidan wasn't even this tense when they were surrounded by the demon cult. He jokes, asking if Lidan is about to tell him he's quitting the Justice Pavilion. Lidan blinks. What? No, that's not it. He explains he's here to tell Gal the truth about why he joined the Alliance in the first place. Gal leans in. Why you joined? He remembers Lidan saying it was for experience. He clearly never believed that for a second. Lidan drops the bomb. The truth is, it was because of you, Supreme Advisor. The silence hits like a physical weight. Because of me? Gal needs a detail-heavy explanation for that one. His brain is already running through 1,000 scenarios. Lidan looks him dead in the eye. I wanted to make you my person. Gal's brain has officially stopped working. Error 404. Logic not found. Lidan doesn't blink. He means it. He didn't join the Alliance to save the world. He joined to poach the world's best strategist. Then, Gal just starts laughing. It's that deep, this is too absurd to be real laugh. He apologizes, saying he was just so surprised. He's spent his life being used by power-hungry old men, and now this brat is headhunting him. He sets his cup down. The mood shifts from casual to heavy. So what you're saying is, you want me to serve under you. He looks at Lidan with a gaze that could peel paint. He's evaluating Lidan as a leader, not as a student. Lidan doubles down. Yes, that's exactly why he entered the Justice Pavilion, to earn Gal's trust and recruit him. Gal reminds him of the reality. You do know I'm the Murim Alliance's Supreme Advisor, right? He's asking if Lidan understands the scale of what he's suggesting. He's asking Gal to commit high treason against the world's superpower. Gal pours himself another drink. He's thinking. He lists Lidan's qualifications, martial prowess that exceeds the Alliance leader, enough money to own an island, and a mind that stays sharp in a crisis. He admits it. You certainly have the qualifications. Lidan has passed the vibe check. His eyes go sharp. The strategist is fully engaged now. If you take me with you, what are you planning to do? Lidan's answer is simple and terrifying. Fight the Murim Alliance and the shadows behind it. Wipe out every single person responsible for this mess. Gal takes a long sip. He's weighing his comfortable job against a suicide mission with a guy who might be a god. Lidan mentions the previous Alliance leader being murdered. He knows the enemy is rampaging through the Jianggu like they own it. I think we have to stop them. It's not just a business plan. It's a moral imperative. Gal is silent for a long moment. He's looking at Lidan and seeing a reflection of something he lost a long time ago. Lidan just waits. He's laid his cards on the table. Gal asks the final question, but why me? Why go to all this trouble for a disgraced strategist? Lidan smiles. Someone recommended you to me, someone you know very well. Right on cue, a voice booms from the shadows. It's been a while, Supreme Advisor. Gal turns around, his eyes wide. He can't believe it. He looks like he's seen a ghost. Baek Pyo? The absolute unit himself steps out. He's smiling. The tiger mustache is back in town. Gal is genuinely floored. Seeing Baek Pyo here, serving Lidan, is the ultimate endorsement. He asks if Baek Pyo was the one who recommended him. Baek Pyo just nods, proud as a peacock. I serve young Master Byuk, Baek Pyo says. He's essentially telling Gal, this kid is the real deal. Gal looks back at Lidan. The pieces are finally falling into place. Lidan just watches them. He's built the perfect trap for Gal's loyalty, and the bait was an old friend. Later that evening, the sun is setting, painting the sky in colors of fire and change. Lidan is standing alone in the courtyard. He's given Gal and Baek Pyo space to talk. He wonders what they're saying. He knows this is the make-or-break moment for his entire plan. He's done everything he can. The rest depends on whether Gal is brave enough to choose freedom over safety. He stares into the distance. If Gal says no, Li Dan has to do this entire war alone. He wants Gal to join, but he won't force him. A strategist who isn't there voluntarily is just a liability. Footsteps. Gal and Baek Pyo approach. They look serious. They stop a few paces away. It's the kind of formation you only see at the start of an epic contract. Gal asks one final thing. If all of this ends safely, what do you plan to do? Leiden's answer is beautiful in its simplicity. I plan to give everyone freedom. Freedom? Gal repeats. In a world of masters and servants, that's a radical concept. Leiden explains he doesn't want blind loyalty. He wants people to stay because they want to, not because they have to. I want me and my subordinates to be happy. It's the least warlord thing he could possibly say. Gal stares at him. He's never heard a leader talk about happiness instead of conquest. He looks at Baek Pyo. He sees that Baek Pyo is already there. Li Dan continues. He's fought this fight before. He's seen the results of greed and shadow wars. He doesn't care who rules the Jianggu, as long as it truly makes people happy. But it never does. He mentions the massacre at Huasu Manor. People are already dying for the greed of others. Gal looks down. He's spent his career managing that greed. He's tired of it. Li Dan hits him with the macro mystery hint. He tells Gal to forget who he was in the past and follow who he is now. He admits he's a man with flaws and weaknesses. He's humanizing himself to the world's smartest man. Would someone like me really be fine? Gal is actually doubting himself now. He's been broken before. Li Dan gives him a soft, genuine smile. He tells Gal that everyone sees their own imperfections, but that's what makes them useful. Will you be able to carry me as you fly? Li Dan is offering to be the strength if Gal provides the wings. Gal is visibly moved. The Supreme Advisor is about to make the biggest gamble of his life. He makes his decision. He drops to one knee. This is it. The shift in the power dynamic is complete. I, Gal Sariang, Supreme Advisor of the Murim Alliance, swear before heaven and earth that I will offer my loyalty to young Master Baek Li Dan, my final lord in this life. He means it. No more puppets. No more alliance. Just Li Dan. Li Dan looks at him and sees the ghost of the martial god's old allies. The band is finally getting back together. Thank you, Sariang. Truly, thank you. The contract is signed in blood and spirit. The Star Trading Company just gained its most dangerous brain. Night has fully fallen on the island. The mood has shifted from recruitment to war room. They're back in the pavilion. Now that Gal is on the team, Li Dan starts showing him the actual books. He mentions his intelligence organization has 120 branches. 120. Gal looks like he wants to ask when Li Dan had time to sleep. Gal is stunned. Li Dan brought him in without telling him any of this, and now he's realizing the scale of the shadow empire Li Dan has built while interning. He realizes Li Dan truly came to him in earnest. You don't show someone your 120-branch spy network unless you're planning to marry them or start a revolution. Baek Pyo pipes up. He mentions he gave the Asura Hell King Sword to Li Dan. Gal repeats the name. He knows the legend of that blade. Baek Pyo tells him that on the day Li Dan first saw the sword, it cried on its own. It recognized its master. Gal's eyes widen. A sword crying is a sign of a legendary destiny. He realizes that the sword of his previous lord has acknowledged Leiden. To him, this is fate. To us, it's just Leiden getting his stuff back. Gal says the previous martial god must be delighted as well. If only he knew he was talking to him. Baek Pyo smiles. I'm sure he is. He's the only one in on the joke right now. Li Dan keeps a straight face. He's getting used to people fanboying over his past self right in front of him. Thank you both for saying that. He raises a cup. The Brotherhood is officially formed. The three of them toast. This is the walking W lineup of the decade. They drink together under the moonlight. It's a moment of peace before the storm. Gal asks about Ma Chiolgun. Is it certain he'll become the next leader? He lacks the reputation for the seat. Li Dan explains the enemy's move. Villages have been getting raided by demonic practitioners recently, and every single time it happens, Ma Chiolgun miraculously rushes in and saves the day. Li Dan explains it's a classic false flag operation. The cult creates a problem so Chiolgun can solve it and look like a hero. They're manufacturing fame for him. It's Murim PR 101. By taking revenge for his father and the villagers, he builds a story that the Jianggu will swallow whole. Li Dan's eyes go cold. In the end, they're sacrificing innocent villagers just to put a puppet on the throne. He's not okay with this. The Trash Air Act is gone. This is pure martial god anger. Elsewhere, Ma Chiolgun is meditating. He looks focused, but there's a darkness around him. He's taking his hero role very seriously. He probably thinks he's actually doing good. A voice interrupts him. 3 days from now, Hwasu Manor will be hit by a surprise attack. He opens his eyes. A woman steps out from the shadows. She looks like a high-level demonic cultivator. She tells him to handle them again. Cheolgun snaps. Enough! I will not allow any more slaughter! He has a conscience after all. The woman just smiles. I know, she mocks him. That's why you've punished them every time up to now, haven't you? She tells him he's doing well. Everyone in the Jianggu is praising his name. She says he's become the most famous person since Qian Hajin Lidan's past life name. That hits him where it hurts. She asks if he feels guilty. She's playing him like a fiddle. She tells him he can't have everything. If he wants power, he has to pay a price. Trying to be good is just selfish greed. Cheolgun screams for her to stop. He's losing the argument against his own ambition. She reaches out and touches his chin. It's okay. I understand how you feel. Her voice is like poison dipped in honey. He's paralyzed. He's becoming a side character in his own life. Her eyes glow with a hypnotic light. She's using demonic chi to influence his mind. You'll become the finest Murim Alliance leader in history. He's fully cooked. The puppet is reset. Back at the Alliance headquarters, Gal Saryong is in his office. He's sitting across from another strategist, likely a cult mole. The man mentions the massacre at Hwasu Manor. He says young Master Ma killed all the attackers. Gal just listens. He knows the truth now, so this guy's lies sound like bad fanfiction. The mole says the Alliance looks incompetent and they should hurry and pick a new leader. He's pushing the agenda. Gal thinks to himself, they're moving faster than I expected. He asks if the mole has someone in mind. He's playing the clueless boss role perfectly. The mole suggests the Heavenly Blade sect leader, Ma Cheolgun, a son avenging his father. Isn't that a good story? He's literally selling the narrative Li Dan predicted. Gal stares at him. Good for who, exactly? The mole doubles down. He says it's for the good of the Jianggu. Gal asks what happens if he refuses. The mole's face goes cold. You refused before, didn't you? And you saw the results. It's a direct threat. He's reminding Gal that the last time he stood in their way, they ruined his life. The mole sips his tea, looking smug. He thinks he still has Gal in a cage. Gal asks for time to think. He needs to coordinate with Li Dan. Of course. The mole stands up to leave. He pats Gal on the shoulder. It's the ultimate disrespecting everyone equally moment. He leaves the room, thinking he's won. As soon as the door closes, another door opens. Li Dan steps out. He's been listening the whole time. Li Dan gets straight to the point. He's not here for small talk. He tells Gal he intends to follow his counsel completely. If Gal says kill, he kills. If Gal says run, he runs. Gal is surprised by the level of trust. He's the brain. Li Dan is the sword. Li Dan asks for Gal's honest opinion on the Cheolgun proposal. Gal says they should actually accept it. Li Dan asks for the reason. He's curious to see the master strategist at work. Gal explains that fighting their wishes now would be too difficult. If they install someone else, the cult will just kill that person too. Plus, he knows Cheolgun is already in their pocket. It's better to have a puppet you know than one you don't. Leiden agrees. I'm of the same mind. They're sharing one brain cell at this point. Gal adds that they should pretend to oppose it a little so the cult doesn't get suspicious. Leiden smiles. I'll leave that entirely to you. Leiden has one more request before they wrap up. Can you allow me entry into the Heavenly Dragon archive? Gal agrees to make preparations. He knows Leiden doesn't want to go there to read poetry. Later that night. The archive building is a massive tower of knowledge. Leiden walks past the guards. He pushes open the heavy wooden doors. The air inside smells like dust and ancient secrets. The doors thud shut behind him. Leiden remembers coming here in his past life. He used to be a regular. He read everything to try and reach the realm of the Mind Sword, but eventually gave up. He feels a bit sorry for the place. He only used it when he needed it, then ghosted it for decades. He looks around. This place has everything. Secret manuals, strategy texts, and things people would kill to get their hands on. He reaches for a specific shelf. He knows exactly what he's looking for. He pulls out a book. He looks tired, like he's about to study for a final exam he never wanted to take. Compendium on Demonic Arts. Leiden stares at the title. If he wants to stop the shadow cult, he needs to understand exactly what kind of hell they're practicing. The research phase is officially over. The counteroffensive starts now. The Alliance is picking its next leader, but Li Dan is picking the weapon that will eventually take him down. Things are about to get very, very complicated. We're back in the Heavenly Dragon Archive, the Murim equivalent of a restricted section in a library where everything can kill you. Lidan is currently speed reading through the forbidden section like he's cramming for a final he didn't study for. He's looking for Cheon Soseon's technique, but it's not in the demonic booklets or the unorthodox scrolls compiled by the Alliance scholars. This is a problem. If the technique isn't demonic or unorthodox, it means Soseon is using something so old or so rare that the current world has completely forgotten it existed. Our guy is actually sweating a little. He hates not having the answer key. He stares at the stacks of books. He's going through every single historical record, searching for a needle in a haystack made of old paper and bad vibes. Outside, the sun is coming up, but inside the archive, Lidan is still deep in the lore. He flips through one more dusty manual, his eyes darting across the pages with martial god processing speed. Wait. His eyes widen. He found it. The one piece of the puzzle that makes the whole picture look terrifying. The manual describes the white light shadowless god step. It's the signature movement technique of a man known a century ago as the Phantom Thief, Cheon Bomyong. Lidan smirks. Lidan is back with Gal Saryong, and he drops the name, "Have you ever heard of the Phantom Thief?" Gal takes a sip of his tea and nods. He explains that a century ago, this guy Cheon Bomyong threw the entire Murim into absolute chaos. Lidan asks what made him so bizarre. Gal explains that the guy was a total weirdo. He didn't steal from the rich to give to the poor. He only stole from martial artists. Only from martial artists? Lidan is intrigued. That's a very specific demographic to annoy. Gal adds that he didn't even steal the good stuff like spirit swords or manuals. He'd literally just steal your spare change or your favorite shirt. Imagine being a grandmaster and getting your laundry swiped by a legendary thief. The craziest part is that he never actually used martial arts to fight. He just used this one mysterious footwork technique to evade everyone. Lidan connects the dots. That technique was the shadowless god step, and it's the exact same movement Soseon used to delete the Alliance leader. Gal asks the obvious question. Why is Lidan so interested in a century-old pickpocket? Lidan drops the bomb. The art Cheon Soseon used that day, it was the Phantom Thief's technique. Gal's brain just hit a system error. He realizes the implications immediately. If Soseon is related to the Phantom Thief, it means the Shadow Organization has roots much deeper than they thought. Lidan admits he doesn't know if it's a direct connection or if Soseon just found the manual, so he tasks Gal with looking into the thief's whereabouts after he disappeared. Gal nods. He's on it. The Intelligence King is officially on the case. Ah, and take this! Lidan reaches into his robe. He hands Gal a dusty book. Gal looks like he's just been handed a live grenade. Isn't this the Ghost Gate Escape Codex? Lidan just casually hands over a treasure that could start a world war. He tells Gal it's not useful for him, but it'll make Gal the most unkillable strategist in history. Gal is stunned. Are you seriously giving this to me? He's used to being treated like a tool, not a partner. He tries to refuse, pointing out that this manual is so rare it would cause a bloodbath if the Murim found out he had it. Lidan doesn't care about the bloodbath. He looks at Gal with that final lord energy. He tells him that if it helps Gal survive, nothing would make him happier. This is Lidan building that character investment we talked about. Gal is speechless. He's officially 100% Team Lidan now. The Shadow Organization's hideout. It looks as evil as you'd expect. The woman from before is fuming. You can practically hear her grinding her teeth from here. They've lost the Painless Core, the demonic banners, and even Elder Peon. Their S-tier roster is looking real thin right now. She realizes that if they don't find the person backing Gal Saryong soon, she's going to be the next one on the chopping block. She turns to Chul Gyeol, the guy with the forehead scar, and asks if he's found anything suspicious around Gal yet. No. Not yet. Chul Gyeol looks bored, but you know he's plotting. She argues that killing Gal is easy, but finding the master protecting him is the real mission. She thinks Soseon didn't kill Gal just to use him as bait. She's certain there's a formidable master hiding in Gal's shadow. Chul Gyeol mentions the new recruit who won Gal's trust instantly. He's actually looking at Lidan, but he's looking through a very blurry lens. The woman scoffs. It's not him. Chul Gyeol looks at her. He's the only one in the room with half a brain cell left. She explains her logic. Lidan is too young to be a master capable of killing Elder Peon. She thinks the brat is just a mascot. She adds that there's no way Soseon wouldn't have recognized a master that powerful if they were standing right in front of him. Chul Gyeol stays silent for a moment. He's not as convinced. He decides to move personally. He thinks if they kidnap Gal, the Protector will be forced to show their hand. A voice from the shadows stops him. It's the higher-up. He tells Chul Gyeol to wait and sends Lone Knight instead, with the secret killers on standby. Chul Gyeol bows. He'll follow orders, but he's not happy about it. The woman smirks. She thinks Lone Knight is more than enough for a brat and a disgraced strategist. Rooftops. Night. Someone is moving with the speed of a lagging character in an FPS. Meet Lone Knight. He's bald, he's grumpy, and he looks like he's never missed a gym day in his life. He's scoping out the Alliance compound. He's looking for the target. His orders were simple. Act like you're going to kill Gal Saryang and find the one protecting him. If things get hairy, he's supposed to just confirm the identity and bail. With his Lightfoot skills, he thinks he's untouchable. He smirks. He thinks this is going to be the easiest promotion of his career. He monologues to himself about how he has the best movement techniques among all the assassins. Movement is everything, he thinks, as he leaps across a gap. He thinks he's about to claim some easy merit. Famous last words. He lands on a roof, silent as a whisper. He's got his arms crossed, looking down at Gal's office. He's peaked. It's all downhill from here. He slides down the roof tiles. He hangs upside down like a very buff bat. He peeks through the window. He sees Gal Saryang and Lidan. Just two guys reading books. Gal Saryang, he identifies the target. And then he spots the brat named Bai Lidan. He thinks Lidan is just some filler character. He scans the area with his senses and finds nothing. He thinks the higher-ups got the intel wrong. He decides to threaten Gal a little to see if the protector shows up. He reaches for a weapon. Wait. He blinks. Lidan is gone. He was literally just sitting there. Lone Knight panics. Where is he? He's looking around like he lost his car keys. A presence appears behind him. Lone Knight reacts instantly, throwing a deadly needle. Got him, he thinks. He's convinced that the moment it hits, Lidan is dead. He turns to confirm the identity, and his heart just stops. Lidan is standing there, completely unbothered, holding the needles between his fingers like they're toothpicks. Was this all you had? The standoff on the roof. Lone Knight is currently rethinking his entire career as an assassin. He's sweating. He can feel the killing intent coming off Lidan, and it's not intern level. So it was you, he screams. Lidan just plays dumb. I don't know why you're saying that to me. Lidan mentions that the old man before him said the exact same thing right before he stopped breathing. Lone Knight's eyes go wide. He realizes he's not the hunter, he's the tutorial boss. He unloads a volley of life-taking needles. Lidan doesn't even draw his sword. He just moves through the needles like he's walking through rain. Lone Knight realizes he has no chance in a head-on fight. He's an assassin, not a tank. If this is the guy who killed Elder Pion, then Lone Knight is officially in run-for-your-life territory. He decides to rely on his superior body lightning technique. He thinks he can outmaneuver Lidan across the rooftops. He takes off, moving like a blur of black cloth. His plan is to return to Chulgeol and report that Bai Lidan is the master they're looking for. He smirks. He thinks he's safe because he's the fastest. He's tearing through the trees now. He's putting distance between them. Or so he thinks. He looks back. Nothing. He's relieved. Wait. Lidan is suddenly standing on a branch right next to him. How? Lone Knight's face is a masterpiece of pure terror. Lidan smiles. You've come to just the right place. It was quite tricky in the Murim Alliance, you know. He's basically saying he waited for them to get to a quiet spot so he could kill the guy without making a mess. Lone Knight screams at him to shut up and attacks. Lidan parries the strike with a casual flick of his wrist. Lone Knight is desperate now. He's throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. Lidan is airborne, looking down at him like a disappointed parent. Lone Knight throws a punch with everything he's got. The impact creates a massive explosion of chi. Lone Knight lands on a branch, grinning. That's the price for underestimating me. But the grin doesn't last. The smoke clears, and Lidan is standing in the middle of a chi vortex, completely unharmed. He's holding about a dozen needles. He starts spinning them in his hand. He's gathered every single projectile Lone Knight threw. My turn! He releases the needles. They aren't just flying, they're screaming through the air. Lone Knight tries to dodge, but the needles are guided by Lidan's pure chi. He grunts as they graze his arms and legs. A massive blast of energy hits the tree. Lone Knight is sent flying. He's losing his grip on reality. He crashes onto another branch, coughing. He looks up. Lidan is standing over him. The moonlight makes him look like a god of death. Lone Knight is broken. He's realizing the gap in strength Gal Saryang talked about. Lidan reaches out. He looks bored again. Is this it? A massive wave of chi erupts from Lidan's hand. Lone Knight lets out one last scream as the energy swallows him. The blast is so bright it turns night into day for a split second. Lone Knight falls from the tree, lifeless. Silence returns to the forest. Lidan looks down at the body. One down. But he's not letting his guard down. He can feel another presence. A figure is watching from the shadows. It's the second assassin, Misha. He's hiding behind a tree, trembling. He can't believe Lone Knight was taken down that easily. Unbelievable to handle him so quickly. He realizes he's next on the menu. Suddenly, Lidan is right behind him. There was another one, huh? Misha freezes. He didn't even hear Lidan move. Lidan gives him a terrifying grin. Misha panics and creates a chi explosion to create distance. He leaps onto a branch, trying to get away. "Damn!" he screams. He knows he's outclassed. He realizes Lidan is far more skilled than they anticipated. No kidding. He leaps into a clearing that he's already prepared. The trees are covered in thin, nearly invisible wires. He smirks. "I never expected the invisible threads I set up beforehand would come in handy like this." He's a trapper assassin. He thinks he's lure Lidan into a meat grinder. "Go ahead and come after me. The moment you try, your entire body will be cut apart." Lidan stands at the edge of the trap, just watching. Lidan tilts his head. He moves. But he's not running. He's spinning. A whirlwind of chi erupts from Lidan's sword. The unbreakable invisible threads are snapped like they're made of cobwebs. "That's quite an amusing trick," Lidan says, sounding genuinely entertained for once. Misha realizes his ultimate trap just got deleted in 1 second. He tries to escape, but he's already caught in Lidan's gravity. Lidan is in front of him again. Misha swings his blade, but Lidan parries it without looking. As expected, "You are an assassin too." Lidan's voice is cold. They trade a few blows. Lidan's eyes glow with that violent purple aura. Misha realizes he's looking into the eyes of a monster. A massive pillar of energy erupts from the ground. The entire forest clearing is reshaped. Misha is caught in the center of the blast. He's screaming, but the sound is drowned out by the roar of Lidan's chi. Dust and smoke fill the air. Lidan looks down. He's finished. He lands softly on the ground. The impact creates a small crater. Misha is still alive. Barely. Lidan grabs him by the throat. "Who sent you?" Misha coughs up blood and just glares. He's committed to the cult. Lidan doesn't have time for a monologue. He finishes him off with a single strike. 2 assassins. 2 L's. Misha lies in the dirt, the invisible threadmaster finally tangled in his own defeat. Lidan stares into the distance. He knows the higher-ups are watching. The message has been sent. The Protector isn't a secret anymore. He's the main event. The Shadow Organization just lost their eyes and ears in the Alliance. Now, Lidan is ready to take the fight to their front door.